Chapter 100. Rendered useless, as I gradually grew older and transitioned into junior high school. You remarked that a daughter is merely a financial burden, suggesting that my extensive education was a waste of money, compelling me to drop out and return home to toil in the fields. Before dawn, I was obliged to rise early to gather fodder for the pigs, haul manure, and cultivate the land, laboring from sunrise to sunset, only to return and prepare your meals. Listening to Shen Wan recount her past, she appeared as if an outsider narrating someone else's story. Beside her, Zhang Xia and Bai Xiaoyan were both in tears, their eyes glistening with sorrow. Sister Wan, sob, 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 you were so pitiful as a child. Upon hearing this, the two realized the true nature of Shen Dazhuang and quietly stepped back, now clutching items in their hands. Shen Dazhuang, with self-righteousness, proclaimed, "It's the truth. What's the point of a girl studying so much? Ultimately, she's destined to marry. If it weren't for that wealthy old man taking you back, your father would have found you a suitable match already." The old butcher at the village head, despite his age, possesses considerable skills and is willing to pay a handsome dowry. Shen Wan nearly burst into laughter. The old butcher was over 50, older than Shen Dazhuang himself. How could he utter such words? By this reasoning, Shen Huayan had indirectly rescued her from the fire pit. Had your father not forced you to work from a young age, would you be so capable? Your father was merely teaching you how to be a virtuous woman. When you marry in the future, serving your husband and in-laws will prove that your father was merely looking out for your best interests. Shen Wan smiled faintly. Is that so? You subjected me to hardship from a young age, depriving me of the warmth of family, while I faced beatings and scoldings. Was this truly for my benefit? Shen Dazhuang shamelessly replied, "Of course." Shen Wan pondered. "Very well, then I shall act in your best interests from now on." What? Before Shen Dazhuang could comprehend, a pair of chopsticks flew directly at his eyes. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere. Zhang Xia and Bai Xiaoyan stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by the sudden horror. Someone's been killed. Shen Wan, however, appeared unfazed as she leisurely extracted two bloodied chopsticks. He won't die, merely blinded. Shen Dazhuang, haven't you always clamored about just one last gamble? I've grown tired of hearing that for over a decade. This time, I'm assisting you. A permanent cessation of your gambling habits. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Shen Wan spoke with a cheerful smile. Shen Dazhuang was already kneeling, clutching his eyes, wailing in despair. My eyes. My eyes. Zhang Xia trembled. Should we call an ambulance for him? In the next moment, Shen Wan raised her foot and forcefully kicked Shen Dazhuang, exclaiming, "What are you howling about? Shut your filthy mouth." As a child, Shen Dazhuang had treated her in precisely this manner. The wheel of fortune had turned. Shen Dazhuang was knocked unconscious by her kick. Shen Wan instructed the two, "I need to step out for a moment. You two can return to the house." Zhang Xia expressed concern. "Sister Wan, let us help you deal with him. Such scum doesn't deserve to be called a foster father. He deserves to die." Shen Wan chuckled. "I'm not looking to erase his existence. Merely returning him to the village will suffice." Bai Xiaoyan, puzzled, asked, "Why send someone like him back? It would be better if he were dead. His gambling and drinking have alienated many in the village. Now, blinded and crippled, can you imagine his future? To seek revenge on such a person means ensuring that his life becomes more agonizing and desperate than death itself." Shen Wan understood that her foster mother harbored deep resentment towards Shen Dazhuang, but was unable to confront him. However, the situation had changed. With Shen Dazhuang rendered useless, her foster mother would undoubtedly repay him for all the abuse Shen Wan had endured over the years. Zhang Xia found her reasoning sound. "Shall I call a ride for you at this late hour?" "No need. I can use the 5 Ghosts transportation," Shen Wan replied calmly. Bai Xiaoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. 5 Ghosts transportation? What kind of miraculous thing is that? Is it faster than a ride-hailing service? Ghosts float and move with incredible speed. What do you think? Sister Wan, I want to see it. Both were eager to witness the 5 Ghosts transportation. With a flick of her wrist, Shen Wan summoned 5 yellow talismans between her fingers. She tossed them into the air. The 5 talismans ignited spontaneously. She hastily recited the incantation to summon the 5 ghosts. Moments later, wisps of green smoke emerged in the living room. 5 large, unremarkable spirits materialized in response to her call. "What is thy command, my lord?" They clasped their fists towards Shen Wan. Shen Wan presented them with incense, candles, and a bank card, saying, "Take me and this person to Nutugu." The 5 spirits replied, "At your service." Zhang Xia and Bai Xiaoyan stared in astonishment. "What is happening?" Shen Wan smiled. "Money can indeed command even ghosts to grind." A black, ancient sedan chair appeared in the living room. Shen Wan dragged Shen Dazhuang into the sedan chair and sat down herself, declaring, "Let us depart." With a single command, for spirits lifted the chair while one led the way. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the living room. Bai Xiaoyan couldn't help but applaud. Sister, Wanwan is truly remarkable. Zhang Xia, however, empathized. Having a gambling addict and drunkard as a foster father can truly cast a lifelong shadow on a child. Perhaps for others, it becomes a shadow, but look at how decisively Sister Wanwan dealt with that scoundrel. Do you know how difficult it is to emerge from such a shadow? Sister Wanwan is truly admirable. Natugu, Zhang Chui lay asleep in bed when suddenly, she heard a noise outside the door. Startled awake, she trembled as she crept towards the door, clutching a broom. If that beast Shen Dazhuang entered, she would seize the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, she would inevitably face another beating. Knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly pounded upon. Zhang Chui's face paled. Something was amiss. That beast never knocked when he returned home, always kicking the door in. Who could it be at such an hour? Who is it? Zhang Chui grasped the broom tightly in fear. Chui, it's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Chui felt a mix of shock and joy, and she excitedly opened the door. Xiao Wan, is it really you? Just as Zhang Chui was about to speak, she noticed Shen Wan dragging someone along. Upon closer inspection, it was Shen Dazhuang. Fear flickered in Zhang Chui's eyes as she instinctively stepped back. Why are you back with him? Shen Wan casually dragged Shen Dazhuang into the pig pen in the yard, brushed her hands together, and approached her, saying, Chui, I've blinded Shen Dazhuang and crippled his leg. He will no longer be able to bully you. As she spoke, Shen Wan handed Zhang Chui a bank card and a piece of paper. Zhang Chui was taken aback. What is this? There are 100,000 yuan in the card, a token of gratitude for your care during my childhood. The other document is a divorce agreement. Since Shen Dazhuang is now useless, you can proceed with the divorce as outlined. If you prefer not to divorce, then Shen Dazhuang is yours to deal with. Chapter 101. The good days have ended. Zhang Chui was utterly stunned by the sudden surprise. Was this beast blind and crippled as well? 100,000 yuan divorce agreement. Xiao Wan, what on earth are you doing? Don't scare your aunt. Has something happened to you? Although Zhang Chui was a timid and meek rural woman, she still felt a pang of concern for Shen Wan, the child she had raised. Shen Wan smiled faintly. There's nothing wrong, Chui aunt. If you no longer wish to live with Shen Dazhuang, you may divorce him and live your own life. Alternatively, if you wish to come to the city to find me, I reside at 44 Shanghai Bay. The reason Chui aunt married Shen Dazhuang was due to an accident in her youth that left her face somewhat disfigured, rendering her unmarriageable. Her father accepted 18,000 yuan from Shen Dazhuang and handed her over to him. Shen Dazhuang had never treated Chui aunt as a human being. Marrying her was merely a means to acquire a caretaker for his daily needs, and Shen Wan was merely a secondary beneficiary of that arrangement. Chui aunt's treatment of Shen Wan was neither particularly good nor bad. She had cared for her until the age of 3. In an environment rife with domestic violence, no one could remain unscathed. When Shen Wan had been thrown into the pigsty to spend the night on an empty stomach, Chui aunt would stealthily come out at midnight to bring her food and clothes. However, when Shen Dazhuang discovered this, the beatings became even worse. On one occasion, Shen Wan was bedridden for half a month due to the injuries. Chui aunt was genuinely terrified of being beaten and could no longer openly show concern for her. Shen Wan understood that Chui aunt's reluctance to leave Shen Dazhuang stemmed from threats and psychological fear that rendered her paralyzed. Now, however, things were different. Chui aunt, just rest assured and accept this money. Zhang Chui's eyes reddened. Xiao Wan, I never expected you to still care for your aunt. To tell you the truth, your father and I never obtained a marriage certificate, so this divorce agreement is unnecessary. But after enduring years of torment from that beast, I must make him taste the bitterness of being bullied. Shen Wan nodded with a smile. Chui aunt, it's even better that there is no marriage certificate. You can come and go freely from now on. Zhang Chui wiped her tears, her gaze toward the pigsty filled with hatred. Before Shen Wan departed, Zhang Chui presented her with a basket of eggs collected from home. Xiao Wan, living alone in the big city, must be tough. Being the child of a wealthy family isn't as easy as it seems. These are the farm-fresh eggs from the chicks you bought. Take them back for your grandfather and the others to enjoy. They are quite nutritious. Shen Wan politely declined. You should keep the eggs for yourself. Everything is easily available in the city. Not a single one will be left. Zhang Chui huffed coldly. If I leave them, that beast Shen Dazhuang will take them. He doesn't deserve to eat them. The eggs sold in the city are merely feed eggs. They can't compare to our homegrown ones. Take them. Shen Wan accepted the basket of farm-fresh eggs with a smile, and after asking Cui Aunt to stay put, she vanished into the night. Zhang Cui approached the pigsty. Ever since Xiao Wan had been taken back a year ago, they had not raised pigs at home. Now, Shun Dazhuang lay within the pigsty. Looking at Shun Dazhuang's bloodied eyes and broken legs, Zhang Cui felt a sense of relief. Finally, she could sleep soundly. Foul beast, your good days are over starting tomorrow. The next day, Shun Dazhuang awoke to excruciating pain, only to find the world shrouded in darkness. It dawned on him that Shen Wan had blinded him. You little wretch. I'll report you to the police. Where am I? Is this a hospital? Shun Dazhuang groped around, only to touch a handful of pig feces. He lifted it to his nose. What is this? It reeks. Oh, how self-aware you are. Yes, just like this, if you're hungry, eat shit. Zhang Cui said with a smile, recalling how he had once said the same to her when he refused to feed her. Now, she intended to return the favor with interest. Realizing her presence, Shen Dazhuang's face darkened. When did I come back? Where's that little wretch Shen Wan? You ugly thing. Take me to the hospital. My eyes and legs hurt so much. Zhang Cui replied coldly. Xiao Wan hasn't he returned from the city, Shen Dazhuang? You must have drunk so much that you blacked out, injuring your own eyes and breaking your leg. How is that Xiao Wan's fault? As he comprehended the situation, Shen Dazhuang crawled towards the exit in darkness. Filthy whore. I'm going to report you. After much effort, he crawled out of the pigsty and reached the front of the house, shouting at the top of his lungs, help. There's been a murder. The villagers in the valley were already awake, and his cries drew them out, surrounding him. Hearing the commotion, Shen Dazhuang wept and lamented, Heaven above. How did I end up with such a little wretch? It was Shen Wan. She blinded my eyes and broke my legs. Someone call the police. Despite his accusations and cries, the neighbors remained unmoved. They were well aware of Shen Dazhuang's character as a fellow villager. They knew how he had abused Shen Wan since childhood. She had always been a bright and diligent child, achieving outstanding grades at school. A child with a promising future, ruined by Shen Dazhuang, a gambling addict who had pulled her back home to labor on the farm. Even when the principal visited to persuade him, he had verbally assaulted the man, nearly coming to blows. The villagers found his current state of blindness and lameness to be a welcome turn of events. Oh, Dazhuang, why did you drink so much? You fell and injured your eyes and leg, yet you still blame Xiao Wan? That child has already been taken back to the city by her grandfather. It has nothing to do with her. Zhang Cui interjected, dragging Shen Dazhuang's leg back home. The neighbors were unconvinced that Shen Wan was responsible for his predicament. They had not heard any vehicles arriving at night, so no one believed his claims despite his prolonged wailing. With Zhang Cui's words, the villagers' disdain for Shen Dazhuang grew. You've gambled away all the family's money. How could I afford to take you to the hospital? Just go home and stop embarrassing yourself out here. Shen Dazhuang was incensed, clinging to the ground and refusing to return. Call the police. I want that little whore locked up. Zhang Cui, you ugly thing, let me go. I'll kill her. Shen Dazhuang struggled desperately. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Cui released her grip. With a loud thud, Shen Dazhuang's head struck the stone at the entrance, instantly swelling into a large lump. Zhang Cui adopted a posture of feigned victimhood, sitting on the ground and lamenting, Shen Dazhuang, ask your conscience how many times you've beaten me over the years? Yes, my father accepted 18,000 yuan in betrothal gifts and gave me to you. We never even obtained a marriage certificate, yet I've served you like a beast of burden for so many years. Surely that debt has been repaid? Chapter 102. Degradation throughout these years. Your gambling and drinking have squandered every valuable possession in our home. When you're out of money, you beat me. Look at me. I have not a single unblemished piece of flesh. Everyone, see for yourselves. As she spoke, Zhang Cui disdainfully rolled up her sleeves to reveal her scars. The neighbors, although aware of her long suffering, were shocked by the extent of her injuries. Her slender arms were covered in marks, some from knives, some from fists, and others from cigarette burns. Zhang Cui's entire body bore the scars of her torment. She cried out, Shen Dazhuang, you are a beast. There is no one who degrades humanity like you. The neighbors could no longer bear to watch and began to speak in Zhang Cui's defense. Cui aunt, you've truly suffered too much over the years. Do not continue living with such a beast. 18,000 yuan bought you 18 years of servitude. Shen Dazhuang is truly calculating. A beast, indeed a beast. How could someone like this come from Myoto Valley? Why didn't he just die? Seeing the desired effect, Zhang Cui felt a sense of relief and couldn't help but add, now that Xiao Wan is left, you still slander her. Are you even human? The preceding words were all imparted by Shen Wan to her, while this sentence emanates from the depths of her own heart. Shen Dazhuang felt utterly disoriented, his entire body racked with excruciating pain. The incessant nagging of Zhang Cui, this unattractive daughter-in-law, was increasingly irksome, prompting him to exclaim, "Then why don't you just leave? You foul wench, so hideous. Who would want you besides me? I wouldn't even deign to look at you. Once I acquire that little wench, Shen Wan's money, I can have any woman I desire." Leave? Zhang Cui thought with a cold sneer in her heart. This beast's retribution had merely begun. There was no way she would let him go so easily. At the very least, she intended to torment him for a while longer. Everyone, I, Zhang Cui, am not devoid of compassion. Considering his current injuries, I shall take good care of him. Once he recovers, it will be time to conclude our marital ties. The neighbors, both sympathetic towards her and praising her fidelity, aided her in carrying Shen Dazhuang back home. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhang Cui brought over a basin of salt water. Casting a cold glance at Shen Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, look at how filthy you are, let me wash you." With that, she splashed the salt water upon him. Shen Dazhuang let out a wretched scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Alas, this nightmarish existence was merely the beginning. On the road outside Shanghai Bay, a black sedan idled by the roadside, remaining there from dusk until dawn. "Old Zhang, why has Shen Dazhuang been inside for so long without any sign of life?" Shen Wan inquired, perplexed. Shen Dazhuang had been recruited by him to threaten Shen Wan, who had harbored a deep-seated fear of her adoptive father since childhood. With his involvement, Shen Wan would undoubtedly be so terrified that she would plead to return to the Shen household. Yet, as the night wore on, not a soul emerged. Driver Old Zhang voiced his confusion. Could it be that Shen Wan has kept him there? Impossible, Shen Wan retorted, fully aware of Shen Wan's dread of her adoptive father. Suddenly, Old Zhang spotted a familiar figure by the lakeside not far off and exclaimed, "Sir, look. Isn't that Shen Wan?" Shen Wan glanced over, and lo and behold, it was indeed her. Shen Wan appeared utterly unfazed, practicing Tai Chi by the water's edge. This sight prompted him to exit the car and approach her. Shen Wan feigned ignorance of his presence, continuing her movements. Shen Wan had anticipated she would greet him as grandfather, yet to his surprise, she paid him no heed. Growing irate, he began pacing before her. Shen Wan remained oblivious. Unable to contain himself, he coughed twice and called out, "Wan Wan, why do you not acknowledge your grandfather?" Calmly, she replied, "Old Master Shen, what brings you here? Why must you be so obstinate, child? Are you still upset over the last incident?" Shen Wan adopted a congenial demeanor, saying, "Grandfather only wishes for your well-being. Return home. It is for your own good." "Precisely," Driver Old Zhang chimed in, gesturing as he spoke. "The old master has been losing sleep over your affairs. Miss Wan Wan, you are unaware that he has been waiting for you outside Shanghai Bay since last night. The old master had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to you. So do not be stubborn. Heed his words and return home without delay." Shen Wan halted her practice, regarding the two of them with indifference. "Is there something amiss with all you Shen family members?" Shen Wan continued to smile. "What could possibly be wrong? Perhaps you simply enjoy being difficult." Shen Wan nearly lost his composure, his countenance darkening. Shen Wan, in a manner that could infuriate even the most patient, remarked, "So that's why your grandsons keep pestering me. It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Shen Wan's expression soured completely, and he retorted angrily, "Shen Wan, is this how you speak to your elders? I am your grandfather, your biological grandfather." "It matters not," Shen Wan rolled her eyes. "I have severed all ties with the Shen family, so you needn't persist in your incessant harassment. I wouldn't mind resolving this with force. I wonder how many blows your old bones can withstand." She clenched her fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. Shen Wan instinctively took 2 steps back, startled by her fierce demeanor. "Shen Wan, why must you be so stubborn? What will it take for you to return home?" Shen Wan replied coolly, "You might as well abandon that hope." Fuming, Shen Wan's chest heaved as he repeated, "Fine, do as you please. I shall not concern myself with you." "But what of Shen Dazhuang? Why hasn't he exited your residence?" A faint smirk graced Shen Wan's lips. This old fool had finally revealed his true intentions. Last night, when she was discreetly escorted away, she had spotted him waiting by the roadside. It was evident that this old man had orchestrated Shen Dazhuang's involvement, intending to create chaos and compel her to return home seeking protection. Alas, He had underestimated her resolve. Feigning confusion, Shen Wan replied, Shen Dazhuang? Why would he need to leave my home? This question left Shen Wan bewildered, furrowing his brow. Did he not come to find you last night? I was unaware of any visit, Shen Wan responded innocently, casting a glance at old Zhang, who nodded in affirmation. We both saw Shen Dazhuang enter. Shen Wan, what have you done to your adoptive father? Shen Huayan scrutinized her, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. Maintaining her act of ignorance, Shen Wan replied, Isn't Shen Dazhuang always at Nyoto Valley? No one informed me he came looking for me. Old Master Shen, have you seen him? Of course I have. What else would you expect me to call you? Shen Huayan's face darkened, suspecting he had misheard. Shen Wan, with an amused smile, retorted, You are a Shen? And at your age, isn't it fitting to call you Old Master Shen? Would it not be strange to call you Young Master instead? Shen Wan. Chapter 103. Is death imminent? Shen Huayan was livid at her insolence. He could hardly believe the once meek little girl had transformed into someone so prickly, pricking anyone who approached. Miss Wan, the old master has been losing sleep over your affairs. Driver Old Zhang attempted to interject once more. Shen Wan, with a sweet smile, retorted, If you cannot sleep, perhaps you should find a night shift. Driver Old Zhang, forget it. Since you wish to remain here, your grandfather will not press you. Take care of yourself. If you lack anything, just inform your grandfather. Shen Huayan resumed his congenial facade, appearing genuinely concerned for her well-being. Shen Wan scoffed inwardly. This old man's plea for her to return stemmed solely from his desire to shield his family from misfortune. During the 5 years of such protection, her very life would be drained to sustain the Shen family. It was akin to her previous existence, where she nourished the Shen clan with her own vitality. Had she not finally reached her breaking point in that last year and departed in despair, she might have perished within the Shen household long before. No longer willing to extend even a hint of kindness to this ill-intentioned old man, her expression hardened to ice. Shen Huayan, I hold no ties to the Shen family any longer. Do not attempt to manipulate me into returning. A fleeting shadow of darkness crossed Shen Huayan's gaze. Though he maintained his smile, Wan, your grandfather understands that you have endured hardships this past year at home. Rest assured, I shall return and teach them a lesson, ensuring they come to you with apologies. If you do not wish to return, that is fine. Stay here as long as you desire. Shen Huayan feigned a cough. Your grandfather must return to take his medicine. Remember, the Shen family will always remain your home. The door is always open for you. Having said this, he allowed old Zhang to assist him back into the car. Shen Wan did not spare him a glance, resuming her Tai Chi practice to strengthen her body. Once back in the car, Shen Huayan's expression darkened ominously, and he vented, What has that wretched girl learned? How did she become such a person? Driver Old Zhang whispered, Old Master, could it be that Shen Wan's true nature has always been thus? After all, she has such an adoptive father. He understood the adage, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will go askew. Shen Huayan frowned. However, he had initially investigated Shen Wan thoroughly. This girl exhibited a classic pleasing personality, having been repressed by her adoptive father throughout her upbringing. As long as others extend her a modicum of compassion and care, she is willing to lay bare her heart and soul for them. This has been the case for Shen Wan since she arrived at the family home a year ago. She devoted herself tirelessly to his several grandsons, driven by a desire for their approval and a yearning to integrate into the Shen household. Yet now, she adamantly refuses to return home. It seems that those grandsons have wounded her deeply, leaving her disheartened, which explains her obstinate stance against moving back. Shen Huayan pondered this for a moment before reaching for his phone and dialing a number. Hello, could you procure a villa in Shanghai Bay? The news of Shanghai Bay being entirely purchased by a mysterious buyer and no longer available for sale hit him like a thunderclap. Shen Huayan's expression darkened. Initially, he thought that since Shen Wan was unwilling to return home, their entire family could relocate to Shanghai Bay to be closer to her. Who would have imagined that a secretive tycoon would acquire the entire area? Shen Huayan was left to contemplate alternative strategies. Please contact Shen Wan's adoptive father and ascertain his whereabouts. Minutes later, Shen Huayan received a call that rendered his face even gloomier. Old Zhang cautiously inquired, Sir, is everything all right? What? Shen Dazhuang has already returned to Nitugu? His eyesight is gone, and his leg is broken? Shen Huayan found this hard to believe. Just last night, he had seen him enter the house. How could he have returned to Nitugu and become incapacitated in a single night? The voice on the other end explained, Sir, I have verified the information. According to the people in Nitugu, Shen Dazhuang injured himself after getting drunk, and his wife, Zhang Cui, corroborated this. Shen Wan was infuriated, nearly smashing his phone. Indeed, those from the countryside are utterly useless. They can't even manage this trifling matter. Why not let him fall to his demise? Regret washed over Shen Wan. Had he known better, he would not have given Shen Dazhuang that 10,000 yuan. He was certain that Dazhuang had taken the money to sneak out of Shanghai Bay and squander it on indulgences, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Short-sighted country bumpkin. Shen Wan waved his hand. What are you standing there for? Return home. The driver, old Zhang, silently started the car, not daring to glance at the grim expression in the rear-view mirror. After finishing her workout, Shen Wan returned home. Bai Xiaoyan was industriously tidying up the remnants of the previous night's chaos, scrubbing the floor tiles until they gleamed. It's all that drunken fool's fault. We could have enjoyed the specially crafted wellness hot pot from Sister Wanwan. Shen Wan chuckled. How difficult can it be? We still have ingredients. We can simply brew another pot. We'll have hot pot for lunch. No sooner had she spoken than the ghost of Hua Xiaoqing burst through the door, rushing towards her. Wanwan, we're in big trouble. Bai Xiaoyan stared at the semi-transparent Hua Xiaoqing in astonishment. Just like Sister Xia said, there really is a very handsome ghost in the house. Hua Xiaoqing glanced at him. You little brat, go away. Wanwan, come with me quickly. He tugged at Shen Wan, urging her to leave. Shen Wan paused. I understand your urgency, but please calm down. What has happened? My dad. He seems to be gravely ill. Hua Xiaoqing exclaimed anxiously. I've been following my family lately. This morning, my dad woke up and vomited blood. Dark and thick. You mentioned that my dad would face a calamity this year. He must not have consulted the right Yin-Yang master to avert it. Wanwan. Master Shen, you're the most capable. Can you please save my dad? Hua Xiaoqing was on the verge of tears. Shen Wan remained silent for a few seconds before responding. In what capacity should I save your father? What credibility do I have that he would believe me? The example of Su Wei loomed large in her mind. Without hesitation, Hua Xiaoqing proposed, what if I simply appear before them? You'd frighten them to death. Or I could ask my second sister for help. Hua Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. She cares for me deeply. She listens to what she says. I can send a dream to her, asking her to come find you. Shen Wan sighed. Fine. You handle it as you see fit. Hua Xiaoqing wasted no time, entering a dream state as his second sister napped. At 2 in the afternoon, after finishing her meal, Shen Wan was enjoying a nap in the yard when her second sister arrived. Is anyone truly living here? Hua Jinran stepped out of a Porsche, removing her sunglasses and curiously surveying Villa 44. Contrary to the rumors of it being a haunted house, the villa exuded an aura of habitation. So, someone really does reside in this so-called haunted house. Remembering her younger brother's request in the dream, Hua Jinran took a deep breath and approached the doorbell. Chapter 104, Dream Transmission. Who is it? Zhang Xia opened the door, and upon seeing Hua Jinran, who was dressed simply yet tastefully and bore a resemblance to Hua Xiaoqing, she exclaimed, You must be Hua Xiaoqing's second sister. Please come in. Hua Jinran's eyes flickered with surprise. Although she did not know why this woman recognized her, she decided to go with the flow. Zhang Xia led Hua Jinran to where Shen Wan rested under the garden umbrella. You are Master Shen? Hua Jinran looked at the young woman before her, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over her. Could such a young girl truly be a master? She had been so fatigued lately. How could she take a dream seriously? Hua Jinran turned to leave. Second sister, Hua Xiaoqing exclaimed, appearing before her in an instant. To Hua Jinran, it was as if a grotesque visage, half of its face missing and bloodied, had suddenly materialized before her. Her eyes widened in horror, and she collapsed straight to the ground. Shen Wan reacted swiftly, catching Hua Jinran and swiftly pressing on her acupuncture points. Hua Xiaoqing looked utterly bewildered. Am I really that terrifying? Shen Wan replied, You are dead. There exists a chasm between the living and the dead. If you manifest, they may very well see you in the state of your demise. Thankfully, my reflexes are quick enough to seal your sister's spirit. Otherwise, she would have been frightened to the point of losing her soul. Hua Xiaoqing, on the verge of tears, lamented, I had no idea it would be this severe. Is my second sister all right? She will be fine. Let us take her to the living room sofa to recover. Just as Hua Xiaoqing was about to lift his sister, Shen Wan effortlessly picked Hua Jinran up in a princess carry, moving with steadiness. You have quite the strength. My second sister is taller and heavier than you, yet you can carry her with ease. Shen Wan laughed. I don't train every morning for nothing. Hu Jinran regained consciousness after half an hour, exclaiming in terror, "A ghost." She was filled with dread. Shen Wan glanced at Hu Xiaoqing, who shook his head vigorously. Hu Jinran seized Shen Wan's hand. "You saw him too, didn't you? It was my little brother, right? Did he die unjustly?" Shen Wan countered. "Why do you believe your brother's death was unjust?" Hu Jinran fell silent for a moment before forcing a smile. "I apologize. Perhaps I've been under too much pressure lately and am hallucinating. I must take my leave. Family troubles should not be aired publicly." She could not divulge matters concerning the Hu family to a stranger. Shen Wan calmly remarked, "Your father is ill, isn't he?" Hu Jinran turned to her in disbelief. "How do you know my father is ill?" Shen Wan continued to look at Hu Xiaoqing. And when she saw him shaking his head vigorously, she had no choice but to say, "Your brother sent me a dream. He said he saw your father vomiting blood and gravely ill, and he wanted me to help." Hu Jinran was even more astonished. "I had the same dream as you. Is it truly Xiaoqing? Is his spirit still restless?" Hu Xiaoqing nodded vigorously. "Master Shen, can you really save my father? Please explain how this came to be." Hu Jinran took a deep breath before slowly revealing, "Ever since Xiaoqing's untimely death, my father's health has declined drastically. Not long ago, I discovered he was secretly vomiting blood and had lost considerable weight. I worry greatly for his health, and when I sought medical help for him, he scolded me instead." She forced a smile. "My father insists he is fine and tells me not to make a fuss. Initially, I had enlisted someone to locate Elder Yi for me. However, regrettably, he is preoccupied with a significant academic conference and cannot arrive promptly. Nevertheless, he did mention an individual to me. What was the name?" "Shen Wan?" Zhang Xia chuckled. "Sister Hua, my esteemed Wan is indeed the Shen Wan you seek." Hu Jinran gazed at Shen Wan in astonishment. "Are you truly Shen Wan, the one elder you spoke of?" Shen Wan smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that is I. It appears that my younger brother's spirit has manifested, sensing our father's illness. Thus, he entrusted me with a dream, guiding me to you." Hu Jinran felt a tumult of sadness and excitement. "Master Shen, please save my father, no matter the cost. To ascertain his ailment, you must first take me to see him," Shen Wan replied, momentarily shifting the conversation back. "Miss Hu, you mentioned your brother's wrongful death? What leads you to believe that?" Hu Jinran's expression turned somewhat grim. "This is a private matter of the Hu family. I regret that I cannot disclose much. It pertains to a posthumous marriage with a living person, does it not?" Shen Wan remarked, piercing through the veil of secrecy. Hu Jinran was taken aback. "How do you know?" Shen Wan glanced at Zhang Xia, who raised her hand with a grin. "Because I am the girl who is to marry your brother posthumously." Hu Jinran's countenance shifted to a peculiar expression. "You are the girl engaged in a posthumous marriage with my brother?" Hu Jinran's emotions were complex. Yet she felt a quiet relief. "I feared you had been buried alive. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Since Master Shen is already aware, I shall no longer conceal the truth. After my brother's untimely demise, my father consulted a geomancer. The geomancer claimed that my brother, having passed alone, harbored great resentment and must find a girl whose fate aligns with his to perform a posthumous marriage. Only then could he be laid to rest peacefully. Otherwise, calamity would befall the Hu family. I suspect there is something amiss regarding Xiaoqing's death. Otherwise, how could his resentment be so profound merely due to his single status? Yet, considering that Xiaoqing was perpetually single, perhaps his resentment was indeed considerable." Nearby, Hu Xiaoqing, overhearing his sister's lamentation, flushed with embarrassment. "Sister, you truly are my flesh and blood." Shen Wan pondered. "Your father's illness commenced following your brother's passing, did it not?" Hu Jinran nodded. "Indeed. What concerns me is that my father, despite knowing he is unwell, refuses to seek medical attention. Coughing blood is no trivial matter, and he has lost considerable weight. I heard Elder Yi mention that Master Shen possesses a remarkable skill akin to the 9 needles that could potentially save my father. Illness comes in many forms. One must examine the patient to determine the nature of the ailment." Shen Wan rose to fetch her tools. Hu Jinran pleaded, "Regardless of the cost, I shall pay anything as long as you can heal my father." "There is no need for payment," Shen Wan replied with a smile. "Your brother has already compensated in advance. There is no need for further remuneration." She had promised Hu Xiaoqing to uncover the truth behind his death and had received payment long ago. Any excess shall be regarded as assistance to him. Hu Jinran watched as she organized her belongings, then was taken aback as Shen Wan mounted a small 3-wheeled vehicle. "Master Shen, you intend to leave on this?" Shen Wan nodded. "Is there an issue? I do not mean to belittle you, but my father resides quite far from Shanghai Bay. If you ride that, you will not arrive until nightfall. Shen Wan responded, that is indeed a valid point. In the end, Shen Wan opted to ride in Hu Jinran's Porsche to the Hor residence. True to its reputation as one of the 4 illustrious families of the capital, the Hor family's wealth was formidable. Their home was situated in the most affluent district of Jiangcheng, a stunning traditional Chinese garden. The grand red gate exuded an air of solemnity and authority. Upon entering, a broad marble pathway stretched ahead, flanked by rare flora. Further in, one could find a winding corridor. At the heart of the courtyard lay a pristine pond, adorned with blooming lotus flowers and gracefully swimming koi. Pavilions and towers stood tall, exuding ancient charm. Shen Wan could not help but exclaim, the feng shui here is truly exceptional. Hu Jinran chuckled. My father specifically sought a feng shui master for this arrangement, but my knowledge is scant. I cannot discern what is good or bad. Shen Wan observed. From the overall layout, your home faces south, harmonizing with the natural energies. The entrance is spacious and open, allowing for unimpeded airflow. As the saying goes, Qi rides the wind and disperses, it halts at water's edge. The pond gathers energy, and water symbolizes wealth, signifying an abundance of fortune and a perpetual cycle of prosperity. The entire garden lies backed by mountains and facing water, with a broad, open front and a sturdy rear. This is a natural treasure of feng shui. However, Shen Wan's tone shifted, yet there are slight imperfections. Hu Jinran inquired curiously, what imperfections? The artificial waterfall in the northwest corner has an excessively forceful flow, which may disrupt the energy field here and cause the inhabitants to feel unsettled. Additionally, the trees planted behind the villa are overly dense, potentially leading to an excess of yin energy. Hu Jinran acknowledged this. I have always felt the back trees to be rather eerie. I intended to ask the landscaper to remove them, but my father forbade it, claiming it was a layout personally devised by the feng shui master, beneficial for the family's fortunes. So, I did not pursue the matter further. My father also mentioned that too much of a good thing can be detrimental, advising not to pursue perfection excessively, lest it leads to adverse outcomes. Shen Wan smiled. Your father speaks wisely. However, Shen Wan detected an incongruity. This indeed was a feng shui treasure. Given that a master was consulted for the layout, it could have been executed with greater finesse. Why were these 2 flaws left unaddressed? Shen Wan refrained from elaborating further and followed Hu Jinran into the parlor. Upon entering, the overwhelming scent of blood immediately furrowed her brow. Hu Jinran noticed her discomfort and asked, Master Shen, is something wrong? Noting her lack of reaction, Shen Wan realized she was oblivious to the scent. Nothing, it seems your father is not at home. Hu Xiaoqing had returned home first, having wandered about, and shrugged at Shen Wan, indicating that his father was absent. Hu Jinran checked her watch, stating, my father should be returning from the office around this time. Master Shen, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. First, let us visit your father's room, Shen Wan insisted. The smell of blood is quite strong. There must be something amiss in the house. Hu Jinran replied apologetically. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot take anyone into my father's room without his permission. Hu Xiaoqing chimed in. Our family values strict decorum. If my father discovers that my sister brought you into his room, she would undoubtedly be punished. Shen Wan responded. Then may I not enter the room, but merely wander about? Hu Jinran appeared even more embarrassed. That might still be problematic. Hu Xiaoqing added, my father believes that one must adhere to proper conduct. Without rules, there can be no order. Even within one's own home, one must maintain a semblance of decorum. Shen Wan, I am well aware of the Hor family's traditions and their strictness. I simply did not expect such constraints even in their own abode. I understand. Then I shall enjoy tea for now. Shen Wan composed herself and sat down to sip tea. Hu Jinran poured her a cup. They enjoyed their tea for about 10 minutes when Hu Yuanshan returned. A heavy wave of blood scent enveloped them. Upon seeing the gaunt Hu Yuanshan, Shen Wan's brow furrowed immediately. Noticing an outsider in the house, Hu Yuanshan's expression hardened as he questioned Hu Jinran. Who is she? Hu Jinran, intimidated by her father's demeanor, hesitantly replied, she is my friend. Do not bring outsiders home unless necessary. Let her leave promptly. Hu Yuanshan did not spare Shen Wan a glance and ascended the stairs. Hu Jinran lamented, what should we do? My father is not in the mood for guests. Shen Wan paused for a moment, glancing towards Hu Xiaoqing, who was pleading with his hands clasped together in the corner. Your father is not merely ill. There is something malevolent afflicting him, Shen Wan stated bluntly. Upon hearing malevolent, Hu Jinran's expression shifted dramatically. What malevolent force? A ghost? Is it a ghost? Shen Wan turned to Hu Xiaoqing. Are you certain you wish to save your father? Hu Xiaoqing nodded resolutely. Of course. He is my father. Hu Jinran, mistaking the inquiry for herself, eagerly affirmed, absolutely. Shen Wan proceeded directly upstairs. Hu Jinran's face paled. Master Shen, you cannot go up directly. My father will be furious. It was too late. With a swift rush, Shen Wan ascended the stairs, following the trail of blood to Hou Yuanshan's chamber, and forcefully kicked the door open. Hou Yuanshan was in agony, hunched over beside the bed. Upon seeing her at the threshold, his expression darkened. Who permitted you to enter? Get out. The siblings, Hou Jinran and Hou Xiaoqing, hurriedly pursued her. Hou Yuanshan's eyes widened in fury as he barked, Hou Jinran, take your friend and leave. At his words, a torrent of dark blood surged from his throat, splattering onto the carpet. This shocking spectacle left the siblings aghast. Hou Jinran, disregarding decorum, rushed in to support him. Dad, how have you fallen so ill? Please, stop pretending. This is Master Shen, a Taoist healer I invited. She can help you. Out. Get out. Hou Yuanshan roared, his forehead veins bulging as he exerted all his strength to push his daughter away. Hou Jinran, witnessing her father writhing on the floor, drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably, was on the brink of tears. Dad, what is wrong with you? Before she could finish her sentence, Hou Yuanshan's skin began to take on a grotesque purplish hue. Beneath that discolored surface, long, worm-like creatures writhed, crawling over his entire body, even his face, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Ah! Hou Jinran screamed in terror. Hou Xiaoqing was equally dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Hou Yuanshan, unwilling for them to witness his disgrace, shouted furiously, get out. At his outburst, the writhing entities seemed to quicken their movement. The purplish skin soon developed into dark patches, each swelling with pus, and upon closer inspection, more worm-like creatures could be seen squirming beneath the surface. Hou Jinran, filled with dread, cried out, Master Shen, what are those things in my father's body? Parasites? Shen Wan pinched her nose. It's goo. Chapter 106, The Cycle of Life and Death. Hou Jinran's face twisted in horror. Goo? What is that? She gazed at her father on the floor, who resembled a shell devoid of life, sweat cascading down in torrents, his body shaking uncontrollably. Beneath his skin, countless worms twisted and squirmed, their collective movement causing his skin to bulge alarmingly. Seeing her father in such unbearable pain, Hou Xiaoqing urged, Wan, please save my father. Slowly, Shen Wan retrieved a silver needle from her bag and pierced it into Hou Yuanshan's forehead. In an instant, the writhing creatures vanished from his body, and his deep purple skin began to revert to its normal hue. Hou Jinran sighed in relief and bent down to support him. Dad, thank goodness you're okay. But before she could finish her sentence, Hou Yuanshan slapped her hard. Stunned, Hou Jinran stared at him in disbelief. Who allowed you to meddle? He barked. Hou Jinran, do you no longer see me as your father? His fury was palpable. Hou Xiaoqing was equally bewildered. Why did Dad hit my sister? And who are you? Is the Hou family a place where anyone can just waltz in? Hou Yuanshan redirected his ire toward Shen Wan. Suppressing her tears, Hou Jinran implored, Dad, I invited Master Shen to help because I was worried about your strange illness. Get out. I don't need anyone meddling in my affairs. Hou Yuanshan showed no mercy in his rebuke. Shen Wan, unyielding, coldly interjected, Miss, do you know why your father forbids you from intervening? It is because he willingly embraced this goo. Hou Jinran was taken aback. Willingly? Hou Yuanshan shot a furious glare at Shen Wan. I told you to leave. Are you deaf? Hou Jinran, take her and go. Shen Wan glanced at the worried Hou Xiaoqing in the corner and chose to reveal the truth. This goo is a curse that requires a price for the exchange. The cycle of life and death. As those words escaped her lips, Hou Yuanshan erupted in rage. Shut up. Get out. Hou Jinran remained frozen, unable to process the implications. What cycle of life and death? Is it some kind of talisman? Hou Xiaoqing was slow to grasp the gravity of the situation. Shen Wan pressed her forehead. To put it simply, your father has exchanged his life for that of his biological child. Hou Xiaoqing's immediate reaction was disbelief. Impossible. No matter how cold and harsh my father is toward me, he would never sacrifice my life for his. Shen Wan turned to the ashen-faced Hou Yuanshan, exposing the bitter truth. While your children care for your well-being, you secretly plot their demise. Do you still deserve to be called a father? Ho Yuanshan, instead of fuming, chuckled darkly. Without me, how could he exist? I am the one who gave them life. Should they not repay me? Ho Jin Ran's complexion drained of color.
They?
Aside from my younger brother, could it be that our elder brother, who drowned in a drunken accident years ago, was also part of this? She was horrified and dared not elaborate further. Ho Yuanshan coldly replied, Jin Ran, you should not have brought this outsider into our family matters. Ho Jin Ran, shaken to her core, collapsed to the ground, trembling from sheer shock. Ho Xiaoqing's reaction was no less severe, standing in the corner, his face a mask of disbelief. He never imagined that the father he revered would resort to such dark sorcery to harm him. Master Shen, Ho Xiaoqing pleaded in anguish, I wish to confront him. Shen Wan nodded and crouched down to whisper something in Ho Jin Ran's ear to prepare her. Upon hearing that her brother's spirit was present, Ho Jin Ran's eyes widened in terror. In the corner, the bloodied visage of the ghost that had terrified her materialized.
Dad.
Ho Xiaoqing instantly manifested before Ho Yuanshan. The latter merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly anticipating this encounter. Why haven't you moved on? Hearing his father's calm inquiry, Ho Xiaoqing's composure shattered, contorting his face into a mask of rage. You killed me?
Why?
I am your son. Even a tiger doesn't eat its young. Why would you kill me? His anguished roar echoed with fury and despair. Ho Yuanshan's expression darkened, his eyes widening in surprise. Ho Jin Ran, trembling, rose to her feet. Brother. Ho Xiaoqing turned to her, his face marred with blood and tears.
Sister.
He cried pitifully, resembling a forsaken puppy. In that moment, Ho Jin Ran felt no fear towards her younger brother. Instead, her heart ached for him. She reached out to embrace him, but her hands passed through his tattered spirit. Brother. Ho Jin Ran broke down in tears, desperately questioning Ho Yuanshan. Dad. Why did you kill our elder brother and younger brother? Ho Yuanshan coldly replied, What wrong have I committed? I toiled tirelessly. Why should I die early?
Yes.
I used dark arts to seize the lives of your elder brother and Xiaoqing. But so what? I raised them for over a decade, provided for them abundantly, allowing them to grow up without a care. They lived long enough. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, his voice tinged with madness and obstinacy. I refuse to be defeated by fate. I refuse to resign to an early death. Shen Wan replied coldly. Do you comprehend the consequences of the cycle of life and death? Ho Yuanshan, with his eyes wide in a cold, mirthless laugh, declared, Of course I know. It's merely a minor side effect. As long as I can live, I can endure it. Ho Jin Ran shook her head in tears.
Dad.
When did you become like this? You've lost your mind. Those were 2 living lives, your own flesh and blood. Shen Wan interjected. Your father has likely known since his youth that his days were numbered, which is why he sought out life-extending sorcery. Ho Xiaoqing's birth was predestined from the start to serve as a means to extend his life. Ho Yuanshan sneered. Indeed, that is correct. In my youth, I learned from a master of the arcane that my fate was one of brevity. The members of the Hor family have never succumbed to the whims of destiny. I traversed the nation for several years in search of a means to prolong my life. My eldest son, unfortunately, was not blessed with a fortunate fate and merely granted me an additional decade. But you, Xiaoqing, are different. You can bestow upon me an additional 30 years. As he spoke, Hu Yuanshan's countenance was marked by a frenzied joy. My son, do not blame your father. Without me, you would never have had the chance to be born. Should you not express gratitude for my existence? Moreover, the prolongation of a father's life was a promise you willingly made. It is too late for you to have second thoughts. I have even arranged for a girl whose destiny aligns with yours to accompany you in your burial. You should depart with a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 107. The Family's Malfeasance. Hua Xiaoqing gazed upon his father's visage, feeling an unprecedented sense of estrangement and dread. The familiar figure before him now seemed utterly unrecognizable, instilling a terror that chilled him to the bone. I did so willingly. Hua Xiaoqing could hardly believe it. Had I known of your murderous intent, I would never have remained in Jiangcheng, nor in Huagua. I would have fled, disappearing far and wide, never to be found, never to return. Hu Yuanshan replied coldly. I do not comprehend why you have chosen to forget your willingness, but that is the reality. Xiaoqing, as father and son, I have been more than benevolent towards you. Throughout your life, I have provided you with a life of privilege and have never demanded your excellence. Even if you wish to enter the circle and pursue that disgraceful modeling career, I permitted it. I have granted you the life you desired. You agreed to prolong my existence, so cease your entanglements with the living. Go to the place where you belong. Hui Shaoqing screamed in despair. I once thought your demeanor was merely strict. Now I see you possess no heart for me at all. I am not your son. I am merely your tool for extending life. Witnessing her brother's breakdown, Hu Jinran felt a pang of sorrow. Father Hu Yuanshan, you are unworthy of the title of father. I despise you. Hu Shaoqing emitted a piercing cry, filled with despair and anguish, before vanishing from their sight. Hu Jinran panicked, brother. Shaoqing, Master Shen. Where has my brother gone? Shen Wan offered her a calming glance, then turned her icy gaze towards Hu Yuanshan. The prolongation of life, a heavy price to pay, entails living with the agony of having slain one's own son. Yet, having committed such acts, you surely feel no remorse. But remember, the heavens are watching. Hu Yuanshan, you cannot bear the cost of patricide. Hu Yuanshan retorted angrily. Even if the price is steep, what business is it of yours? The affairs of the Hu family are not for an outsider to meddle in. I warn you, should this matter find its way outside, you will face dire consequences. Hu Jinran's eyes were filled with disappointment. Father, how have you changed so? And you, Hu Jinran, you dare bring outsiders into our home? Immediately, go to the ancestral hall and kneel in penance. Hu Yuanshan ordered. Shen Wan grasped Hu Jinran's hand, leading her away. Do not concern yourself with him. He is ensnared by the obsession with immortality. Come with me. This place is no longer safe. Hu Jinran allowed herself to be led away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shen Wan drove her Porsche back to Shanhai Bay, where Hu Shaoqing sat alone in the garden. Brother. Hu Jinran rushed forward, her eyes red and filled with remorse. I am truly sorry. Hu Shaoqing's eyes were also swollen from weeping. He looked at her in bewilderment. Second sister, why do you apologize to me? Hu Jinran, tormented by her conscience, finally revealed the truth. In truth, I should have known about your untimely demise long ago. Hu Shaoqing was taken aback. What? Second sister, did you know from the very beginning that he was using dark arts to prolong his life? Hu Jinran shook her head. Not quite. On the day before your death, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between father and a Yinyang master, mentioning your birth details and the timing of your burial, discussing its reliability. The last call I received before your passing was from you, trying to warn me of something. Yes, I noticed father leaving and, fearing for your safety, advised you not to go out. However, you hastily ended the call. By the time I learned of your fate, it was too late. You had already fallen to your death. Hu Jinran covered her face in tears. If only I could have warned you sooner. Brother, I am so sorry. Hu Shaoqing paused for a long moment before forcing a smile to comfort her. Second sister, you did nothing wrong. Besides, who could have predicted that he would seek to harm his own son? Suddenly, Hu Shaoqing had a thought and turned to Shen Wan. Master Shen, did you suspect anything amiss from the very beginning? Shen Wan replied, I only discerned that your demise was intertwined with your closest kin. As for the prolongation of life, I only learned of it upon meeting your father. By the way, you mentioned that the souls of the deceased lingered around your father. Did your elder brother not pass away long ago? Hu Shaoqing confirmed, yes, my biological elder brother died during my childhood. The elder brother I refer to is my uncle's son, and I have grown accustomed to calling him elder brother. Then he is your cousin, Shen Wan remarked gravely. Hu Jinran sensed something was amiss. Master Shen, does this mean my cousin is also in danger? Shen Wan spoke a chilling sentence that caused the siblings to shudder, their bodies prickling with fear. She said, perhaps it is not just your father who employs dark arts to prolong life, but the entirety of the Hu family. Shen Wan recalled the Hu family members she encountered in her past life. Every elder of the Hu family displayed an extraordinary longevity. Hu Yuanshan's act of patricide was not an isolated incident. It appeared the entire Hu clan was engaged in such practices. Thus, the Hu family was not merely governed by strict traditions, but rather feared the revelation of their dark secrets. Hu Jinran gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Hu Shaoqing turned pale, murmuring, how could an entire family commit such evils? Shen Wan continued, the lineage of Hu Yuanshan is but one branch of the Hu family. Miss Hu, you must have visited the Hu family's main house in the capital? Hu Jinran nodded. Have you met the esteemed elders of the Hu family? Upon hearing this, Hu Jinran realized the truth. The main family indeed possessed several venerable ancestors, rumored to have lifespans exceeding 120 years, with the eldest reaching 140. No wonder Hu family males were so scarce. It was all too clear. She could not bear to ponder further. Shen Wan succinctly added, "It is not only the males who suffer. The females are also at risk." What? Hu Jinran trembled in fear. Am I at risk of having my lifespan siphoned away as well? No, the role of women in the Hu family is primarily to bear children. If a son is born, the outcome is easily foreseeable. Hu Jinran's face drained of color, and she was left speechless. What should I do? I do not want my beloved child, whom I carried for 10 months, to be taken for the sake of prolonging their lives. Master Shen, if I perish, so be it. Is there any way to free my sister from this suffering? Shen Wan remained silent for a moment. Either cut off the source, eliminating them all. Upon hearing this, Hu Jinran hastily waved her hands, me alone, against the entire Hu family? Impossible, I cannot do it. Then your only option is to leave this place of turmoil, to conceal your identity and seek refuge in a location untouched by the influence of the Hu family. Shen Wan stated flatly. She provided a solution, but the path forward was Hu Jinran's choice alone. Chapter 108. The wrongs have their respective culprits. Hu Jinran's expression shifted repeatedly before she resolved, I shall depart. Second sister. Hu Shaoqing's eyes brimmed with concern, fearing that this sister, who had always cared for him, would struggle after leaving the Hu family. He promptly divulged the password to his villa's safe, urging her to take all the money and flee. Master Shen, may I accompany my sister? I wish to protect her, and once she is settled, I will return. Shen Wan replied, that is permissible. I will provide Miss Hua with a talisman to carry with her, ensuring she remains unharmed by your malevolent aura. Hu Shaoqing hesitated for a moment before voicing his thoughts. Last time, you mentioned you had a way to help me recall my memories before death? You already know who the true culprit is. Do you still wish to remember the agony of my final moments? Shen Wan advised. Once you employ this method, the pain will be unbearable. Hu Shaoqing replied resolutely. I want to understand why he claimed I consented to it. How could I have willingly agreed? He is my biological father. Unlike him, I cannot exact revenge with such cruelty, yet I yearn to uncover the truth. Shen Wan consented. Retrieving a yellow talisman and red cinnabar, she inscribed a mysterious incantation, murmuring incantations as she did so. The yellow talisman ignited spontaneously. Shen Wan circled around Hu Shaoqing with the talisman in hand. As the paper disintegrated, she blew the ashes directly into his eyes. Hu Shaoqing shut his eyes tightly, and an excruciating pain surged through his limbs and body as if he were being crushed repeatedly by a heavy truck. Simultaneously, memories of his final moments flooded his mind. I remember now. That day, after finishing a magazine shoot, I returned to the hotel, intending to pack my belongings to go home when I received a call from my second sister. She advised me to stay home and not wander around. Just then, I heard the doorbell ring, so I hung up and went to answer it. It was him, Hu Yuanshan. I never expected him to come looking for me. He was dressed in climbing attire and wore a baseball cap, saying that we, father and son, had never gone mountain climbing together. And he invited me for a night run. Since childhood, I had worked tirelessly to become exceptional, all in hopes of earning his approval. When he proposed we go for a night run together, I was overjoyed, hastily changing into sportswear to accompany him. The night's mountains were as dark as ever, and the surroundings were quieter than usual. Yet, I disregarded everything, engulfed in the sudden warmth of paternal affection, feeling both anxious and elated along the way. As he rarely showed concern for me, even inquiring about my work and whether I was tired, I was like a child who had just received candy, exuberantly sharing stories about my work and life with him. Shen Wan and Hu Jinran observed as he recounted his final experiences, his face illuminated with joy, a smile gracing his lips. I called him Dad, and he rarely responded with such gentle warmth. I said, Dad, we haven't taken a photo together in ages. Once we reach the summit, may I take a picture with you? I want to change my phone wallpaper. Yet, as Hu Shaoqing continued, his expression began to shift. He trembled violently, despair and agony crashing over his spirit like relentless waves. Finally, we reached the summit. Atop the mountain, we were not alone. My elder brother and a hat-wearing Inyang master awaited us, as if they had been anticipating our arrival. Hu Shaoqing's trembling intensified. Shen Wan pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and he found slight relief. Continuing to speak in pain, they forced me to the edge of the cliff. The wind is so strong, Dad. What are you planning to do? I don't want to die, Dad. Why? In his life, he had been filled with hope. Yet at the moment when his father and others conspired to push him off the cliff, his heart had perished. His father claimed he faced a life-threatening ordeal and that a life must be exchanged for a life. He asked if I was willing. Hua Xiaoqing wept profusely, his tears a manifestation of sorrow and despair. He could not comprehend his father's actions, only knowing that, in this moment, his faith in life shattered utterly. His father had said he had given me life, and if I did not exchange my life for his, he would never acknowledge my existence. I would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame as an illegitimate child. Hua Xiaoqing's heart, like his spirit, felt as if pierced by 1,000 swords, shattering into countless irreparable fragments. Master Shen, second sister, he murmured, gradually opening his eyes, which were bloodshot and filled with unbearable anguish. I witnessed it. It was my father, the Enyang master, and my elder brother who conspired to push me off the cliff. In that moment, they completed the sacrificial process of exchanging a son's life for a father's. I saw the housekeeper come afterward, cleaning up the aftermath, erasing all traces of their presence, framing it as my unfortunate accident while climbing. Shen Wan sighed. This is the true reason for your lingering resentment. You were betrayed by those you trusted most. He could not accept this truth even in death, hence he had forgotten the memories of his final moments. Hua Xiaoqing clenched his fists, shaking with rage. A sudden gust of chilling wind surged through the garden, permeated with a sinister aura. Eerie black mist began to emanate from Hua Xiaoqing's spirit, enveloping him entirely. Hua Jinran was taken aback. Brother, what is happening? It's the resentment, Shen Wan said calmly. If you seek vengeance, I can procure the Black Order flag for you, allowing you to confront them and exact a bloody toll. The resentment surrounding Hua Xiaoqing intensified. I refuse to accept this. I truly refuse. Brother, Hua Jinran exclaimed in fear. Hua Xiaoqing slowly turned to face her, his visage morphing back to the horrific state of his death, his body fragmented, his head grotesquely split open. Hua Jinran initially aimed to counsel him. Yet upon witnessing his tragic state, her words of comfort became lodged in her throat. Ultimately, she forced a smile and stepped forward, gently stroking his disfigured head as she had in their childhood. Brother, go do what you wish to do. Your existence is the result of your father's selfishness. The fault has never been yours, but his. In her eyes, her brother was not a vengeful specter, but rather a child who had long suffered injustice. Due to his status as an illegitimate child, he had always lived in the shadows. She had witnessed his relentless struggle for their father's approval. She had never looked down upon him for his lineage, because she understood the fault lay not with him. If he could choose his birth, he would likely not wish to be his father's child, especially not now, having been killed by him. Second sister, you truly want to blame me? Hua Xiaoqing asked, somewhat dazed. Hua Jinran shook her head with a smile. No, debts have their rightful owners. Those who err must pay the price. This is what father taught me. Chapter 109. The Call for Retribution. A new layer of hatred darkened Hua Xiaoqing's already twisted and horrific visage. Indeed, he had once been told that actions have consequences. In his childhood, he had yearned for his father's presence, sneaking into the company to seek him out, only to be met with a brutal beating in return. Hua Yuanshan chastised him for his disobedience, claiming that misdeeds must bear consequences. That beating had instilled in him a fear of ever claiming to be Hua Yuanshan's son in front of others again. A glint of determination flashed in Hua Xiaoqing's eyes. Master Shen, I want the Black Order flag. Shen Wan nodded, producing the incense she had prepared in advance, igniting it while reciting incantations to summon the spirits. As a wisp of smoke began to ascend, it did not dissipate, but instead coiled around her form. After explaining the situation, the azure smoke gradually coalesced, revealing a pitch-black flag within the mist. Once the Black Order flag emerged, vengeful spirits would awaken, and even deities would be compelled to yield. Shen Wan handed the Black Order flag to Hua Xiaoqing. This is your license for vengeance, issued by the underworld. With this in hand, even if your father has formidable Enyang masters by his side, they cannot thwart your quest for retribution. Anyone who obstructs you will violate the natural order and face dire consequences. Hua Xiaoqing held the Black Order flag and bowed solemnly to Shen Wan. Thank you, Master Shen. Subsequently, Hua Xiaoqing departed with his sister from Haishan Bay. Hua Jinran resolved to escape the control of the Hua family, packing her belongings that very night to flee Jiangcheng. Upon learning of his daughter's disappearance, Hua Yuanshan immediately suspected Shen Wan's involvement and stormed to her door demanding answers. Where have you hidden my daughter? The emaciated Hua Yuanshan exuded an air of deathly coldness, his piercing gaze fixed upon her like a desiccated mantis. Shen Wan responded with indifference. Your daughter is an adult. She possesses her own discernment, and she is free to go wherever she pleases. Hui Yuanshan's expression turned sinister. Shen Wan, granddaughter of the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, Shen Wan. You encourage my daughter to run away from home, just because you are unloved yourself? He had thoroughly investigated Shen Wan's identity. Initially, he had presumed she was a formidable character, capable of uncovering secrets such as the transfer of life through one's progeny. However, it turned out she was merely a rustic girl from the countryside, possessing only a basic understanding of acupuncture. You, a person from the lowest echelons of society, have no right to utter a word to me. I shall ask you just once. Where's my daughter gone? Shen Wan remained composed, responding, what of being a lowly individual? Without such people, from where would you derive your sustenance and shelter? I disdain conversing with the likes of you. A wretch who has committed filicide. Leave at once. Hui Yuanshan was infuriated, having never endured such treatment. Upon returning home from Shanghai Bay, he immediately summoned a practitioner of yin and yang, hoping to employ some dark sorcery to bring Shen Wan to ruin. Yet, the moment the practitioner laid eyes on him, his expression shifted dramatically. Sensing something amiss, Hui Yuanshan anxiously inquired, Luo Banzian, why do you look at me like that? What is the matter? Luo Banzian, his brow furrowed, gestured and calculated, his countenance growing increasingly grim. It is fate, it is destiny. A wave of unease washed over Hui Yuanshan. Luo Banzian, stop withholding information. Mr. Hua. Luo Banzian replied, I believe our collaboration ends here. Hui Yuanshan's expression changed drastically as he hastily grasped the edge of Luo Banzian's sleeve. What do you mean it ends here? You have been working for my family for years. How can you simply walk away? Luo Banzian's demeanor was more serious than his own, his lips poised to speak yet hesitating. I wish to teach that insufferable girl Shen Wan a painful lesson. Furthermore, my daughter has run away. You must assist me in locating her, calculate where she may be hiding. I have already arranged a suitor for her. Luo Banzian interrupted, Mr. Huo, your primary concern should not be your daughter, but rather yourself. Myself? What is wrong with me? Hui Yuanshan remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Luo Banzian replied, you have drawn the attention of the Black Order flag. What is the Black Order flag? In simple terms, it signifies that your son is coming to collect your life. He has obtained the Black Order flag, and no one can impede his demand for your life. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuanshan chuckled. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. I know Xiaoqing. At most, he is merely disappointed in me. How could he dare to take my life as his father? Luo Banzian shook his head. You are already surrounded by deathly energy. Your time is limited. Hui Yuanshan's expression faltered. Is that true?
You jest not.
How could I jest about matters of life and death? Luo Banzian sighed. Your son must have powerful allies. Otherwise, how could he so easily obtain the Black Order flag? Hui Yuanshan thought of Shen Wan and dismissed the notion. It cannot possibly be her. She is just a country bumpkin. Banzian, please save me. Tear the Black Order flag apart if you must. I have just revived my life.
I do not wish to die.
Luo Banzian looked at him, as if observing a simpleton. Do you even comprehend what the Black Order flag signifies? I care not what it is. I have wealth. How much do you desire, as long as you can destroy that flag? The Black Order flag is a death warrant issued by the supreme ruler of the underworld, the Eastern Emperor. It is a decree of vengeance. Even the gods cannot obstruct such retribution. Luo Banzian stated sternly, I would not dare to provoke the highest authority of the underworld with my life. After decades of cultivation, I lack the ability to summon such a powerful deity. Mr. Hua, I kindly advise you to cease your struggles and accept your fate. After all these years of prolonging your life, with the emergence of the Black Order flag, even I may face dire consequences. I must find a place to hide. With that, Luo Banzian hastily departed. Hui Yuanshan was left in a state of shock, immediately contacting his family to inform them that Hui Xiaoqing had acquired the black flag and was coming to collect his life. His family reassured him not to panic, promising to engage special individuals to manage the situation. Only then did Hui Yuanshan exhale in relief. Damn that ungrateful boy. If death is his aim, does he dare to kill his own father? Meanwhile, Shen Wan had purchased a plethora of medicinal herbs, which she meticulously refined into various types of pills, then retreated to her room, declaring her intent to enter seclusion. Since her reincarnation, she had not properly nourished her body. Now it was imperative to restore her health, replenish her blood and energy, and gather her strength. Shen Wan remained in seclusion for a full month. Upon her emergence, Bai Xiaoyan rushed up the stairs to congratulate her. When he beheld Shen Wan, who appeared transformed, he was struck dumb, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a moment, he managed to utter, "Who are you?" Shen Wan smiled. "You truly cannot recognize me? It appears the results are quite impressive." Bai Xiaoyan stared at her wide-eyed. "You are Wan Jie? My heavens! Wan Jie, after a month away. Have you secretly undergone plastic surgery, or perhaps had bone lengthening?" Chapter 110 Nightmares. Bai Xiaoyan gazed at her in awe. Wan Jie had changed dramatically. A month ago, when he first met her, she was a frail figure barely reaching 5 feet tall, with a pale and gaunt complexion. Now, she stood a statuesque 5'6", embodying the essence of a goddess, her physique exquisite. Her features were delicately crafted, her face no longer sunken, brimming with youthful vitality, resembling fine porcelain, flawless and radiant. As Shen Wan gracefully descended the stairs, her long, cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall, enhancing her beauty and elegance. "Close your mouth during my month of seclusion. Has anyone sought me out?" Bai Xiaoyan sheepishly grinned. "According to your instructions, I recorded all visitors. Whenever they inquired, I informed them you were in seclusion and unavailable." He had even made a meticulous record of all visitors. Shen Wan glanced over the list. There was Uncle Li from next door, Liu Beichen, and Shen Muran. Uncle Li had been the most frequent visitor, nearly every 3 days, followed closely by Liu Beichen. Shen Muran had only visited once, attempting to recruit Bai Xiaoyan but leaving disappointed, even damaging a potted plant in his departure. Bai Xiaoyan noted that he had demanded compensation from Shen Muran. Otherwise, he would have blacklisted him from the research institute system. Shen Muran, gritting his teeth in frustration, had begrudgingly paid 2,000 yuan. "By the way, Wan Jie, Sister Xia has moved to Longqing 10 days ago and found a place to stay. She mentioned she would live well from now on, urging you not to worry." Shen Wan opened her phone, which she had not checked for a month, and sighed. "Not worry? She just sent me a message last night." In her text, Zhang Xia expressed that her new residence seemed to have some issues and asked Shen Wan to check it out after her seclusion. Shen Wan replied affirmatively. "I will head there tomorrow morning." Bai Xiaoyan speculated, "Sister Xia hasn't he rented a haunted house, has she?" As Shen Wan dialed Liu Beichen's number, she began gathering her belongings in preparation to leave. Liu Beichen's visit bore no significant urgency. He merely wished to invite her to participate in some charitable events. Shen Wan politely informed him that she had little interest in such activities. After all, if she were to donate, she preferred to do so discreetly rather than ostentatiously publicizing her contributions. After hanging up, Shen Wan approached the door next door and rang the bell. Remarkably, the person who answered was not Uncle Li, but Li Hanting. Li Hanting appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, but soon regained his composure. Realizing Uncle Li had temporarily returned to care for his grandfather, Shen Wan inquired, "Was Uncle Li frequently seeking me for something?" Li Hanting would not confess that he was concerned for her well-being and had been sending various items through Uncle Li. "Not much. Uncle Li brought back some local specialties from his hometown, and he wanted to share some with you." Shen Wan smiled warmly. "Please thank Uncle Li for me. I shall enjoy them upon my return." Li Hanting curiously asked, "Are you going away?" Over the past month, he had noticed the lights in her main bedroom were always on at night, confirming her presence at home. Yet, despite this, no one had seen her, as Bai Xiaoyan's loud rejections were unmistakable. Now, as she prepared to leave, she radiated a newfound aura, more graceful and beautiful than ever. Considering her medical skills, Li Hanting speculated she had likely utilized this time to enhance her own condition. It seems her medical skills are indeed remarkable. Such a profound transformation has occurred in merely a month, seemingly surpassing what my grandfather has described. Shen Wan nodded. "I need to make a trip to Longqing." Li Hanting's eyes brightened at this. "Coincidentally, I am also heading to Longqing for a project inspection. Shall we go together?"
No, Shen Wan replied decisively.
Li Hanting furrowed his brow, clearly aware of her distant demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "There are no more cars to Longqing at this hour, and it can be dangerous for a young lady to travel alone at night. Allow me to escort you, it will be quicker." Shen Wan jested. "Are you offering to fly me there? That would certainly be faster." "Indeed, I can." Li Hanting pointed to the backyard of his villa, where a private helicopter was stationed. "I can pilot it." Shen Wan was taken aback. 10 minutes later, she found herself aboard Li Hanting's private helicopter. True to his word, he piloted it with remarkable steadiness. Once airborne, Shen Wan remained silent, gazing intently out the window at the passing scenery. Li Hanting recalled their first encounter, when she had exuded a more vivacious personality. Now, she seemed cold and aloof, which left him somewhat unsettled. Master Shun, he initiated. I heard from my grandfather that your master was a close friend of his, and also his savior. Shen Wan's demeanor brightened at the mention of her master, as she replied with a smile. Yes, my master has mentioned that they shared decades of camaraderie. My grandfather specifically instructed me to look after you, Li Hanting said earnestly. Thus, you need not resist my assistance so vehemently. Shen Wan thought for a moment, realizing. So it was your grandfather's directive that led you to present me with a blank check of considerable value? She recalled their initial meeting, where he had hesitated to lend her even 3,000. How could you suddenly offer me an open-ended check? Li Hanting responded candidly. Regardless of whether it was your master's life-saving grace to my grandfather or your assistance in resolving the White Tiger calamity, given the bond of respect between our elders, a mere sum of money is inconsequential. However, you did not accept it. You auctioned off the ancient jade and gifted it to me. This trip to Longqing shall serve as my gratitude for your help. Shen Wan nodded with a smile. Very well. She refrained from further commentary. Li Hanting respected her space, maintaining an appropriate distance. After escorting her to her destination, he departed into the night sky. Shen Wan watched as the helicopter vanished into the darkness, a smile gracing her eyes. In this life, may you live safely and joyfully. I am destined to be alone and shall not rekindle our past. I wish you a brilliant and resplendent future. After a brief walk, she arrived at the designated meeting spot with Zhang Xia. Master Wan. Upon seeing her, Zhang Xia's eyes brimmed with tears, as if she had encountered a fellow villager. I must have been cursed in my past life to have purchased this second-hand house. I suspect someone has died within these walls. Since the day I moved in, I have not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. The appliances malfunction inexplicably. The faucet turns on in the middle of the night, flooding the downstairs and costing me thousands. And most terrifyingly, I have been haunted by sleep paralysis. For 3 consecutive nights, I was completely immobile, forced to watch a disheveled ghost appear on my ceiling, intent on devouring me. Zhang Xia's recounting grew increasingly frantic. Fortunately, I had the peace talisman you gave me. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Chapter 111. The Haunted Building. As Zhang Xia shared her recent experiences, she inadvertently caught sight of their shadows under the streetlight, realizing that Master Wan seemed to tower over her. Remembering what Bai Xiaoyan had mentioned on WeChat about Master Wan's newfound beauty, she quickly refocused. Master Wan, you have become so beautiful and graceful, like a star. If your beauty score was 60 before, it is now a perfect 100, flawless, and beyond reproach. Girls naturally cherish beauty. And witnessing Shen Wan's transformation led Zhang Xia to shift the conversation from hauntings to beauty secrets. The two of them laughed and chatted as they approached the entrance of the community. Shen Wan paused, gazing up at the 23-story building, where an ominous aura was palpable in the air. What prompted you to purchase a property here? This building is steeped in heavy negative energy. Zhang Xia's face fell. I thought the second-hand house was cheap, with a down payment of only around 100,000. I didn't think too much and made the payment immediately. By the way, I live on the 18th floor. Shen Wan frowned. That's quite the unfortunate placement. Zhang Xia tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean by unfortunate placement? Shen Wan explained. In terms of real estate feng shui, one should ideally avoid the 18th floor, as it is associated with the 18 layers of hell. Moreover, this community clearly has a history of tragedy, and with you residing on the 18th floor, it is no wonder you are experiencing such disturbances. Zhang Xia's eyes widened in realization. People have died here? No wonder the occupancy rate is so low. I only learned this after moving in. There are barely a dozen households in the entire building, and most of the windows are bricked up, shrouding everything in mystery. My neighbor is one such case. Shen Wan placed a hand to her forehead. That indicates your neighbor may not be human. Zhang Xia felt a chill run down her spine. Not human? The bricked-up windows block out the sun. Perhaps they are housing ancestral ashes, a so-called bone ash room. However, as long as the deceased passed away peacefully, there is nothing to fear. It merely sounds unsettling. Zhang Xia lamented. I've already signed the purchase agreement. It's too late to back out now, Master Wan. What should I do? Fear not. I will adjust the feng shui of your home to mitigate the negative energy, Shen Wan replied, casting a glance at the peculiar dark mass hovering above the community. It was now past 11 at night, and only 4 or 5 households had lights on, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness, giving the complex an especially eerie atmosphere. The two entered the elevator, with Zhang Xia pressing the button for the 18th floor. As the elevator ascended, The machinery emitted ominous rumblings, and the lights flickered. Zhang Xia grumbled, "I heard this building was completed less than 7 years ago. Initially, many people bought homes here at exorbitant prices. I only learned recently that after someone jumped from the building, the prices plummeted, leading many landlords to sell at a loss, and eventually, no one showed interest. The elevator creaked occasionally, with no property management in sight to address the issues. I thought I was getting a good deal. But it turns out that cheap goods are often flawed." Shen Wan inquired, "Have any of the other residents experienced anything unusual?" Zhang Xia nodded, speaking in a hushed tone. "Indeed, I joined the community owner-s group, and all the residents are migrant workers. They are aware of the building's dark past, but they have no choice. They cannot afford the expensive properties elsewhere and are forced to endure life here. When I mentioned my sleep paralysis in the group, they seemed unfazed, saying they all experienced it upon moving in. Sometimes, the appliances or lights turn on by themselves, and a few have even heard eerie cries in the dead of night. Fortunately, the ghost appears to mean no harm. It simply seeks to play tricks on them. When they plead for peace after a tiring day, the ghost typically relents." Zhang Xia sighed, "I tried the same approach, but it seems the ghost has sensed my unemployment and frequently haunts me. While I've encountered spirits before, having one face-to-face with me at night is truly overwhelming. Master Wan, I cannot bear it." Shen Wan smiled gently in understanding. "Let us assess the situation tonight." Zhang Xia's apartment was modest, around 80 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, more than adequate for her. She had prepared a clean bed for Shen Wan, too frightened to sleep alone, and clutched her pillow as she hurried to join Shen Wan in her bed. Shen Wan gazed at Zhang Xia, who was anxiously surveying her surroundings, and chuckled, "Do you require a little assistance in drifting off to sleep?" Zhang Xia, intrigued, replied, "Assistance? What do you mean?" "I possess a sleep charm, and I could also administer an acupuncture treatment. This way, you shall sleep soundly," Shen Wan explained. Zhang Xia nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. I haven't had a decent night's sleep for days. With Master Wan here, I feel at ease." Shen Wan instructed her in reciting a soothing incantation for quick slumber. As Zhang Xia chanted, her eyelids grew heavy, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Shen Wan turned off the light and lay quietly in bed with her eyes closed. Around 1 o'clock in the dead of night, an overwhelming sense of oppression suddenly engulfed her. Shen Wan opened her eyes to find the room shrouded in darkness. She attempted to rise, but discovered her body was firmly restrained by a powerful force, rendering her immobile. In the murky gloom, she heard a peculiar sound near her ear, reminiscent of steel grinding against bone, a jarring noise. Following the source of the sound, she beheld a grotesque, decayed visage of a male ghost emerging gradually from the ceiling. The specter's body began to descend towards her. A chilling aura coiled around her like a cold-blooded serpent. Beside her, Zhang Xia snored thunderously, deeply ensconced in sleep under the spell's influence. Just as the male ghost was about to descend upon her, Shen Wan broke free from her constraints and swiftly unleashed a talisman she had prepared for exorcising spirits. To her dismay, the talisman adhered to the ceiling as if it were affixed to a wall of sand and cement. Suddenly, a cascade of earth fell from the ceiling, burying her beneath it. With a deft maneuver, Shen Wan sprung from her bed. The bed was immaculate, and the earlier dirt and debris had vanished like a mirage. The male ghost on the ceiling had also disappeared. Shen Wan quickly calculated with her fingers, a slight frown creasing her brow. Truly, it was a transgression. She had spent an entire sleepless night. Zhang Xia awoke at the break of dawn to find Shen Wan seated at the dining table, savoring delivery of soybean milk and fried dough sticks. "Good morning," Shen Wan offered, pushing her portion towards Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia, astonished, exclaimed, "Delivery is allowed in our neighborhood now?" "Not quite. The delivery person only ventured to the entrance of the community. I happened to be wandering downstairs and picked it up," Shen Wan clarified. Throughout the night, she hadn't been hunting spirits, but rather assessing the local feng shui and determining fortunes. She fixed her gaze on Zhang Xia. "You can no longer reside in this building." Chapter 112, Human Life. Zhang Xia nearly choked on her fried dough stick. "Are you saying it is truly uninhabitable? What about my substantial down payment? I merely wished for a home, and even if it were a place where someone had died, I would have braved it. Now, to be told I cannot live here, it's enough to drive one to despair." Shen Wan replied calmly, "This building should not exist. You ought to approach the real estate developer for a refund. Additionally, contact the authorities." "What?" Zhang Xia's face was a mask of shock. "Contact the authorities? Has there been a fatal incident here?" Shen Wan nodded. After finishing their breakfast, The two proceeded to the headquarters of the real estate company to seek a refund. The sales manager who had sold the property to Zhang Xia greeted them with an eye roll. What brings you back again? I've already assured you there are no issues with the property. When will you be satisfied? Zhang Xia, at a loss for words, faltered and began to sob, her voice trembling with emotion. Shen Wan grasped her hand, signaling her to remain calm, then stepped forward, asserting, it is not merely the property that poses a problem. The entire building is compromised. If the homeowners continue to reside here, they shall meet with misfortune or ill health. The sales manager scoffed. On what grounds do you declare this building hazardous? A mere accident occurred. Someone accidentally fell. In this day and age, who hasn't faced death? Your family hasn't experienced loss? Zhang Xia was both furious and anxious. The sales manager continued mockingly, a refund is out of the question. If you continue to cause a scene, I'll be forced to call the police. Shen Wan responded with serene composure. There is no need for you to call the police. We already reported it on our way here. Even if the King of Heaven were to appear, your money will not be returned. Take your grievances elsewhere. The sales manager summoned security to remove them. What is all this commotion? A cold voice emerged from the adjacent conference room. The sales manager's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly explained, Mr. Liu, I apologize for the disturbance. It's just a couple of lunatics. I will have them escorted out immediately. Security, what are you waiting for? Get them out. The two burly security guards, appearing menacing, exchanged knowing glances upon seeing the fair-skinned, beautiful Shen Wan, and approached her. Shen Wan, disinterested in idle chatter, swiftly cast two binding talismans. The guards were instantly immobilized. What have you done to them? The sales manager's face was filled with horror. Mr. Liu emerged from the conference room, visibly impatient. Who is causing this ruckus? He was followed by Shen Changfeng. Initially, Shen Changfeng did not recognize the tall and stunning young woman before him as Shen Wan, but merely remarked, Mr. Liu, it seems you have matters to attend to. We can discuss the cooperation another day. Please don't leave, Miss Shen. I will resolve this immediately, Mr. Liu said, glaring at the sales manager. What are you doing standing there? Get them out. The sales manager, panicking, exclaimed, Mr. Liu, this witch practices dark arts. It was only then that Mr. Liu and Shen Changfeng noticed the yellow talismans affixed to the guards. What is happening? Mr. Liu frowned. Why are you two standing there like statues? The guards, terrified, could not utter a single word. Truly, some people never change. They see a beautiful woman and become utterly paralyzed, Mr. Liu scolded. Yet, Shen Changfeng felt an increasing familiarity with the striking young woman. Shen Wan? He gasped, astonished. But that can't be right. Shen Wan was diminutive and unremarkable. A month ago, at the auction, she looked pale and emaciated. Though she appears somewhat fairer now, she is like an entirely different person. Ignoring him, Shen Wan addressed Mr. Liu directly. The property constructed by your company in the happiness community has resulted in a fatal incident. This building is no longer fit for habitation. Please issue a refund. Mr. Liu was the uncle of Liu Beichen. Although they were family, he and Liu Beichen, along with their father, Old Master Liu, were worlds apart. Mr. Liu, portly and lecherous, exuded an air of greed. Shen Wan could perceive the lascivious glint in his eyes as he regarded her, a sensation both repugnant and unsettling. Miss Shen, could this lovely young lady be your adopted sister? Mr. Liu leered, surveying Shen Wan with a predatory smile. Since she is Mr. Shen's sister, everything can be negotiated. Shen Changfeng cast a glance at Shen Wan, although he was baffled by her transformation. Nevertheless, the memory of her embarrassing him at the auction ignited his ire. Mr. Liu, you are mistaken. I have no relation to her. Indeed, no relation whatsoever. This was precisely what Shen Wan desired. Knowing Mr. Liu's proclivity for women, she understood that she did not require his assistance, nor did she need the Shen family as a crutch. Very well. She would demonstrate how she could extricate herself from the clutches of someone like Mr. Liu. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu's eyes gleamed with interest as he leered, licking his lips and attempting to grasp Shen Wan's hand. My dear sister, Shen Wan abruptly twisted his wrist, fracturing it. Mr. Liu howled in agony, someone help. At that moment, the company doors swung open, revealing uniformed law enforcement officials, who reported that a fatal incident occurred at the happiness community. Shen Wan replied coolly, I did. Mr. Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. You little brat, don't spout nonsense. When did a fatal incident occur in a building constructed by our company? The last case was merely a suicide due to depression. How is that our fault? Shen Changfeng stared at Shen Wan in astonishment. Why is she not in the haunted house in Jiangcheng? Why has she come to Dragon City to slander the Liu family's subsidiary? Was she unwell? Or did she know of his collaboration with Mr. Liu and intentionally seek to create chaos? Shen Changfeng fixed his gaze intently on Shen Wan, growing increasingly suspicious that she had deliberately come to sabotage his collaboration with the army. Shen Wan, even if you seek vengeance against me, is it not utterly distasteful to resort to such vile methods? Do you comprehend the repercussions of filing a false police report? Throughout the encounter, Shen Wan never cast a glance in his direction, instead addressing the law enforcement officers, stating, "I know where the body is." The army widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What body? Damn it, do you believe I won't sue you for defamation?" Shen Wan replied coolly, "Follow me, and you shall find out." The group proceeded to the happy community. The army had a simple bandage wrapped around his wrist, and, suppressing the pain, he furiously declared, "If there is no body, I don't care what your surname is, I will ensure you regret this." Shen Changfeng, eager to witness Shen Wan's downfall for her false report, chose to accompany them. He watched as Shen Wan entered the elevator wielding a large hammer, pressing the button for the 23rd floor. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, Shen Wan forcefully kicked open the door of an unfinished apartment. Shen Changfeng coldly remarked, "Though unoccupied, your actions constitute willful destruction of property." "Indeed," the army shouted. "This building belongs to our company, and the damage you inflict is to our assets. Just wait, I will sue you, you wretched girl." Shen Wan retorted indifferently, "What is a door compared to a life?" Observing her unwavering confidence, Shen Changfeng furrowed his brow and quietly inquired of the army, "Is it possible that a murder has truly occurred here?" The army shouted back, "Mr. Shen, how can you join her in making such baseless accusations? I have managed this branch for many years without incident. A murder is simply impossible. This is slander. This is defamation." Shen Changfeng turned his attention back to Shen Wan, who had stepped into the vacant apartment, standing still amidst its emptiness. The army sneered, "You said there is a body? Where is it?" "Officer, she has made a false report. Arrest her immediately. I will sue her for defamation." The law enforcement officers were equally perplexed. This was an empty shell of a building, devoid of anything, let alone a corpse. "Miss Shen, where is the body you speak of?" Zhang Xia made a shushing gesture, assuring, "If Wan Wan says there is one, there must be." Suddenly, Shen Wan raised her hand, pointing to a corner of the wall, declaring, "It is within the wall." Laughter erupted from the army. "What a joke. This building has not been sold since its completion. The doors are locked. How could there possibly be a body within the wall?" Shen Wan replied calmly, "Once the wall is breached, the truth will be revealed." The army interjected, "You have no evidence to accuse my company of harboring a corpse. What if there isn't one? That is a load-bearing wall. If you break it, the entire building will become uninhabitable. Who will cover the losses amounting to hundreds of millions?" Recalling the hefty check Shen Wan had presented at the auction, Shen Changfeng mockingly remarked, "Mr. Liu, do not underestimate her. Despite her youth, she is quite capable, having purchased ancient jade worth 600 million. A mere building is hardly a challenge." The army scoffed, "Nevertheless, it cannot be demolished. There are still residents in the building. Who will take responsibility if something goes awry?" Shen Wan retorted bluntly, "If a life is lost within the building and a corpse is entombed in the wall, it is you, the vice president, who will be held accountable. After all, this was a building constructed under the army's jurisdiction, making him the primary responsible party." The army jeered, "I assert there is no body within the wall." "You insist there is. Fine, then you should take the initiative to break it open yourself." Observing her slender arms and legs, he doubted her strength to breach such a thick wall. Shen Wan wasted no time, gripping the hammer and striking the wall. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled, revealing a horrifying scene before the onlookers. Except for Shen Wan, everyone was rendered speechless by the sight. A corpse, long since frozen in time, was embedded within the wall. Grotesquely contorted, pierced through by several steel rods, its head twisted at a horrifying angle, nearly severed from its body. The face of the corpse was unmistakably that of a weathered middle-aged man, his eyes wide open, the sunken orbs resembling desiccated grapes, forever frozen in an expression of terror and helplessness. The army staggered back, exclaiming in shock, "Dead. There is a dead person." Shen Changfeng stared in disbelief at Shen Wan. How could she have known there was a body in a specific apartment on the 23rd floor? With a murder now evident, the army could not escape culpability, and it seemed their collaboration had come to an abrupt end. The law enforcement officers promptly contacted reinforcements. "It's not my fault. I have no connection to this. You must question the architect. He supervised the entire construction. If anything has occurred, he is the one primarily responsible. The army hurriedly distanced himself from the situation. Shen Changfeng, seeing this, also wished to avoid any association with the unfolding scandal, finding an excuse to depart hastily. As he left, he cast a meaningful glance at Shen Wan, who did not deign to acknowledge him. In no time, the police had apprehended the architect, learning from him the identity of the body trapped within the wall. Li Daong had come to Longcheng for work 15 years prior, laboring on construction sites, and had been missing for 8 years. His family had reported his disappearance, but due to the high turnover of migrant workers, he had not been found, only to unexpectedly meet his demise within the very building he had helped construct. Shen Wan calmly stated, "No, he was killed during the construction." The police inquired, "Miss Shen, how did you know that Li Daong's body was in the wall?" Shen Wan replied candidly, "I saw his ghost with my own eyes and deduced it." Zhang Xia, fearing they might suspect Shen Wan, quickly explained, "It's true. We are not lying. This building is haunted. I was pressed down by a ghost, which is why I sought Master Wan's help." The location of Li Daong's body was determined by Master Wan. The police exchanged glances, instructing them to wait a moment. Half an hour later, several plainclothes officers from the Special Incident Handling Bureau arrived to take over the case. Shen Wan glanced at the items they carried, all marked with the number 9. She instantly understood. These individuals were from the 9th Bureau, a department dedicated to handling supernatural events. In her past life, the 9th Bureau frequently sought her assistance with various paranormal incidents, including feng shui consultations across the country. The leader of this team was Chi Chong, an acquaintance she recognized as an old friend. Chi Chong directed his team to extract the corpse from the wall before turning to her a metaphysician. Shen Wan affirmed with a nod. "You have quite the insight to discern that he was killed during construction." Shen Wan, aware of the 9th Bureau's expertise, stated forthrightly, "Captain Chi, I believe you should bring the architect to this building along with these 2 individuals." She listed several names. Chi Chong scrutinized her. "The architect has already been detained. As for these 2, what connection do they have to Li Daong's death? Why are you so certain I can bring the suspects here? And, do you know me?" Chi Chong looked at the strikingly beautiful young woman before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he was certain he had never met her. Shen Wan smiled slightly, politely stating, "I operate in this circle. So, I am naturally aware of the 9th Bureau and Captain Chi's reputation. I am well aware of the 9th Bureau's capabilities. If you wish to solve this case, it is imperative that all these individuals be present. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Chi Chong fixed her with a penetrating gaze. "Who are you threatening?" Shen Wan shrugged nonchalantly. "I am not threatening anyone. Rather, this building is rife with malevolent energy. If this matter is not resolved, and the restless spirits cannot find peace, Longcheng will suffer great losses. Ultimately, it will be Captain Chi who must address the aftermath." This man had once come to her for help with a humble demeanor, yet now he wore a different expression. Indeed, Chi Chong soon dropped the pretense, laughing heartily. "You truly have a keen eye. I can indeed bring them here." Another half-hour passed. "Brother Chong, everyone is here." The 9th Bureau personnel escorted the architect and the 2 security guards into the unfinished apartment. Upon witnessing the corpse unearthed from the wall, the 3 individuals were overcome with nausea. The architect, particularly, was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen. Exclaiming, "This is not my doing," he insisted on descending. Just as Chi Chong was about to speak, the light within the house suddenly dimmed, as if shrouded by a veil of darkness. "Murderer, prepare to pay with your life." The ghost of Li Daong emerged through the wall, seizing the architect by the throat. Emitting a chilling wail, the architect and the 2 security guards, upon witnessing the apparition, were so frightened that they urinated themselves, huddling together in trembling terror. A ghost. Chi Chong hastily retrieved talisman paper from his pocket and threw it. With a sizzling sound, the talisman ignited instantly, yet it failed to inflict any harm upon Li Daong. Chi Chong muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Have I purchased a counterfeit product again? You must be Shen Wan, right? Hurry and stop him."
Shen Wan,
with an indifferent demeanor, replied, "Debts must be repaid, and murderers must face their due justice. This is the natural order." Gritting his teeth, Chi Chong signaled his colleagues to retrieve the binding rope, and after much exertion, they managed to ensnare Li Daong's ghost. "Release me. I shall kill him." Li Daong, upon spotting his nemesis, glared with bloodshot eyes, thrashing violently. Chi Chong strained against the rope, sweat pouring down his brow. "I know you were wronged. Hand him over to us, and let the law punish him. Lee Dae-young's head twisted grotesquely, revealing a sinister smile that sent shivers down their spines. In the next moment, the unfinished house transformed entirely. The surroundings morphed into the fateful night when the building was being poured. They all felt as if they had become Lee Dae-young himself, perceiving the world through his eyes, sharing in his sensations. That night, the architect called Lee Dae-young over, pointing at the partially poured wall, saying, "I dropped my phone. It contains crucial information. I'll give you 500 yuan if you fetch it for me." Lee Dae-young, without a second thought, chuckled, "Boss, you're so kind to me. 500 is enough for my daughter's meals for half a month. She just called to say the funds were depleted. This money is timely." Looking into the abyss below, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, to earn that 500 yuan, he leapt to retrieve the phone without hesitation. His calloused hands sifted through the muck, but he found nothing. The sludge continued to rise, soon reaching his chest. Shen Wan and the others could feel Lee Dae-young's growing panic. He shouted to the architect above, "Boss, wait a moment. I haven't found the phone yet." Suddenly, torrents of concrete cascaded down, drowning out his voice. All felt the suffocating grip of impending death. Except for Shen Wan, everyone struggled desperately, mouths agape in a futile attempt to breathe, but the icy concrete filled their mouths and nostrils, silencing their cries for help. Their chests were constricted by the solidifying concrete, forcing forth muffled, agonized whimpers. With their airways sealed, they were utterly deprived of breath. Yet, this was not the most fatal aspect. As they writhed in their suffocating torment, steel rebars mercilessly pierced downwards, shattering their limbs, the metal penetrating their necks, nearly severing them from their bodies. The pain, it was unbearable. In that moment, an overwhelming wave of resentment surged within them. Yet they could only be entombed within the wall, the solidified concrete binding them as one. How painful! Chi Chom cried out, lurching forward and collapsing to the ground, while the others fell similarly. Zhang Xia was fortunate. Shen Wan managed to catch her, preventing a humiliating fall. Except for Shen Wan, everyone trembled, their faces ashen, for they had all just relived the torment Lee Dae-young faced in his final moments. The despair, the suffocation, it was a visceral agony that would be etched into their souls. Chi Chong, initially intent on intervening, found himself drenched in sweat, seated on the ground in dread, hastily waving his hands. "We, the Ninth Bureau, shall not interfere with the vengeance of vengeful spirits. Lee Dae-young, proceed as you wish." The members of the Ninth Bureau released the binding rope, setting Lee Dae-young's ghost free. He lunged directly at the architect, who nearly lost his wits, scrambling on all fours to cling to Chi Chong's leg, wailing, "Save me. I do not wish to die. Lee Dae-young, I was wrong. I should not have used you as a living stake due to the project setbacks, but I had no choice. My superiors were pressing me. Please do not kill me. You have a daughter, don't you?" Lee Dae-young abruptly halted, his face marred by concrete, brimming with hatred. "What have you done to my daughter?" The architect hastily shook his head. No, I did nothing. What I meant was, though you are dead, your daughter is still alive. I will give her money. A substantial amount to compensate." He fumbled for his phone, retrieving the bank account he had used to transfer money to Lee Dae-young's daughter 8 years prior. "After your disappearance, your daughter sought me out. Seeing her plight, I sent her 1,000 yuan. I can transfer her more now. How about 100,000?
Lee Dae-young,
Thinking of his lonely daughter, felt tears of blood trickle down his eyes. "My daughter." Shen Wan kicked the architect in the chest, coldly stating, "To regard lives as mere trifles, 1,000 yuan? Fine. I will give you 1,000, and you too shall be sealed within the wall." The architect, gritting his teeth, retorted, "What does that old hag's death have to do with you? Go to hell." Lee Dae-young, consumed by resentment, tightened his grip around the architect's throat. The architect pleaded desperately, 50,000? No, 100,000. Your daughter will never earn that much in her lifetime by killing me, not a single cent. Shen Wan snatched the phone from his hands, checking the bank balance. Wow, over 10 million. You've certainly engaged in many unsavory dealings to amass such wealth. With a swift motion, she transferred the entire sum to Lee Dae-young's daughter, adding a note for compensation. Chi Chong was taken aback. You truly have no regard for subtlety. This is outright robbery. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, due to your disappearance, your daughter was unable to complete her education. I just glanced at her fate. It indicates that she dropped out to work, married young, but her marriage was unhappy. Now divorced with children. She struggles to make ends meet, and is on the brink of despair. Without this money, Within 7 days, she will take her children and drown herself in the river. She stepped on the architect's chest again. He brought this upon himself. He deserves to die. Hearing how wretched his daughter's life had been, Lee Dae-young's resentment intensified. He extended his hand, his emaciated fingers sprouting long, sharp nails that plunged into the architect's chest. "You heartless scoundrel." The architect coughed up a mouthful of blood, quickly fading, left gasping for breath. I do not wish to die," he gasped, desperation etched upon his face. "I truly understand my mistakes. Officer, please save me." Chi Chong raised his hands in futility. "Our Ninth Bureau is unlike other departments. Vengeful spirits seeking retribution. This is a consequence of your own actions. However, I will assist in retrieving your remains." Upon hearing Chi Chong's words, the architect cast a panicked glance at Shen Wan, who was even colder than Chi Chong. "You brought this upon yourself." Despair washed over the architect. "I truly do not wish to die." "And what of me? Do I wish to die?" Lee Dae-yong exclaimed in wrath, crushing the architect's heart with force. The architect writhed in agony, his face contorted in extreme distress, yet within mere moments, he drew his last breath. Having avenged himself, Lee Dae-yong turned to Zhang Xia, saying, "I apologize. I did not intend to disturb you these past few days. I merely wished to drive you away. This place is perilous." Zhang Xia, not overthinking the matter, waved her hands. "Uncle, it is quite all right. I understand your predicament. Now, you are finally free." Lee Dae-yong bowed to Shen Wan and Chi Chong, uttering a hasty "you should leave quickly," before vanishing into the house. Zhang Xia, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Where has he gone?" "Perhaps to bid farewell to his daughter for the last time," came the somber reply, after which he must return to the underworld to report. Shen Wan cast a glance at Lee Dae-yong's lifeless body, trapped in such torment within the wall for 8 long years. Cement sealed his nostrils, rebar pierced his very being. Such agony before death, and his soul would undoubtedly suffer posthumously. Were it anyone else, they might have transformed into a vengeful spirit, consumed by resentment. Yet Lee Dae-yong, a man of simple integrity, would seek vengeance only by granting the architect a swift death, sparing him any further torment. Chi Chong commanded his subordinates to remove the bodies of Lee Dae-yong and the architect, instructing them to claim he succumbed to a sudden heart attack, with a detailed report to follow upon his return. His underlings nodded in agreement. Stretching lazily, Chi Chong mused, "I anticipated today's events would be rather troublesome. Thankfully, Lee Dae-yong did not become a malevolent spirit, else we would have faced dire complications." With the matter resolved, they began to disperse. Just as his words trailed off, he suddenly recalled the presence of 2 security guards. They had fainted amidst their suffocating hallucinations, lying in a corner like dead weights. He had scarcely registered their absence until now. "Hey, wake up." Chi Chong approached and kicked them awake. As they opened their eyes, terror-stricken, they screamed, "A ghost! The ghost has departed. How much longer do you intend to linger here?" Upon hearing this, they sighed in relief, hastily scrambling to their feet and rushing outside. Shen Wan and Zhang Xia exited the unfinished building, with Chi Chong trailing closely behind. "By the way, why did you summon these 2? Shen Wan remained silent, merely gesturing for him to look ahead. "Damn it, why is this wretched elevator still not here?" The 2 security guards, brothers named Wang Wei and Wang Tao, were trained thugs for the army, tasked with guarding the premises while secretly assisting with less savory endeavors. Frustrated by the elevator's delay, Wang Tao's temper flared, and he kicked the elevator door with force. "Damn it!" Wang Wei pulled him back. "Let us just take the stairs." "But it's the 23rd floor. We'll be exhausted." Wang Tao protested as his elder brother urged him toward the stairwell. As they passed Shen Wan, both brothers instinctively cast her a glance, their eyes filled with ill intent. Chi Chong, sensing their gaze, barked, "What are you staring at?" Wang Tao smirked. "Come on, sir. It's just a look. It won't cost you anything. This young lady is stunning. Who else should admire her if not men?" Chi Chong's expression darkened. "Enough of that. Mr. Liu is still in custody, and we need to return to the company." Wang Wei remarked pointedly, "This matter has nothing to do with us. I truly don't understand why we were called here. It's absurd." As they descended, Chi Chong noted the elevator's continued absence and suggested, "Shall we take the stairs?" Shen Wan agreed with a nod, her gaze calmly sweeping over the elevator's floor indicator. 18th floor. The trio switched to the stairwell. Upon reaching the 18th floor, they found the brothers drenched in sweat, their faces a mask of terror. The 3 of them startled the brothers, who, upon recognizing them, exhaled in relief, though their pallor remained. "Sir, there's a ghost." "A ghost?" Chi Chong consulted his compass, observing the needle's normal rotation. "Where's the ghost?" "Li Daong has departed. There are no spirits here." Wang Wei, panic-stricken, protested. "My brother and I just sprinted down several floors, yet regardless of how many we descended, we always returned to this floor, the 18th. Wang Tao lamented. "I told you we shouldn't have taken the stairs. That construction worker must still be nearby. He wants us dead." Shen Wan, with an icy demeanor, retorted. "If you commit no wrongs, you need not fear ghosts knocking at your door. What misdeeds have you two committed to be so frightened?" The brothers exchanged apprehensive glances. Wang Tao, feeling humiliated, snapped. "Li Daong made us experience his suffering before death. It felt as if we truly died. Who wouldn't he be terrified? And when have we ever committed any wrongs? Don't slander us." Shen Wan replied, her tone unyielding. "One of you has the eyes of a villain. The other a wretched gaze. Both are marked by a predilection for vice and excess, a clear sign of malevolence." Wang Wei retorted, "Speak plainly. I can't comprehend your words." "In simpler terms, you two embody the very essence of tyrants, committing every imaginable transgression and driven by lust." Upon hearing this, their expressions darkened. Wang Tao, enraged, bristled as if ready to confront her. Wang Wei, recalling how she had ensnared them at the company with mere sheets of paper, hastily restrained his brother. "She's a sorceress, skilled in dark arts. I care not what she is. If she dares to speak such nonsense, I shall teach her a lesson." Wang Tao raised his hand to strike. Just as Shen Wan prepared to retaliate, Chi Chong intervened, seizing Wang Tao's wrist with lightning speed. "What honor is there in bullying a girl?" Wang Tao bellowed. "Let go of me." Shen Wan coolly commanded, "Captain Chi, release him. If he feels innocent, let him and his brother descend once more." Wang Wei, sensing something amiss, stared intently at her.
What do you mean by that?
Shen Wan's gaze locked onto the brothers. "You know precisely why you were summoned here." Chapter 116. The Red Ghost. A flicker of guilt flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. Wang Tao continued to protest. "It was that architect who harmed him, not us." "What does that have to do with us?" Shen Wan's smile was devoid of warmth. "Very well, then you may descend. Go, if you dare." "We're not afraid," Wang Tao retorted, striding toward the staircase. However, unbeknownst to them, the lights below had extinguished. Despite it being broad daylight, the surroundings had transformed into an inky darkness akin to midnight. The corridor was shrouded in shadows, save for the lights still illuminating the 18th floor. As they peered down into the abyss, Wang Tao felt a chill creep over him. Hastily, he switched on his cell phone flashlight and, with trepidation, began to descend. After only 2 steps, an icy dread enveloped him. "Brother, shall we not go?" Wang Tao glanced back at his elder sibling, only to find him staring in horror, not at him, but at something behind him. An instinctual fear gripped Wang Tao, and he slowly turned his head. "No, don't look. Brother, come back." Wang Wei shouted in alarm, but it was too late. As Wang Tao turned, a grotesque, disfigured visage loomed close, its features twisted in a horrific semblance.
"Ah!"
He screamed, paralyzed by terror, scrambling back in a panic. "Master Wan, there's a ghost." And more ghosts. Zhang Xia shrank behind Shen Wan, trembling. From the endless darkness of the corridor, a ghostly figure clad in red began to ascend, its form contorted and grotesque, almost unrecognizable. Creaking and cracking, it moved with a disquieting slowness, its limbs resembling those of a puppet assembled from broken pieces, joints bending at horrific angles, emitting unsettling sounds with every movement. The red-clad specter crept closer, step by step.
"Run!"
Chi Chong was the first to react, yanking Shen Wan and Zhang Xia as they fled up the stairs. Wang Wei hastily pulled his brother along, racing upward. Yet upon reaching the next floor, they were met with the same sign. 18th floor. "She's coming. She's climbing back up." Wang Tao was nearly catatonic with fear, his legs giving way beneath him. Wang Wei urged, "We need to find somewhere to hide." His words sparked an idea in Zhang Xia. 1804 is my home," she exclaimed. Chi Chong quickly led the two of them toward 1804. Trembling, Zhang Xia fumbled for her keys. "Hurry, open the door," urged the brothers. Creaking and cracking echoed ominously behind them, the red figure trailing closely, having reached the corridor. The sound of bones grinding echoed like a death knell, terrifying every ear it reached. Zhang Xia, paralyzed by anxiety, fumbled for ages, yet failed to open the door. Wang Wei, unwilling to hesitate further, lifted his leg and delivered a forceful kick. Without even allowing the homeowner, Zhang Xia, to enter, the two brothers surged in. Qi Chong pulled Shen Wan and Zhang Xia along behind him, shutting the door firmly. It seemed the female ghost in red could not enter. Yet the creaking noises lingered outside, hauntingly persistent. Qi Chong glared at the two brothers, demanding, "You summoned this ghost, didn't you?" Wang Wei, visibly shaken, turned his head away, feigning ignorance. Suddenly, the noises outside ceased. Wang Wei hurried to the door to eavesdrop. A sharp, piercing sound nearly ruptured his eardrum. The unmistakable sound of the ghost's razor-sharp nails clawing desperately at the door sent shivers down their spines. Zhang Xia, on the brink of tears, lamented, "I just bought this house, and the door is brand new. Master Wan, what on earth is this ghost?" She shuddered at the memory of the terrifying Yoko from Juan, recalling how she had been petrified while watching the film during her college days. Experiencing the real terror firsthand was a revelation, making the cinematic horror seem almost tame by comparison. Shen Wan sat composed on the sofa, her gaze penetrating as she scrutinized the Wang brothers.
What are you staring at?
"Aren't you skilled in the arcane arts? Hurry up and deal with the ghost outside." Wang Tao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, asserting his authority. "It's bad." Qi Chong interjected, clutching his detection device with a grave expression. "The ghost outside is a redly ghost." Zhang Xia whispered, "What is a redly ghost?" Shen Wan explained coolly, "Ghosts are classified by levels. Wandering, vengeful, malevolent, evil, and li. Wandering ghosts, like lost souls and wild spirits, pose little threat. They are mere ordinary apparitions. Vengeful spirits are fueled by grievance, such as the water ghost. Malevolent ones are fierce, while evil ghosts are the most extreme, steeped in resentment. Li ghosts possess high destructive capabilities, capable of creating illusions to kill, and redly ghosts are particularly vicious, brimming with malevolence." Qi Chong's expression darkened. "Indeed. I once encountered a Li-level supernatural event involving a redly ghost. It resulted in the death of over half the villagers, and the circumstances were horrifically tragic. Redly ghosts indiscriminately take lives. We may be doomed this time." He attempted to make several calls, but to no avail. No wonder Li Daong warned that this place was dangerous. The threat level of the redly ghost is off the charts. Qi Chong felt tears welling up. "I don't have many tools on me, but fortunately my colleagues have gone down, or we'd be facing an uncertain fate." Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed at the door.
"Ban, ban, ban,"
came the voice of a colleague from outside. "Chong Ge, everyone is waiting for you. Why aren't you coming down?" Qi Chong was about to open the door when Shen Wan halted him. "The person outside may not necessarily be your colleague." Wang Tao, panic-stricken, interjected, "No. We can't open the door. What if it's that redly ghost?" No one was to open the door. Qi Chong pondered. "I can at least peek through the peephole." He leaned closer, only to be met with an unsettling sight of red. Shen Wan face-bombed, seriously. How did someone with your intellect even make it into the Ninth Bureau? Suddenly, the realization hit Qi Chong, and he stumbled back, his face a mask of shock. The noises outside had faded into a hushed silence, an oppressive stillness enveloping them. "Waiting here aimlessly won't work. We need to figure out how to escape," Wang Tao urged. Shen Wan fixed him with a steady gaze. "I'm asking you." Wang Tao frowned and shouted menacingly, "You little vixen. Don't think your looks intimidate me." A talisman flew through the air, sticking to his forehead. Shen Wan waved her hand, opening the door, and then stepped outside. Wang Tao suddenly felt his limbs lose control, moving rigidly toward the door, fear etched across his face as he screamed, "No, don't. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Chapter 117. Blood-stained white skirts. Wang Tao stood before the door, his hand involuntarily grasping the doorknob. It was chilling to the bone. His eyes widened. The sensation felt akin to clutching a frozen hand. The cold emanating from it seeped through the gaps in his fingers, spreading throughout his body. A pungent odor accompanied the sound of liquid trickling down his pants. "Help! I'll tell you everything." Wang Tao, terrified, had soiled himself. Zhang Xia's face turned dark. "Seriously? Is it polite to relieve yourself in someone else's home?" Shen Wan waved her hand, and the talisman fell from Wang Tao's back. He collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably, casting wary glances at Shen Wan. Why did she seem more terrifying than the ghost outside? Qi Chong seized Wang Tao by the collar, demanding, "Master Shen said you two are lecherous. Tell me, have you committed any unforgivable sins against the ghost outside?" Wang Tao, drenched in sweat, stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. The chill along his spine was unbearable. At this point, Wang Wei finally spoke up. We do know the ghost outside. Wang Wei recounted. 8 years ago, when this building was completed and put up for sale, many people came to buy. My brother and I were assigned to assist here. She came to view an apartment, paying a deposit of 30,000. However, as prices skyrocketed beyond her means, she demanded a refund. It wasn't her fault. She simply couldn't afford it. When the company refused to return her deposit, she caused a ruckus daily, crying and threatening to hang herself. Ultimately, she stood on the rooftop, demanding we repay her, and accidentally fell to her death. A shadow flickered in Wang Wei's eyes as he continued. That girl was malicious, intentionally wearing a red dress to jump, claiming she would return as a vengeful ghost. Who would have thought she truly became one? No wonder this building has struggled to sell for years. You're a metaphysics master, right? Wang Wei asked her. I know you must have a way to subdue this ghost. I'm willing to pay 100,000 if you can ensure the safety of the community. As soon as he finished, the door was once more assaulted by the sound of claws scraping. Wang Tao dove beneath the table. Don't come for me. It's not my fault. She jumped on her own. Seeing Shen Wan unmoved, Wang Wei gritted his teeth and raised his offer to 300,000. 300,000. Surely that's enough. Shen Wan regarded him with amusement. You seem to have a rather high salary to be able to offer such a sum so casually. You must do quite a bit of work for the military. Wang Wei frowned. General Liu is our superior. It's only natural to work for him. Just tell me if you're taking this job. Shen Wan replied coolly, I'm not. You. Wang Wei's expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief. Qi Chong pressed Shen Wan. Are you really going to ignore this? The ghost outside is a redly ghost. She kills indiscriminately. Shen Wan remained calm, instructing Zhang Xia to take out her phone and open the owneress group for Happy Community. Qi Chong looked puzzled. What does this mean? Look closely. 90% of the residents here are women. What does that imply? Qi Chong's eyes widened with realization. I understand now. The ghost harbors a grudge against men. She wouldn't harm women.
Shen Wan nodded. Exactly.
Zhang Xia and I are safe. We can come and go freely from this building. But you men may not be so fortunate. Qi Chong regarded Shen Wan's expression, quickly deducing the implications, and turned to question the brothers. You haven't been entirely truthful. Have you? If the ghost outside merely committed suicide over a deposit, how could her resentment be so profound? If you wish to avoid death, speak the truth. Otherwise, no one can save you. Wang Wei gritted his teeth, stubbornly insisting. What I said is the truth. The door reverberated with piercing, shrill sounds that grew increasingly louder, as if it might shatter at any moment. Qi Chong, agitated, seized Wang Tao by the collar and demanded angrily, What have you two brothers done? Wang Tao, already terrified, shook his head in a daze, pleading, I don't know. Please don't kill me. If you refuse to speak, then I shall, Shen Wan declared, fixing her gaze upon the two brothers. It was you who sullied her innocence, driving her to despair and to leap from a height. Wang Wei trembled. Disbelief etched on his face. You, how do you know? Shen Wan replied coldly, You selectively share what suits you. Your words may contain fragments of truth, but they do not encompass the whole truth. The reality is that you pocketed her deposit, refusing to refund it, compelling her to seek justice from your company. And you too, entranced by her beauty, violated her. Speak not of her jumping in a red dress. It was not a red dress, but a white one stained with blood. She unveiled the gruesome truth. Wang Wei's mind transported back to that fateful night. He and his brother had deceived the girl, claiming he would return her money if she came to the office. The girl, eager, arrived, deliberately donning a white dress, as if to entice them. She stood there in her flowing white gown, looking pitifully innocent, reminiscent of first love, pure and beautiful. He felt a surge of desire, an uncontrollable urge rising within him. Unable to restrain himself, he lunged at the girl, choking her to prevent any resistance. The girl struggled desperately, pleading for him to let her go, forsaking the money. How could he bear to release such a prize? Moreover, her resistance only fueled his excitement. He called for his brother, and together they dragged her into the conference room. To their shock, the girl was but a flower yet to bloom. That night, they ravaged her, tearing at her with fervor. Her white dress, once pure, became a grotesque canvas of crimson, glaring to the eye. Qi Chong, witnessing Wang Wei's expression of unrepentant satisfaction, was enraged and struck him with a heavy fist. You beast! Wang Wei's eyes glimmered with lust and malice, a lewd grin spreading across his face. This cannot be blamed on me. She agreed to meet at night. What respectable girl would venture out after dark? She wore a dress, making it easy to lift. Was she not tempting me? Shen Wan could no longer endure his words. She grasped a glass teapot from the table and hurled it at him. With a resounding crash, it struck Wang Wei's head, blood gushing forth. Bent over in pain, he bellowed, "Yes, my brother and I took advantage of her. So what? Who told her to act so virtuous, when in truth, she was utterly lascivious?" Shen Wan cast a cold glance at the brothers before addressing the door. "You may enter. I will not impede your vengeance.
Do as you will to them."
As soon as her words fell, the tightly shut door burst open with a resounding bang. A chill that penetrated to the bone accompanied the eerie sound of cracking bones as a ghostly figure in a red dress crawled into view, contorted and grotesque.
"Ah!
Help!
Don't kill me!"
Wang Tao, paralyzed with fear, curled up beneath the table, trembling. Wang Wei, equally shaken, clutched a chair and hurled it, shouting, "Get away! I'm not afraid of you.
Death!
I'll become a ghost and haunt you." Hearing his vile words, Shen Wan replied coldly, "You are mistaken. Those slain by a vengeful spirit, even in death, become the lowest of ghosts." Wang Wei, gritting his teeth, decided to take Zhang Xia hostage. Shen Wan, having anticipated this, delivered a swift kick as he lunged for her. With a thud, Wang Wei collapsed to the ground, unable to rise before the red-dressed ghost loomed before him. She slowly lifted her head, revealing a face so horrifying that her features appeared to have been shattered into a grotesque pulp.
"Ah!"
Wang Wei, terrified, crawled away frantically. But it was too late. The ghost reached out with her dark, ghastly hand, effortlessly seizing his ankle. With the other hand, she extended it towards Wang Tao, dragging him out from beneath the table. The brothers struggled desperately, yet were inexorably pulled out of the door by the ghost. As they were dragged away, dark streaks of blood marked the path she traversed, accompanied by the blood from their fingers clawing at the ground. The door slammed shut.
"Ah!"
The agonizing screams echoed from outside, gradually receding into the distance, lingering long after they ceased. Chi Chong, clutching his chest, sighed in relief. "My poor heart. At least I wasn't dragged out." Shen Wan glanced at him, saying, "She did not take you because you possess righteous spirit. Had your intentions been corrupt, you too would have been taken." Chi Chong sighed. "She is indeed pitiable. She, the true victim, has suffered blow after blow." Shen Wan pondered. "Indeed. It is difficult for a girl to save up money. She toiled to gather funds for a home, only to be betrayed by a real estate developer. The path to seeking justice is treacherous, costing not only money but also her life." That night, she, adorned in a white dress stained with blood, leaped from the rooftop. And thus the building's value plummeted, tales of hauntings spreading. "When will we be able to leave?" Chi Chong inquired. Shen Wan glanced out the window. The once pitch-black sky had transformed into the bright daylight. "It is time." Cautiously, Chi Chong opened the door, discovering that the corridor was no longer engulfed in darkness, but flooded with sunlight. He exhaled in relief. It was finally over. Zhang Xia promptly inspected the door, finding it pristine, devoid of any scratches. She then checked the owner's group chat, bewildered that no one had heard the brothers' piercing screams. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, "We entered her illusion. It was not the entire building that was affected. The only casualty was my teapot." "Haha, that's of no concern. That Wang Wei deserved it. I don't feel a bit sorry. In fact, I wish I had smashed it harder." Shen Wan turned to Chi Chong, but the matter is not yet concluded. Chi Chong blinked in confusion. "Huh?
"What more do you need me to do?"
"Use your influence to suppress news of this place. Ensure no photographs are leaked."
"What photographs?"
Chi Chong thought she referred to the body in the wall. "I can't help with that. The police have cordoned off the area since early this morning, and the owners are bound to know about the body discovered on the 23rd floor." Shen Wan replied, "Not that. I mean the bodies of the brothers. I suspect their demise will be quite gruesome." Her words proved prophetic. That night, the bodies of Wang Wei and Wang Tao were discovered in the community's green belt, their condition beyond horrific. Their faces were frozen in expressions of sheer terror, and their bodies bore no unscathed flesh. The personnel from the 9th Bureau, seasoned as they were left aghast at the sight when they arrived to collect the remains. Chi Chong, driven by curiosity, took a glance and promptly retched against the wall. Fortunately, Shen Wan had forewarned him, so no photographs of the gruesome scene were captured. After the bodies were removed, Shen Wan returned with items for the rite of passage. Chi Chong followed her to the rooftop, observing that most of her offerings were for worship. Shen Wan remarked, "You must have had a terrible time during those days of seeking justice. When you jumped, your stomach must have been empty. Eat. Eat well. Once you are satisfied, I shall send you on your way." A cold wind swept through, and a blood-red ghostly figure appeared at the rooftop's edge. "I shall not leave. I will kill all the wicked men in the world. They deserve to die. They all deserve death." Seeing the ghost in her vengeful fury sent a shudder through Chi Chong. Shen Wan stepped forward, gently caressing the cracks on her head. "Each person has their own fate and karmic retribution. The Wang brothers caused your demise. Your vengeance upon them is justified. However, should you truly transform into an indiscriminate killer, you would be cast into the depths of the 18 layers of hell, doomed to never attain rebirth. The Wang brothers committed numerous heinous acts during their lifetimes, and thus, they are destined to suffer punishment in the underworld after their deaths. Do you wish to commit murder and share in their punishment? I shall offer you a path of redemption. You deserve to experience a beautiful life in your next incarnation, rather than become entangled with such wretched souls." The female ghost in red shed tears of blood. Her dress. Chi Chong exclaimed in astonishment. Not only did her garment transform into a dress as white as snow, but even the ghost's contorted form and mud-like visage gradually reverted to her most beautiful appearance in life. "Thank you, Master Shen," the ghost said, her eyes glistening with tears, as she was carried away by the gentle breeze, vanishing into the night. Shen Wan tidied her belongings and turned to find Chi Chong staring intently at her. "Captain Chi, is there something else on your mind?" Chi Chong produced a business card and handed it to her. "I believe with your capabilities, you could easily join the 9th Bureau. On behalf of the 9th Bureau, I extend a warm welcome to you." Shen Wan smiled gently. "Thank you, but I must decline."
What?
Chi Chong exclaimed. "This is the 9th Bureau. Do you have any idea how formidable it is? It's a secure position," he continued, "and once you're in the 9th Bureau, you would find many matters in society easily manageable." Shen Wan replied coolly, "I do not have a habit of wielding power to oppress others."
No.
"That's not what I meant. The 9th Bureau serves the people. How could it be oppressive?" Chi Chong explained earnestly. "What I meant was, Captain Chi, I understand your intention, but I have grown accustomed to my solitary ways." Shen Wan chuckled. "However, I am open to taking on assignments. Should the 9th Bureau encounter any insurmountable troubles, feel free to reach out to me. This is my WeChat." "What a pity. Our 9th Bureau offers quite good benefits," Chi Chong murmured as he added her on WeChat. "Speaking of which, there is indeed a matter in Jiangcheng." Chapter 119, a significant loss for the Shun family. Chonggo, we have visitors. Before Chi Chong could finish a sentence, one of his subordinates interrupted. "Who is it?" "The president of the Lu Group. I believe his name is Lu Beichen." The subordinate responded. "He has brought several individuals with him." Chi Chong glanced at Shen Wan, assuming that Lu Beichen had come to cause trouble, and rolled up his sleeves, saying with righteous indignation, "If his building is haunted, who else could he possibly blame?"
Let's go see.
As they descended, Chi Chong reassured Shen Wan, "Do not worry. With me here, Lu Beichen would not dare to act against you. Although, if you were to join the 9th Bureau, we could assist you." As they exited the elevator, they encountered Lu Beichen. Chi Chong intended to shield Shen Wan, but was taken aback when he heard her greet Lu Beichen warmly. "Mr. Lu." Upon seeing her, Lu Beichen expressed surprise. "So, it was you, Master Shen, who resolved the haunting incident. How fortunate we are to have you." He added, "I've already learned the whole story. It was my inept uncle who caused this mess." Chi Chong, observing the crowd behind him, inquired, "Aren't you here to cause trouble?" Lu Beichen looked bewildered. "Trouble for whom?" "I've come with my legal and financial teams to negotiate compensation with the property owners." He continued, "Given the severity of the situation, it is unfit for anyone to continue residing here, so the company has decided to demolish the building. As for the owners, I can either compensate them with properties in other developments or provide them with sufficient funds to purchase new homes." Chi Chong sighed in relief and praised, "Mr. Lu, you truly possess vision. I expected you would act as recklessly as your uncle." Lu Beichen's willingness to compensate led Zhang Xia and the other residents to choose better housing options. Shen Wan assisted in assessing the feng shui of the new properties, all of which were quite satisfactory. The matter in Longcheng seemed to reach a close, as Zhang Xia reluctantly bid farewell to Shen Wan. She had just settled into the car when suddenly, the door was flung open, and Chi Chong hopped in beside her. "What are you doing?"
Shen Wan asked.
"I heard Mr. Lu mention that Master Shen is from Jiangcheng, and I too am headed there. Let us share a ride." We can split the fare. Shen Wan, sensing his ulterior motives, asked directly, you mentioned something about a matter in Jiangcheng while on the rooftop. What is it? Qi Chong eagerly opened up. There's a commercial building in Jiangcheng that was completed but remains unrenovated, and it's encountered some issues. The project has been stagnant for 3 years and is on the verge of becoming a shell of a building. The other party sought assistance from the Ninth Bureau. The director has already sent someone to assess it, and it's quite tricky. Shen Wan cut through his pretense. Tricky is an understatement. With so many capable individuals in the Ninth Bureau, if even they cannot resolve it, it must be exceedingly complicated. Qi Chong chuckled. Ah, Master Shen, your insight is remarkable. You see that the situation is indeed serious at a glance. He confirmed, it's not just tricky, it's exceedingly challenging. The building has become infested with numerous lost souls and restless spirits. Several masters sent by the Ninth Bureau have been repelled. The owner insists on a swift resolution, as they are under pressure to meet deadlines. Seeing how unfazed you were facing the vengeful spirit, it's clear you are a master of great prowess. Would you accept 1 million to take on this task? Qi Chong promptly pulled out his phone and opened the transfer page. If you agree, I will transfer your fee right now. Agreed, Shen Wan replied, readily providing her bank details. After their journey from Longcheng, they arrived back in Jiangcheng by the following morning. Qi Chong initially meant to accompany her, but upon observing her make a beeline for a breakfast shop, he asked, aren't you going to check out the building? Shen Wan retorted, aren't you hungry? I certainly am. She had gone the entire night without food and was now famished. Qi Chong shamelessly begged for a bun as they squatted by the roadside to finish their breakfast before setting off to the office building. The building was situated in a bustling commercial district of Jiangcheng. Every moment of delay in its completion would incur losses. Upon seeing the banner adorning the building, Shen Wan's expression soured immediately. Shen Group, why didn't you inform me sooner that this building belongs to the Shen family? Qi Chong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it belongs to the wealthiest family in Jiangcheng. Wait, you also share the surname Shen. Could this possibly be your family's property?
Shen Wan replied indifferently, no.
It has no connection to me. Of course, I haven't heard of any prominent figures in Jiangcheng who practice metaphysics either, he noted. I won't take this job, Shen Wan declared, turning to leave. Qi Chong shouted, no, you can't just leave after I've already transferred 1 million to you. I will return your money. Master Shen, Qi Chong pleaded anxiously, nearly kneeling before her, hands clasped in supplication. I've already assured the director that we will resolve the issue with the building. Please, I implore you, help us. Shen Wan glanced back at the building. During the day, the entire structure emanated a chilling aura, clearly inhabited by many lost souls. Expelling them would be a simple task for her. However, to assist the Shen family, 1 million was scarcely sufficient. She resolved to extract a significant fee from the Shen family. Feigning seriousness, Shen Wan stated, with so many spirits present, this amount is insufficient for me to manage. How much do you require? Qi Chong inquired. Shen Wan pondered. Let us base it on quantity. 10,000 per spirit. If it's feasible, I will accept. If not, I will return your funds. Qi Chong recalled that the director had previously sent someone to assess the situation, estimating at least a dozen or more spirits within. That would entail an additional 1 million. I will need to discuss this with the Shen family. Please hold on. Qi Chong made a call, and it was answered by Shen Huayan. Upon hearing that the metaphysics master sought to increase the fee, Shen Huayan did not hesitate. For over 20 spirits, 10,000 each seemed reasonable. How about this? I will pay him 3 million. Not only to exorcise the spirits, but also to ensure that no malevolent forces trouble the building in the future. Qi Chong replied, very well, Mr. Shen. That 1 million shall serve as a deposit. For the subsequent spirit exorcisms, I will utilize the Ninth Bureau's instruments to record the quantity, and we will settle the bill based on actual figures. Shen Huayan readily agreed. After hanging up, his eldest grandson, Shen Chongfeng, looked on in astonishment and asked grandfather, is the person you found truly reliable? Do ghosts really exist in this world? Shen Huayan chuckled. Chongfeng, you have been in the business world for quite some time. How is it that you remain unaware of the merchant's profound reverence for feng shui? This office building is situated in the most bustling commercial area of Jiangcheng, and with such prolonged delays in construction, it is certain that malevolent entities linger within. We cannot afford further procrastination. I have painstakingly arranged for the Ninth Bureau to handle this matter. They are a clandestine organization recognized by the government and undoubtedly reliable. Moreover, your chosen ally is far less dependable. I have heard tales of an army officer whose construction site unearthed corpses, leading to his detention. Shen Wan exuded an air of confidence. As long as we cleanse this building, future prosperity will be assured. Chapter 120, 100,000 Ghosts. Shen Chongfeng remained skeptical, harboring doubts about his grandfather's claims of ghosts inhabiting the building. Yes, numerous incidents had occurred during construction, resulting in extensive delays. However, the notion of ghosts was difficult for him to accept. Yet, his grandfather's unwavering belief in feng shui meant that spending 3 million for his peace of mind was not an exorbitant price. Qi Chong informed Shen Wan. Old Master Shen has agreed. It will cost 100,000 per ghost to exorcise them, with a guarantee that they will not return. Shen Wan nodded. Exorcising them is simple. Ensuring they do not return is even easier. We merely need to render this building a desolate wasteland. Captain Qi, are you certain the Shen family will adhere to the payment of 100,000 per ghost? Qi Chong laughed. What? Are you worried they might default? Rest assured. With the 9th Bureau involved, the Shen family would not dare. Additionally, I have recorded our conversation. When you capture the ghosts, I will document their numbers. Shen Wan replied. Recording is fine, but please do not include me in the footage. You truly are modest. Other metaphysical masters would relish being sought after by the wealthy. Yet you wish to maintain your privacy. Fear not. I shall not film your face. Shen Wan approached the base of the towering edifice. This modern intelligent building spans an impressive 34,000 square meters, boasting 99 floors above ground and 3 below, encompassing apartments, hotels, shopping centers, and office spaces. Completed 3 years prior, construction was halted due to frequent eerie happenings that resulted in numerous worker injuries. The delays had persisted for exactly 3 years. As Shen Wan gazed upward, she could faintly discern shadowy apparitions drifting within. Qi Chong led the way, unaware that she was silently reciting incantations and forming gestures behind him. Goodness, the level of Yin energy here is astonishing. Qi Chong exclaimed, wielding his detection device. Beep, beep, beep. As he stepped into the building, the device emitted an intense alert. This is bad. The Yin energy is surging. Qi Chong gasped in astonishment. What on earth is happening? It's rising uncontrollably. Shen Wan glanced at his instrument. Your device is in dire need of an upgrade. The readings are inadequate. Given the height and scale of this building, do you truly believe there are merely a dozen or 20 ghosts? 20 ghosts per floor would be considered a modest estimate. Qi Chong's eyes widened in horror. Then the Shen family will incur a significant expense this time. Master Shen, you are quite the strategist. At 100,000 per ghost. And with a conservative estimate of 2,000 ghosts here, that amounts to 200 million? He exclaimed repeatedly in disbelief. Shen Wan smirked inwardly. 200 million is a trivial sum for Jiangqing's wealthiest. This situation had escalated, and she needed to consult with old Master Shen once more. Qi Chong promptly called Shen Wan to inform him that the number of ghosts in the building exceeded their initial estimations. Upon hearing that it might cost over 100 million to resolve the issue, Shen Wan fell into a long silence before reluctantly stating, as long as we can eradicate them completely, I will pay 200 million. However, Captain Qi, you must provide evidence of the ghostly presence. Rest assured, our instruments at the 9th Bureau are infallible, and I will meticulously document the count for you. After hanging up, Qi Chong enviously remarked to Shen Wan, Old Master Shen has given his approval. Had we known it was 100,000 per ghost, we at the 9th Bureau would have taken the plunge ourselves. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, It is not too late to offer your services now. Qi Chong quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. With this many ghosts, even everyone from the 9th Bureau combined could not handle it. Shen Wan merely smiled in silence. This building was already a gathering place for numerous spirits, conservatively numbering in the thousands. Moments ago, she had invoked a summoning spell, attracting all wandering souls within a 100-mile radius. The majority of these souls had lingered for years without crossing over into the afterlife. The cumulative count was substantial. It was conservatively estimated that the ghostly population within this building likely reached 100,000. The Shen family prided themselves on their affluence as Jiangqing's wealthiest. She would seize this opportunity to extract a hefty sum from them, a fitting recompense for the 4 years of her life she had sacrificed to shield them from calamities. It could be considered a modest interest on her investment, as life itself holds immeasurable value. Master Shen, Qi Chong queried, Are you certain you can manage such a vast number of spirits? He surveyed the surroundings. It was midday, and the hall was eerily silent and cold, evoking a sensation of being watched from all corners. Shen Wan remained composed. The reason you cannot expel these wandering souls is that you lack means of accommodating them. Moreover, Some of these spirits are quite obstinate, complicating matters. Chi Chong chuckled wryly. Obstinate is an understatement. They are downright stubborn. They have taken this place as their home, and anyone who attempts to evict them faces dire consequences. A few practitioners from the Ninth Bureau have nearly succumbed to despair after their encounters. Shen Wan glanced at the instrument in his hand, then make sure to accurately document the number of spirits. Do not miscount. It could be 100,000. Chi Chong nodded and followed her into the elevator. Thankfully, the elevator was operational, albeit a bit sluggish. As it ascended slowly, Chi Chong felt it swaying precariously, as if it might plummet at any moment. He also sensed a prickling sensation on his back, as if they were not alone in the elevator. Shen Wan maintained her poise and exited on the 44th floor. The atmosphere there was chillingly quiet and frigid, not merely a coolness from the shade, but a bone-chilling cold that sent shivers down one's spine. Chi Chong shuddered, lifting his instrument to scan the area. The device revealed several red dots surrounding them. Just as he sighed in relief, believing the number to be manageable, the instrument emitted a series of rapid beeps. His heart sank as he watched the number of reds increase exponentially. Within a minute, the floor was densely packed with them. Chi Chong felt darkness closing in around him. Oh my goodness, my father, my grandfather, my socks, my shoes, my pants are half soaked. Shen Wan smiled. If you were still a virgin, I would advise you to save your urine. It can ward off evil spirits. Chi Chong's face turned crimson as he squeezed his legs together, mortified and wishing for a hole to hide in. However, self-preservation took precedence. He discreetly removed his damp socks. He refrained from removing his pants due to the presence of a female. One hand held the instrument to record, while the other swung the wet sock. Shen Wan called out, "Just don't fling it at me, or I will stuff it in your mouth." Chi Chong chuckled awkwardly. The urine seemed effective, as the reds had retreated 3 meters away. Shen Wan observed the spirits pinching their noses, complaining, "Goodness, what a foul stench. Did he eat something rotten? How disgusting. Keep your distance, lest you be caught in his noxious spray." Chapter 121. The Haunted Building.
Hey,
Little girl, you have some nerve. Do you even know where you are? You better scram. The ghostly apparitions leered at her with insatiable hunger, attempting to intimidate her. Shen Wan replied coolly, "You cannot reside in this building." "Who says we can't? First come, first served. We have claimed this as our home. Anyone who dares to evict us will face our wrath." The legion of spirits was incensed, and a chilling wind swept through the open floor of the building. The gusts howled, sending Chi Chong stumbling in all directions, while Shen Wan stood steadfast, her elegant figure impervious to the tempests that swirled around her. Ah, indeed. She possessed a certain prowess. Do you have any idea how many spirits currently inhabit this edifice? The forlorn specters with their ghastly visages floated around her, emitting eerie, sinister laughter. With your frail stature, you are hardly sufficient to fill a gap between teeth. Young lady, pray tell, how you wish to meet your demise. Chi Chong, observing the hundreds of red dots surrounding Shen Wan on the instrument, gasped in horror. "Master Shen, you are encircled by spirits. Perhaps we should retreat and summon additional assistance." The chilling gusts roared, stirring debris about them. Noticing Shen Wan's silence, Chi Chong gritted his teeth and, braving the bone-chilling wind, approached her, intent on pulling her away. To his astonishment, as he reached her side, she retaliated by spraying his eyes with a stream of bull's tears. My heavens! In an instant, he beheld the horrifying visages of the spirits surrounding him, nearly causing him to collapse. "Master Shen, what on earth are you doing?" Chi Chong whimpered, his legs trembling. Had he known there were so many spirits, he would never have agreed to accompany her into this perilous situation. Shen Wan replied matter-of-factly, "I require your assistance." "What sort of assistance?" "I need to locate a vacant plot of land suitable for housing the spirits, and we must document the souls that wish to remain in the mortal realm." She had already conversed with the spirits. They were not averse to departing. Rather, they longed for a shelter from the elements. Wandering as forsaken souls without offerings, they drifted through the mortal world, and with the building at their disposal, they were naturally reluctant to leave. Now, with Shen Wan offering them a more suitable abode, complete with provisions, they would surely welcome the opportunity to depart. Chi Chong was left utterly dumbfounded. Is it truly that simple? Why then have the sorcerers before us suffered so terribly at the hands of these spirits? Yet you resolve it with a few words. Shen Wan discerned the skepticism in his eyes and elucidated, "Your bureau's sorcerers resort to force upon their arrival, prompting the spirits to resist. These forlorn souls are already wretched. To further torment them only incites their rebellion. As Chi Chong surveyed the multitude of spirits around him, he felt a pang of regret. These were not mere spirits, they were walking gold bars. If only he had known they could be persuaded so easily. The Bureau could have taken on this matter. What a pity. The spirits encircling Shen Wan regarded him with expressions of incredulity.
Easy?
It came at the cost of a beating. Earlier, when Master Shen sensed their reluctance, she had waved her hand, causing them to feel as though they were being scorched by flames, compelling them to acquiesce against their will. Yet, Shen Wan displayed a remarkable sense of understanding. Some spirits harbored lingering attachments to the mortal realm, and those unwilling to depart were documented and temporarily housed within her copper mirror, awaiting relocation. For those eager to leave, she conducted a rite of passage on the spot. Word spread swiftly among the spirits, and soon the entire building was aware that a master was there to guide them. They lined up willingly, awaiting their placement or transcendence. Chi Chong recorded the occurrences, the instrument beeping incessantly. As the numbers swelled, in just half a day, over 10,000 spirits had been scanned, with many more waiting in line, leaving the 44th floor nearly devoid of space. A cold sweat trickled down Chi Chong's brow. The Shen family was poised for a monumental financial loss. He observed Shen Wan discreetly. To perform a rite for such a multitude of spirits would have left others utterly exhausted. Even the Bureau's sorcerers, when gathered, could only manage to guide 100 or so souls at a time. Yet she remained invigorated, conducting the rites with methodical precision. Unable to contain himself, Chi Chong murmured, "This fortune is rightfully yours. You are indeed a true master." Due to the overwhelming number of spirits in the building, they toiled from dawn until dusk, and from dusk until dawn again. As the first light of day broke through the windows, Shen Wan stretched, having completed the final rite for a spirit. Chi Chong collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "My aching back. My legs have gone numb from standing. How many have we recorded? See for yourself. I lack the strength to continue. I am utterly spent." Shen Wan picked up the instrument and observed 125, 600 spirits.
What?
Chi Chong exclaimed in disbelief. 125,000 spirits. You've struck it rich overnight. 6 million will be yours. Upon hearing this, Chi Chong summoned the last vestiges of his strength to rise, joyfully exclaiming, "Is it true? 6 million for me? Oh, Master Shen, you are exceedingly generous. That 6 million is to be used for the relocation of the spirits. I have instructed you to find a vacant plot and to conduct monthly offerings, providing them sustenance. The remainder is yours to manage as you see fit." Shen Wan understood Chi Chong. He was not a greedy individual. He would not hoard the money for himself. Chi Chong flashed a broad, gleaming smile. Haha, it was well worth the effort. As Shen Wan returned the instrument, she reminded him, "Remember to transfer the funds to me. I shall take my leave now." Thinking of the 6 million, Chi Chong could no longer remain still and forced himself to descend the stairs, calling his subordinates to come retrieve him. Upon their arrival at the building's entrance, they found Chi Chong, typically so meticulous about his appearance, sprawled disheveled on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, hair tousled, and beard unkempt. In just a day and night, he had transformed into a picture of exhaustion. "Brother Chong, are you all right? Did you endure an unprecedented battle within the building last night?" Chi Chong, trembling with excitement, extended a hand. "Quick, take me to see old Master Shen." "Brother Chong, in your state, perhaps we should first take you to the hospital?" "No, I must see old Master Shen." His subordinates, baffled by his fervor, helped him into the vehicle and proceeded to Shen Wan's residence. In the basement of the building, Shen Wan had not departed. She had set up a feng shui array. This arrangement would shield the building from malevolent influences, but it would simultaneously cease to attract wealth. In other words, despite its location in a bustling commercial area, the Shen family would no longer reap financial fortune from this edifice. It would transform into a dead building, devoid of life and prosperity. Meanwhile, Chi Chong, assisted by his subordinates, arrived at the mountain villa where Shen Wan was recuperating. Upon seeing Chi Chong's disheveled appearance, Shen Wan greeted him warmly. "Captain Chi, you have truly endured much. Please take a seat." With a beaming smile, Chi Chong shakily produced the instrument. "The spirits have been completely dispelled. Old Master Shen may now engage professionals for an assessment. Here is the tally. Please settle the account." Seeing the instrument display 125, 600, Shen Wan was taken aback. Hadn't it been stated that there were numerous spirits? The cost should be in the billions. Yet here was merely a mere sum of 12,000. Could it be that the sorcerers from the bureau were so formidable that they had frightened the spirits away, capturing only a handful? A smile crept across Shen Wan's face as he waved to his secretary, instructing, "Transfer 200,000 to Captain Qi. The excess shall be considered compensation for his efforts." Qi Chong, still smiling, replied, "Old Master Shen, you have miscalculated. 125, 600 is not the amount. It is the count of spirits. You should transfer 12, 560, 000 yuan to me."
What?
Shen Wan leaped from the sofa, his previously composed demeanor shattering, his eyes widening in disbelief.
Captain T, you jest?
125 billion? Qi Chong corrected him, and do not forget the 6 million remainder. Shen Wan's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that you have dispelled over 100,000 spirits? How is that possible? I understand that you may find it hard to believe, but indeed, your grand edifice houses a multitude of restless spirits. Take a look at the footage for yourself. He retrieved the recorded images, revealing a throng of ghostly figures, each with a distinct and gruesome demise, their bloodied forms densely populating the screen. Shen Wan felt a chill creep up his spine, stepping back in trepidation, exclaiming, "I can't bear to look any longer." The instruments of the Ninth Bureau are infallible. Every spirit has been documented. If you harbor doubts, you may send someone to count them individually. Moreover, as the spirits were exorcised, they were required to state their names and addresses before the camera, allowing for verification of my claims. Qi Chong approached his tasks with utmost seriousness, leaving no room for Shen Wan to find fault. Shen Wan's body involuntarily swayed, nearly losing his balance. The staggering sum of 12,560 million far exceeded the cost of the entire building. His complexion grew profoundly pallid, as if he were on the verge of being crushed by the weight of such an astronomical figure, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Captain Qi, could you possibly grant me a discount or a friendly price?" Shen Wan implored, his voice strained. "A few billion I could manage, but over 100 billion is beyond my means." Qi Chong chuckled. "Old Shen, what jest is this? You are the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. Your son and grandson excel in their respective fields. For your family, 100 billion is merely a drop in the bucket, is it not? Yet the current economic climate is dire. If I am compelled to produce 100 billion at once, it would sever Shen family's financial lifeline," he lamented, genuinely pained by the prospect, feeling the urge to resort to underhanded tactics to escape. Fortunately, Qi Chong had anticipated this, and promptly produced a recording of their conversation. To be candid, this matter is not simply resolved by the Ninth Bureau. It involves a highly skilled master. The agreed fee is 100,000 per spirit, a commitment you made yourself. I am merely a mediator. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan's perspiration intensified, and he wiped his brow repeatedly, his expression darkening. "Am I acquainted with this master?" Qi Chong, fiercely protective of Shen Wan's privacy, shook his head. "This master is notably discreet. I cannot divulge her information, I'm afraid." Shen Wan gazed at the footage, catching a glimpse of a woman's silhouette. Yet, the density of the spirits obscured her identity, only evoking a faint sense of familiarity. "Captain Qi, I implore you, I shall personally seek out this master. It's not that I'm unwilling to part with 100 billion, but the Shen family simply cannot muster such a sum at this moment." Observing Shen Wan's quivering form, he appeared utterly pitiable. Reluctantly, Qi Chong replied, "Very well. I shall inquire if she is amenable. Should she agree, I will relay her contact information to you." Shen Wan nodded vigorously. After verifying that no one was following, Qi Chong stepped outside to call Shen Wan. Upon learning that Shen Wan sought to meet her, she responded without hesitation, "Inform him that I detest those who are untrustworthy. If he fails to fulfill his promise, I shall unleash all the spirits contained within the copper mirror upon the Shen Group's building." Returning to Shen Wan, Qi Chong relayed her words. The spirits contained within the copper mirror numbered at least 20,000. Shen Wan nearly succumbed to a heart attack. He had intended to negotiate further, but upon hearing Qi Chong's warning regarding the master's disdain for dishonesty, he realized that failing to produce the substantial sum today could provoke her ire. A master capable of resolving the plight of 100,000 spirits undoubtedly possessed formidable power. The Shen family could not afford to offend such a formidable figure. However, the staggering figure of 12,560 million felt as though it would claim his life. He was filled with resentment, truly unwilling to concede. "Old master?" Qi Chong called out several times before Shen Wan snapped back to reality, forcing a smile onto his pallid face. "I was remiss. It was indeed my commitment. Let us proceed with the transfer as per our agreement. His secretary, witnessing the old man's distress, hesitated to speak. Shen Wan feigned magnanimity. Why are you standing there? Transfer the funds immediately. The Shen family is not known for dishonesty. The secretary had no choice but to initiate the transfer to Chi Chong. Upon receiving the funds, Chi Chong wished Shen Wan good health before departing. As soon as he left, Shen Wan could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. 12,560,000,000 of my money. He collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed by a tide of fury and resentment. The pain was excruciating. This profound financial anguish left him trembling with rage. 12,560,000,000. The Shen family had suffered a severe blow. Go. Investigate who this Master Chi Chong has found. Having received such a considerable sum from the Shen family, we must establish a connection with this powerful figure and ensure she aids us in regaining our fortune. 12,560,000,000 must be recouped, principal and interest. Shen Wan gritted his teeth and informed the family to refrain from unnecessary expenditures and tighten our belts. Chapter 123. She has become a little wealthy lady. Upon learning that their patriarch had expended 100 billion on a metaphysical master to resolve the building's issues, the Shen family was left in utter shock. Particularly, Shen Chongfeng nearly succumbed to his anger. Grandfather has truly lost his senses. What sort of metaphysical master warrants such an expense? Recently, the company had invested heavily in various projects, and with the accounts already strained, such a massive expenditure could spell disaster if not balanced. Has grandfather fallen victim to a scam? Shen Jianming, well aware of his father's reverence for metaphysics, sighed. Chongfeng, let's adhere to grandfather's wishes. As long as our family stands united, this challenge is surmountable. Shen Chongfeng's brow darkened. He resolved to investigate the nature of the metaphysical master who had swindled so much from his grandfather. Meanwhile, Chi Chong, after deducting his 6 million share, transferred the remaining 12,560,000,000 to Shen Wan's account. He promptly sought a suitable location to contact her. When Shen Wan arrived on her little tricycle, laden with intricately crafted paper houses, Chi Chong was taken aback. Shen Master, you've become quite the wealthy lady. Yet you remain so humble? Shen Wan smiled gently. Wealth is but a transient possession. I have little desire for it. Chi Chong remarked, with such a lack of ambition. Yet you command 100,000 per spirit. You should have seen Shen Huayan's pained expression. The elderly gentleman nearly had a heart attack. Shen Wan replied with a wry smile, I may lack ambition, but who would ever refuse an abundance of wealth? Chi Chong nodded in agreement. It appears to be a valid point. All these paper structures have been imbued with spells of mine. Once incinerated, they will manifest as real buildings, providing a residence for the spirits of Jiangcheng. Together, they unloaded the numerous paper houses from the tricycle. Shen Wan tossed a talisman into the air. Flames erupted. Chi Chong watched in awe as the structures sprang up, establishing themselves on the barren land. Prepare the offerings. I am ready to release them, Shen Wan commanded. Chi Chong gestured for his subordinates to set up the incense and offerings. Shen Wan took out the copper mirror, chanting incantations. Instantly, the spirits contained within the mirror surged forth. Ah! Such beautiful houses. And beds. Finally, we are sheltered from the wind and rain. Thank you, Master Shen, for giving us a home. The spirits cheered in unison, bowing deeply to Shen Wan. Shen Wan cautioned them, as you have passed on. Those whose time has expired or whose obsessions have dissipated should return to the underworld and not linger in the realm of the living. The spirits nodded in understanding. Chi Chong observed the jubilant spirits settling into their new abodes and couldn't shake the feeling that this place would soon become a haven for restless souls. Shen Wan chuckled softly. The wandering souls and restless spirits, when left without offerings for an extended period, are granted a resting place, which in turn is a form of merit and kindness towards oneself. Chi Chong appeared taken aback. By the way, Shen Huayan and his grandson Shen Chongfeng have been clandestinely investigating your identity. Are you unperturbed by this? Chi Chong spoke with a hint of implication. Shen Wan regarded him steadily. You have already uncovered my identity. Haven to you? Chi Chong scratched his head awkwardly. It wasn't my intention to delve into it. I was surprised to discover that Master Shen is quite renowned in Jiangcheng. A simple inquiry revealed much. However, it seems your grandfather and the others are unaware of your proficiency in metaphysics? Shen Wan replied coolly. He is not my grandfather. Aside from our blood relation, we share no other ties. Ahem, the Shen family is currently scrounging for funds. If they were to learn that you have taken away 100 billion, they would undoubtedly cause you trouble. Would you consider joining the Ninth Bureau? With their protection, the Shen family would dare not approach you. Chi Chong remained persistent, eager to persuade her into the Ninth Bureau. Shen Wan resolutely refused. I do not wish to. You mentioned that joining the Ninth Bureau would entail a loss of freedom. I could arrange for you to take on cases at your discretion, and no one could compel you to undertake anything against your will. Chi Chong praised her talent. There are few like you in all of Huaxia. Joining the Ninth Bureau would be most fitting. I do not want to. Shen Wan reiterated her rejection. In her previous life, she had encountered the Ninth Bureau on numerous occasions. While the Bureau was commendable in its service to the public, it also housed some obstinate traditionalists who were inflexible in their ways. They would impose their hierarchical authority upon you, regardless of your capabilities. Once within, one's standing dictated their voice. She would not consider it, irrespective of the alluring benefits. Seeing her unwavering stance, Chi Chong sighed in regret. The Ninth Bureau deals with numerous supernatural cases. If you were to join, our efficiency would undoubtedly soar. It's simple. You can refer cases to me that you cannot resolve, and I shall charge you based on market rates. At this, Chi Chong's expression brightened significantly. Subsequently, Shen Wan set up a small formation in the desolate land, preventing any negative energy from escaping. It served as a minor barrier, also deterring the unwary from stumbling upon the mirage-like phenomena. After bidding farewell to Chi Chong, she made a detour to the market to procure 2 bags of ingredients for her homecoming. Bai Xiaoyan volunteered to assume the role of chef, resulting in a near-catastrophic explosion in the kitchen. The kitchen and living room were shrouded in dense black smoke. Bai Xiaoyan emerged, disheveled and sporting a wild hairdo, wielding a spatula in one hand and a pot lid in the other, looking at her with an expression of innocence. Did I turn the fire up a bit too high? He said, releasing a puff of smoke as he spoke. Shen Wan couldn't help but laugh. This isn't cooking, it's more akin to detonating explosives. The ingredients are ruined. Go wash up and change your clothes. We'll dine out. This place needs a cleaning service. Bai Xiaoyan promptly discarded the spatula and pot lid and rushed off to shower. After a long day, they were in need of a good meal. Once Bai Xiaoyan donned clean attire and hopped onto a 3-wheeled vehicle, he raised his hand excitedly. Sister Wan. I know a great place to eat, though it's a bit pricey. Shen Wan patted her phone, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Eat your fill. I have the means. Under Bai Xiaoyan's guidance, they arrived at an upscale French garden restaurant with an average cost of 5,000 per person. Sister Wan. This place is delightful, albeit exceedingly expensive. However, I have the funds, so allow me to treat you. Although Sister Wan resided in a grand villa, it was a notorious haunted house, and thus, not particularly costly. Rumor had it that the furniture was all gifted to her. Moreover, she couldn't even afford a small car and relied on the 3-wheeler for outings, always shopping at the local market rather than high-end supermarkets for imported goods. How could he bear to let a single meal bankrupt her? Since I said I'd treat you, just enjoy your meal, without reservation. Shen Wan pulled him into the French restaurant. As they settled in, Shen Qianxue appeared, linking arms with Su Niannian, striding into the restaurant. The moment Shen Wan spotted the two, they too noticed her and approached with an air of confrontation. Chapter 124. An Act of Violence. The pair merely took a seat at the adjacent table, not directly approaching Shen Wan, yet their unwavering gaze scrutinized her intently. Shen Wan pretended not to see them until Bai Xiaoyan remarked, Sister Wan, why are they staring at you? Are they your friends? The moment Su Niannian heard Sister Wan, she bolted to her feet. Shen Wan, is that you? A month had passed since the last banquet, and Su Niannian could hardly fathom that the elegant, noble-looking young lady before her was Shen Wan. When had she transformed into such a beauty, exuding such grace? Shen Qianxue shared her surprise, having immediately noted the enchanting presence of Shen Wan upon entering. Observing her seated with such poise, fair skin, and striking beauty, even the privileged heiress, raised in luxury, felt eclipsed by her. A flicker of jealousy crossed Shen Qianxue's eyes, though she masked it with feigned delight. Wan, how have you become so stunning in just a month? Did you undergo cosmetic surgery abroad? The doctor's skills are remarkable, Shen Qianxue exaggeratedly praised, drawing the attention and whispers of nearby waitstaff. Bai Xiaoyan slammed the table. Sister Wan has been at home this entire month. I can vouch for her. As for you, why not fix that crooked Korean-style nose of yours? Shen Qianxue's face flushed in embarrassment. Su Niannian glared at Shen Wan. It was because of your instigation that I almost fell out with Qianxue. She later explained everything, and classmates said it was merely gossip. Qianxue never spread rumors about me. Their misunderstanding resolved, their sisterly bond strengthened. They had planned to meet for a casual gathering, but unexpectedly encountered Shen Wan upon entry. Why is your father so trusting of you? I can't fathom it. He has been giving me the cold shoulder. Shen Wan leisurely set down the menu without even glancing at them. Turning to the waiter, I heard the environment here is serene. Why are there flies buzzing about? It's quite bothersome. The waiter nearly burst into laughter, maintaining a serious demeanor. I sincerely apologize, madam. I shall attend to it immediately. Turning to the two ladies, she continued, I'm afraid this is a public space. Please keep your voices down to avoid disturbing other diners. Su Nianyan's temper flared. What makes her a customer? She fumed. A meal here costs no less than 20,000. Did you inquire if she can cover her bill? Don't let her dine and dash. Shen Qianxue chimed in meekly. Yes, Wan, you don't have pocket money, do you? This French restaurant is quite expensive. Perhaps you should apologize to Nianyan. And we can consider our misunderstandings resolved. Qianxue, why are you being so kind to an outsider? Su Nianyan protested. If it weren't for her stirring up trouble, I wouldn't have misunderstood you, or slapped you. She must repay that slap. As Su Nianyan spoke, she raised her hand to strike.
Bang!
Shen Wan swiftly retaliated, slapping her across the face with the menu. Su Nianyan stumbled back, nearly falling, had it not been for the waiter's quick reflexes to catch her. How dare you hit me? Su Nianyan's eyes widened in fury, her face burning with pain. Shen Wan, you little peasant. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Su Nianyan seized a wine glass from the table, preparing to smash it. However, a gleaming, sharp knife and fork were suddenly pressed against her throat. Fear gripped Su Nianyan, rendering her motionless, as she realized the gravity of the situation in full view of all. You dare to commit violence? Shen Wan held the knife and fork, a nonchalant smile playing on her lips. Isn't Su the one who is rather bold? Why the sudden fear? She applied a slight pressure, the sharp edge piercing the delicate skin of Su Nianyan's fair neck. Feeling a sharp pang of pain, Su Nianyan's face paled in terror.
No.
Don't kill me. When did Shen Wan become so deranged? Wan, please don't do anything foolish. Shen Qianshue's eyes darted as she seemed to lunge for the knife and fork, but her calculated angle suggested that if Shen Wan were to falter, the utensils would pierce Su Nianyan's throat. Without hesitation, Shen Wan raised her elbow, delivering a forceful blow that sent Shen Qianshue crashing to the ground. Qianshue, are you alright? Su Nianyan exclaimed angrily. Why are you taking it out on Qianshue? Shen Wan scoffed. Two dimwits, go away and don't disturb my meal. With a flick of her wrist, a crimson line appeared on Su Nianyan's neck.
Ah!
Su Nianyan screamed in fright, believing her throat had been cut. Nianyan's fine. Just a bit of blood, Shen Qianshue said as she scrambled up to wipe the blood with a tissue. Su Nianyan glared at Shen Wan through gritted teeth. Shen Wan, seemingly unfazed, had already seated herself and begun to peruse the menu. Nianyan, how about we change restaurants? Su Nianyan stubbornly retorted, why should we change restaurants? We're eating here. I want to see if certain individuals can truly afford the bill here. Su Nianyan plopped down, fixated on Shen Wan's table. Bai Xiaoyan frowned repeatedly, feeling uncomfortable being stared at while dining. Sister Wan, they're acting like lunatics, making me uneasy. Shen Wan directly summoned a waiter, declaring, I'm reserving this restaurant for the night. Clear the place. Upon hearing this, Su Nianyan burst into laughter. Do you know how much it costs to reserve this French restaurant? Over 1 million. Waiter, you need to discern whether it's me, a regular, who can afford to reserve the place, or her, a country bumpkin. As she spoke, she slammed her gold card onto the table.
Misu.
Miss Shen. The restaurant manager hurried over, bowing and smiling at both ladies. It's an honor to have you two esteemed guests. Please forgive my new server's ignorance. Allow me to attend to you personally. What would you like to order today? We have freshly airlifted Alaskan king crabs, New Zealand lamb chops, and your favorite limited edition dessert, the worry-free forest, available today. Su Nianyan lifted her chin, exuding an air of superiority, directing her disdainful finger toward Shen Wan. This is an upscale French restaurant. How does someone of her lowly status even belong here? Manager, throw her out. Today Su Nianyan, will be covering the entire bill. The restaurant manager assessed Shen Wan, noting her exceptional demeanor, but having never seen her dine here, he presumed she was new. Rather than offend the two affluent young ladies, the manager was more inclined to eject Shen Wan. Madam, I'm afraid I must ask you and your companion to leave the restaurant immediately, the manager insisted firmly, his tone leaving no room for debate. Shen Wan leisurely set down her menu, her expression indifferent. Is this how your esteemed establishment treats its guests? Su Nian Nian scoffed. Hospitality must also consider whether the patron can afford the meal. I'm a regular here, and you?
Ha.
You've likely never dined at such a high-end place before. It was reasonable for the manager to doubt her ability to pay. Such a posh French restaurant was hardly a venue for someone of her caliber. Miss Su is correct. Our restaurant caters exclusively to high-end clientele, not just anyone, the manager said, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile towards Su Nian Nian while adopting a different demeanor when addressing Shen Wan. You're not welcome here. Please leave. He gestured dismissively. Bai Xiao Yan, infuriated, slammed the menu down. You're looking down on people. Who says we can't afford a meal here? He angrily pulled out a card from his pocket and slammed it on the table. Open your eyes and see clearly. I'm not playing around. I'm a millionaire. The manager initially dismissed him, but upon seeing the black card on the table, his expression shifted dramatically. A black card? Shun Qian Shui inquired, intrigued. What's a black card? I've never heard of it. It must be fake. Bai Xiao Yan scoffed in disdain. How can you, the granddaughter of a billionaire, not know what a black card is? The manager, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, explained, the black card is a limited edition, with only 100 issued globally. It represents not only status, but is a symbol of the highest echelon. It serves as a golden key to the world's elite circles. With fewer than 10 holders in all of Huaxia, such a prominent figure was not someone he could afford to offend. However, Su Nian Nian had a different perspective. She casually picked up the black card, scrutinizing it before scoffing. I know what a black card is, but this one is clearly fake. How could an underage brat possibly possess a black card? It's probably something he bought online to impress. The manager pondered this, realizing the rarity of black card holders and the improbability of a mere child possessing one. You think you can deceive us with a cheap imitation? Su Nian Nian tossed the card onto the table, commanding, Manager, why haven't you kicked him out yet? Do you want to lose your job? Bai Xiao Yan, fuming, declared, I could easily buy this entire restaurant. He preferred to remain low-key, but he would not allow anyone to trample over him or insult his friends. Shen Wan restrained Bai Xiao Yan, who was ready to flaunt his wealth, and smiled lightly. This restaurant has poor feng shui. Even if you bought it, you wouldn't profit. I haven't tried the food yet, so I can't judge its quality, but the restaurant's demeanor is quite off-putting. I noticed a fine Chinese restaurant ahead. Let us dine there instead. There's no need to stoop to the level of someone as foolish as Su Nian Nian, which would only diminish your own intellect. Bai Xiao Yan shot a furious glare at the trio before obediently following Shen Wan. Miss Su, I've already seen them off. The restaurant is entirely yours for the evening. Please feel free to order whatever you desire, the manager said, all smiles. Su Nian Nian, brimming with self-satisfaction, settled down. Let us try the new dishes you've recently introduced. Certainly, please hold on a moment. No sooner had the manager finished speaking than a social media influencer burst into the restaurant, holding a phone and live streaming. The manager, taken aback by the influencer's eccentric attire, initially considered ejecting her, but she promptly turned the camera towards him. You're the manager, right? I just overheard a beautiful lady outside say that someone is covering the bill today. Does that mean I can eat for free? The manager forced a stiff smile, glancing towards Su Nian Nian. Yes, indeed. Upon hearing this, Su Nian Nian realized it was Shen Wan's doing. Fortunately, the restaurant was relatively empty that evening, with only her table and a couple of others present, so the costs wouldn't be exorbitant. She haughtily declared, Yes, I'm covering the entire bill. As soon as she spoke, the influencer excitedly shouted into the camera, Ah, family, did you hear that? This French restaurant is offering free meals today. Feast away. Family, we've hit the jackpot. This is a restaurant with an average cost of 5,000 per person, so those nearby, hurry and take advantage of this. Don't miss out. Su Nian Nian suddenly felt an ominous premonition as she tried to speak, only to see the influencer choose the largest table and exclaim, Bring out 3 portions of every dish from your menu. This big eater is going to feast like a giant today. Shen Qian Shui's eyes widened. 3 portions of each? Is he a pig? Nian Nian, can you handle this? Su Nian Nian's lips quivered slightly as she let out a scoff. Isn't he just a big eater? Let him eat. I wonder how much he can consume. However, her expression soon morphed into one of utter disbelief. She never anticipated that this internet celebrity who was somewhat renowned in the live streaming realm, would attract a throng of fans in less than 10 minutes. Within half an hour, the entire French restaurant was teeming with those eager to indulge in free food and drink. The entrance was so congested it resembled a blockade, filled with curious onlookers and fans alike. Word had spread that the restaurant was offering complimentary meals that day, prompting a deluge of individuals from all directions. Nian Nian. With this many people, we might as well be looking at several million in costs before we can exit, Shen Qian remarked helplessly. My grandfather just ordered us not to squander money. I currently have only tens of thousands left in my card. Su Nian Nian's face darkened, her expression becoming increasingly grim. Since her father ceased to take care of her, her allowance had been cut off, leaving her with merely over 1 million in her account. She could hardly have foreseen the devious maneuver that Shen Wan had executed. Yet, the words had already been spoken, and retracting them was evidently out of the question. As the crowd swelled, and the dishes they ordered piled up in exorbitant prices, Su Nian Nian could no longer remain composed. She rushed to find the restaurant manager, urging him to announce that they were fully booked and to cease accommodating new patrons. The manager, nearly in tears, responded, Miss Su, I already made that announcement. But the influx is simply overwhelming. They devised a strategy where each person is limited to 30 minutes. As soon as a dish arrives, they take it to go, making room for the next patron. The influencer is still streaming. If I close the doors now, the online community will berate me for being unable to handle the situation, severely tarnishing the restaurant's reputation. Chapter 126. The Bitter Fruits of One's Actions. Su Nian Nian felt as though she had lifted a stone only to have it fall back on her own foot. Shen Wan, what a vicious ploy you've orchestrated. Manager, I need to discuss something with you. Su Nian Nian braced herself and said, I might not have enough cash on me. Could I write an IOU? The restaurant manager's eyes widened in disbelief. An IOU? Miss Su, our establishment does not extend credit. With so many patrons today, our stock is nearly depleted. The costs for one evening could surpass several million. I am not authorized to grant such a debt. Frowning, Su Nian Nian retorted, I am a regular at your restaurant. You are aware of my credibility, aren't you? Plus, I always leave tips. I'm merely asking for a temporary IOU. I promise to repay you once I return home. The manager muttered under his breath, why pretend to be affluent when you're not? What did you say? Su Nian Nian's simmering anger erupted at his words, and in a fit of rage, she slapped the manager across the face. The manager, not one to back down, immediately called the police. Go ahead and call them. Who told you to say I was pretending to be something I'm not? When have I ever done that? Fuming, Su Nian Nian declared, my father is Su Wei. Our family owns a luxury brand empire. Do you think I would cheat you out of a trivial bill? The manager, clutching his stinging face, countered, then pay up now. Didn't you claim you would cover the entire bill? Do it now. What is the point of pretending to be wealthy when you're not? The argument escalated, and soon both were exchanging blows. By the time the police arrived, they were both taken to the station. Su Wei rushed to the police station upon receiving the call, only to find his daughter standing with her hands on her hips, berating someone. Enraged, he approached her and delivered a resounding slap.
Su Nian Nian.
She protested, why are you hitting me again? It's all Shen Wan's fault. She set me up. Su Wei, with a stern expression, commanded, silence. You shall not insult Master Shen. Do you still not see the error of your ways? You sought to compete and ended up in the police station. Do you know where Shen Qian, who came with you, has gone? She abandoned you long ago. Frustrated with his rebellious daughter, Su Wei felt a profound sense of helplessness and disappointment. He couldn't fathom the schemes Shen Qian employed to so swiftly dissolve his daughter's animosity toward her. Su Nian Nian continued to shout, it's Shen Wan's fault. If it weren't for her, why would so many people flock to the restaurant? She deliberately aimed to extort me. Su Wei's heart sank. From this moment on, I will cut off all your pocket money. I will guarantee your debts. But you will have to work to repay what you owe to the restaurant. Su Nian Nian was taken aback, crying out in despair, you're my father. Won't you help me? That's several million. Su Wei was resolute, determined to teach his daughter a lesson, and refused to part with even a single cent. Meanwhile, at a high-end Chinese restaurant, Shen Wan and Bai Xiaoyan watched the streets overflowing with patrons heading to the French restaurant. The two were thoroughly enjoying their meal. Ha ha ha. Sister Wan, your strategy is brilliant, Bai Xiaoyan exclaimed, nearly bursting with laughter, especially at the sight of the police escorting Su Nian Nian and the restaurant manager away. Initially, that big eater streamer merely passed by, only to be ensnared by Sister Wan, who informed him of the free meal inside.
Now,
It seemed that Su Nian was truly facing a financial crisis. One could only imagine how much she despised Sister Wan at this moment. Bai Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Shen Wan smiled sweetly. Thus, it is wise not to engage in rivalry with such individuals. Let them reap what they sow while we remain unscathed. The two relished their meal in the bustling restaurant next door, with Shen Wan covering the bill. Although Bai Xiaoyan insisted on paying, Shen Wan's character wouldn't allow a minor, regardless of wealth, to treat her to a meal. As they rode home, Bai Xiaoyan couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Sister Wan, aren't you at all curious about my identity? Not in the least, Shen Wan replied. Aren't you curious why I possess one of only 100 global black gold cards? Shen Wan maintained her composure. Not at all. A black gold card may be rare, but in my previous life, I held one of only 10 global purple gold cards. Compared to that, a black gold card is hardly remarkable. Sister Wan, you are truly unlike anyone else, Bai Xiaoyan marveled. In the past, whenever my friends discovered I had a black gold card, they would swarm around me, trying to wheedle me into treating them. This is my first experience of being treated to a meal by someone else. It's quite delightful. Shen Wan remarked, true friends are not numerous but precious. Frivolous acquaintances are best avoided. Bai Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. That's why I severed ties with my previous friends and came to Jiangqing to live. I consider myself fortunate to have met both Dr. Gu and you, Sister Wan. You are both wonderful people. After a brief pause, Shen Wan advised, do not casually reveal your possession of the black gold card. It's wise to keep financial matters discreet to avoid attracting unwanted trouble. Bai Xiaoyan obediently nodded. Rest assured, Sister Wan. If it weren't for Su Nian's brazen behavior today, I wouldn't have even considered exposing it. As she spoke, she pulled out a seemingly ordinary secondary card from her pocket. Shen Wan chuckled. You're not without cunning, I see. Just as they reached their doorstep, they spotted Captain Chi Chong waiting outside. Captain Chi? He dusted off his trousers and stood up. Master Shen, you finally arrived. Is there a case? Shen Wan inquired, surprised by his swift return. Not precisely a case. Rather, it's a personal request. But rest assured, I won't make you come for nothing. Let us discuss it inside. Captain Chi gulped down a glass of warm water before recounting the situation. I have a friend. Shen Wan interjected. Typically, such introductions are a prelude to a self-serving request. Chi Chong, wiping the sweat from his brow, admitted awkwardly, all right, it's actually about me. I hail from the 10-mile village in S City. Have you heard of it? Shen Wan nodded. Yes, it's one of the top 10 affluent villages in the country. I've heard that although it's nestled deep in the mountains, every household drives luxury cars and lives in mansions, with an average savings exceeding 5 million. Chi Chong sighed. That was a decade ago. The economy in 10-Mile Village has plummeted, and many families are now deeply in debt. My childhood friend just returned from abroad. He originally intended to develop Shirley Village, but upon discovering the village's conditions had deteriorated significantly, he suspected that the feng shui had been compromised. Consequently, he sought my assistance to alleviate the troubles of our hometown. Although my family relocated from Shirley Village a decade ago, we share a kinship as fellow villagers, and given our close friendship, I consented to help. Those skilled in feng shui within the Ninth Bureau are all occupied with their duties and unable to spare any time. Thus, I turned to you for assistance. Chi Chong remarked, my childhood friend has achieved considerable success in business abroad, and he is willing to offer you 1 million to resolve the issues. Will you accept? Chapter 127. The Lifeless Village. Shen Wan remained silent. Chi Chong, with a pleading expression, continued, although this matter was raised by my friend, it also concerns me. My family's ancestral grave is still in Shirley Village. I am equally apprehensive about any potential feng shui problems affecting our fortunes. Very well. When shall we depart? Chi Chong responded with delight. Right now. The car is ready. Shen Wan expressed surprise. Do we need to rush there overnight? Chi Chong nodded. Su Nanan said we should hurry as quickly as possible. Such urgency suggests there may be more at stake than merely assessing the feng shui, Shen Wan pointed out. Has someone encountered an evil spirit? Chi Chong shook his head. I am not certain of the specifics. He merely instructed me to find a formidable master of metaphysics to examine the village. All right, Shen Wan agreed readily, instructing Bai Xiaoyan on several precautions, especially forbidding him from cooking again before she boarded Chi Chong's vehicle. By 3 in the morning, they arrived in S City. Upon finally reaching Shirley Village, it was already past 8 the following morning. Shen Wan stepped out of the car, stretching and unable to resist complaining. Had I known you would drive for so long. I might as well have summoned the 5 ghosts for transport. My backside is nearly smoking from sitting. Chi Chong stared in disbelief at her. The 5 ghosts are a skill reserved for high-level mages, and you consider them a mode of transportation? Master Shen, I must say, bringing you along was an excellent decision. You truly are remarkable. Shen Wan surveyed her surroundings. Shirley Village nestled amid rolling hills, encircled by lush mountains that formed a natural barrier. Despite its remote location, the village boasted well-paved asphalt roads. The houses were all quaint, detached villas. Though the decor was somewhat dated, it could not conceal their former grandeur and opulence. Master Shen,
Can you discern anything?
is the feng shui truly problematic? Chi Chong inquired. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, the geographical position of Shirley Village is undeniably exceptional. It is a treasure trove of feng shui. However, Chi Chong interjected, however what? Shen Wan pointed toward the sky, saying, the qi has gone awry.
Chi?
Chi Chong echoed, qi can refer to fortune or the energy of the land. The entire village's magnetic field has shifted, as though shrouded in a veil of gloom. The air is stagnant and heavy with energy. As her words faded, a man's voice emerged from behind them. No wonder you are a master of the 9th Bureau. You can identify the village's issues at a glance. Chi Chong turned to greet the newcomer with a smile. Su Nanan. You've finally decided to return to the homeland after all these years. The newcomer was indeed his childhood friend, Su Nanan, a young man who had returned from overseas. It has been over a decade, hasn't it? Su Nanan remarked, his gaze falling upon Shen Wan, who appeared youthful and striking, leaving him momentarily astonished. A master of metaphysics so young? He mused, noting her seemingly 17 or 18 years of age. Shen Wan offered a calm smile. Hello, Mr. Su. At a glance, one could tell he was an elite individual, intelligent and educated, possessing a friendly demeanor. This is Master Shen. She is not one of our bureau's mages, but she is indeed impressive. Chi Chong introduced. Su Nanan smiled courteously. Master Shen, your youth is commendable. As long as you can resolve our village's issues, you may set your compensation as you wish. Chi Chong questioned, I thought your entire family had emigrated abroad. Why the sudden desire to return and develop the village? Su Nanan replied calmly, my parents passed away in the past 3 years, leaving me alone. My roots lie here, and having achieved success in my studies abroad, it is only right that I return to serve my country. Chi Chong was taken aback. You haven't married yet? Much like you, I am still single, Su Nanan chuckled. I have been preoccupied with business matters and have not had time to seek a partner. By the way, what has happened to the village? How did it fall into such disrepair? Su Nanan shifted the conversation back to Shen Wan. What else do you observe, Master Shen? Shen Wan gazed upward, recognizing that Shirley Village indeed faced issues. Even under the brilliant sun, the village's oppressive atmosphere remains unrelenting. The entire place feels lifeless. Indeed, Chi Chong exclaimed. I sensed something was amiss the moment I arrived. Master Shen is correct. It feels suffocating. The scenery was once beautiful in our childhood. How could it have decayed to this extent? Chi Chong raised an instrument to scan the area, noting a significant presence of energy. However, the next moment, Su Nanan snatched the device from his hand. Let me see. Can you detect spirits? Chi Chong pointed to the screen, indicating that the presence of red dots signified wandering ghosts, although this specific area showed none, albeit one could not ascertain if they had entered. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Su Nanan's eyes as he returned the device. Master, I implore you, you must save Shirley Village. Shen Wan regarded him thoughtfully. Chi Chong, moved, remarked, I did not realize your affection for our hometown surpassed even mine. Su Nanan smiled gently. Shall I show you around the village? Certainly, Shen Wan replied. Under Su Nanan's guidance, the 3 entered the village. The old, weathered villas were overrun with moss and vines, as if they had not been tended to for ages. Were it not for the clothes hanging on the balcony and food laid out to dry, she might have suspected the place was entirely abandoned. Shen Wan also noted that every villager she encountered bore dark circles under their eyes. It was not merely the village. Even the people exuded an aura of heaviness and lifelessness. The villagers were unfazed by the arrival of the trio, accustomed as they were to the influx of live streamers exploring the village due to the rise of that industry. Externally, everyone claimed Shirley Village had fallen into decline, a sentiment echoed by the villagers themselves. After a tour, Su Nanan led them to the village chief's residence. Upon seeing Su Nanan had indeed brought Chi Chong, the chief rushed over, clasping his hand eagerly. Xiao Chong, I heard from Nanan that you work in a special investigative bureau. You must help our village. Chi Chong observed the village chief, whose face was lined with wrinkles, appearing as if he had aged into a frail old man. The chief belonged to the same generation as his father, yet looked as though he were in his 70s or 80s. Uncle, please calm down. I have brought a master to specifically assist our village with the feng shui. Our village was not always like this. When did it begin to decline? The chief, tears streaming down his face, recounted, approximately 10 years ago, shortly after your family moved away, our village encountered misfortune. First, the two sons of the family at the village entrance died in a car accident. After their passing, the pets and livestock we kept mysteriously perished as well. With the investments in the village failing one after another, everyone lost so much that they could not even afford coffins. Chapter 128. The first love turns into a ghost. Fortunately, your family moved quickly and avoided these calamities, the chief lamented. Some villagers could no longer endure it and moved away, only to face misfortune elsewhere. The chief sobbed, I truly do not know which deity we have offended. Why does every household suffer such misfortune? Chi Chong turned to Shen Wan. Shen Wan straightforwardly asked the chief, did your ancestors ever commit any heinous acts? Absolutely not. We are all honest folk. Even when we struck it rich during prosperous times, we remained humble and lived according to the rules. At most, it was merely a display of wealth from a decade ago. Is flaunting one's affluence truly an affront to morality? Shen Wan pondered momentarily before stating, you all continue your conversation. I shall take another stroll through the village. Chong, why don't you chat with the village head? I will accompany Master Shen for a while longer, Su Nanan promptly rose to say. Chi Chong nodded in agreement. Su Nanan had been silently trailing behind Shen Wan until she decided to head towards the rear of the village, at which point he called out to her. Master Shen, there's little of interest on the back mountain. It is rife with wild beasts, and the villagers typically advise against wandering there to avoid harm. Shen Wan halted her steps and turned to gaze at him. Mr. Su, you are concealing something from me, aren't you? Su Nanan was momentarily taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. No, why would I hide anything from you? Firstly, as a successful entrepreneur returning from abroad, what compels you to invest in a village whose fortune has long since waned? It is situated far from the urban center, and such development would undoubtedly yield losses. Moreover, you seem to be scrutinizing me, almost as if you were searching for a familiar visage within me. Shen Wan cut to the chase. Speak honestly. What is the true purpose of inviting a metaphysical expert to Shirley Village? Su Nanan insisted. I simply cannot bear to see Shirley Village decline to this extent. I wish to alter its feng shui and assist the villagers. You possess a kind heart, but that does not render you a savior, Shen Wan countered. You are under no obligation to aid these individuals who have transgressed. Su Nanan trembled slightly, incredulous. How do you know they have committed crimes? Shen Wan replied coolly. One's character can often be discerned from their countenance. Even if the visage reveals nothing, I can perceive the aura surrounding them. Those who have taken lives carry a sanguinescence. Su Nanan's expression shifted to one of agitation upon hearing this. So, you perceive their auras as being tainted with blood? Shen Wan interjected, first answer my question. After a prolonged silence, Su Nanan confessed, I admit my return was not solely for the future of Shirley Village, but rather for my first love. Her name was Lily, and she vanished 15 years ago in Shirley Village. No wonder you were staring at me. I must bear a resemblance to your first love? Su Nanan chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. You bear no resemblance whatsoever. But she, like you, possessed long, lustrous black hair. Please tell me how she disappeared. Su Nanan recounted the events of that year. 15 years ago, both he and his first love, Lily, were merely 15 years old. The two naive souls, drawn together by an accident, secretly met, concealing their relationship from their families. Su Nanan's parents intended to immigrate abroad to join distant relatives, providing him with the finest education. He sought to persuade both families to unite, allowing him to bring Lily along for further studies abroad. However, on the night they had arranged to meet, Lily vanished. He approached Lily's parents, but her father merely stated that she had left the village to study in another province. He did not believe it, bursting into Lily's room only to find all her belongings intact, save for her absence. He searched the entirety of Shirley Village, but found no trace of her. Eventually, he was forcibly taken away by his parents, leaving Shirley Village behind, a departure that would last a full 15 years. Shen Wan listened intently as he recounted his past, and after he finished, she spoke softly. Earlier, You inquired about what I could still perceive. Did you already know Lily had passed away? Were you seeking her spirit through me? Su Nanan nodded, indeed. So, you suspect that the village's current state is due to Lily's restless spirit? Su Nanan shook his head. I cannot say. I have not slept soundly in 15 years. Whenever I close my eyes, I see Lily weeping, yet each time I draw near, she seems to slip further away. He cradled his head in despair. I truly wish to know where she is. Shen Wan regarded him intently. You still have not spoken the truth. What do you mean? A flicker of unease crossed Su Nanan's eyes. If you did not witness her death with your own eyes, how can you be so certain she is truly dead? I only guessed. Shen Wan's gaze pierced through him. Did you witness Lily being harmed by someone, yet remain silent due to guilt, leaving you restless for these 15 years? No, that's not it. Su Nanan's expression betrayed panic. Master Shen, I implore you, attempt to summon her spirit. I long to see her. Shen Wan replied, I have already examined the village, though it is steeped in negative energy. There are no spirits present. However, the back mountain may be a different story. Su Nanan turned towards the foreboding dark expanse of the rear mountain. Are you suggesting that Lily is there? That cannot be. I visited the back mountain as soon as I returned, and there was nothing. Logically, Shirley Village is a place of strong feng shui, yet its energy has become so chaotic. Clearly something is at play. Shen Wan remarked. I cannot ascertain whether it is Lily's spirit causing the disturbances, but there is undoubtedly something that is consuming Shirley Village. Upon hearing that Lily might be on the back mountain, Su Nanan dashed towards it. Su Nanan! Halt! The village head and Chi Chong arrived. Seeing Su Nanan rushing away, the village head hurried to pursue him. Shen Wan followed closely, observing the environment of the back mountain. Indeed, the negative energy was palpable, and the magnetic field was nearly collapsing. She held a compass in her hand, which spun erratically. Chi Chong also brandished an instrument, scanning the area. Although the levels of negative energy were not as high as those in the Shen family mansion, they were nearing the critical threshold. No spirits were visible. Master Shen, what did you discuss with Nanan? Why did he suddenly run towards the back mountain? Chi Chong inquired. Do you know a girl named Lily? Chi Chong nodded. Yes. Lily is the village head's daughter. Shen Wan paused in her tracks. The village head's daughter? Yes. Chi Chong replied with a note of regret. Unfortunately, she accidentally fell into the river at the age of 15 and was swept away. Her body was never recovered. Wait. Could the recent upheavals in the village be the doing of Lily's spirit? She must have transformed into a water ghost. Chapter 129. Sacrifice. Shen Wan shook her head. In my view, it is not merely one spirit. Chi Chong's eyes widened. Could there be other spirits? Those villagers who met tragic ends 10 years ago? Shen Wan turned her gaze towards Shirley Village, viewing it from above, as it appeared to be ensnared within the maw of a dark abyss, slowly being consumed by shadows. Chi, do you know why your parents chose to move you and your sister away from Shirley Village? Chi Chong looked astonished. Master Shen, your insight is remarkable. You even noticed I have a sister? According to my father, they wanted to take us to the big city for schooling, where the educational resources are superior. Shirley,
It is not just that. Huh.
Chi Chong was about to inquire further when Shen Wan took off in pursuit of Su Nanan and the village head. Chi Chong could only follow, puzzled. The back mountain of Shirley Village was vast, with a range of mountains, part of which had once been a mining site that had since been depleted. Su Nanan was headed toward the abandoned mine. What he saw, however, was a site devastated by a mudslide, leaving only desolation in its wake. No remnants of the mine remained. Su Nanan collapsed to the ground in despair. Lily, what has happened to you, my child? The village had finally caught up with him, grabbing him and attempting to lead him away. A few years ago, a torrential rain caused a mudslide that destroyed the abandoned mine. What are you doing here? Su Nanan whirled around, gripping the village head's hand tightly, demanding, Where have you hidden Lily's body? Is it not concealed in the mine? The village head's expression darkened. Su Nanan, do not presume that your return from studying abroad makes you superior. How dare you question me with such an attitude? Su Nanan's demeanor was tense, on the brink of eruption. For the past 15 years, I've dreamt of Lily weeping. You know full well what you did to her. The village head frowned, glancing at Shen Wan, who was approaching, and lowered his voice. There are outsiders present. Do not embarrass yourself. Come with me. I will not go back. Su Nanan's eyes brimmed with tears as she exclaimed in anger. Lily is crying. Her soul has not found peace. Uncle, you are her biological father. How can you bear to be so heartless? The village chief's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to cover her mouth. What nonsense are you spouting, child? Shen Wan approached with an air of icy detachment, stating, "At this juncture, village chief, it would be prudent to cease your concealment." The village chief cast a lingering glance at her. "What do you mean?" "I traversed the entirety of Shirley Village and discovered something particularly intriguing," she replied, prompting the attention of the three present. "What is it?" they inquired. Shen Wan continued, "There is not a single woman in all of Shirley Village." Chi Chong, belatedly comprehending, remarked, "Indeed, during my stroll through the village today, I did not encounter a single elderly woman or any female at all. It seems I only met men." The village chief's demeanor darkened. "That is because the women are all at home working. They have no leisure to wander about." "Very well. Let us visit each household to ascertain the existence of women," Shen Wan proposed. Chi Chong, the village chief, visibly agitated, pointed at Shen Wan and declared, "Is this the so-called master you brought? What utter nonsense! Does she not understand the importance of respecting the villagers' privacy?" Chi Chong, equally perplexed, responded, "Uncle, why are you so agitated? Could it be that Master Shen is indeed correct, and there are no women left in Shirley Village?" With a fierce glare, the village chief retorted, "You two are spouting nonsense. If there were no women, how would we have men in our village? It seems you are not masters of the mystical arts, but rather charlatans. Chi Chong, take your friend and leave at once. Such a master is not welcome in our village." Suddenly, Su Nanan, who had been kneeling in silence, let out a cold laugh. "What are you hiding?" The village chief's countenance darkened further. "Su Nanan, you too shall leave. You use the pretense of concern for the village, but I see you have ulterior motives, seeking to seize the village's abundant resources." Su Nanan chuckled lightly. "What nonsense about resources? For the sake of resources, you have disregarded human lives." The village chief, now thoroughly enraged, advanced to seize her. "You and your parents have long abandoned Shirley Village. You are no longer one of us. I command you never to set foot in Shirley Village again." Chi Chong rushed forward to separate them. "Uncle, both Nanan and I grew up in Shirley Village. This is our home. Nanan's simply Mrs. Lily. After all, wasn't Lily supposed to have drowned accidentally?"
No.
Su Nanan broke free from the village chief's grasp and shouted in despair. "Lily was beaten to death. Murdered in cold blood." Upon hearing this, both Chi Chong and the village chief stood frozen in shock. Chi Chong's face reflected disbelief, while the village chief quickly shifted from embarrassment to rage, lunging at Su Nanan to grapple with her. Shen Wan glanced skyward at the gathering storm clouds, ominous and swirling, heralding the approach of tempestuous weather. "Stop this at once. I have come to understand the sequence of events," she interjected. Su Nanan forcefully pushed past the village chief and rushed to Shen Wan. "Master Shen, the truth no longer matters to me. I only wish to know where Lily's soul resides. I long to see her." Shen Wan responded somberly. "How can the truth not matter? It pertains not only to Lily but to others as well." Chi Chong, bewildered, asked, "Master Shen, what on earth is going on? I am utterly confused." Shen Wan's gaze turned icy as she regarded the village chief. "All these calamities stem from the insatiable greed of mankind." "Greed?" Chi Chong echoed. "Shirley Village is a land of fortune. Our ancestors stumbled upon mineral resources, and after selling them, the entire village prospered, becoming renowned as a wealthy village."
Indeed.
Chi Chong nodded. "My father told me the same. The prosperity of Shirley Village arose from the discovery of rich mineral resources." Shen Wan continued. "The minerals brought wealth overnight, with every household acquiring luxury cars and opulent houses. However, this prosperity was ephemeral. Due to the excessive exploitation of these resources, they gradually dwindled until nothing remained. Developers withdrew from Shirley Village, and the villagers, accustomed to a life of abundance, could not retain their newfound wealth. Some fell into gambling addiction, squandering their fortunes, while others indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, leading to further loss. The transition from frugality to extravagance is easy, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty." As wealth continued to seep away, the villagers finally sensed a crisis. Rather than relying on hard work to regain their fortunes, they once again turned their sights on the mountains for resources. Chi Chong remained puzzled. "I still don't understand how this relates to Lily and the women. If we can uncover the minerals, Shirley Village can once more realize its dream of overnight wealth." But it is not so simple. Shen Wan's gaze remained fixed on the village chief. Consequently, the men of Shirley Village conceived a ghastly method to use women as sacrifices to the mountain god. Chapter 130. No innocents remain. Chi Chong gasped in horror. What? Sacrificing women to the mountain god? Is it true, uncle, that you really did that? The village chief's eyes darkened as he retorted, What do you know? This is a secret passed down by our ancestors. Our forebears have always lived in the mountains, relying on them for sustenance. If we anger the mountain goddess, she will not grant us passage. In the past, we sacrificed chickens, ducks, and goats. But after a girl accidentally fell into a chasm and died, those who went to retrieve her discovered the stones within were unlike any other, sparkling and beautiful. Surely this was a reward from the mountain goddess. As the village chief spoke, madness danced in his eyes. Master Shen, you are right. We became wealthy overnight, yet could not retain our riches, and unrestrained extravagance has led Shirley Village down a path of decline. Su Nanan cried out in anguish. So you thought to sacrifice your own daughter, intending to offer Lily to the mountain god. Being chosen to serve the mountain goddess is my daughter's supreme honor. You know nothing. The village chief shouted in fury. Had it not been for you stumbling upon the scene, the sacrifice would not have gone awry. Su Nanan, eyes ablaze with rage, retorted, What sacrifice? You are committing the most inhumane act of brutality against Lily. Chi Chong, aghast, exclaimed, Nanan, you witnessed it? Su Nanan nodded. Anguish etched on her face.
Yes.
My parents had the foresight to take me abroad for my studies, and I wanted to bring Lily along. That fateful night, I went to his house and stumbled upon him and several villagers whipping Lily. She lay bloodied and naked in a pool of her own blood. As she recounted the horror, Su Nanan clutched her head, unwilling to relive the gruesome memories. Shen Wan paused thoughtfully before saying, You must have been paralyzed with fear at the time. Even as Lily pleaded for your help, you were unable to step forward. Su Nanan fell to her knees, weeping in remorse toward the sight of the landslide-covered mine. Lily, I am so sorry. I was so afraid. If only I had been braver. Perhaps you would still be alive. Shen Wan sighed. On the night of the sacrifice, Lily's death was predestined. Indeed. The village chief's eyes gleamed with a twisted fanaticism. My daughter is to be sacrificed to the mountain goddess, to serve her. No one can stop this. This wretched child stood at the door, paralyzed with fear. I offered him a whip to join us, but he was merely a coward, running away in terror. The ritual must not be interrupted. He saw it. And he must join us to complete the final ceremony. But when I went to find him, his parents had already whisked him away. The village chief seethed with resentment. Had you not interfered and failed to join, the ritual would not have failed. The mountain goddess was angered by the interruption of the ceremony. For the past decade, the deaths and mutilations in our village are all due to you. Chi Chong suddenly realized, no wonder my parents suddenly wanted to move to the city with my sister. They must have known about your heinous actions and feared you would sacrifice her. The village chief glared at him with malice. How can serving the mountain goddess be deemed a heinous act? Countless individuals yearn for such blessings. My poor daughter has suffered terribly at the hands of that scoundrel Su Nan, her life extinguished in vain. Wang Taizhu. Su Nan, consumed by rage, lunged at him, exclaiming, Lily is your own flesh and blood. How could you bear to raise your hand against her? The thought of Lily being brutally beaten to death filled him with both hatred and guilt, driving him into a frenzy as he unleashed his fury upon the village chief, as if striving to expel the remorse that had haunted him for years. Soon, the village chief lay battered and bruised, with several teeth knocked out. Chi Chong refrained from intervening, seething with anger. What era is this? Still performing sacrifices to the mountain gods? A legitimate mountain god would never demand a life. So one Lily is not enough, and you continue to offer the lives of the women in the village one after another. Now, not a single woman remains. My heavens! Even beasts would not commit such inhumane and frenzied acts. The village chief, on the brink of death from Su Nan's assault, weakly defended himself. I did not err in adhering to the ancestral customs. Your village was once a land blessed by fortune, yet out of greed, you have callously slain your own kin, perhaps a daughter, a wife, or even a mother. Shen Wan retorted angrily. Everything that the village of Shirley is suffering now is your just retribution. She had noticed upon entering the village that each villager bore the weight of sin. She could hardly fathom the depth of their transgressions, which were utterly abhorrent. Retribution. The village chief laughed maniacally, spitting blood. We will discover new mines. And everyone will become rich overnight. What a pipe dream, Shen Wan remarked, glancing at the sky before turning to Chi Chong. Bring Mr. Su. We must take our leave. Chi Chong was taken aback. Now. Su Nan, filled with remorse, insisted. I will not leave. I must find Lily. I can no longer run away from this. Although Chi Chong was unsure of Shen Wan's intentions, he trusted her implicitly. The master Shen will not harm you. If she says to leave, there must be a reason. Su Non looked at Shen Wan with bloodshot eyes, a desperate plea evident within them. Lily's spirit was not here. She did not belong to those who were sacrificed. Nor was she subdued. Shen Wan stated, "We must first return to prepare our things." Only then did Su Non rise. The village chief lay abandoned on the ground. The trio ignored him and proceeded down the mountain. Upon their return to the village, villagers quickly noticed that the chief had not accompanied them, sensing something was amiss. They hurriedly ventured into the mountains to retrieve the battered chief. Call the police? For what purpose? The village chief lay on his bed, feebly cursing. Why aren't you rushing to bring those three back? The villagers hastily set off in pursuit of the trio. On a nearby hill, Shen Wan and her companions looked down at the villagers, brandishing kitchen knives and exuding murderous intent as they charged after them. Chi Chong was aghast. Have they lost their minds? Thank goodness Master Shen foresaw this and led us away. Otherwise, we would have been torn to shreds. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly. They have been blinded by the ephemeral allure of sudden wealth. Su Non sat on the ground, his expression vacant. I only wished to see Lily. Below, the villagers, having failed to find the trio, clamored back to inform the chief. Chi Chong hastily pulled out his phone. These people are guilty. I must call for reinforcements to apprehend them. Shen Wan pointed at the darkening clouds in the distance, saying, a storm is approaching. Indeed. We must return to the car to escape the rain, she continued. This rain will wash away the sins of Shirley Village. Captain Chi. You are already too late to summon help. Chi Chong gazed at the village, then looked back at her in shock. Chapter 131. Judgment of Evil Deeds. Master Shen, you did this on purpose, Chi Chong said, trembling with fear. This is not merely 1 or 2 lives. There are over 100 people in Shirley Village. Shen Wan cast a cold glance at him. Every man in the village is stained with sin, regardless of age. If you are so eager to play the savior, feel free. But before you go, consider the innocent women they have ruthlessly harmed. If it weren't for your father's timely action, your mother and sister would have long since met a similar fate. Chi Chong felt his face flush with shame. Master Shen, I apologize. It was my folly. The men of Shirley Village are willing to harm their own kin for the dream of overnight wealth. They are utterly unworthy of being called human. Precisely. Su Non glared at Shirley Village, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Lily was brutally beaten to death. The agony and despair she endured before her demise are beyond our comprehension. What Shirley Village is experiencing now is their own retribution. Su Non appeared almost delirious, lamenting that their punishment had only arrived today. Shen Wan stated, those who have blood on their hands will face consequences even in the underworld, and will be condemned to hell for eternity. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded. Chi Chong cautiously remarked, we shouldn't stand in high places during a thunderstorm. Should we relocate? I refuse to leave. I want to witness the retribution of Shirley Village with my own eyes. Su Non adamantly refused to budge. Shen Wan explained, I have assessed the terrain. The upcoming storm will not reach this area, so rest assured. Only then did Chi Chong breathe a sigh of relief. The rain began to fall. Meanwhile, the men of the village gathered densely in the chief's home. The chief lay half-conscious in a chair, waiting for the rain to cease, so he could send a few men to the city to find Su Non. You must tell him that if he agrees to keep quiet about our village's affairs with Chi Chong and that Shen girl, I will reveal to him the location of Lily's body. Someone protested, Chief, didn't you say that as long as we sacrifice women to the mountain goddess, she would bless us with wealth? Where is our fortune? Another lamented, indeed, I personally smashed my wife's skull, having waited so long. Where's our prosperity?
Who can say otherwise?
I didn't spare my own mother. If I don't find wealth, when I die and meet her, won't she scold me for being useless? The chief's face grew stern as he listened to the villagers' grievances. What are you panicking for? I have a feeling the mountain goddess will soon show us the path to our fortune. The chief scoffed. Besides, whose family hasn't he lost a woman? I even sacrificed my only daughter as a leader. What more do you need to believe? Chief, aren't we all just afraid that our dreams of wealth will vanish? Another villager inquired. Yes, Chief. When will the mountain goddess guide us? I'm so poor I'm considering begging in the big city. At least I could earn a few hundred a day. The chief retorted sharply, those who cannot wait can leave. But let me make one thing clear. If you step out of Shirley Village, any future prosperity will have nothing to do with you. His threats silenced the villagers, who promptly ceased discussing leaving. With a clap of thunder, a flash of lightning illuminated the faces of the crowd. Each countenance was twisted with greed and desire for wealth. Resembling ravenous demons, the rain intensified, pouring down in torrents. The villagers found it difficult to leave, remaining in the chief's home until the storm passed. This group of men gathered, their conversations revolving solely around wealth and women. Someone mentioned Shen Wan, leering as they spoke. "Did you see the girl who came back with Chi Chong today? Good heavens. She is stunning, even more beautiful than the stars on television. That waist. I could grip it with one hand. Her complexion is so fair, it looks like water could be squeezed from it." Another lecherously chimed in. "What else to say? Once we strike it rich, charming girls like that could be swapped out 8 times a day. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, since becoming a pauper, I haven't touched a woman. If I had known, I would have dragged that girl home for a delightful night." Listening to the vulgarities of the crowd, the village chief not only failed to intervene but also joined them with a lewd grin. Just as the onlookers reveled in their lascivious fantasies, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. Had something collapsed? Surely it was yet another landslide from the abandoned mine. With such heavy rainfall, could a landslide possibly reach our 10-mile village? You are overthinking. Our ancestors meticulously chose this village site. It has remained unscathed for centuries. If a landslide were to occur, it would be at the mine,
which is already hollowed out beneath.
The villagers paid no heed to the warnings.
Boom, boom.
However, as the ominous sound drew closer, they began to sense something amiss. Oh no, it's a landslide.
Run.
A villager braved the rain and ventured outside, nearly paralyzed with fear. He beheld torrents of mud engulfing massive boulders and splintered wood, surging toward 10-mile village like a ferocious beast.
Ah!
Help! Panic ensued as everyone scrambled from the chief's home. The chief, injured and unable to move, had tumbled from his chair. Before he could rise, the landslide came crashing down with overwhelming force. The once proud largest mansion in the village crumbled like fragile parchment beneath the onslaught of mud. The chief watched in horror as the structure collapsed, burying him under its weight. The deluge of mud surged forth, drowning out his cries for help. The fleeing villagers scattered in terror, their anguished screams echoing as they too met the same fate. The landslide swept through the entire accursed 10-mile village, obliterating it entirely. From the neighboring hill, 3 individuals witnessed the annihilation of 10-mile village. Chi Chong stood frozen, astonished at witnessing the village's demise so closely for the first time. Su Nanan clapped in grim approval, tears streaming down her face. It serves them right. Their self-inflicted misdeeds have led to this. Shen Wan calmly remarked. Their sacrificial offerings of women in the name of the mountain deity were merely an expression of their dissatisfaction with life, projecting all their grievances onto women while naively hoping to exchange them for wealth without labor. This disaster is the judgment for the malevolence of 10-mile village. None shall escape. Chapter 132. Every grievance has its source. Suddenly, Su Nanan knelt before her, pleading through tears. Master Shen, 10-mile village has faced its retribution, but what of Lily? Where is she? Shen Wan replied, It has been over a decade since this transpired. She may have already descended. I must consult the underworld. Captain Chi. Let us split into 2 groups. Although 10-mile village has met its end, the aftermath must be handled by you. I will take Mr. Su to the mine to summon souls. Chi Chong silently nodded, gazing at the desolate remnants of what was once 10-mile village. Subsequently, Shen Wan and Su Nanan circled around, seeking another route to the mine. The mine remained untouched by the landslide, though the heavy rain had caused significant flooding. Su Nanan offered to carry Shen Wan through the water, but she graciously declined, opting for a higher ground to conduct the summoning. As the rain began to subside and the dark clouds dispersed, the moon cast a gentle glow in the night sky. Nearing 9 o'clock, Su Nanan stood silently beside Shen Wan, observing as she arranged the summoning array. Shen Wan drew an expansive talisman on the ground, surrounded by yellow charms. Noticing Su Nanan's puzzled expression, she gently explained, We shall perform both the summoning and the transference of souls. By the way, do you know Lily's birthday?
Please write it down for me.
She handed him a yellow charm and a vermilion brush. Tears streaming down his face, Su Nanan inscribed the date. The memories of first love were etched deeply in his heart, compounded by the haunting sight of Lily's tragic end. Years of remorse had rendered him restless, tormenting him day and night. He could never forget. Once Shen Wan was prepared, she began the summoning. Her lips moved in an incantation that Su Nanan could not comprehend. A series of enigmatic verses. Suddenly, she shouted, "Break the dark and reveal the light. Return, O wandering souls." Instantly, a gust of chilling wind swept through the tranquil forest. Su Nanan stumbled, as if something were breaking free from the earth. Abruptly, he felt a drop in temperature. A cold chill creeping up from his ankles to envelop his entire being. Anxiously, he glanced at Shen Wan, who pointed toward the abandoned mine. "Look over there," she urged. Following her finger, Su Nanan gasped in horror as one ghost after another emerged from the soil, each battered and bruised, all familiar faces. Aunt Zhou? Grandma Zhang? Little Hua? Su Nanan's complexion drained of color, and he screamed in terror. They floated closer, tears streaming down their faces as they bowed to Shen Wan. "Thank you, Master, for rescuing us. We were beaten to death by our own men and discarded into the mine. The oppressive darkness trapped us, and today we finally see the light again." Each spirit wept bitterly, their sorrow palpable. Su Nanan's heart ached at their plight. Had he only been braver in exposing the chief's wrongdoings, perhaps so many women would not have perished. "I am so sorry, truly sorry." Regret consumed him. The kind-hearted Grandma Zhang stroked his head gently. "Little An, you are not the one who harmed us. It is they who are to blame. Yes, Brother N, do not carry such a heavy burden. Every grievance has its source. We know who is responsible for our deaths. Little An, Lily's spirit is not here." Su Nanan's heart raced as he looked up. "Then where has she gone?" The spirits shook their heads. "After we were killed and thrown into the mine, Wang Taizhu suppressed our souls with a strange object. Lily's body is not in the mine." Su Nanan's anxiety mounted. "Then where has she been hidden?" "This is something you must inquire with her father," Shen Wan addressed the spirits. "I will guide you to liberation. But your bodies are buried too deep to be exhumed for proper burial." The female spirits expressed their profound gratitude. "Master, you have freed us. We are eternally grateful." "Thank you." After sending the spirits away, Shen Wan and Su Nanan returned to the village. Chi Chong had already gathered people to manage the aftermath. The grim outcome revealed that the villagers' bodies were so mangled by rocks and debris that proper recovery was impossible. With most villagers deeply buried, rescue efforts proved exceedingly difficult. As captain, Chi Chong ordered the abandonment of the recovery, allowing their remains to rot in the mud forever. "Master Shen, how did it go on your end?" Chi Chong approached her as she returned. "The souls of the women have been guided to peace. Here is the list." As he scanned the names on the list, tears welled in Chi Chong's eyes. All were familiar faces, his grandmother, aunts, and childhood friends, including younger sisters. Overwhelmed with grief, it took him a moment to regain his composure. With reddened eyes, he bowed slightly to Shen Wan. "Thank you, Master Shen. If you had not guided them, they would have remained trapped forever." Shen Wan waved her hand dismissively, stating, "I must now summon the villager souls." Chi Chong's expression darkened. "Those scoundrels have committed heinous acts. Master Shen, turn their spirits over to me. I will take them back to the 9th Bureau." Shen Wan replied softly, "What will you accomplish by taking them to the 9th Bureau? The living cannot govern the dead. I intend to summon the chief soul. But they are already dead. Why have their spirits not emerged? Perhaps they have yet to comprehend their demise. However, it matters not. When they realize the truth, the emissaries of the underworld will come." Shen Wan preemptively summoned the chief's spirit. Reciting his name, his ghostly form emerged from the mud. I'm dead?" The chief stared in disbelief at his almost transparent spirit, unable to comprehend for a moment. Turning his head, he beheld the vanished village, collapsing in fear. "The village is gone? How can it be gone? I am on the brink of leading everyone to prosperity." The village chief suddenly recalled something. His gaze shifting to the 3 individuals who remained unscathed, and he came back to his senses. It dawned on him that you had known about the impending mudslide all along. Why did you not save anyone? Chi Chong, you hail from Shirley Village, and you are the captain of a special unit. How can you bear to watch us perish without lifting a finger? Chi Chong, what a vile heart you possess. With a surge of fury, Chi Chong seized the magic whip and struck the chief with great force. "You wretched creature, lower than a beast. You are the one responsible for the deaths of so many." The blow sent the chief writhing in agony, nearly shattering his spirit. Su Nanan snatched the whip from Chi Chong, her wrath compelling her to strike again.
"Speak.
"Where have you hidden Lily's remains?" "Oh, please stop. I will tell you." The chief begged in excruciating pain. "Where is Lily? I burned her to ashes." Shen Wan's countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 133. In the Name of the Father. The Burned Ghost. Chi Chong's expression darkened further. Lily has become a burned ghost? But she was beaten to death, was she not? Su Nanan pressed urgently. What is a burned ghost? Does it mean Lily's soul has been consumed by the flames? Chi Chong's demeanor grew grave as he explained. That is not the case. A burned ghost is one who is alive when set ablaze, and such a death is excruciatingly torturous, especially for those who endured inhumane suffering prior to being burned alive. The endless pain and resentment can transform them into vengeful spirits. Master Shen, has Lily become the malevolent ghost? Shen Wan nodded. It is highly likely. However, she turned her gaze toward the village chief. If Lily had indeed transformed into a vengeful spirit, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon those who caused her demise. And it is impossible that she would allow these individuals to remain unpunished. Moreover, it seems she has not yet begun her rampage before vanishing. Shen Wan calculated with her fingers, her expression darkening slightly as she questioned the village chief. After Lily's death, did any outsiders come to the village? The chief, still trembling in pain, with a ghastly pallor on his twisted face, replied, Yes, an old priest passed through the village. He paid 2,000 for my daughter's ashes. Su Nanan, upon hearing this, could no longer contain her fury, seizing the whip once more and striking him vehemently. As she whipped him, she berated, You are inhuman. Lily is your own daughter. You injured her, burned her alive, and then even sold her ashes to outsiders for 2,000. The chief rolled on the ground in agony, utterly oblivious to his wrongdoing. What of it? What can ashes do? Feed me? Can they even be used to smudge the wall? 2,000 is a decent sum.
Ah. Stop.
She has been dead for over 10 years. No matter how mad you become, she cannot return. Su Nanan dropped the whip and, kneeling before Shen Wan, cried, Master Shen, I am willing to pay any price. Just help me retrieve Lily's soul. Chi Chong glanced at the silent Shen Wan and tried to pull him up. Brother, get up. This matter is not so simple. The reason Lily's soul is no longer in Shirley Village is that her ashes were taken from her homeland. Right now, we have no knowledge of who that passing old priest was, and over a decade has passed since then. Su Nanan felt a pang of distress. Shaking off Chi Chong's hand, her eyes burning with determination as she gazed at Shen Wan, desperation evident in her gaze. Captain Shi is correct. Lily's soul has left Shirley Village along with her ashes. Shen Wan remarked, Finding her under these circumstances will not be easy. Upon hearing this, Su Nanan believed all hope was lost, collapsing in despair, the light in his eyes extinguished. Shen Wan then added, However, it is not entirely without recourse. Su Nanan's eyes rekindled with hope. I am willing to pay any price. One method involves both of you entering into a ghostly marriage. Before Shen Wan could finish, Su Nanan exclaimed, I am willing. Shen Wan interjected, Do not rush. There is another method, summoning the blood relative in the name of the father. Her piercing gaze fell upon the village chief. Realizing they sought his assistance, the chief, enduring immense pain, crawled up and, emboldened, stated, If you want me to help, you must spare me and ensure I am well taken care of. Su Nanan had no desire to plead with such a man, resolutely refusing. Master Shen, let's proceed with the ghostly marriage. Yet Shen Wan remained fixed on the chief. I believe the method of invoking the father's name is more favorable.
Why?
Su Nanan was perplexed. Lily was killed by this wretched man, so why seek his aid? Master Shen, do not acquiesce to his demands. A person like him should pay a heavy price. Chi Chong held Su Nanan back, whispering, Be patient, knowing Master Shen's temperament. She will not allow this old fool to escape unscathed. If Shen Wan were the type to show mercy, she would not have stood idly by as Shirley Village was ravaged by a mudslide, claiming countless lives in an instant. Her actions surely carry profound reasoning. To ensure your well-being very well. Shen Wan smiled faintly, the unpredictability of life and death hanging in the balance. The village chief, emboldened, began to make outrageous demands. I want you to burn mountains of gold and silver for me each month. I also desire a grand villa, luxury cars, and oh yes, burn a few beautiful maidens to serve me. He rattled off a string of demands. Not having enjoyed life enough in his former existence, he sought to indulge himself even more in death. Shen Wan verbally acquiesced while deftly arranging the spirit-summoning formation. Enough, just stand in the center of the formation. The chief, dubious, hesitated to step in, fearing for his life. Chi Chong retorted, You are already dead. How much worse could it get? Who knows what schemes you are plotting against me? The chief failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. With a swift motion, Shen Wan pushed him in go. The formation activated. Before the chief could regain his footing, the formation ignited in flames. No, do not burn me alive. It hurts. The roaring flames encircled him, trapping him securely within. The chief felt an excruciating heat engulfing his limbs, far more agonizing than the strikes of the whip. Help! It hurts. Witnessing the chief's desperate struggles, his already disfigured face melted further, contorting into a more grotesque visage. Master Shen, what is this? Chi Chong had never witnessed such a spirit-summoning spectacle. This is not merely summoning. It is punishment, is it not? Shen Wan replied coolly. It is both summoning and punishment. In the name of the Father, summoning the soul of a blood relative, how could it come without a painful cost? She chuckled lightly, observing the chief's spiritual essence being consumed by the flames, gradually coalescing in the air. Wang Lily, return to your soul. Shen Wan called out. A sudden gust of eerie wind swept through, extinguishing the flames of the formation. The chief exhaled in relief, only to be met with the emergence of a pair of charred, shriveled hands that seized his throat.
Ah!
The chief gasped in horror, struggling desperately. Those charred hands tightened their grip, increasingly constricting. Though he was already dead, he could vividly feel the suffocating terror. The sensation of death loomed over him.
Lily! Su Nanan!
However, recognized that a golden ring adorned one of the charred fingers, he shouted almost uncontrollably, Lily. The hands trembled slightly, but continued to grip the chief's throat mercilessly. The chief's neck contorted at a grotesque angle, his head drooping lifelessly. Wang Lily, Shen Wan called her name. I do not know who took you, but this is your chance to break free from their grasp. Yet Lily's spirit remained elusive, only the charred hands materializing. Chapter 134. The Cult. Su Nanan anxiously inquired, Master Shen, is it possible that Lily is being restrained by the old priest, rendering her unable to return? Shen Wan paused for a moment before replying. Perhaps her reluctance to reveal herself stems from the changes in her appearance. She may not wish for you to see her current form. What girl does not cherish her beauty, especially in front of the one he cherishes? Su Nanan suddenly came to himself, crying out in despair, Lily. No matter how you change, I will never despise you. It was my fault. I wronged you. I was too cowardly. If only I had rushed in to save you, you wouldn't have perished in the flames. He knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with grief. His charred hands, once gripping the village chief, gradually loosened. They gently reached towards his face, wiping away his tears. A voice, hoarse and rasping like a cracked bell, suddenly echoed in Shen Wan's ears. Master, I am no longer the Lily of yesterday. Now, I am merely an ugly specter devoid of form. I do not wish to frighten Nanan. I only want to preserve the most beautiful version of myself for him. Shen Wan understood. Lily had been burned alive. Her spirit could never return to her former self. She delicately plucked a talisman and sent it forth.
Come in.
The charred hands flew into the talisman, which then folded into a triangular shape in the air. Capture. Shen Wan extended her hand to retrieve the talisman. All right, Lily, you can now communicate with Mr. Su. At noon, I will guide you to the afterlife. Shen Wan placed the triangular talisman into Su Nanan's hands. Treasure your remaining moments together. Su Nanan cradled the talisman, sobbing uncontrollably. Lily, I am so sorry. Nanan, I have never blamed you. You were just a child then. I am merely grateful that you did not sink to their level, sacrificing kin for wealth. Both the person and the spirit wept. Shen Wan and Chi Chong quietly stepped aside, allowing them to converse privately. Master, I have brought Lily back. Please fulfill your promise. I'm in so much pain. Is there a doctor in the underworld to treat me? The village chief lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. Shen Wan regarded his battered figure and smiled faintly. Do not worry. You shall not perish. You have merely lost half of your soul's power. Master, did you not promise to take care of me? I'm in agony. Please alleviate my suffering. I assured you I would take good care of you, Shen Wan said with a smile. Have you heard of the 18 layers of hell? The village chief's complexion changed drastically, his eyes widening. Chi Chong realized the implication and grinned. The 18 layers of hell? That's a place from which one can never escape. Master Shen, what level of hell do you think a villain like him will be cast into? Shen Wan replied with a smile. Certainly the hell of fire, where one is perpetually burned, yet does not die. The village chief turned pale, desperately attempting to rise. But his spectral form was far too weak to do so. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust swept through. Here they come. Who is coming? The Yama. A figure clad in black emerged, dragging a long chain behind him. Before the village chief could react, the chain shot into his spirit, binding him tightly at the joints.
Ah!
His scream reverberated through the mountains. The Yama, expressionless, dragged him away to capture other villager spirits. Soon, the villagers were strung together like candied hawthorns on the iron chain. They writhed in agony, the chains chill freezing their souls. With every movement, their spirits felt as if they were being torn apart.
Ah!
Please, kind sir, spare me. It hurts so much. I was wrong. I do not wish to descend into hell. The Yama was accustomed to human malice, dragging them into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Chi-Chong watched in astonishment. Though I've dealt with numerous supernatural events, this is my first encounter with a Yama. Master Shen, did you know that just now, every hair on my body stood on end? The pressure is overwhelming. It's terrifying. Shen Wan replied softly, it's normal. Who wouldn't fear the Yama capturing souls? What about Lily? Chi-Chong glanced over at Su Nanan. Let them have their time until noon. At midday, Su Nanan personally handed the triangular talisman back to Shen Wan, his swollen, tearful eyes glimmering with a hint of joy. Master Shen, please help Lily find peace. Shen Wan nodded, accepting the talisman. A faint thank you echoed from within. Lily, before I guide you to the afterlife, may I ask who took your ashes? I only know he came from a place called the Blood-Clad Sect, and everyone calls him Dog Old Five. Upon hearing the name Blood-Clad Sect, Shen Wan's expression darkened, coldness flickering in her eyes. In her past life, she had perished alongside the Blood-Clad Sect. The Blood-Clad Sect is a malevolent cult, lurking like a venomous serpent, with followers scattered worldwide. They are ambitious, seeking to usurp and annihilate the fortunes of Huaxia. This cult employs unscrupulous methods, engaging in heinous acts. Years ago, after a prolonged pursuit, she had finally eradicated them all. Yet a crucial oversight led to her demise alongside their leader. As she pondered this, her eyes narrowed. Dog Old Five. Lily continued, this Dog Old Five possesses some skill. He often wanders the mountains, seeking evil spirits to collect and keep. Besides you, are there others he has captured? Yes, 4 or 5 other malevolent spirits from various places. Strangely, although Dog Old Five confines us, he does not compel us to do anything for him. It seems as though he is nurturing us. Shen Wan understood. Collecting and nurturing evil spirits could not bode well. Lily, do you know his current whereabouts? Lily contemplated for a moment and provided an address. Shen Wan promptly took out her phone to search the map, confirming the coordinates before setting up a ritual. Chi-Chong was bewildered by her serious demeanor. Master Shen, what are you doing? Captain Chi, listen closely. There are many cultists from the Blood-Clad Sect hidden within Huaxia. If you encounter one, eliminate them without hesitation, regardless of their actions. Do not leave any survivors. Ensure they are turned to ashes. Chi-Chong was taken aback. Is it really that ruthless? Shen Wan replied coldly. The first rule of the Blood-Clad Sect is slaughter. Their movements are elusive. They sometimes masquerade as upright masters of the occult, but remember, if they bear the blood-red symbol on their chests, they are followers of the Blood-Clad Sect. As she conducted the ritual, Dog Old Five sensed that Lily's spirit had been taken from him. In a dark, dilapidated house, Dog Old Five hunched over like an old man, revealing his yellowed teeth in a sinister grin as he opened an urn of ashes, waving his filthy sleeve.
How dare you snatch from me? You seek death. Go.
Tear apart that insolent practitioner. Bring her spirit back. I shall personally refine her. Chapter 135. The Master of Occult Arts. 2 malevolent spirits flew out from the ancient black urn. Dog Old Five immediately grabbed a bell, shaking it. Dingling! Dingling! As the bell chimed, 2 paper figurines flew from a tattered cloth bag resting on a cracked stone slab. With each shake of the bell, the paper figures were magically propelled into the air. Clawing at the void, he commanded the 2 evil spirits. The malevolent spirits appeared out of thin air. Shen Wan sensed the incoming chill and called for Chi-Chong and Su Nanan to step back. As they retreated a few meters, they beheld 2 twisted, snarling spirits floating in the air. These 2 spirits radiated far more resentment and combativeness than Lily. Master, let me assist you, Chi-Chong shouted, grabbing a talisman to rush forward. However, he was a moment too late. With a flick of her wrist, Shen Wan unleashed 2 talismans, immobilizing the 2 malevolent spirits.
Rise.
Move. Dog Old Five, seeing his paper figures trapped in midair, scowled. There's more to you than meets the eye.
Come fort.
He kicked the urn, releasing 3 wisps of black smoke. No matter the cost, Kill the ones opposite you. Dog Old 5 bellowed, shaking the bell furiously. Dingling! Dingling! 3 malevolent spirits surged into the ritual array. They observed the fierce battle unfolding between the 3 paper figures in the air. Dog Lao Wu pondered for a moment before extracting a bottle from his tattered cloth bag. The vessel contained a viscous black substance, which he audaciously gulped down before spraying it upon the paper-cut figurine. In an instant, the paper figure grew in stature. Make sure to kill her. As Dog Lao Wu exhaled a sigh of relief, he was taken aback to see the paper figures freezing in midair, one after another. How could this be possible? Frantically, he began to shake his bell in a desperate frenzy. Get up. Damn it. I even used corpse oil. How could there be no reaction? The sound of the copper bell was chaotic and devoid of rhythm. Just as he was about to lose contact with the 5 malevolent spirits, Dog Lao Wu could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of old blood onto a crumpled paper figure inscribed with crimson spells. He muttered a spell in a low voice. The paper figure vanished before his eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Wan immobilized the 3 approaching malevolent spirits with an exorcism talisman, adding them to the 2 already captured, making a total of 5. The 5 spirits remained suspended, their fierce visages frozen in place. Suddenly, a blood-colored figure appeared among the 5 spirits. The sanguine figure glanced around before fixing its gaze on Shen Wan and spoke. I wonder where this old man has offended you, dear friend, that you wish to detain my little demons? Shen Wan chuckled softly, a disciple of the blood garment cult. Your fate is sealed. No sooner had she spoken than she cast a spell of 5 thunderclaps. The blood figure barely had time to react before it was reduced to ashes. On the other side, Dog Lao Wu realized the gravity of the situation, but was already in too deep. He disregarded his belongings and fled. Thunder rumbled ominously as a bolt descended from the heavens. Dog Lao Wu's eyes widened in terror, his heart racing. He had no inkling of where he had offended this troublesome girl. The thunder struck him hard in the chest. Dog Lao Wu didn't even have the chance to transform into a malevolent spirit. His very soul was obliterated. Master Shen, if I am not mistaken, you just employed thunder magic? Chi Chong exclaimed, astonished. This is a skill reserved for advanced metaphysicians. In all of Huaxia, I have encountered only a handful of masters capable of wielding thunder magic. Master Shen, you are exceedingly modest. I have never heard of your name before. Masters who can command thunder are well known, yet you seem to have emerged like a genius from nowhere, astonishing all at once. Shen Wan replied calmly. Huaxia is a land of hidden talents. You simply remain unaware. There are many exceptional individuals and reclusive sages, but they remain in seclusion, emerging only in critical moments. Just like my master, who vanished without a trace after imparting his knowledge to me. The 5 malevolent spirits, tainted with the essence of blood, had taken lives in their past. Shen Wan scrutinized them. Upon witnessing Dog Lao Wu's demise, the spirits were more afraid of her than they had been of him. Master, please do not kill us. We were forced into this. They pleaded. It was Dog Lao Wu who compelled us to harm others. Shen Wan saw through their facade. You were not virtuous in your previous lives. Your hands are stained with blood. The spirits trembled under her piercing gaze. I shall hand you over to the emissaries of the underworld. Your deeds shall be judged by the 10 Yama kings. The malevolent spirits cried out for mercy. Master, if we go down, we will surely descend into hell. We know some secrets about Dog Lao Wu and are willing to atone for our sins. Please spare us, and we will serve you faithfully. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what secrets do you speak of? The spirits clamored to share their knowledge, revealing how Dog Lao Wu had exploited them for his nefarious deeds. They knew little of his origins, only that he hailed from the blood garment cult. Shen Wan, uninterested in further inquiries, summoned the emissaries of the underworld to take them away. The matter in Shirley Village drew to a close. Before departing, Chi Chong enthusiastically offered to drive her back. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan bolted away faster than a rabbit. What a ridiculous notion. Her behind was certainly not made of iron. Watching her retreating figure, Chi Chong felt a surge of optimism. I have a premonition that Master Shen will certainly become a leading figure in metaphysics, not just in Huaxia, but globally. By the way, Nand and will you be returning abroad after this? Su Nand gazed into the distance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. No, I shall not return. The focus of my company has shifted back to the domestic market. Tomorrow, I will head back to Jiangcheng for a significant collaboration project. Chi Chong suddenly realized, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. Let me tell you, Master Shen not only exorcises spirits, but also possesses expertise in feng shui. Since your company is relocating back home, you should ask her to assess the feng shui of your new office and set up a prosperous arrangement. Su Nan and abruptly remembered, feeling vexed, right? I completely forgot about that. You have Master Shen's contact information, don't you? Yes, I'll send it to you. Villa 44. Shanghai Bay. Upon returning home in a sedan carried by 5 spirits, Shen Wan received 2 messages. One was a transaction record confirming her payment of 1.8 million. The other was an invitation from Su Nan and to assess the feng shui of his new company. She merely replied with a single word, okay, before setting her phone down and drifting into slumber. At this moment, in the Shen family villa, a jubilant voice resonated from the study. Mr. Su has finally agreed to meet tomorrow. His exclamation caught Shen Jianming's attention. Long phone, what has you so excited? Father, I have recently made contact with a wealthy returnee and have been trying to reach him for days. He just agreed to meet with me tomorrow. Shen Longfeng, usually composed, now wore a beaming smile on his stern face. Shen Jianming felt a pang of sympathy for his son. If it weren't for the old man's reckless spending leading to financial strain on the company, you wouldn't have to work so hard for investment. Father, if we can collaborate with Mr. Su, the crisis facing the Shen Group will be alleviated, and we could even turn a substantial profit.
Suddenly,
Shen Longfeng remembered something and reread the message. Mr. Su mentioned he would introduce me to a significant figure. What kind of important person warrants such a fuss? Shen Jianming advised, whoever it may be, ensure you prepare a generous gift. Shen Longfeng nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. The next day, Shen Wan awoke, had breakfast, and received a message from Su Nan and, Master Shen, I await you by the lakeside at Shanghai Bay. Whenever you are ready, just let me know, and I will come to fetch you. Without her consent, he dared not approach her doorstep, so he waited outside. Shen Wan initially planned to ride over herself, but since he had come, she decided to let him meet her at her door. Upon opening the door, a Rolls-Royce Phantom greeted her. Su Nan and had shed his disheveled appearance from yesterday, now dressed in a formal and luxurious suit. Despite showing signs of fatigue, he exuded the charm of a promising young man. Master Shen, please. Su Nan and graciously opened the car door, his demeanor exuding respect. Shen Wan calmly entered the vehicle. This time, Su Nan and had not brought a driver, taking on the role himself. Master Shen, here are the documents for my company. Please have a look. He handed her a file. Shen Wan opened it to find a detailed account of how he had built his company from the ground up while abroad, culminating in its public listing. Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. At just 25, your company went public, and by 30, you ranked among the top 100 on the Forbes list. Your achievements are indeed impressive. Su Nan and chuckled modestly. Perhaps it is due to my sense of guilt. I have only sought refuge in work, and inadvertently, I have achieved a modicum of success. He is remarkably modest, acknowledging that there are countless individuals far superior to him in this world. He is aware of a younger gentleman in the capital who, before reaching adulthood, had already graced the personal wealth rankings. Regrettably, he is exceedingly discreet. After just one appearance, he concealed his information. Shen Wan likely has an inkling of whom he speaks, most probably that young man from next door who has a penchant for donning pajamas, Li Han Ting. Let us first visit your new company. I can make adjustments if anything seems amiss, she suggested. Su Nan and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Shen. An hour later, the two arrived at the new office. Being recently relocated, many items had yet to be arranged, leaving the space rather barren. Shen Wan guided him, instructing where to place greenery, where to position wealth-attracting items, which areas to avoid for negative energy, and which offices would be auspicious for financial prosperity. Su Nan and diligently followed behind her, taking notes. Boss, time is running short, the secretary reminded. Su Nan glanced at his expensive watch. It was nearly time for his appointment with the Shen Group. Master Shen, I have scheduled a meeting with a potential partner and would like your opinion on whether he is worthy of collaboration. Shen Wan readily agreed. Given that Su Nan was so generous with his compensation, she saw this merely as an opportunity to assess feng shui and facial features, a task she found rather effortless. Subsequently, their chauffeur drove them in a Rolls-Royce Phantom to a high-end restaurant. Upon entering, a misbehaving child, holding a drink, dashed towards them and accidentally spilled juice all over Shen Wan. The child made a face at her, offering no apology, and proudly ran away. Shen Wan snapped her fingers at his retreating figure.
Wah.
Mommy. The child immediately fell, landing face first, blood streaming from his nose, crying in a heart-wrenching manner. Shen Wan flicked her fingers, contemplating. My skills have indeed progressed. Master Shen, should I take you to the mall to purchase a new outfit? Su nanned and asked apologetically. It's my fault. I should have chosen a more upscale restaurant. No need. You proceed to meet your partner. I shall wash up in the restroom. Drying off will suffice. Shen Wan calmly made her way to the restroom. Su nanned and handed a stack of cash to the waiter as a tip, instructing her to wait by the restroom door in case Shen Wan required assistance. Good day. Mr. Su. Shen Chongfeng had been waiting in a private room. Upon seeing Su Nanan enter, he promptly rose and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Su. They exchanged pleasantries. Shen Chongfeng then inquired about the prominent figure Mr. Su had mentioned. Su Nan and had to explain the minor incident that had just occurred. Perhaps I could have my sister deliver a new outfit? Shen Chongfeng suggested, concern etched on his face. Thank you for your kindness, but it is not necessary. Su Nandan replied. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Chongfeng presented prepared documents. It is our honor at the Shen Group that you have shown interest in us. Su Nandan did not rush to accept the documents, merely smiling faintly. No hurry. Let us wait for the master to arrive. The master? Shen Chongfeng was taken aback. A wealthy individual returning from abroad, how could he believe in such superstitions? He had assumed Mr. Su was a business magnate, but it turned out he was merely consulting a metaphysical expert. Perhaps even a charlatan. Mr. Su, you have been abroad for too long. You might not be aware of these charlatans domestically. My grandfather was recently duped out of 10 billion by one. Otherwise, I would not be so eager to seek investment. Shen Chongfeng's words were interrupted by Su Nan's serious tone. Mr. Shen, refrain from speaking on matters you have not personally experienced. Shen Chongfeng's expression shifted, yet he stubbornly attempted to explain. Mr. Su, you misunderstand. I do not belittle the master you have invited. It is merely that there are too many frauds these days. And your status makes you an easy target. Su Nandan replied coldly, the master I have invited today is no ordinary person. She has helped me resolve issues that have plagued me for years. If you perceive my beliefs as trifling, then there is no need for our collaboration to continue. Shen Chongfeng felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively standing to pour a drink. I apologize, Mr. Su. I should not have spoken so thoughtlessly. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Please do not take it to heart. However, just as he raised the drink to his lips, the door to the private room swung open. Seeing Shen Wan enter, Shen Chongfeng's pent-up frustration erupted. Shen Wan, how dare you follow me, regardless of your usual ignorance? Today is crucial as I meet an important client, and you come here to disrupt everything. Leave immediately. Chapter 137. Shenbro is anxious. Su Nan's expression darkened at Shen Chongfeng's outburst toward Shen Wan. He was about to express his anger when he noticed Shen Wan giving him a discreet signal. He suppressed his fury and asked in a low voice, Mr. Shen, do you know her? Shen Chongfeng's demeanor shifted rapidly. Mr. Su, I apologize for having exposed you to such an unseemly sight. Su Nandan found his response peculiar. Unseemly? Is Shen Chongfeng out of his mind to claim the master as unseemly? Wait a moment. It dawned on him that both shared the surname Shen. Could they be related? Shen Chongfeng disdainfully remarked, this woman is Shen Wan, once an adopted daughter of the Shen family, so I suppose she is my sister. Unfortunately, she looked down upon the Shen family and chose to forge her own path. Shen Wan, I do not know how you discovered my itinerary for today, but I have no time to indulge your nonsense. Leave at once. Noticing his impatience, Su Nandan grasped the tension between them. Shen Wan casually glanced at Shen Chongfeng. The young master of the Shen family still enjoys distorting the truth. I looked down upon the Shen family? Wasn't the Shen family that disdained me for being a country bumpkin? After a year living with the Shen family, I was reduced to a servant. Who truly looks down upon whom? Shen Chongfeng's expression darkened. Be quiet. Do not air our family matters. Shen Wan scoffed. That is not my family. I will speak as I please. Su Nandan frowned. So, Mr. Shen looks down upon country folk? I too hail from the countryside. Do you look down upon me as well? Shen Chongfeng awkwardly waved his hands. No, I did not mean to imply that I look down upon country folk. It is merely her vile nature. Mr. Su, please do not misunderstand. You leave at once. Shen Chongfeng's anger flared, fearing she would jeopardize his collaboration with Su Nandan. He pointed towards the door, his face a mask of fury. Shen Wan laughed lightly. Are you certain you want me to leave? Shen Chongfeng shot back. What else would you do? Do you intend to stay for dinner? Shen Wan turned to Su Nandan and Mr. Su. Since the young master Shen does not welcome my presence for dinner, shall we relocate? Indeed. Let us go. Seeing Su Nan and obediently rise to leave. Shen Chongfeng was left flabbergasted.
Wait.
Mr. Su, do you know Shen Wan? Shen Chongfeng suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. Su Nan and coldly glanced at him. Otherwise, who do you think the esteemed person I invited is? It is Master Shen. Shen Chongfeng was rendered speechless. What sort of master is she? Mr. Su, please do not be deceived by her. Mr. Shen, Su Nan and coldly interrupted, I have personally witnessed Master Shen's exceptional abilities. She is a genuine master in Huaxia.
Today,
I specifically invited her to enhance our collaboration, and I did not expect you to underestimate her. Let us forego this collaboration. Upon hearing this, Shen Chongfeng's calm facade crumbled, revealing his panic. Mr. Su, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Whether it be Shen Wan or Master Shen, it matters not. What is crucial is securing a partnership with you. Shen's sister, Shen Chongfeng forced himself to address her. I apologize. I was unaware you were Mr. Su's guest. Please take a seat, and let us discuss matters amicably. Shen Wan looked at him with disdain. Mr. Su, do you see this? For the sake of profit, he feigned civility. Would you dare to collaborate with such a hypocrite? Su Nan and cast a glance at Shen Chongfeng, letting out a cold snort. It seems I misjudged the situation. I had thought that the young general manager Shen, being so youthful, must possess exceptional qualities to have ascended to the presidency of the Shen Group. Little did I expect her to be merely a facade. Shen Chongfeng, filled with frustration and urgency, restrained his emotions and hastily explained, Mr. Su, I genuinely had no idea she was your guest. Had I known, Mr. Su Nanan, uninterested in further discourse, pushed open the private room's door and exited. Mr. Su,
Shen Wan.
Shen Chongfeng chased after them, but he was a step too late. Shen Wan and Su Nanan had already boarded a Rolls-Royce Phantom and departed. He could only stand there, furiously stamping his feet. Damn it! When did Shen Wan become acquainted with someone like Su Nanan? First it was Liu Beichen, then Li Hanting, and now yet another returning tycoon, Su Nanan. She was merely a country girl. How could she possibly have met such affluent individuals in such a short span of time? Moreover, he could tell that these young wealthy men treated her exceedingly well. What merits did Shen Wan possess to deserve such attention? Although he was unaware of how she had managed to gain the favor of these affluent figures, the Shen Group was currently facing a financial shortfall and desperately needed to attract investment. Otherwise, their stock price would inevitably collapse. Shen Chongfeng hurriedly attempted to call Su Nanan, only to find that he could not get through. He had already been blocked. He then reached out to his secretary, who coldly replied, I'm sorry, President Shen, but our boss has already instructed that our cooperation with the Shen Group ends here. Shen Chongfeng, now frantic, demanded why. The secretary retorted, who told you to offend those you shouldn't? Shen Chongfeng's complexion turned a deep shade of iron, an expression of utter discontent. Was this about Shen Wan? When had she transformed into someone he could not afford to offend? Just over a month ago, she had been on her knees pleading for his assistance. How could she have changed so dramatically in such a brief period? He could not tolerate this. Shen Chongfeng returned home, seething with indignation. He was soon informed that due to financial issues within the company, shareholders and partners had taken note, and their confidence was wavering. Shen Chongfeng had no choice but to plead with Su Nanan's secretary, and after much effort, he managed to reconnect with Su Nanan. Upon hearing that any potential collaboration hinged on Shen Wan's approval, he felt as though he were at the brink of despair. After hanging up the phone, he slumped into a chair, utterly drained of energy. A bitter smile crept across his face as he self-deprecatingly mused. Who would have thought that Shen Chongfeng would ever find himself in a position of seeking Shen Wan's favor? The thought of the company's crisis and the necessity of humbling himself to Shen Wan was unbearable. He could not set aside his pride and dignity. It was only after downing half a bottle of strong liquor in his study that he came to terms with the situation. His dignity had long been shattered on the day of the auction. Shen Wan, you orchestrated these events solely to win over the affections of us elder brothers.
Did you not?
Very well. If it is merely an act, then I shall indulge you. As long as it helps the company weather this crisis, what harm is there in pretending to accept you? A gentleman is capable of humility and adaptability. Fearing embarrassment does not make one a gentleman. After persuading himself, Shen Chongfeng drank a bowl of detoxifying soup and went to find Xin Qianxua. Fifth sister, do you have any unwanted luxury items, such as bags or jewelry? Although Shen Qianxue was unaware of her elder brother's intentions, she obediently nodded. I don't have anything I wish to part with. Only some outdated items I seldom use. Outdated? That is fine. After all, Shen Wan is just a country bumpkin and cannot distinguish between what constitutes luxury. Chapter 138. Seeking Favors. Alright, then please gather some for me. Shen Qianxue curiously inquired, Elder brother, what do you need these items for? Shen Chongfeng replied with a cold smile, to give to Shen Wan. Shen Qianxue's hand, which had been reaching for the cabinet, froze momentarily. So it was for Wan. In that case, I must select some truly good luxury items. No need for anything extravagant. Just pick items you deem unworthy or useless. Shen Chongfeng still believed deep down that Shen Wan was unworthy of fine things. Quietly nodding, Shen Qianxue gathered some of her unwanted trinkets. The fact that her elder brother would take the initiative to give something to Shen Wan was indeed a rare occurrence. Since Shen Wan had left the Shen family, it seemed that everyone had been experiencing difficulties. Could it be that her elder brother intended to curry favor with Shen Wan? If that were the case, he surely had better items to offer than these tattered goods. This suggested that he still looked down on Shen Wan. With this thought in mind, Shen Qianxue felt a bit better and pulled out a set of outdated Chanel attire. Elder brother, this ensemble is a classic. Let us include it as well. Shen Wan will surely be delighted to receive it. A child from the countryside has likely never seen anything nice before. Unlike her, I have a wardrobe full of branded items. This set is merely something I find unappealing and outdated. It's better to give it to Shen Wan as a gesture of goodwill. Shen Chongfeng, pleased, remarked, Fifth sister, you truly possess both beauty and kindness. Shen Qianxue smiled gently. As long as Wan can put aside past grievances and accept the gift, that is all that matters. She has probably never seen such fine items and would be eager to accept them. Shen Chongfeng naively believed that presenting these items would ensure Shen Wan's elation. Meanwhile, after dining with Su Nanan, Shen Wan returned home. Just as she began drawing with her vermilion brush and yellow talismans in the living room, the doorbell rang. Bai Xiaoyan leaned in to peek. That person seems to be your elder brother. Should we open the door? Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, no need to bother. Shen Chongfeng stood at the door, burdened with bags, waiting for quite some time without anyone responding. He glanced inside and saw the lights on, indicating that Shen Wan had indeed returned home. Why would she not open the door? Was she deliberately avoiding me? Refusing to give up, Shen Chongfeng incessantly pressed the doorbell. Were it not for the locked door, he would have barged in long ago. He waited at the entrance for a full hour, the doorbell ringing continuously. Throughout, Shen Wan remained oblivious, diligently focused on her drawings. Only after completing the talisman paper did she finally set down her brush. Sister Wan. He is still outside ringing the doorbell, Bai Xiaoyan said, pulling the cotton from her ears, looking as if she might cry. Should I go out and scold him away? No, let him in, Shen Wan replied leisurely as she tidied up her things. Upon opening the door, Shen Chongfeng rushed in, laden with his bags. He had intended to scold her, but, remembering the importance of not losing Su Nanan as a crucial business partner, he swallowed his words, forcing a stiff smile. Sister? It took me so long to come see you after your move. Please don't take it to heart. These are carefully selected gifts for you, all from prestigious luxury brands. Shen Chongfeng set down the gift bag and approached her, offering a warm smile. Please don't be upset about today's events. Shen Wan, lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, glanced indifferently at the gift bag. Although the bag appeared pristine, it was filled with second-hand items and, moreover, they were Shen Qianxue's discarded goods. She was genuinely amused. Shen Chongfeng had come to seek her assistance and had the audacity to scavenge a pile of junk from Shen Qianxue to placate her. While she found it amusing, she decided not to rush to expose Shen Chongfeng's true intentions. Oh, the illustrious young master, Shen has brought so many fine items. Do you have a particular matter at hand? Hearing the phrase fine items, a flicker of disdain crossed Shen Chongfeng's eyes. Look at that, Shen Wan, after all, is just a country bumpkin. The sight of a few nice things has her utterly captivated. It is only natural. What girl wouldn't be enamored by luxury goods? Especially someone as vain and selfish as Shen Wan? I would like to know how you and Mr. Su became acquainted. Are you quite close? Shen Wan replied with indifference. It's all right. Shen Chongfeng chuckled. I never imagined my sister would achieve such success, befriending a wealthy niece so swiftly. Shen Wan, growing impatient, retorted, spit it out. Ordinarily, had she spoken to him in such a manner, Shen Chongfeng would have exploded with rage. This time, however, he merely maintained his gentle smile. Wan, to be frank, I wish to establish a partnership with Mr. Su. Since you share a close relationship with him, could you assist your elder brother? Elder brother? Shen Wan scoffed. Young Master Shen, you truly are a man of many forgetful moments. At the auction, you explicitly declared that I am not your sister and that I have no ties to the Shen family. How is it that now you seek to forge familial connections with me? I cannot afford such pretentiousness. Shen Chongfeng's lips twitched slightly, yet his smile remained. Wan, that was all in the past. I acknowledge that I failed in my duties as an elder brother. Rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall cherish you as my own sister. My own sister? Shen Wan's eyes glimmered with derision. Suddenly, Shen Chongfeng realized his blunder and awkwardly chuckled.
No.
You are indeed my sister. Wan, I apologize for my previous shortcomings as your brother. Can you forgive me? Shen Wan gazed at him with a smile. Have you truly come to your senses? Shen Chongfeng spoke earnestly. Indeed, I have neglected your feelings for far too long. You can trust that I shall treat you differently from now on. Shen Wan stood up and poured him a cup of tea, pushing it towards him. Thank you, Wan. Shen Chongfeng beamed, believing that she had set aside her grievances, and raised the teacup to drink. With a smile, Shen Wan inquired, where did you acquire these gifts? To his surprise, the previously amiable Shen Chongfeng's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean acquired? This is merely rubbish picked from what my fifth sister discarded. Shen Wan, do you believe you deserve anything better? Beside them, Bai Xiaoyan was dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Shen Chongfeng's two contrasting personas. Had he lost his mind? The speed of his mood shift was astonishing. How could you buy anything good for Shen Wan? She doesn't deserve it. Shen Chongfeng's face darkened, his words dripping with disdain. I would never consider buying fine things for Shen Wan. She is beneath it all. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly covered his mouth, horrified at having revealed his true thoughts. Shen Wan continued to smile. So, you genuinely wish to amend your ways and accept me? Shen Chongfeng's expression turned exaggerated, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, filled with scorn. As the president of the Shen Group and the eldest grandson of the wealthiest family, how could I possibly acknowledge a country bumpkin like you as my sister? Shen Wan, do you not realize that you are a blemish upon my life? The mere thought that you, of all people, are my sister makes me feel nauseated. You are unworthy of anyone's affection. Chapter 139. Hypocrisy. Shen Chongfeng vented his heart's contempt, his gaze piercing with disdain directed at Shen Wan. You possess no self-awareness whatsoever. Do not think that feigning weakness will earn you our acceptance. Shen Wan stopped dreaming. Even if you were to give everything to me, it would still be cheap and unrefined. Bai Xiaoyan, infuriated, pointed at him and exclaimed, how can you be so hypocritical? If you look down on sister, Wan, why then seek her out? Is that not contradictory? Shen Chongfeng smirked coldly. If it weren't for her connection with Su Nanan, I would never lower myself to seek her out. Bai Xiaoyan was taken aback by the depths of his shamelessness, grabbing a gift bag and throwing it at him.
Get out.
Leave sister Wan's home. You are not welcome here. Shen Chongfeng picked up a fallen Chanel garment and disdainfully glanced at Shen Wan. Did you not envy Qianshue's impeccable style? This classic ensemble was painstakingly selected by her for you. I know you are quite taken with it. So stop pretending and accept it. Call Su Nanan and arrange for cooperation with the Shen Group. Shen Wan replied coolly, and what benefit would that bring me? In a moment of unguarded honesty, he blurted, benefit? What more do you want? Haven't I already given you the gifts? What, are they not to your liking? Do not forget, a year ago, when you arrived from the countryside, your clothing was tattered and patched, and you had never even seen fine jewelry. Shen Wan, do not blame me for looking down on you. It is simply because you do not measure up. Otherwise, after residing in the Shen household for a year, how could you not even know what Cartier is? His demeanor exuded contempt as he spoke. Here's the deal. If you can persuade Su Nanan to agree to cooperate, I will buy you a set of Cartier jewelry. What do you say? Shen Wan leisurely activated the speakerphone on her mobile device and said, Mr. Su, are you listening? Shen Chongfeng was taken aback. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from the phone. Shen Chongfeng, I never expected you to be such a hypocritical scoundrel. Cooperation? Don't even think about it. Furthermore, I will inform my friends and partners in the country about how duplicitous the president of the Shen Group is. Anyone who collaborates with someone like you is bound for misfortune. Shen Chongfeng's face fell in shock. Su Nanan, do not believe Shen Wan's nonsense. Beep, beep, beep. Shen Wan ended the call, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery as she regarded him. Young Master Shen, shouldn't you be leaving? Furious. Shen Chongfeng's forehead pulsed with anger. Clenching his fists, he seethed, Shen Wan, you are truly despicable. I come bearing gifts, pleading with you. And this is how you treat your elder brother? Shen Wan chuckled softly. Did I mishear? Elder brother? Did not certain individuals publicly declare that I have no relation to him? Why now the sudden desire to claim kinship? Shen Chongfeng's countenance darkened ominously. Shen Wan, this is my first and last time asking you for help. Will you assist me or not? Shen Wan pointed toward the door.
Leave.
Shen Chongfeng, his chest heaving with rage, repeated the word goodbye thrice before turning to exit. Bai Xiaoyan picked up the gift bag and tossed it at his feet. Take your trash with you. Shen Wan, do not regret this. As Shen Chongfeng collected his belongings, he shot a resentful glare at her before departing without looking back. Bai Xiaoyan, curious about the rapid transformation of Shen Chongfeng, couldn't help but ask, Sister Wanwan, did you do something to him? He entered with such amiability, and suddenly, he changed completely. Shen Wan smiled lightly. I merely added a spell of truth. It compels one to reveal their innermost thoughts. Indeed, Shen Chongfeng, while uttering flattering words, still harbored contempt in his very bones. Since her rebirth, Shen Wan wished to sever ties with the Shen family entirely. Yet, fate seemed inexorably intertwined with the Shen clan, continuously forging new connections. She recalled how Shen Huayan had gone to great lengths to bring her back, merely to shield the Shen family from misfortune. This karmic bond would inevitably bind her to them. To fully sever these ties would be no simple feat, although she had been brought back to the Shen family. Becoming their nominal foster daughter, Shen Huayan had not transferred her household registration but merely added her name to the family tree. She was not truly a member of the Shen family. Moreover, the Shen family had never publicly acknowledged her as their biological daughter. The life or death of a foster daughter was of no concern to anyone. Bai Xiaoyan, observing Shen Wan lost in thought, assumed that Shen Chongfeng's outburst had affected her mood and softly comforted her. Sister Wanwan, do not be disheartened. Such a brother is not worth acknowledging. And you are quite capable on your own. They remain oblivious to the fact that you are the true master of metaphysics. If they ever discover this, they will surely come to curry favor with you. Shen Wan chuckled lightly. Xiaobai, you are quite perceptive. Indeed, in my past life, once the Shen family learned that I had transformed into a renowned master of metaphysics, they all came flocking to me in various guises, showering me with kindness. But by then, I no longer needed them. Sister Wanwan, you are so wonderful. Why then are the Shen family so unkind to you? Bai Xiaoyan pondered, perplexed. Shen Wan spoke calmly. They consider themselves to be exalted, the noble wealthy elite, while I am merely a rustic, a simpleton from the mountains, barely literate and utterly ignorant. To the Shen family, my existence is but a blemish. Even though I am their biological daughter and sister, they hold me in disdain. Bai Xiaoyan suddenly understood. No wonder I often hear my grandfather say that when one is impoverished and destitute, not only do outsiders look down upon you, but even your own flesh and blood may regard you with contempt. It seems this is indeed true. Shen Wan smiled, indeed. Humans are inherently inclined to seek benefit and avoid harm. Bai Xiaoyan asked earnestly, but what if one day your brothers from the Shen family genuinely repent and are truly willing to accept you? Sister Wanwan, would you be able to forgive them? Shen Wan shook her head resolutely.
No.
A heart cannot be warmed in a single day. Even if they sincerely repent, I shall never forgive them. The wounds inflicted remain, and even if they heal, scars will always linger. A shattered mirror cannot be made whole again. Bai Xiaoyan chuckled, then they must be filled with regret. I eagerly await that day. Shen Wan had not anticipated that such a day would arrive so swiftly, and astonishingly, the first to awaken to their folly would not be her brothers but rather. Chapter 140. The Spirit Writing Game. After Shen Wan and Bai Xiaoyan conversed in the living room for a while, Qi Chong's call came in. Master Shen, I apologize for troubling you again with a personal matter. I wonder if you might have the time to assist me? Shen Wan inquired, what is it?
Please tell me.
Qi Chong responded candidly, I have a younger sister named Xi Ling, who studies at a prestigious academy in Jiangcheng. She called me in tears just now, and upon inquiry, I discovered that 3 days ago, her dormitory mates foolishly played the spirit writing game in an abandoned auditorium. Upon hearing the mention of the spirit writing game, Shen Wan realized what had befallen his sister. Your sister and her friends have been haunted by the spirit, haven't they? Qi Chong, both exasperated and helpless, replied, "Yes. My sister said her roommates have been suffering from fevers these past few days, and she herself has been in a daze. Furthermore, she claims to have seen shadows in the dormitory at midnight. I had previously given her a talisman for protection, but she told me it spontaneously combusted. A spirit capable of igniting a talisman must possess considerable power. I've just returned to the headquarters of the Ninth Bureau, as there are supernatural incidents in the capital that require my attention, leaving me unable to assist my sister. Master Shen, I beseech you to help her and her friends. They are a group of frightened young girls. As for payment, how about double the market rate?" Shen Wan chuckled, "Captain Qi. There's no need to be so formal with me. The market rate will suffice." Although Qi Chang's family was affluent, he himself was quite frugal. It wasn't due to a lack of funds or any vice, but rather because he donated nearly all his salary and bonuses, leaving him with very little. Otherwise, how could a wealthy second-generation heir be seen driving an old, dilapidated vehicle? Qi Chong expressed his gratitude. "I'll send you my sister's contact information. I am truly counting on you, Master Shen." Shen Wan glanced at the information he sent over. It seemed that Shen Jiao also attended the same academy. Shen Wan paid little mind to this, adding Qi Ling on WeChat. Qi Ling, having heard from her brother about the formidable master he had found to help her, quickly messaged Shen Wan, "Master, please save us." Shen Wan replied, "Where are you now?" Qi Ling responded, "At a cafe, outside the academy. Master, can you come right away? My roommates have all gone home, and I am terrified." Shen Wan requested her location, and Qi Ling promptly sent it. Riding her tricycle, Shen Wan went to fetch her. Qi Ling had been anxiously scanning the area outside the cafe. When Shen Wan arrived and stopped in front of her, she failed to recognize that the person she was waiting for was right before her eyes, until Shen Wan called out her name. Qi Ling suddenly reacted, staring at the tricycle in disbelief. You are the esteemed Master Shen my brother spoke of? Is there truly such a humble master?" All the masters she had previously encountered arrived in luxurious cars, making this her first encounter with one on a tricycle. Nevertheless, she trusted her brother wholeheartedly. If her brother claimed Master Shen was adept at exorcising spirits, then that was undoubtedly the case. Shen Wan smiled lightly. "Yes, that is I."
Please get in. Huh.
Qi Ling hesitated momentarily. Observing her pale complexion, Shen Wan noticed that despite her illness, she was impeccably dressed, with a t-shirt that must have cost a fortune. "If you prefer not to ride in the tricycle, you may take a taxi and follow me." No, I didn't mean to imply that." Qi Ling hurriedly climbed aboard, settling in obediently. "My brother says Master Shen is exceptional at exorcising spirits. I believe in you." Shen Wan discerned the lingering aura of negativity surrounding her, indicating that the spirit must have been with her for some time. She casually pointed at certain acupoints on Qi Ling's body. Qi Ling, who had felt a pervasive chill and lethargy, suddenly found her body unusually warm. "Thank you, Master." Qi Ling now held an unwavering belief in her. Her spirits lifted. "Master, why do I feel like I recognize you? Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Throughout the journey, Qi Ling attempted to engage her in conversation. Shen Wan smiled, deftly diverting the topic. "You will stay at my home tonight. Tomorrow, when you summon your roommates, those who played the spirit writing game must all be present, and then we can address the matter at your academy." Qi Ling nodded, quickly opening her WeChat group to inform her roommates. Except for Shun Jiao. The others confirmed they would come, but she was skeptical about this. "Is Shun Jiao in the same dormitory as you?"
Yes.
"She is an atheist. When we attempted to send the spirit away, she grew impatient and threw the pen down, and that very night, she fell ill and was taken home by her brothers." Qi Ling lamented, and it was not until they arrived at Shanghai Bay that she suddenly realized, "Wait, isn't this the most notorious haunted house in Jiangcheng? Master Shen, why do you live in such a place?" Shen Wan replied calmly with a smile, "No matter how fearsome a spirit may be, it pales in comparison to me. Do not worry, step out." Qi Ling stood at the entrance, gazing at the doorplate of Villa 44, when a thought struck her, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. "Master, may I ask your name?" "Shen Wan." "What?" Qi Ling exclaimed, shocked. "You are truly Shen Wan, the sister of Shen Jiao?" Shen Wan maintained an indifferent expression. "I am Shen Wan, but I have no connection to her." Qi Ling stammered. "Shen Jiao mentioned you. I mean,
She spoke of you.
She said you moved out of the Shen family villa to live in this cursed house." It was indeed true. The most infamous haunted house in Jiangcheng was where Master Shen resided. Qi Ling felt a surge of fear and hesitated to enter. The interior has been renovated and thoroughly cleaned. There is nothing to be afraid of. Qi Ling timidly followed Shen Wan inside. Upon opening the door and witnessing the opulent and tastefully decorated bright living room, she finally exhaled in relief. This place is nothing like the haunted house I imagined. Please, have a seat. Shen Wan poured her a cup of calming tea, urging her to rest. Qi Ling, having been terrified by the ghostly encounter, had not slept well for 2 days, and shortly after drinking the calming tea, she dozed off on the sofa. Shen Wan carried her to the guest room. Casting a meaningful glance out the window, a shadow flickered in the darkness outside, seemingly observing, but ultimately it receded. Meanwhile, at the Shen family villa, after Shen Jiao fell ill, Shen Yuni personally administered her injections, yet there had been no improvement after 2 days. Observing his frail younger sister, Shen Yuni remarked, "The fever has subsided, but she is still speaking nonsense about some spirit." Lu Meifeng, worried for her daughter, mused, "Could it be that Jiao is being bullied at the academy?" Shen Yuni denied this, impossible. "My younger sister is well liked at the academy. Although she can be a bit willful and spoiled, she never offends anyone. Aunt Lu, please rest assured, my sister will be fine. She is merely speaking nonsense for the moment." Just as Shen Yuni's words fell, Shen Jiao suddenly let out a piercing scream, awakening from a nightmare. "Ah! Don't eat me!" Chapter 141. Encountering the Malevolent. Shen Yuni, with genuine concern etched across his face, gently patted her back. "Sixth sister, did you have a nightmare?" "Do not fear, your brother is here." Lu Meifeng, wiping away her tears, implored, "Darling, do you realize you have been in a stupor for 2 days?
How do you feel now?
Your second brother is here. If anything feels amiss, do not hesitate to tell him." Despite their prolonged conversation, it seemed as though Shen Jiao had not absorbed their words, remaining in a state of palpable fright. Observing her drenched in sweat and visibly terrified, Shen Yun softly reassured her, "Sixth sister, do you feel unwell?" After a moment, Shen Jiao finally came to her senses, grasping Shen Yun's hand and weeping. "Second brother, I think I might truly have encountered something malevolent." Shen Yun furrowed his brow. "Sixth sister, why have you become so superstitious like grandfather? There are no ghosts in this world. If there were, those who have committed wrongdoings would surely have been punished by them. Did something happen at the academy that frightened you?" Shen Jiao turned her pleading gaze toward her mother, Lu Meifeng. "Mummy, I dreamt that a vile ghost was chasing me, wanting to devour me." Lu Meifeng, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "My dear, your second brother speaks the truth. There are no ghosts in this world. We are merely frightening ourselves." Feeling disheartened by their lack of belief and skepticism, Shen Jiao lowered her head. If it were all a figment of her imagination, then why had she spent the last 2 days in a feverish slumber, relentlessly pursued by a malevolent spirit in her dreams? She felt utterly frightened and helpless. "Darling?" Lu Meifeng called her name several times. "Shall we have your second brother take you to the hospital for a thorough examination?" Shen Jiao pulled the covers over her head, responding sullenly, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. I just want to be alone for a while." Shen Yun patiently consoled her, "Sixth sister, have you been feeling overwhelmed by your studies lately? If you're struggling, don't worry. Your brothers will ensure you do not starve. All we desire is for you to grow up healthy and happy." Yet, Shen Jiao found his words rather unhelpful, stirring irritation within her. She couldn't help but recall Qi Ling's brother, whom she had heard Qi Ling mention several times, claiming he was formidable and worked for a special security bureau. Wait a moment. Qi Ling. A sudden realization struck Shen Jiao, prompting her to emerge from the covers in search of her phone. Lu Meifeng handed her the phone from the table. "Mummy, second brother, I wish to rest a bit longer. Could you please step out for a while?" Once they departed, Shen Jiao opened the group chat. She discovered that Qi Ling had mentioned in the chat that her brother had invited a master to address their malevolent encounter. Shen Jiao had previously been a skeptic regarding ghosts and deities. When her roommate suggested playing the spirit pen game, she had dismissed it. She was the one who tossed the pen. Yet, she never anticipated that upon returning to the dormitory that day, she would fall ill with a fever. During her fever, she dreamt of being relentlessly pursued by a ghost. She hid and evaded, terrified to the core. Having endured such an experience, Shen Jiao replied without hesitation, "I'll see you at the academy tomorrow." The following morning, Qi Ling awoke to Shen Jiao's response, her face a mask of shock. "Isn't she a skeptic? Has she perhaps seen a ghost?" Shen Wan remarked coolly, "One may not believe in ghosts, but one must learn to show them reverence." Shun Jiao Jiao cast aside the pen, an affront to the spirit pen game, likely the one most entangled among the four of them. Qiling couldn't help but laugh. She deserves it. We warned her before the game began that once started, one must not let go of the pen. Not only did she release it, but she also snatched it and threw it on the ground. Who else could the spirit seek but her? Master Shen. It seems Shun Jiao Jiao has not treated you well. Will you assist her this time? Shen Wan replied, I am not aiding her. I am helping you. Although Shun Jiao Jiao was the one who dropped the pen, none of the players can escape unscathed. Fortunately, this spirit is not malevolent. It is merely vengeful. Qiling, influenced by her brother Qi Chong, was aware that spirits vary in their levels of malevolence, though she was unsure of the specifics. Vengeful? What happens if it were a malevolent spirit? Shen Wan's strikingly bright eyes fixed on her ominously. If it were a malevolent spirit, within 3 days, 2 of you 4 could have perished. Qiling's eyes widened in shock. A chill ran down her spine, instilling a sense of dread deep within her. After tidying themselves up and finishing breakfast, they hurriedly set out on their 3-wheeled vehicle. Upon arriving at the entrance of the elite academy, aside from Shun Jiao Jiao, who had yet to arrive, Qiling's 2 roommates, He Xianyu and He Yao, awaited them. The one who had suggested the spirit pen game was He Yao. The 2 stood at the entrance, dressed impeccably, though the makeup could not conceal their fatigue and the dark circles beneath their eyes. Ling Ling, do you suppose the master your brother invited is her? He Yao remarked, recognizing Shen Wan, her expression turning incredulous. The more she looked, the more she felt Shen Wan resembled Shun Jiao Jiao, though Shen Wan was not as striking, with a pallid complexion and a slight frame. The girl before her, however, was radiant with fair skin and long legs. Who is she? He Xianyu inquired curiously. He Yao exclaimed, I went to the birthday party of Jiao Jiao's 5th sister. You weren't there, but I was. She somewhat resembles the adopted daughter of Jiao Jiao's family. Qiling approached with a stern expression. This is Master Shen Wan.
What?
He Yao gasped. Ling Ling, what do you mean? Do you know who she is? How could you bring someone whom Jiao Jiao despises into our academy? Is this a place for someone of her humble background? Furthermore, I heard she only has a primary school education and dropped out before completing middle school, essentially illiterate. How could such a person be a master? Qi Ling retorted coldly. He Yao, had it not been for your insistence on playing the spirit pen game, would we have encountered this malevolence? My brother painstakingly invited Master Shen to resolve this. If you keep babbling, you can leave. He Yao, feeling exasperated, replied, I'm just worried you might be deceived. She pulled Qiling aside and said, I attended Shun Jiao Jiao's birthday banquet. Do you know how arrogant and overbearing this Shen Wan is? She went mad, wreaking havoc at Jiao Jiao's 5th sister's birthday party in front of all the guests. Such a person cannot bear to see others happy. He Yao, Qiling snapped, releasing her grip. You know how awful it feels to have nightmares and see a ghostly figure at the foot of your bed, don't you? He Yao's face paled. Is it appropriate to slander the master Shen my brother invited? Apologize to me. Otherwise, you won't be joining us today, and that ghost can haunt you. Qiling showed no mercy. He Yao glanced at Shen Wan, feeling conflicted. Qiling's brother worked for the 9th Bureau, and even her grandfather was aware of this. Advising her to grow closer to Qiling, surely her brother wouldn't be mistaken? Yet, she couldn't fathom how someone of Shen Wan's background could possibly be a master of metaphysics. Chapter 142. You're finished. Still not apologizing? Qiling pulled He Xianyu. Xianyu, let us go. We need not concern ourselves with her. He Yao, in a panic, exclaimed, I'll apologize, just don't exclude me. Master Shen Wan, I'm sorry. I hope you can help us resolve the spirit pen issue. Shen Wan did not even spare her a glance. Her gaze fixed on the prestigious academy before her. She had visited this elite academy in her previous life, though not as a student. Rather, she had been dispatched to deliver something to Shun Jiao Jiao. Gazing upon the beautiful and opulent academy, she had felt an overwhelming sense of envy. How she had longed to return to the Shen family and resume her studies. Yet the Shen family had dismissed her, claiming she had neglected her studies for too long and would fall behind the urban students. Only later did she realize that their excuses were mere facades. Had the Shen family truly cared for her, they could have found her a school, even if it were of lesser quality. They did not, believing that her attending school, regardless of the institution, would tarnish the Shen family's reputation. Upon encountering her master, she became fervently devoted to her studies, voraciously consuming all manner of literature. Her mentor remarked that he had never encountered such a diligent learner, someone who approached education as one would a meal. Now, as she gazes upon the esteemed academy, the scenery remains unchanged, yet Shen Wan's perspective has undergone a profound transformation. Where is Shen Jiao Jiao? Qi Ling pondered, glancing around impatiently. Shall we enter without her? Just as she spoke, Shen Jiao Jiao arrived in a car driven by the chauffeur. Upon disembarking, she spotted Shen Wan, and her expression shifted abruptly. What is she doing here? Hiao's tone was tinged with sarcasm as she remarked, Jiao Jiao. This esteemed Master Shen was personally invited by Qi Ling's brother. Tread carefully, lest you offend her. Shen Jiao Jiao's eyes widened, her tone hostile. Shen Wan, what deceitful tricks have you employed to fool Qi Ling's brother? Qi Ling frowned. Shen Jiao Jiao, are you questioning my brother? Oh, let us not bicker. Resolving this matter is of utmost importance. I do not wish to be haunted by nightmares of being pursued by ghosts. He Xinu interjected diplomatically. Hiao nodded in agreement. Jiao Jiao, whether or not she possesses genuine skills will soon be revealed. I too wish to avoid such hauntings. Last night, when I rose for water, I was startled to see someone in the mirror. It nearly scared me to death. Shen Jiao Jiao's face paled at the memory of her own nightmarish dreams, and she shivered involuntarily. Her gaze fixed on Shen Wan. A secret that none in her family knew was that Shen Wan was a master of metaphysics. She had only heard from her second brother that she dabbled in acupuncture. A mere amateur in the realm of Taoist medicine. Taoist practitioners, surely, they must have encountered the mysterious before.
Shen Wan,
I sincerely hope you can resolve this issue for us, Shen Jiao Jiao commanded, her tone dripping with authority. Shen Wan cast a cool glance her way. I am merely fulfilling Qi Ling's brother's request to assist his sister. As for the three of you, find a place to cool off. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. Especially you, Shen Jiao Jiao. Do not presume I am your servant to be ordered about. After her retort, Shen Wan disregarded them and strode directly into the academy. Qi Ling shot a glare at Shen Jiao Jiao and He Yao, warning them of the consequences of disrespecting the master. You shall await your fate at the hands of a ghost. With that, she hurried after Shen Wan. Shen Jiao Jiao fumed, stamping her foot. What nonsense. Shen Wan is hardly worthy of being called a master. He Xinu inquired with curiosity. Jiao Jiao. You've known Shen Wan for a long time. Do you truly believe she can assist us? Shen Jiao Jiao snapped back. How should I know?
let us just go inside and see.
She too wished to avoid being haunted. The very thought of being pursued by a ghost sent chills down her spine. Shen Wan and Qi Ling walked ahead, while Shen Jiao Jiao and the others followed at a leisurely pace. Master Shen, do you not care for them at all? Qi Ling asked, somewhat apologetically. I apologize for their disrespect. Please do not hold it against me. After all, we are merely roommates who see each other daily. It would not reflect well if we were to fall out. Shen Wan replied coolly. The pen spirit was summoned by your own actions. Thus it is your responsibility to send it back. Qi Ling did not quite understand. Why must it be returned? Can we not capture the pen spirit and prevent it from causing further harm? Shen Wan explained. First, it was you who invoked the pen spirit through your game. This summoning created a magnetic connection between it and the four of you, allowing it to haunt you. Secondly, it was merely minding its own business as a vengeful spirit when you summoned it, only to disregard it afterward. Would it not be angry? Finally, once the pen spirit game has commenced, it remains with you until you formally dismiss it. Any word or action you inadvertently express may compel the pen spirit to wreak havoc. Qi Ling lamented. I warned everyone that such games are perilous and invite misfortune. Knowing your brother is affiliated with the Nine Bureau, you should have understood that ghosts exist. Why would you dare play such a game? Do you take your life for granted? At the time, I thought it was just a bit of fun, and with my brother's protective talisman, I felt secure enough to agree. I never imagined the talisman would burn. Shen Wan sighed, bemused. Children like to indulge in these peculiar games. Remember, do not engage in any games related to spirits or deities. Curiosity can cost you dearly. Qi Ling nodded vigorously. The three trailing behind listened intently to their conversation. He Yao remarked, I did not expect Shen Wan to possess such knowledge. Shen Jiao Jiao was equally surprised, her gaze fixed on Shen Wan's retreating figure. Shen Wan had changed remarkably. Previously, she had always acted submissive and timid at home. Who would have thought she harbored such cunning, concealing her true self? Master Shen. We played the pen spirit game in that abandoned grand auditorium. Qi Ling pointed toward the dilapidated building across the way. Shen Wan glanced over, her brow furrowing slightly at the heavy aura of Yin energy emanating from it. What Yin energy? I see nothing, Shen Jiao Jiao scoffed, suspecting some were merely posturing. Qiling turned to glare at her. He tugged at Shen Jiao's arm. Jiao, tone it down. If you drive her away, who will help us? He XINU added. Indeed, Jiao, I sense that Shen Wan possesses some genuine abilities. Could you set aside your biases for a moment? Shen Jiao huffed in response, falling silent. Shen Wan inquired of Qiling. What questions did you pose during the pen spirit game? Qiling glanced at the others before answering honestly. I merely asked, Pen spirit, are you there? He XINU inquired whether she would be accepted into her desired university, while He wished to know if she would end up with her crush. Shen Jiao seemed not to have posed a question, merely mocking He's affection. Is your love truly so profound that you would wish to be together in death? Shen Wan queried. And what did He say? He straightened her posture defiantly. I said, of course. He is my idol, and whether in life or death, we shall be together. Shen Wan face-bombed. You have sealed your fate. Chapter 143. If you save me, I will acknowledge you as my sister. He's expression shifted dramatically, and she stammered. I was just joking. I would never truly wish for that. From the moment you summoned the pen spirit, every word and thought you expressed was sensed by it. It will fulfill your wishes. But you will pay a grievous price, Shen Wan cautioned. Shen Jiao scoffed. Do not listen to her. There is no way it can be that extraordinary. She is merely trying to frighten us. Shen Wan retorted coolly. If you doubt my words, simply call that boy and verify the truth. He hastily dialed her idol's number. Hello, Song Chiuyang, are you? Before she could finish, a woman's voice interrupted. Hello, I am Chiuyang's mother. He was struck by a car last night while jogging and is currently in ICU, fighting for his life. Are you his classmate? The phone slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground and shattering. He's face turned ashen, trembling as she realized something has truly happened to Song Chiuyang.
What?
The three others were equally shocked. Shen Jiao incredulously grasped her arm. Is this true? Yet, she could see He's body growing cold, her lips turning a shade of blue. You. He shoved her away, her eyes ablaze with anger and resentment. It's your fault. Shen Jiao, this is all you're doing. If you hadn't said anything about dying together and discarded the pen spirit, how could Song Chiuyang have come to harm? His mother said he was in an accident while jogging last night and is now in critical condition in ICU. Are you satisfied now, Shen Jiao? Shen Jiao staggered back a couple of steps, nearly losing her balance had it not been for Xinu's support. Her complexion soured. Perhaps it was merely a coincidental misfortune. Pale as a ghost, shouted. Whose fault was it that you had to speak so carelessly? Wait a moment. If something has happened to Song Chiuyang, am I to be next? Fear coursed through and she turned to Shen Wan in desperation. Master Shen, I beg you to save me. I do not wish to die. It was only a jest. How could the pen spirit take a joke seriously? I am only 16. I harbor feelings for Song Chiuyang, yet I refuse to sacrifice my life to perish alongside him. Master Shen, I acknowledge my transgressions. I should not have addressed you with such insolence. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me and save me. Shen Wan replied with indifference. You do not truly recognize your errors. You merely comprehend the imminence of your demise and are engulfed by fear. It is only natural for any human to fear death, Master Shen. I implore you, save me. I am willing to offer any amount of money you desire. He stammered, hastily retrieving a wad of cash from her Dior bag and thrusting it into Shen Wan's embrace without hesitation. I have more funds in my account. Name your price. And I shall comply, as long as it ensures my survival. He was on the verge of losing her sanity. Qiling contemplated for a moment before declaring, Calm down. My brother invited Master Shen here to resolve the matter with the pen spirit. Do you now grasp the gravity of the situation? He fervently nodded. I understand. I shall refrain from speaking recklessly. Qiling cast a glance at Shen Jiao, whose expression was equally grim. Especially you, Shen Jiao. Were it not for our shared experience as roommates and our previous encounter with the pen spirit, I would not wish to include you in this. Shen Jiao lowered her head, her gaze falling upon the shattered phone that He had dropped. Reminded of Song Chiuyang's predicament and her own harrowing night of being pursued by spirits, she now felt genuinely contrite. Shen Wan, what do you propose we do? Shen Jiao inquired awkwardly, for she had never previously addressed Shen Wan with such courtesy. She had never held any affection for the sister from the countryside and had never acknowledged her existence. Now, Shen Wan had transformed into a master of metaphysics. and she found herself in the humiliating position of having to beseech her for assistance. Shen Jiao grappled with an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Shen Wan discerned her reluctance to submit and replied coldly, I have stated that I am here solely to assist Qiling. As for the three of you, devise your own solutions.
No.
Hiao's complexion turned even paler as she urged, the pen spirit has targeted Song Qiuyang. Where shall we find another master to resolve this matter? Master Shen, please be magnanimous and do not hold our transgressions against us. Indeed, Master Shen. Saving a life is akin to constructing a towering pagoda, He Xianu added. Shen Jiao remained silent, pouting. He Yao glared at her. It's all your fault. Hurry and apologize to Master Shen. Shen Jiao gritted her teeth and declared, Shen Wan, if you save us, I will acknowledge you as my sister from now on. Shen Wan found this to be the most amusing jest she had ever heard. Shen Jiao. What advantage do I gain from being the sister of someone as foolish as you? Do you genuinely believe I yearn to be associated with the Shen family? Go wherever you please, just leave. With that, Shen Wan ceased to indulge her and walked towards the dilapidated auditorium. Shen Jiao stood there, struck as if by lightning. How had Shen Wan transformed so drastically? Although she had always despised her, Shen Wan had never spoken to her with such disdainful tones before. Each time Shen Wan delivered items to her at the academy, she would address her affectionately as Sixth Sister. Shen Jiao gazed at Shen Wan's silhouette. Tall and slender, with cascading black hair, her figure exuded the essence of a goddess. When had Shen Wan begun her metamorphosis into such a divine being? Shedding all traces of her former awkwardness? In fact, she appeared more elegant and refined than Sister Qian Shui, particularly with that ethereal aura that seemed particularly enchanting. Noticing that the other three had followed her, Shen Jiao steeled herself and pursued them. He Yao, witnessing her arrival, could not help but taunt. Oh, isn't someone averse to Master Shen? Why are you trailing behind like a shadow? Shen Jiao retorted without hesitation. Regardless of her faults, Shen Wan is still my sister. She would not abandon me. But you, He Yao, are an outsider. She was resolute in her belief that Shen Wan would not forsake her. He Yao's expression darkened. If I perish, I shall haunt you as a ghost. How dare you utter such words, implicating me in your plight with Song Qiuyang? Shen Jiao scoffed. Then let us see whose life Shen Wan chooses to save. Shen Wan was simply irked. Her family had forgotten her birthday, only remembering Sister Qian Shui's. Upon reflection, it was only natural. If her entire family were to overlook her birthday, she would undoubtedly be more furious than Shen Wan. Shen Jiao covertly observed Shen Wan. Gone was the pallid and emaciated visage. Now, she radiated a rosy glow, flawless in complexion, with not a pore in sight. Perhaps Shen Wan had utilized the skincare cream developed by her second brother to achieve such beauty. Upon her return, she too would request a jar for herself. Shen Wan, unfazed by their banter, fixed her gaze on the auditorium. Chapter 144. This sister seems somewhat formidable. The auditorium, with a history spanning over a century, had long been abandoned due to neglect and the passage of time. Situated within the old campus, it seldom attracted visitors. The door to the auditorium creaked ominously as Shen Wan pushed it open. Dust and cobwebs filled the air, and a musty odor pervaded the atmosphere. A piece of paper inscribed with distorted characters lay on a table, and the floor bore numerous disordered footprints, unmistakably traces left by the four girls. However, Shen Wan swiftly noted the presence of several shoe prints of varying sizes among the multitude of prints. These shoe prints starkly contrasted with those of the four girls, appearing to be size 44. Qiling followed her gaze and exclaimed in astonishment, Besides us, there were other boys who have visited here. He Xianu murmured, Surely not. Teachers prohibit students from coming here. We are the only ones who sneaked in. These are not human footprints. They belong to a ghost. With a single statement, Shen Wan sent a chill coursing through the four girls, their faces draining of color. A ghost? Qiling's expression soured. Could it be the pen spirit? Is it possible that while we summoned it late at night, it was lurking around us? This notion sent shivers down the spines of the three girls. He Xianu, overwhelmed by fear, buried herself in He Yao's embrace. Ling, please stop talking. I'm already unnerved during the day. He Yao, inspecting the footprints, turned pale. Shen Wan remarked, Observe closely. This footprint shows no heel contact with the ground, indicating that it belongs to a ghost. You girls summoned the pen spirit while playing the game, and it has been watching you. The four of them turned ashen with terror, particularly He Yao, whose mental state was on the verge of collapse. I refuse to die. I take back my words about wanting to be with Song Chiang. Shen Wan glanced at her. Only now do you retract your words? It is too late. Words can be a source of calamity. Engaging in such games with spirits while being reckless is foolhardy. Hiao, torn between fear and anger, spun around and began grappling with Shen Jiao. It's all your fault. Had you not mentioned death, I would never have uttered such words. Shen Jiao, equally unwilling to back down, seized her hair and retorted. Hiao, what madness has possessed you? It was your suggestion to play the pen spirit game in the auditorium. If there's blame, it lies with you. If you hadn't urged us to play, we wouldn't be haunted by ghosts. The two became embroiled in a fierce struggle, pulling hair and slapping each other, even tearing a designer bag to shreds in the process. He XINU, frantic, stamped her feet. Hiao, cease this fighting. We all share the same dormitory. We see each other daily. Shen Jiao seized the opportunity to hurl an insult at her. What are you pretending to be a good Samaritan for? It was Hiao's idea to play the pen spirit game, and you brought us here. Who in their right mind would play a ghost summoning game in an abandoned auditorium at night? You're not innocent either. He XINU's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Feeling wronged, I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. Shen Wan observed the chaos unfolding before her and snapped. If you continue this brawl, get out. Hiao promptly ceased her actions. Shen Jiao took advantage of the moment to deliver another slap to her face. I knew it. Shen Wan is indeed my sister, and she will side with me. Shen Jiao, convinced that Shen Wan's intervention stemmed from concern for her well-being, believed her sister would defend her. She held her head high like a proud peacock, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Hiao, with a pale face, inquired of Shen Wan. Master Shen, what should we do to rid ourselves of the spirit of the pen? I feel quite unwell. Could it be that the spirit seeks to claim my life? Shen Wan replied in a low voice. Your discomfort stems from Shen Jiao's actions, compounded by psychological panic. Are you suggesting that the spirit is not present here? Qi Ling asked, glancing around. It is not, Shen Wan confirmed. You must return the spirit at the same time you summoned it. Qi Ling responded. We summoned it at exactly midnight. Then gather here tonight at midnight to return the spirit, Shen Wan instructed. He Xinhua expressed her fear. We have to come back tonight? Aren't you a master? Can't you just capture it outright? Qi Ling retorted. It requires the spirit's presence. Since it was summoned by the four of us, it is our duty to return it together. Haven't you heard Master Shen say that the spirit is linked to our magnetic fields? If we don't return it ourselves, who will? He Yao gritted her teeth. Mustering her courage, fine, as long as I survive, I will return it. By the way, we need to find that pen, Shen Wan reminded them. The trio turned their gazes toward Shen Jiao. Shen Jiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, It was too dark that night. I didn't notice where I dropped it. He Yao shot her a fierce glare. Let's search quickly while it's still light. The four of them commenced a thorough search, but after 2 hours, they still had not found it. Shen Wan, who had been quietly seated playing with her phone, saw them drenched in sweat without success, and bluntly declared, Let me handle this. Shen Jiao instinctively dismissed her. You don't even know where I dropped it. How can you find it? Don't make empty claims. Shen Wan merely calculated with her fingers and stated, southeast corner. She pointed to a pile of clutter beneath the windowsill. He Yao rushed over to search and, to her surprise, found the pen at the very bottom. The expression in Shen Jiao's eyes shifted dramatically, filled with disbelief, shock, and a hint of joy, mixed with confusion. Shen Wan truly possessed mystical abilities. She could casually ascertain the location of a lost item with a mere calculation. Such extraordinary skills seemed to belong only in the realm of fantastical novels. Yet, if Shen Wan had such gifts, why had she never exhibited them while in the Shen household? After retrieving the pen, Shen Wan suggested visiting their dormitory. He Yao eagerly offered to lead the way. Shen Wan had never entered the academy before. She had only lingered at the entrance. Unlike typical institutions where students shared a single building, the Noble Academy's dormitories were quaint villas accommodating 4 students each. The dormitory area was lined with luxurious row houses, presenting an opulent vista. Upon arriving at their villa, Shen Wan felt an unsettling aura enveloping her. Qi Ling inquired, Master Shen, what troubles you? After a brief silence, Shen Wan responded, The spirit has been with you for the past 3 days, sharing your meals and living quarters.
What?
He Yao's face turned even paler. Shen Jiao, still haunted by the memory, added, Fortunately, I was feverish that night, and my brother took me home. Shen Wan cast a sidelong glance at her. Returning home was not a reprieve, was it? As soon as you fell asleep, the spirit would come for you. How do you know? Shen Jiajiao gasped, a flicker of excitement igniting within her. Look, Shen Wan was concerned for her, aware that returning home was no solace. Chapter 145. This is my sister, not yours. He Yao's complexion drained of color. If the spirit has been with us in the dormitory for 3 days, then won't it follow us home? Shen Wan replied coolly. Unless something unusual occurs, that is indeed likely. Qiling stayed at my house yesterday, and the spirit followed her there, though it did not enter. Upon hearing this, Qiling felt a chill run down her spine. Shan Jiajiao glanced at Qiling, her tone laced with an inexplicable jealousy. You spent the night at Shen Wan's house? She, the sister, had never had the chance to stay at Shen Wan's new home. Qiling, an outsider, felt awkward about the intimacy. Shen Jiajiao scrutinized Qiling's face, noting how much healthier she appeared. If only she had gone to find Shen Wan instead of returning home 3 days ago. Perhaps she, too, would be in such good spirits. Feeling Shen Jiajiao's gaze upon her, Qiling looked back, catching the hint of jealousy in Shen Jiajiao's eyes. Emboldened, Qiling linked her arm with Shen Wan's, beaming sweetly. Master Shen, you haven't visited our dormitory, have you?
Come, let me show you around.
Shen Wan nodded. Watching Qiling whisk Shen Wan away, Shen Jiajiao's expression soured further. Is she truly her sister if she is so freely linking arms with others? He Yao glared disapprovingly at her. Shen Jiajiao, didn't you claim to despise Shen Wan? Shen Jiajiao huffed. I do dislike her. But that doesn't change the fact that she is my sister. What right does Qiling have to be so close to her? It should be me, her sister, who enjoys that bond. I warn you, don't stir up trouble. He Yao coldly retorted. If I perish, I shall take you with me. Shen Jiajiao watched Shen Wan's retreating figure, pondering whether Shen Wan would come to her aid if she found herself in danger. Surely she would, right? The three of them then entered the dormitory. It was spacious, with 3 small floors. Upon entering, Shen Wan immediately glanced towards the window. Curious, Qiling asked, Master Shen, what are you looking at? Shen Wan remained silent, quietly extracting a vial of cow's tears and spraying it over her eyes. Ah! Qiling screamed. The others rushed over, asking what had happened. Qiling pointed towards the window. There is something. Yet, the window appeared utterly clear and pristine, having been cleaned daily. Shen Wan regarded the bewildered trio and casually sprayed them with cow's tears. He Xinyue cried out, What on earth is this? Cow's tears, Shen Wan replied. He Yao shivered, having heard that cow's tears could reveal spirits. The two were too frightened to open their eyes. Shen Jiajiao, possessing a modicum of bravery, covered her eyes but peered cautiously through her fingers toward the window. Ah! Her scream surpassed Qiling's in volume. The glass was covered in a multitude of claw marks, reminiscent of a dying soul's desperate struggle. Every pane bore these grotesque scratches. As they turned their gaze to the living room, they found the floor littered with size 44 footprints. Shen Wan sensed something was amiss. While she could feel the spirit entwined with them, the claw marks appeared to have been left by a terrified ghost. Song Chuyang, Qiling's expression shifted, realizing the handprints on the glass belonged to his spirit. Shen Wan analyzed. The footprints are from the spirit of the pen, while the claw marks undoubtedly belong to Song Chuyang. He is likely trying to warn you that there are spirits in the house, but he cannot enter to inform you. Upon hearing this, He Yao broke down in tears. I caused his death. If I hadn't spoken those words, Song Chuyang would still be alive. Shen Wan reassured her. He has not truly died. Once we deal with the spirit of the pen, we can return his soul to his body. But we must act swiftly. He Yao pleaded, Master Shen, I implore you to save Song Chuyang. He is the most innocent in this entire ordeal. Indeed, Master Shen, He Xinyue echoed. He Yao cares deeply for Song Chuyang. You must save him. Shen Wan cast a penetrating gaze at them. He Xinyue felt uneasy under her scrutiny and turned to pour some water. Master Shen, would you like some water? Shen Wan replied coolly, no need. Stay here and don't wander off. Qiling, come with me. Shen Jiajiao grew anxious. Where are you two going alone? Don't leave me out. Ignoring her, Shen Wan continued on, with Qiling eagerly following in her wake. The remaining 3 exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Shen Jiajiao chased them to the door, witnessing Shen Wan elegantly wave her hand, causing a yellow talisman to fly from her palm and affix itself precisely to the entrance of the villa. At that moment she understood. You leave early and return promptly. I shall await your return here. Shen Jiao is aware that Shen Wan is protecting her, ensuring that the pen spirit does not intrude and cause her harm. Shen Wan does not even glance at her, calling upon Qi Ling to procure the necessary items for purifying the residence. Along the way, Shen Wan casually inquires about the dynamics among their roommates. Qi Ling candidly responds, "The relationships are fairly amicable. We generally coexist harmoniously and have never had any conflicts." "And what about He Yao and He Xianyu?" Those two," Qi Ling continues. "He Yao has mentioned that they have been childhood friends, having attended the same class since kindergarten. He Yao's family is considerably better off than He Xianyu's. And I can often discern that when He Yao displays her spoiled demeanor, He Xianyu tends to endure it. I've heard that He Xianyu's family business relies heavily on the He family, about 80%. She originally had no qualifications to attend this prestigious academy. It was only through the He family's intervention that she was allowed to accompany He Yao." Qi Ling senses something amiss and asks, "Master Shen, is there an issue between them?" She observes, "From what I can see, He Xianyu is not to be trifled with." Shen Wan can only say so much at this point. Qi Ling appears bewildered, but He Xianyu has a gentle and somewhat introverted disposition. "I once saw her buying sausages to feed stray cats. She seems like a good-hearted girl." Shen Wan smiles silently. After gathering the items needed for purifying the residence, the two return to their dormitory. Shen Wan mixes everything together, burns a talisman in the water, and hands the spray bottle to them. "Spray it on any footprints or scratch marks. It will dispel the negative energy." He Xianyu looks puzzled. "Does this negative energy have any tangible harm to us?" Shen Wan replies coolly, "Lingering negative energy can bring you misfortune." Upon hearing this, He Xianyu takes the spray bottle without hesitation and diligently sprays it on the footprints. As the shadowy black marks vanish at the touch of the specially prepared pure water, Shen Jiao gasps in surprise. "I tried to remove them with plain water earlier, and they wouldn't budge. Yours disappeared at once." Qi Ling beams with pride. "Of course. Just look who prepared the pure water. Master Shen is truly remarkable." Shen Jiao pouts, feeling somewhat envious that Qi Ling, an outsider, is boasting about her sister. Chapter 146. Pen Spirit, please return to your place. With the purification complete, the five of them find themselves with little to do. Shen Wan touches her slightly hungry stomach and announces, "I will go grab a bite to eat first and return later." "Don't go." Shen Jiao instinctively grabs her arm. After Shen Wan glares at her, she reluctantly releases her grip. "Our academy has delivery services with Michelin 3-star chefs. It's absolutely delicious. You've never tried it before, right? This time, it's on me." Shen Jiao eagerly picks up her phone to order. Shen Wan coldly glances at her. "No need." Shen Jiao pouts, feeling a bit wronged. "I just wanted to treat you to something tasty. Why are you so resolutely rejecting my offer? In the past, even when I accidentally touched your belongings, you would get furious, claiming my hands were dirty and forbidding me from touching your things." Shen Wan calmly responds, "If you wish to distance yourself from me, then refrain from such hypocritical gestures." With that, she turns and leaves without a backward glance. The other three turn their gazes toward Shen Jiao, especially Qi Ling, who looks at her with disappointment. "Master Shen is so wonderful. How could you have treated her like that in the past?" "Indeed, Shen Jiao. If I had such a metaphysical master as a sister, I would be grateful beyond measure and never dream of bullying her." He Yao chimes in. He Xianyu's expression darkens. Jiao, you seem to be ungrateful. When Master Shen treats you well, you don't appreciate it and even bully her. Be careful. Karma may come back around." Shen Jiao, feeling cornered by their accusations, erupts. "What do you all know? Shen Wan never mentioned being a metaphysical master while at the Shen family. Furthermore, if it were you, would you accept a stranger suddenly appearing in your home and calling her sister? Besides, Shen Wan hasn't had much formal education. She comes from the mountains. Just a country bumpkin. What is there about her that deserves my respect?" Shen Jiao, both angry and aggrieved, merely wishes to vent her frustrations without realizing that Shen Wan has returned. It is only when the three of them fall silent and glance behind her that Shen Jiao senses something amiss. Turning around, she sees Shen Wan standing right behind her. "You heard everything I just said?" Shen Jiao's face flushes crimson as she hurriedly explains, "I didn't mean it that way. That was all in the past. Shen Wan, please don't take it to heart." Shen Wan does not even look at her, simply picking up the car keys from the table and walking away. "Why, isn't she scolding me?" Shen Jiao suddenly feels a twinge of discomfort. Shouldn't Shen Wan be angry upon hearing her words? Any normal person would be upset. Why is Shen Wan so indifferent? Qi Ling remarks dryly. Master Shen can't be bothered to waste her breath on someone like you, a mere clown. Shen Jiao's face reddens even more. No, it shouldn't be like this. She glances helplessly towards the door. It seems that Shen Wan has truly changed. At 11 o'clock that evening, the four sit silently in the living room. He Yao is like a startled rabbit, glancing around anxiously, fearful that the pen spirit may come for vengeance. Shen Jiao's eyes are slightly red, sulking in silence. He Xianu is busy with her homework. Qi Ling is fixated on He Xianu. Just then, a knock at the door sends all four into a state of tension. When Shen Wan's voice calls out, it's time to head to the grand hall. They nearly leap with relief. Master Shen! Master Shen! The four rush towards her as if grasping a lifeline. Master Shen, you have finally arrived. Without you, every moment has been torment. Shen Wan scans the group, noting that only Shen Jiao's eyes are red, appearing as though she has suffered some great injustice. Understanding Shen Jiao, she surmises that being spoiled by her brothers at home, she is simply unaccustomed to being neglected and feels wronged. In her past life, during such a time, she would have comforted her, doing everything possible to win her favor and elicit a smile. But now, she thinks to hell with that. Who cared about my grievances in times of distress? Shen Jiao, feeling the weight of Shen Wan's gaze upon her, instinctively pouts, trying to appear more pitiful and aggrieved. Internally, she cries out, Shen Wan, do you see my distress? Come and comfort me. Otherwise, I might really get angry and refuse to acknowledge you as my sister. However, to her dismay, Shen Wan's gaze simply glides past her and settles on Qi Ling. After dark, did any of you see the pen spirit come to the dormitory? Qi Ling shakes her head. It seems there has been no movement. Shen Jiao's lips nearly curl into a pout. Shen Wan, why don't you ask me? I was also watching out. Subsequently, the five make their way to the dilapidated grand hall. The hall is shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence. The four walk cautiously, pressed closely together. Shen Wan chuckles softly. The ignorant are fearless, while the informed are deeply afraid. Upon entering the hall, Shen Wan instructs them to sit at the table in the same arrangement as the night of the summoning. The four take their seats, their expressions tense. Shen Wan lights a white candle on the table, retrieves a pen, and urges the four to hold it. Let us begin. They exchange glances before nervously reciting the incantation. Pen spirit, you are my past life. I am your present life. If you wish to continue our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. The anxious and terrified expressions of the four are illuminated in the candlelight, appearing particularly pale. The air seems to freeze, with only their heavy breaths and pounding hearts audible. The pen remains still. Continue reciting, Shen Wan prompts. Pen spirit, you are my past life. I am your present life. If you wish to continue our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. Pen spirit, you are my past life. I am your present life. If you wish to continue our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. Their voices reverberated through the vast auditorium. The candlelight flickered uncertainly, casting shadows upon the impenetrable darkness behind them. Suddenly, the hands of the four, clutching their pens, began to tremble. The pen moved slightly, and their eyes widened in horror, their bodies rigid with fear. As if a tidal wave of dread had engulfed them, they dared not look at the paper or the pen, instead casting terrified glances at Shen Wan. They wished to release their grip, yet an invisible force bound them tightly. The pen glided across the paper, forming a circle. Qi Ling, following Shen Wan's instruction, stammered, Pen spirit, thank you for your answer. Please return to your place. The pen did not cease its motion, continuing to draw circles. Pen spirit, please return. The speed of the pen intensified, its pressure piercing through the paper as eerie lines emerged, sharp as knives, seemingly slicing through their very nerves. Master Shen, help! He Yao cried out in a breakdown. A chilling laughter suddenly echoed in their ears. He Yao's hair stood on end, and in sheer terror, she released her grip on the pen and sprang to her feet, screaming, "Ah! It's coming! It's here to take my life!" Chapter 147. All dead. Yao, what is wrong? There's nothing there, He Xianu said with a worried expression. He Yao, in utter panic, lunged toward Shen Wan. Her voice a frantic shriek, "It's coming! I can hear its voice! The pen spirit is here to claim lives! Master Shen, save me! I truly do not wish to die!" Her face was a mask of terror, trembling uncontrollably. Shen Wan forcefully pushed her back into her seat, continuing to recite. He Xianu expressed her concern. Master Shen, Yao Yao is on the verge of a breakdown. I fear she cannot continue.
Indeed.
He Yao was so frightened that she seemed to have lost her mind, muttering that the pen spirit was coming. You three must not stop. Continue reciting, Shen Wan commanded. The three had no choice but to persist. Pen spirit, please return. Pen spirit, please return. Pen spirit, please return. Their trembling voices echoed eerily in the empty auditorium, while the candlelight flickered incessantly. He Yao sat on the chair, her head cradled in despair, unable to look. The pen continued its relentless movement across the paper. Shen Jiao's eyes widened in fear, as it seemed to form the character for death. Qi Ling and he Xianu focused intently. It was not merely a resemblance. It was indeed the chaotic. Sharp lines had morphed into a death character that occupied the entire sheet, piercing their hearts like arrows.
Ah!
The three of them, petrified, released the pen altogether. Suddenly, Shen Wan reached out and grasped the pen, gesturing for Qi Ling to lead the others to the back. The four huddled in a corner, their faces taut with anxiety and terror as they gazed at her. A sinister, eerie laughter erupted in their ears. He Yao reacted the most, clinging tightly to Qi Ling. He Xianu grasped Shen Jiao's hand with equal fervor. Shen Wan felt the pen in her hand moving uncontrollably. The character for death now bore an additional character above it. All. Together, it read, all dead. Are we to die too? Shen Jiao's face turned ashen. Filled with regret in that moment. Regret for seeking thrills, for playing this game of pen spirit. Regret for speaking without thinking. Regret for not having discarded the pen after returning the spirit. But now, it was too late for regret. Shen Jiao nearly screamed, Sister, save me. Shen Wan remained unfazed. This was the first time Shen Jiao had called her sister in both this life and the last. Even when Shen Jiao had known of her transformation into a master of metaphysics, she had never referred to her as sister. Yet, Shen Wan paid it no mind. Noticing Shen Wan's indifference, Shen Jiao felt a pang of anxiety and desperation. Sister, I truly do not wish to die. Please save me. If you save me, you shall be my sister for life. Shen Wan replied coldly, silence. What else do you wish to say, Shen Jiao? But Qi Ling covered her mouth. Shen Wan's indifferent gaze remained fixed on the still-moving pen, her wrist pausing slightly. The pen halted its uncontrolled movement abruptly. She sensed an invisible force wrestling with her, tugging at her. Shen Wan spoke softly. A few immature girls playing a game. Do you truly wish for their lives? Be sensible and return to your place. With a sudden clap, the pen spirit not only refused to comply, but snapped in two. A chilling wind surged, causing the furniture and windows in the auditorium to rattle. He Yao completely broke down. It's over. The pen is broken, and we shall all die here today. He Xianu's complexion drained. How can this be? We were merely playing a game. How could we all perish? Shen Jiao burst into tears. Shen Wan, you said you had a way to resolve this. I do not wish to die. Qi Ling trembled in fear, her teeth chattering, mustering her courage to reassure everyone. Everyone, do not panic. Master Shen will surely save us. Shen Wan casually picked up a broken piece of the pen, examining its sharp tip, a faint smile gracing her face. When I am speaking to you reasonably, do not overstep your bounds. You harm the innocent. I have every right to obliterate you. This statement instantly incited the wrath of the pen spirit. The paper flew from the table, hurtling toward Shen Wan's face. Shen Wan sensed that this was no mere sheet of paper. It felt as heavy as if soaked in 100 pounds of water. Should it cover her face, she could suffocate instantly. Shen Wan tore the paper apart. Shredded fragments flew through the air, vaguely revealing a dark shadow standing in a corner of the auditorium. The pen spirit is there, Qi Ling exclaimed, pointing urgently. Shen Jiao's eyes widened in sheer terror. A ghost. There is truly a ghost. With a graceful wave of her hand, Shen Wan sent a talisman to suppress the pen spirit, binding it in place. Dare you move against me? Do you wish to sacrifice the life of my beloved? The pen spirit, instead of being angered, laughed maniacally, its eerie laughter echoing. He Yao quickly urged, Master Shen, quickly eliminate the pen spirit. Qi Ling glanced at her in disbelief. What about Song Chuyang? He Yao, her face as pale as death, replied, I can't concern myself with that now. I just want to live. As for him, let him be unfortunate. He Xianu scoffed. You remain as selfish as ever. But their voices were swiftly drowned out by the pen spirit's sinister laughter, which filled the entire auditorium with its shrill echoes, nearly piercing their eardrums, causing them to bleed from the pain. Shen Wan snatched a chair leg from the ground and struck the pen spirit on the head. Be quiet, you are deafening. A tangible pain surged through the pen spirit. It grimaced in agony, realizing it had shrunk considerably from her blows. Who are you?
It stammered.
Shen Wan replied coolly, didn't you hear what they called me? Master. With that, she struck again 2 more blows. The pen spirit shrank even further, down to her waist. Enraged, it attempted to rise from the dead, struggling futilely against the talisman's restraint. Shen Wan seized the pen spirit by the neck, lifting it effortlessly. The 4 were taken aback, astonished at how easily Shen Wan dealt with the spirit. Shan Jiao gazed at her, feeling that in this moment, she was extraordinarily impressive. Where's Song Chiang's soul? Shen Wan inquired. The pen spirit recognized her as a formidable opponent and reluctantly confessed, he is hiding outside, afraid to enter, fearing I would consume him. Upon hearing that Song Chiang was unharmed and that Shen Wan had subdued the pen spirit, Hiao's courage returned slightly. She mustered her resolve and questioned, Pen spirit, we were merely playing a game. How could you take it seriously and truly seek to kill? The pen spirit turned its head at a strange angle, its eerie gaze fixed upon them. You may consider it a jest, but some do not share your views. You wish to die alongside your beloved. I shall fulfill your wish. The spirit of the pen directed a peculiar smile toward Shen Wan, and with a swift motion, a half-pen suddenly soared towards Hiao, piercing directly into her chest. Chapter 148. Oppression.
Ah!
Hiao screamed, collapsing onto the ground. Shen Jiao and Qi Ling turned pale with fright. He Xianu hurried to support Hiao. Yao. Shen Wan fixed the pen spirit in place and turned to assess Hiao's condition. Fortunately, the pen spirit was restrained by the ghost-restraining talisman. Even if it could exert a modicum of power, it did not entirely claim Hiao's life. The half-pen had embedded itself in Hiao's chest, a mere inch from her heart, and blood flowed freely. She's not in immediate danger. Do not extract the pen just yet. Qi Ling, contact the hospital. Shen Wan pressed 2 acupoints on Hiao's body, and the bleeding immediately ceased. Qi Ling exclaimed in astonishment, Master Shen, you possess medical skills. Shen Wan smiled faintly, just a trivial skill. Shen Jiao stared at Shen Wan with wide eyes. Earlier at home, she had overheard her elder brother mention that Shen Wan had learned a few rudimentary healing techniques from a rural doctor, claiming to be some sort of Taoist physician. She vividly recalled her brother's derisive demeanor at the time. However, if he were to witness Shen Wan effortlessly halting Hiao's bleeding with just a few gestures, he would surely be taken aback. Master Shen, how fortunate it is to have you here. Hiao weakly opened her eyes, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead from the pain. He Xianu inquired with concern, Yao, how do you feel? Qi Ling has already called for an ambulance. Just a little longer. Oh, you have no idea how much it hurts. How could I not know? He Xianu's expression suddenly darkened as she reached out to grasp the exposed half-pen. However, before her hand could make contact, Shen Wan seized her wrist. What are you doing? Shen Wan's gaze was icy. He Xianu chuckled awkwardly. I see she's in distress. I wanted to help her. Shen Wan called her out. Help her on her way, you mean? He Xianu maintained her composure. Master Shen, how can you speak such baseless accusations? Do you require me to summon the pen spirit for a confrontation? He Xianu glanced at the corner, where the pen spirit lay subdued, its visage ominous and eerie, sending chills down her spine. She involuntarily shuddered. No, that's unnecessary. I haven't done anything. Qi Ling recalled Shen Wan's earlier inquiry and quickly pieced together the implication. He Xianu, do you wish to harm Hiao? How could you think that of me? Hiao and I have been best friends since childhood. He Xianu retorted. Even Hiao found it absurd. I've known Xianu since we were young. She could never harm me. He Xianu echoed. Exactly. Our bond is too strong. Shen Wan stated coolly. The disparity in family backgrounds. Your parents must have pressured you to ingratiate yourself with He Yao since childhood. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resentment flashed in He Xianu's eyes.
He Yao,
a pampered young lady, had grown accustomed to indulgence from her family, while He Xianu had been sent to accompany her, feeling as though she were merely a servant or a lackey. Even when wronged, she could only endure, for her family's business relied heavily on the He family. She could not afford to offend He Yao. Am I not correct? Shen Wan fixed her gaze upon He Xinu. He Xinu, observing Hiao's feeble state, cast aside her usual gentle demeanor and suddenly cried out, Hiao, why aren't you the one dying?
Go die, die.
She lunged forward, but fortunately, Qiling caught her, exclaiming, He Xinu, regain your senses. Taking a life comes with a price. Even in death, one must pay the consequences. And what of it? He Xinu scoffed. I've spent my life trailing after Hiao, serving her, catering to her. What of my feelings? Hiao was taken aback, incredulous. So this is how you viewed me all along? He Xinu, when have I ever treated you like a servant? I considered you my sister, my dear friend. He Xinu spat defiantly. Pa, when have you truly cared for me? I was sent to your home like a maid, attending the school you desired. And even during weekends, holidays, and breaks, I had to accompany you. I couldn't have a single matter of my own. If you went shopping, I had to tag along. If you traveled, I had to be there too. You were pleased to toss me a few trifles when it suited you, but when displeased, you would turn and cast me aside. Hiao, I am a person, not your pet. Listening to her accusations, Hiao felt a surge of agitation and attempted to rise from the ground. If you didn't want to do it, why did you? And what do you mean by trifles? Everything I've given you were luxury items. To you, they are trifles. He Xinu retorted coldly. Resistance? Could I resist? Did I dare resist? Every time you faced even the slightest grievance, I would return home to face reprimand and punishment. Why should I endure that? Qiling coughed lightly. It seems the true fault lies with your parents. Why not hold them accountable? He Xinu shot her a glare. I only despise Hiao. Why should she have grown up in luxury while I suffered? Why should her living conditions surpass mine when my grades exceeded hers? I could attend the school I preferred, but for her sake, I had to transfer to the wealthy academy, facing scorn from my peers. Why should I endure that? Shun Jiao remarked softly. Qiling is correct. If there is blame, it should be directed at your parents, not Hiao. Besides, your family has also benefited considerably from your relationship with Hiao. He Jiaoyu, the granddaughter of a tycoon, have no idea how arrogant and overbearing the privileged can be, how deeply their disregard can wound. I toiled like a servant beside Hiao, carrying her books. There were times she would forget her belongings and command me to fetch them from home during class. Shun Jiao instinctively glanced at Shen Wan. In the past, Shen Wan had indeed carried her backpack for her. It had been too heavy, and she had not wished to bear it. She had often asked Shen Wan to bring her items to the academy. Would Shen Wan feel the same resentment as He Xinu? Shen Wan's expression remained largely unchanged, merely listening with an air of detachment. Shun Jiao then turned her gaze back to the frenzied He Xinu, feeling an unexpected discomfort in her heart. Hiao had not anticipated that He Xinu harbored such a myriad of grievances. After a prolonged silence, she managed to speak through the pain. In truth, my father initially asked if I wanted to play with you. He Xinu retorted. Do you think I lack friends? That I need you? The reason I befriended you was the first time I saw you, pitifully dragged to my home by your parents to present gifts. I witnessed your parents reprimanding you, commanding you to please me at any cost to remain by my side. My father said your family was on the brink of bankruptcy, desperately seeking partners, and through connections, managed to approach my family. During that time, my puppy had been killed in an accident, and seeing me cry daily, my father asked if I wanted a companion to play with to distract me. I agreed, but I never viewed you as a replacement for my puppy. Do you know why I had you run errands? It was for my father to see. Otherwise, how could your family's small business possibly revive? It was all because my father recognized the value you could provide in companionship that he helped your family. Chapter 149, Plastic Sisterhood. You claim I've only given you trifles. Why do I give them to you? It's because I saw your parents unwilling to give you pocket money, and you lacked the funds to buy your own things. I feared hurting your pride, hence I gifted you designer bags and jewelry. Yes. These items worth thousands mean little to me, but it was you who secretly sold them to resolve your pressing issues. He Xinu's face turned ashen, as if an unbearable secret had been exposed, and she shouted in furious humiliation, Yes, I sold them. I was the one who endured the humiliation of serving you, the arrogant young lady, and I am owed compensation for my emotional distress. Hiao's complexion was pale as she let out a light laugh. You call me a young lady, so what if I have my own temper? If you can't tolerate it, you can leave. Are you not here because I can offer you some small favors? My He family is the reason you are still here after all. He Xinyue, with an air of feigned superiority, retorted, What are you pretending to be so noble for? If you don't want our family's support, just say so. Are you trying to have it both ways? Infuriated, Shen Wan was ready to strike her. My parents value your family, but I certainly do not.
Hiao.
Refusing to back down, picked up her phone and declared, You don't value it, do you? Then I shall call my father right now and inform him that from this day forth, we shall no longer support your family's pathetic little company. Shen Wan seemed to have struck a nerve, her face contorting with rage as she shouted, I knew you looked down on me from the very core of your being.
So, what if it is a small company?
It is the fruit of my parents' hard work. Hiao gazed at her, disappointment etched across her features. I have never thought of you that way, yet you wish for my demise. Turning to Shen Wan, she recalled the night they summoned the spirit. Shen Wan had merely expressed her desire to gain admission to her dream university. She had never uttered a word about wanting my life. Shen Wan replied coolly, I mentioned before, it is not just prophecy. It also encompasses one's innermost thoughts. The spirit had captured Shen Wan's fervent wish for her demise. You echoed Shen Jiao's words, desiring to perish alongside Song Qiuyang. Once he is gone, you shall be next. Yao's face grew even paler. Shen Wan, I never imagined you to be such a person. Even if I had been arrogant and unkind to you in the past, you could have voiced your grievances.
Yet you,
in your cowardice, dare not speak out and curse me behind my back. Shen Wan sneered coldly. It is a pity that the Master Shen captured the spirit, otherwise. Tonight would have been your end. Master Shen, I truly admire you. If I possessed your mystical abilities, I would have long since dealt with those who have wronged me. Shen Wan's expression turned grotesque, causing Qi Ling to release her in fright. Shen Wan turned and fled. Shen Wan. Qi Ling started to pursue but was stopped by Hiao, who insisted, Do not bother with her. She will not reappear in the academy or even in Jiang City. Having offended her and wishing for her death, how could my He family possibly let her go so easily? Shen Wan approached the subdued spirit. You must be the first student who perished here since the school's inception, correct? The spirit's ghastly visage shifted. How do you know? Observing her countenance, Shen Wan continued. You and Shen Wan are of the same ilk, exceptional in your studies, yet of humble origins. Those who attend this prestigious academy are all scions of wealthy families. An ordinary person who stumbles in here becomes nothing more than a plaything for the affluent. The spirit, recalling its past, gritted its teeth in hatred. Wealthy individuals are not to be trusted. Shen Wan countered. You studied so diligently to transcend your class, yet it was futile in a realm that was never yours. Under the weight of such relentless adversities, you chose to end your own life. You aided Shen Wan out of sympathy, believing her to be akin to your former self. A victim of bullying. However, it is ultimately wrong to harm others. I shall summon the Yama to take you away. Right and wrong will be judged by the 10 halls of Yama. The spirit howled in desperation. I do not wish to go to the underworld. I want to remain here. Shen Wan swiftly produced a talisman to summon the ghostly emissary. The talisman emitted a blinding light, and a 6-pointed star formation gradually appeared on the floor. Before the three could react, a chilling gust of wind surged forth, engulfing them in a primal fear of death. They stood frozen, watching as a dark figure emerged from the formation, a ghostly emissary. Ghostly emissary. Qi Ling's eyes widened in terror. Shen Jiao felt as if she had fallen into an ice abyss. She witnessed the emissary bow slightly before Shen Wan. My lady. The emissary addressed Shen Wan with a tone of respect. Shen Jiao was left speechless. Shen Wan smiled softly, graciously explaining the spirit incident. Rest assured, my lady. The emissary cast a soul-binding chain to ensnare the spirit, dragging it into the formation. The formation extinguished, and the three finally dared to breathe. Qi Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Master Shen, you can summon a ghostly emissary? How incredible! First, take your classmate out of here. Do not venture into desolate places to play reckless games again. Shen Wan instructed as she walked ahead. Qi Ling and Shen Jiao supported each other. Upon exiting the grand hall, Shen Wan spotted Song Qiuyang's spirit trembling beneath a tree, appearing on the verge of extinguishment. Song Qiuyang, Qi Ling called out. As he slowly lifted his head and saw that they could perceive him, he burst into tears of joy. You can finally see me. Wait. Have you all been harmed by that ghost? Qi Ling briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Song Qiuyang sank to the ground, crying out his innocence. Hiao, witnessing her idol's dramatic display, felt her admiration wane. Song Qiuyang, quickly pay your respects to Master Shen and plead for her help. She can save you. Song Qiuyang nearly crawled to Shen Wan's feet. Master, please save me. I am only 16. I do not wish to die. Shen Wan instructed him to extend his hand. Obediently, he did so. Shen Wan inscribed a talisman in his palm. Before he could utter a word, an overwhelming force pulled his spirit back to the hospital. Just then, the ambulance arrived. Shen Wan turned to Qi Ling. The matter has been resolved. I shall take my leave. Qi Ling, needing to rush He Yao to the hospital, bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Master Shen. Shen Jiao had anticipated a few words from Shen Wan, but she received none. Disappointed, she called after her, Shen Wan. Shen Wan, wait. Sister. Shen Jiao shouted several times, but Shen Wan did not turn back. It seemed she had truly become a stranger. The thought of Shen Wan's newfound power and her coldness left Shen Jiao feeling disquieted and distressed. Chapter 150. The sixth sister has gone mad. Shen Jiao remained preoccupied until she returned to the Shen family villa. Shen Yuni hastened to find her. Sixth sister. Why have you gone out while still unwell? What if you catch a cold again? Second brother, Shen Jiao asked, do you know that Shen Wan is a master of the mystical arts? She can capture ghosts and wield spells. Shen Yuni frowned and, without a word, reached to feel her forehead. This child is not feverish. Why is she speaking nonsense? Second brother, I am not lying. Shen Wan is truly a master of the mystical arts. I witnessed her capture a ghost, the very one that tormented me in my dreams. Shen Yuni's gaze turned more worried. Sixth sister, have you been frightened by a nightmare? Shall I take you to the hospital for a thorough checkup? Still reeling from the shock of Shen Wan's abilities, Shen Jiao murmured. But why didn't she say she was so powerful before? Did she deliberately hide her prowess, considering a stranger's? Shen Yuni's concern deepened as he observed his sister talking to herself. What has she experienced to provoke such a reaction?
Wait.
Could it be that Shen Wan has come to trouble you? Shen Yuni hurriedly inquired. Sixth sister, did Shen Wan confront you? Did she scold or strike you? Were you harmed? Shen Jiao snapped back to reality, exasperated. Second brother, Shen Wan did not hurt me. I simply felt that she has completely transformed. Transformed into what? She has become stunning and fierce, and she is so dashing. Shen Jiao gushed. Especially when she summoned the ghostly emissary with a talisman and confronted the spirit. Her demeanor was incredibly impressive. Shen Yuni's face darkened. Have you been poisoned by too many romantic dramas? Shen Wan is both stunning and fierce? Is she truly still the same Shen Wan? Dear sixth sister, hysteria is not something to be feared. Rather, it is the abandonment of treatment that truly incites trepidation.
Come.
Let second brother take you to the hospital for a thorough examination of your mind. Shen Yuni reached out to grasp Shen Jiao's hand, but she deftly withdrew, regarding him with a contemplative gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Second brother, have you ever done anything excessively outrageous to Shen Wan? Shen Yuni retorted with irritation. You ought to ask her if she has ever committed any transgressions against me or against our other three brothers. My answer would be affirmative.
She has.
The eldest brother's collaboration fell through. The third brother's intended partner was snatched away by Shen Wan. The fourth brother suffered a broken leg. And the seventh brother fared even worse, falling into confinement. Presently, he alone remained relatively unscathed, aside from enduring Shen Wan's wrath. However, Shen Jiao shook her head resolutely. Second brother, today I have come to realize that one must not be overly arrogant or overbearing, especially when leveraging one's status as a wealthy individual to oppress others. Shen Yuni inquired. What do you mean? With utmost seriousness, Shen Jiao continued. There will be repercussions. Regardless of life or death, retribution will come. Shen Yuni, perplexed, asked, Sister, what has come over you? Have you attained enlightenment in merely a day? Are you contemplating renunciation? The former sixth sister, once a delicate and spoiled young lady, now bore the demeanor of someone who had glimpsed the harsh realities of life. Shen Jiao solemnly advised, Second brother and all our brothers, I strongly urge you to seek out Shen Wan and offer her an earnest apology. Shen Yuni's expression darkened. Shen Jiao, have you lost your senses? Apologize to her? On what grounds? Shen Jiao replied with a melancholic air, on the grounds that our family has treated her poorly since her arrival. Shen Yuni was taken aback. Sister, what madness is this? Our unkindness towards her is justified by her unworthiness. Moreover, you are complicit in it as well. Nodding, Shen Jiao expressed her determination with a pained yet resolute expression. I vow that I shall never again be such a villain. Shen Yuni was astounded by his sister's seemingly deranged transformation. I must undergo a complete metamorphosis and become a person of conscience. I shall be a good person. Shen Jiao added a final note. Second brother, I speak with sincerity. Shen Wan is indeed a master of the mystic arts. She possesses abilities beyond our comprehension. Even if you disdain her, do not provoke her further. Shen Yuni, infuriated, felt an urge to retch. She has been the one causing trouble for our family, who has sought her out. Regardless, it is best to avoid her and to formally apologize, Shen Jiajiao insisted. Insanity, sheer insanity. You have truly lost your mind. He stormed out of her room, leaving Shen Jiajiao to ponder her plan to visit Shen Wan at Shanghai Bay the following day. What gift should she bring? The next day, Shen Wan received a WeChat message from Qi Ling, informing her that Xinhua had run a red light upon fleeing the school the previous night and had been struck by a vehicle, resulting in a broken leg. Hiao did not mention the pen spirit incident to her family, attributing the injury solely to Xinua's actions. Upon learning of Xinua's intent to harm their daughter, the He family immediately severed business ties with the He family and threatened legal action against Xinhua. Ultimately, Hiao chose to let Xinhua go. But He father could not tolerate his precious daughter being bullied. He publicly declared a boycott against the He family's small company in Jiangcheng. Anyone who dared to cooperate with them would be at odds with the He family. That same night, the He family hastily packed their belongings and departed Jiangcheng with Xinhua in tow. Qiling also mentioned that Hiao had expressed her intention to visit Shen Wan to express her gratitude once she was discharged from the hospital. Shen Wan also received a payment of 66,000 from her brother Qi Cheng, an auspicious sum. Delighted, Shen Wan resolved to take Bai Xiaoyan to the mall for a shopping spree. In recent days, Bai Xiaoyan had been solely responsible for all household chores apart from cooking. Shen Wan decided to gift him a new outfit. The two merrily made their way to the third floor of the mall, and upon entering the men's clothing store, a familiar voice reached their ears. Sixth sister, what do you think of this outfit for third brother? Fifth sister, I brought you along to shop for my needs. Why do you keep looking at men's clothing? Have you forgotten? In a few days, it will be third brother's birthday. He spends all his time at the research institute, and I wish to gift him a comfortable outfit. That makes sense. Well, you go ahead. I'm going to check out some bracelets at Bulgari. Upon hearing the voices, Shen Wan recognized them as Shen Qianxue and Shen Jiajiao, though she paid them no mind. However, Shen Jiajiao, with keen eyes, spotted her and rushed over, excitement illuminating her face.
Shen Wan.
Unfazed, Shen Wan ignored her, but Shen Jiajiao fluttered around her like a moth drawn to light. What brings you to the mall? Is there something you wish to purchase? I was actually thinking of buying a Bulgari bracelet for you. Let us pick one out together. As she reached out to take Shen Wan's arm, Shen Qianxue approached with a set of men's clothing in hand. Shocked at the close interaction between Shen Jiajiao and Shen Wan, dropping the garments in surprise. Sixth sister, when did your relationship with Wan become so amicable? I was completely unaware. Shen Jiajiao had initially intended to directly mention Shen Wan's assistance in capturing the pen spirit, but considering Shen Qianxue's timid nature, she refrained from discussing supernatural matters. Instead, she smiled. Oh, Qianxue Jia, since you're knowledgeable about jewelry, would you help me choose which Bulgari bracelet would suit Shen Wan? Hearing Shen Jiajiao refer to her as Qianxue Jia instead of fifth sister made Shen Qianxue feel a momentary discomfort, especially upon learning that Shen Jiajiao had come to the mall specifically to buy luxury items for Shen Wan. A pang of unease settled in her heart. When had Shen Jiajiao become so kind to Shen Wan? How is she completely oblivious to it? I recall that Wan isn't particularly fond of jewelry, Shen Qianxue said, half-heartedly. Moreover, grandfather has stated that we shouldn't spend extravagantly at this time. Unexpectedly, Shen Jiajiao, who had always looked down on Shen Wan, dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. These are trivial matters. Besides, gifts for Shen Wan must be of good quality. One cannot be careless. With a haughty demeanor, Shen Jiajiao declared, after all, she is my savior. A Bulgari bracelet is hardly significant. Shen Qianxue attempted to dissuade her. If grandfather finds out, neither you nor I will speak of it. How would grandfather ever know? Shen Jiajiao jested, shaking Shen Qianxue's hand playfully. Will you be the one to inform him? With a forced smile, Shen Qianxue replied, I would never be the one to betray. Shen Jiajiao, with childlike innocence, chuckled. Wasn't it you who told grandfather that his golden watch had gone missing, leading everyone to believe that Wan had stolen it? Shen Qianxue vehemently denied. That was not the case. Indeed, you said you saw Shen Wan leaving with his golden watch. And that's how the rumor began. Shen Qianxue quickly deflected. That must have been Zhang Ma's doing. She simply cannot tolerate Wan and wishes to drive her away. I had nothing to do with it. Indeed, that wretched Zhang Ma is insufferable. Shen Wan has done nothing to provoke her. Why must she harass her? Shun Jiajiao remarked, glancing back at Shen Wan, only to find that she had already moved on to browse men's clothing with Bai Xiaoyan. Where did she go? Shun Jiajiao exclaimed, Shen Wan. With a heart full of joy, she fluttered over like a flower butterfly. Shun Qianxue, witnessing Shun Jiajiao's warmth toward Shen Wan, felt as though a knife had pierced her heart. Sixth sister, she urgently pulled Shun Jiajiao back. We still need to select a birthday gift for third brother. Yet, Shun Jiajiao remained fixated on Shen Wan. I never expected you and Qianxue Jia would have the same taste. Both of you wish to buy a set of men's clothing for third brother as a birthday gift. Shen Wan shot her a blank stare. You are being presumptuous. Bai Xiaoyan, making a face at Shun Jiajiao, chimed in, yes, presumptuous. Wan is buying clothes for me, not for your brother. Shun Qianxue seemed to seize the opportunity, exclaiming in a seemingly casual tone, you must be the young hacker that third brother intends to recruit for the research institute, right? Generally, one cannot gain entry into my brother's research institute. Only those of genuine merit are recognized by it. Dear child, do not jeopardize your promising future due to certain reasons. Her words implied that Shen Wan had obstructed his prospects. Bai Xiaoyan, not one to be easily outsmarted, retorted with a smile, I have thoroughly investigated Shin Moran's research institute. Several of the works he published seemed to bear only his name, with patents acquired by standing on the shoulders of others' achievements. Shun Qianxue frowned and turned to Shen Wan, saying, Wan, no matter how much you despise your family, you should not slander third brother. He is a prodigy. Having entered the research institute at such a tender age, his talent is self-evident. Shen Wan looked at her with an expression of disdain. Even if you wish to drive me away, you should at least engage your intellect. Shen Wan, what are you saying? How could Qianxue Jia possibly want to expel you? Shun Jiajiao inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Qianxue Jia always stands up for you. She is a truly kind-hearted person. Shen Wan, do not misunderstand her. Hearing Shun Jiajiao defend her, Shun Qianxue felt a slight relief. Sixth sister, it's fine. Wan's animosity towards me has persisted for quite some time. Shen Wan replied with a sardonic smile, who exactly harbors animosity towards whom? On my very first night at the Shun residence, you frightened me away in the dead of night and then feigned illness to garner everyone's sympathy, portraying me as a child lacking proper upbringing. Shun Qianxue's eyes widened in innocence. Wan, when did I ever feign illness? A year ago. When you first arrived at our home, I was more welcoming than anyone else, even offering you my room. It was you who refused and insisted on staying in the nanny's quarters. The moment she spoke, Shen Wan was reminded of that day. A year ago in her previous life, when she was brought back by Shen Huayan, she was awestruck by the opulence of the Shen family's grand villa. Having never encountered such nobility and elegance, clad in her humble attire, she felt utterly out of place. Shen Qianxue had suggested letting Shen Wan stay in her room, but her brothers had promptly rejected the idea, believing that Shen Wan was targeting Shen Qianxue and had become more gentle and considerate towards her. Shen Wan replied coolly, if you truly wish to return my position, there are countless ways for you to leave the Shen family and relinquish it. Rather than secretly consuming special medicine to feign illness, one should not play both sides. It is quite distasteful. After saying this, she disregarded the two sisters and went off to choose clothing with Bai Xiaoyan. Shun Qianxue's eyes widened in shock. Special medicine? How could Shen Wan possibly know about that? None of the family was aware of it. Where did she learn of this? Shun Jiajiao looked astonished, feigning illness? She turned to Shun Qianxue, recalling the events that transpired a year ago when Shen Wan first arrived. That night, Shen Wan had suddenly run out of the house, prompting everyone to search for her, with Qianxue Jia also joining the search. However, shortly after leaving the house, they found Qianxue Jia collapsed on the road. They rushed her to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with a sudden heart condition. The entire family was furious with Shen Wan for being so willful and causing Qianxue Jia to suffer lasting repercussions. Shun Jiajiao vividly recalled how she and her brothers kept vigil over Qianxue Jia throughout the night, only returning home around 7 in the morning, where they discovered Shen Wan shivering in the cold, her face a shade of purple. Her second brother had slapped Shen Wan, scolding her for her reckless behavior that had harmed Qianxue Jia. Yet now Shen Wan claimed that Qianxue Jia had feigned illness with special medicine? Chapter 152, A Great Humiliation. Seeing Shun Jiajiao gaze at her with confusion, Shun Qianxue pouted in grievance. Sixth sister, do you truly believe Shen Wan's words? Why would I take such peculiar medicine to harm my own body? Shen Jiaojiao pondered for a moment and realized, indeed, heart conditions are no trivial matter. A real incident could be fatal. Shen Qianshua's eyes reddened. Sixth sister, weren't you quite disdainful of Shen Wan before? Why is your demeanor towards her so different today? Shen Jiaojiao's face lit up with joy, because recently, Shen Wan has been a tremendous help to me. Qianxue Jia, you won't believe it. I just realized Shen Wan is nothing like the rumors suggest. Shen Qianshua's expression darkened. Oh. In what way is she different? Do you remember when Grandpa first discovered she was our father's biological daughter? Eldest brother was worried about her and conducted a background check. The findings claimed Shen Wan was utterly uneducated, performing poorly in school and associating with delinquents at a young age, even having an abortion in middle school. Yet now I suspect all of that was fabricated. If Shen Wan were indeed so lacking, how could she possibly be a master of metaphysics? I am beginning to seriously doubt that eldest brother's investigators mistook their target. She continued, moreover, I used to think Shen Wan was dishonest and would steal, pretending to be weak and submissive. However, it appears that is not the case at all. The police have cleared her name regarding the theft. It was actually Zhang Ma's doing. As for her pretense of weakness, I suspect she merely yearns for familial connection. Shen Jiaojiao expressed a regret. If only I had noticed her uniqueness sooner. Having a sister who is a master of metaphysics is quite impressive. Shen Qianxue observed her sister speaking up for Shen Wan, her expression growing more severe. Sixth sister, are you considering accepting Shen Wan as your fifth sister? Qianxue Jia, you and Shen Wan are both my sisters. Shen Jiaojiao exclaimed joyfully, now I have two sisters. Yet Shen Qianxue felt no joy at all. Shen Jiaojiao was simple-minded, her emotions readily displayed on her face. The disdain she had once harbored for Shen Wan had now seemingly doubled into affection. This sudden shift caught Shen Qianxue off guard. She had worked hard to cultivate disdain for Shen Wan among the family, marking her as a troublesome girl. Now, with Shen Jiaojiao's sudden change of heart, an acute sense of crisis arose within her. Sixth sister, could you enlighten me as to what assistance Shen Wan has provided you? Shen Jiaojiao shook her head, a mysterious smile on her face. That's a secret between Shen Wan and me. Hee. Shen Qianshua's expression darkened further. Her forthright sixth sister had concealed something from her, forming a secret with Shen Wan. Qianxue Jia, why not pick out some men's clothing first? I'll go check out some bracelets at Bulgari. Shen Jiaojiao dashed off before awaiting a reply. Shen Qianxue felt a tumult of emotions within her as she glanced back at Shen Wan's retreating figure, gritting her teeth in frustration before putting down the clothes and leaving. Where did she go? 10 minutes later, Shen Jiaojiao returned with a Bulgari bracelet, only to find that Shen Wan had long since vanished from the men's clothing store, and even Qianxue Jia was nowhere to be seen. Shen Jiaojiao had no choice but to return home, planning to fetch some gifts to take to Shanghai Bay to find Shen Wan. However, upon stepping through the door, she was met with the sight of her eldest, second, and third brothers sitting on the sofa, their expressions dark as thunder, while only the fourth brother, with a broken leg, was absent. Shen Jiaojiao instinctively hid the bracelet behind her back. Hiding something? Shen Changfeng questioned sternly. Shen Jiaojiao had never seen her eldest brother look so serious, causing her to tremble slightly, and she awkwardly chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. Just a bracelet I bought.
Show it to me.
Shen Yuni commanded. Reluctantly, Shen Jiaojiao revealed the bracelet, pouting. I often buy luxury items. My brothers never questioned me before. What's different today? Shen Moran slammed the table in anger. Are you planning to give that bracelet to Shen Wan? Upon hearing this, Shen Jiaojiao quickly grasped the situation. It must have been Qianxue Jia who had spilled the beans. Regardless of who it is, just answer whether it's true. Yes. I do want to give it to Shen Wan. What's wrong with that? Shen Yui wore an expression of utter despair as he exclaimed, Did you hear that? I told you she is acting strangely, actually purchasing such an extravagant gift for Shen Wan. I am convinced she has been deceived by Shen Wan. Shen Changfeng replied coldly. Return the bracelet.
Shen Xiao pouted defiantly. No.
Return it. Shen Changfeng's expression darkened ominously, appearing quite frightening. Grandfather just instructed us recently not to squander money recklessly. The company's performance is poor and funds are scarce. How could you spend over 80,000 on a bracelet? Shen Jiaojiao, have you lost your senses? Shen Moran, exasperated, interjected, whether you buy it or not is irrelevant. The crucial point is that you intend to gift it to Shen Wan. Do you have any idea how terribly she has led us astray lately? Your eldest brother's collaboration with the returning tycoon fell through because of her. Your second brother has been reprimanded by the hospital multiple times due to her. And I am the most unfortunate of all. Not only did she snatch away the talent I intended to recruit, but that scoundrel also played a trick on me, causing the loss of my research data, which I had to recover after several grueling nights. Shen Moran's ire grew with each word as he pounded the table vehemently. Shen Jiao Jiao, if you still recognize us as your brothers, you must cease all contact with Shen Wan. Shen Jiao Jiao was taken aback, realizing that a mere bracelet had provoked such a fierce reaction from her brothers. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, I have not been deceived by Shen Wan. You have all been misled by false background checks. Shen Wan is not at all as we imagined. She is genuinely good, warm-hearted, and capable. She is exceptional. Shen Jiao Jiao. Shen Chongfeng was genuinely enraged, his face darkening ominously. I have never spoken harshly to you. But today I must make it clear, Shen Wan is utterly unworthy of being considered a member of the Shen family. I, Shen Chongfeng, will never acknowledge her as my sister. Shen Moran resolutely added, Indeed, I do not acknowledge her either. Having a sister like her is an immense disgrace. Shen Yui nodded in agreement. Sixth sister, I do not know what kind of enchantment Shen Wan has cast upon you, but I sincerely advise you, stay away from her. Do not let her deceive you. Observing their grave expressions, filled with a desire to tear Shen Wan apart, Shen Jiao Jiao was left speechless, standing there for a long while. Eventually, she slowly lifted her head. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, you will surely regret this. The three brothers' expressions darkened. Shen Jiao Jiao, I am confiscating the bracelet. You shall return to your room and reflect on your actions. Your card is temporarily suspended. Shen Chongfeng declared. Shen Jiao Jiao gazed at her obstinate brothers, feeling a mix of helplessness and disbelief. It seemed their misunderstandings and hostility towards Shen Wan ran deep from the very beginning. What could possibly be the reason for this? Meanwhile, Shen Wan had purchased 2 sets of clothes for Bai Xiaoyan and subsequently visited the market to acquire a plethora of ingredients before they returned home, chatting and laughing. After dinner, Shen Wan sat in the living room, engrossed in her phone. Bai Xiaoyan, assuming she was playing a game, inquired, Sister Wan, what game are you playing? Let us play together. Shen Wan looked at him and suddenly recalled something. Oh right, Xiao Bai, your hacking skills are exceptional. Could you assist me in investigating these locations? As Bai Xiaoyan conducted his search, Shen Wan continued her work. She compiled the list of the blood robe sect from her past life and sent it to Qi Chong, instructing him to dispatch individuals to investigate. Once the list was sent, Bai Xiaoyan's findings emerged. Sister Wan, are you sure the addresses you provided are correct? What's the matter?
Shen Wan asked.
Bai Xiaoyan approached her with his laptop, stating, these locations either experienced a fire or a gas explosion a month ago. They're all gone. Shen Wan's expression darkened. What? These places were all identified as branches of the blood robe sect in my previous life. The sect has been developing for a long time, with its influence and followers spread across the globe. According to the timeline, these locations in Huaxia were just beginning to develop at this time, operating covertly, such that ordinary people could not discern their true nature. How could it be that they all vanished precisely 1 month ago? 1 month ago was when she had been reborn. Could it be that someone else, like me, has also been reborn and preemptively relocated the blood robe branches? Shen Wan hurriedly called Qi Chong, urging him to investigate the individuals on the list as swiftly as possible. An hour later, Qi Chong responded, Master Shen, everyone on the list you asked me to check has vanished without a trace. The only lead we found is a person named Chen Li, who is scheduled to attend the Longcheng Medical Conference tomorrow evening. It's uncertain whether he will attend. Shen Wan recognized Chen Li as the primary person in charge of a foreign-funded medical institution in S City. He was involved in illegal organ trafficking alongside Shen Wan and secretly collected the genes of Huaxia people for the blood robe sect. In her past life, upon realizing his schemes were exposed, Chen Li, dressed in red, leapt from a towering building, attempting to become a vengeful spirit against her. Naturally, he was consigned to hell, unable to be reborn. At this juncture, Chen Li had only recently come into contact with the blood robe sect. Regardless of the reasons behind the sudden disappearance of the sect, capturing Chen Li alive was imperative. With this thought, Shen Wan promptly devised a strategy with Qi Chong. Qi Chong hesitated. Master Shen, it's not that I doubt you, but the Longcheng Medical Conference is not accessible to just anyone. Even as a member of the 9th Bureau, I need a pass to gain entry. Otherwise, my lack of credentials could lead to disciplinary action from my superiors. Shen Wan sighed, never mind, just position your people around the venue. I will handle the inside. Qi Chong was astonished. This conference will be attended by numerous medical luminaries. Without an invitation, How will you gain access? Shen Wan retrieved the contact number left by Elder Yi and dialed it. Upon answering, Yi Zhongwen was immensely excited. Have you come to your senses and agreed to become my disciple? Shen Wan politely explained her purpose. She required access to the Longcheng Medical Exchange Conference. Yi Zhongwen chuckled heartily. That's simple. I have an invitation right here. Unfortunately, I have matters to attend to and cannot go myself.
So you may attend in my stead.
However, you will need to come and collect the invitation. Do you have time? Provide me with the address. I'll be there shortly. After obtaining the location from Elder Yi, Shen Wan quickly summoned the 5 ghosts to carry her. Soon, she arrived at a remote countryside in Nancheng, where Yi Zhongwen was staying. Did you arrive by rocket? Yi Zhongwen exclaimed, astonished to see her at the door. Shen Wan smiled politely, concocting a casual excuse. I happen to be nearby. Yi Zhongwen handed her the invitation, explaining, I heard that many top medical experts from abroad will be attending this conference. It's a pity I am too busy to go. Little Wan, you can help me take notes. Observing him closely, Shen Wan noted that Elder Yi appeared to have dark circles under his eyes and a faint aura of black energy surrounding him. It seems you've encountered something unclean, she remarked. Elder Yi, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, the old man appeared particularly excited and animated. I heard that a herb capable of treating cancer has surfaced in the deep mountains of Nancheng, so I came to investigate personally. Shen Wan pondered for a moment before asking, Did you visit a graveyard? Of course not, Yi Zhongwen denied. I went to the mountains to search for herbs. Why would I wander near a graveyard? If it's not a graveyard, it might be a mass grave. The aura there is quite heavy.
Je zonk van nafit.
The mountain already has a heavy aura. What I mean is, Elder Yi, you may have encountered something unclean, and not just one. Yi Zhongwen's face paled instantly. Little Wan, don't frighten me. I'm old and can't handle such scares. Shen Wan continued. Have you recently felt a heaviness across your body while sleeping at night, as if something were pressing down on you? Have you been plagued by nightmares and woken up feeling drained with a poor appetite? When you ventured into the mountains, did you feel an unsettling sensation on your back, only to turn around and find nothing there? Is it possible that I have encountered some malevolent force? Yi Zhongwen pondered aloud, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Although I am unaware of the specific herbs you seek, Shen Wan has divined that not only will your expedition yield no rewards, but you may also find yourself in peril. Yi Zhongwen, however, remained obstinate. I have yet to exhaust my search. How could you presume to know that I have not succeeded? Even if I do not locate that particular herb, the mountains are replete with others. I have unearthed quite a few over the past couple of days. Observing his stubbornness, Shen Wan refrained from further persuasion and instead produced an amulet for him. What is this? He inquired, puzzled. It is a protective talisman, she explained, to be carried with you at all times. Should the talisman grow warm to the touch, you must leave immediately, without looking back. Yi Zhongwen accepted it with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Could a mere piece of paper possess such extraordinary powers? Old Yi, I have received the invitation letter. Should you encounter anything perplexing, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Shen Wan said with a smile before turning to depart from the small inn. Yi Zhongwen, holding the amulet, wore a bemused expression, questioning the child's eccentricity. Dismissing her words, he casually tucked the amulet into his pocket and resumed his journey into the mountains with his backpack. Shen Wan made her way back to Shanghai Bay by sedan. Bai Xiaoyan proactively assisted her in researching the participants of the academic conference. Upon discovering that an international medical expert named Richard would be attending, Shen Wan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What sort of conference is this? It seems more like a gathering of nefarious individuals, she remarked. Bai Xiaoyan, taken aback, asked, A gathering of nefarious individuals? Richard, Shen Wan, and Chen Li, all are cut from the same cloth. This academic conference promises to be quite entertaining, she mused. The following day, the conference was held at the 8-star hotel in Longcheng, drawing medical experts from both domestic and international spheres. Shen Yuni arrived impeccably dressed. Stepping out of the car to reveal Shen Wan, who, having sustained facial injuries from her brother Sheng En, still bore the marks of her affliction. To mingle with the luminaries of the medical field, she begrudgingly donned a veil, summoning her courage to attend the conference. Brother, I am grateful for your company today. Otherwise, I would lack the courage to show my face here, she confessed, her eyes reflecting vulnerability. Shen Yuni, sensing her distress, reassured her. I know how passionate you are about learning, and with me by your side, there is nothing to fear. Thank you, brother, Shen Wan began to respond, only to be interrupted by the sight of a familiar figure approaching. Shen Wan? she muttered, her expression darkening with hostility. I recall your name was not on the list of attendees for this conference. Shen Yuni turned to see Shen Wan, and his demeanor shifted to one of dismay. Considering the havoc Shen Wan had recently wreaked upon his elder brother and younger siblings, he quickly concluded that she had come to disrupt the event, intent on embarrassing him. What are you doing here? Shen Wan replied coolly, casting a glance his way. If someone like you can attend, why can't I? With a derisive laugh, Shen Yuni retorted. Do you even possess an invitation? Shen Wan chuckled lightly, uninterested in engaging further, and proceeded to the hotel entrance, where she produced the invitation letter. Welcome, Ms. Shen. We have received prior authorization from Old Yi for you to attend the conference on his behalf. The attendant greeted her warmly. Upon hearing that Old Yi had entrusted Shen Wan with such a valuable invitation, Shen Yuni and Shen Wan's expression soured. In particular, Shen Wan's eyes brimmed with resentment and envy. How could Old Yi bestow such a precious invitation upon Shen Wan? Shen Yuni fumed, questioning Old Ye's judgment in allowing her to represent him at such a prestigious gathering, which he deemed a disgrace to their profession. As Shen Wan gazed at Shen Wan's retreating figure, she couldn't help but reflect on how beautiful Shen Wan had become in such a short span of time, while she herself felt diminished. Had it not been for Shen Wan's meddling, her brother would not have descended into madness, nor would her own visage have been marred. Shen Wan was the root of all her misfortunes. Clenching her fists unconsciously, her eyes radiated fury. If Shen Wan dared to overstep her bounds at this conference, then she would ensure that Shen Wan would be humiliated tonight, using her superior medical knowledge to render her the subject of ridicule. Unable to lift her head in shame ever again. Brother, I've heard that an international expert is bringing a critically ill child to the conference. Do you know what affliction the child suffers from? Shen Yuni replied earnestly. I have heard whispers of the situation. The child is a wildling, brought back from the primordial forests, a vessel of numerous viruses. The purpose of this conference is for medical experts from various nations to collaborate on treatment plans and study the viral sources within the child. Shen Wan frowned slightly. Viruses are not my area of expertise, but you are quite knowledgeable in that field, brother. Not at all. In the presence of so many experts, I dare not boast. Shen Yuni chuckled. Come, let us proceed inside and take a look. The conference hall was arranged like a ceremonial gathering, with chairs positioned in a circle around a central platform. Shen Wan located her name on the seating chart, settling in comfortably as she surveyed her surroundings. During this time, she received a message from Chi Chong, indicating that preparations were complete outside. As soon as the individuals she had mentioned appeared, she was to signal, and they would proceed with the apprehension. Although she did not spot Richard and Chen Li, she did see Shen Yuni and Shen Wan making their way toward her, taking seats beside her. Shen Yuni appeared displeased, grumbling about the seating arrangement, lamenting the misfortune of being placed next to someone like her. With a smile, Shen Wan retorted, If you don't like it, feel free to leave. Who is stopping you? You. Shen Yuni seethed, his chest heaving in anger. Shen Wan gently interjected, Brother, do not stoop to her level. In such a setting, some individuals may only have the chance to attend once in their lives. We should focus on the exchange of knowledge and not waste energy on unnecessary glances toward those beneath us. Nodding with a smile, Shen Yuni agreed. You are correct. Some people may only have this singular opportunity to attend a high-caliber academic conference. Let them observe closely. As attendees trickled in, Richard soon came into view. However, as the conference commenced, Chun Li remained absent. Suddenly, Shen Wan spotted Chi Chong approaching her, carrying a tray of beverages. Miss, would you prefer champagne or red wine? He asked earnestly. Champagne, please. Thank you, she replied. As he handed her the glass, he quietly added, I worry about you being here alone. Shen Wan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at his concern. The conference began, with both domestic and international experts engaging in discussions on the pressing issues and cutting-edge technologies within the medical field. They delved into specific ailments, sharing case studies and discussing the lessons learned from their treatment experiences. These insights were invaluable, and Shen Wan took out her phone to record the proceedings, intending to share the notes with Old Yi afterward. Noticing Shen Yuni's focused note-taking, she could not help but smile at his apparent disinterest in her presence. You simply don't belong here. Why force your way in without considering your suitability? He scoffed. Suddenly, Shen Wan exclaimed, Brother, look. Following her gaze, they beheld two individuals clad in protective gear pushing a glass display case toward them. Inside, a dark-skinned, naked child lay curled up. The appearance of the child silenced the room, all eyes drawn to the shocking sight. The host introduced the child, stating, "He is a wildling child discovered by our medical team in the primordial forest. When we found him, he was on the brink of death. Though our team has managed to stabilize him, he carries an overwhelming viral load and cannot survive much longer." The staff distributed the child's medical report to everyone present. Shen Wan did not examine the report. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the wildling child within the glass enclosure. His frail body was covered in grotesque sores, some the size of soybeans, others as large as coins, with many already ruptured and oozing pus. The child, in excruciating pain, lacked the strength to struggle, resembling a dying puppy lying in solitude and despair, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Shen Wan furrowed her brows and remarked, "Is it that severe? Could it possibly be contagious?" "Our examinations indicate that it is not contagious, and we have implemented stringent protective measures. Please rest assured," assured Shen Yuni with unwavering confidence. "This is undoubtedly a lethal virus from the primordial forest. Everyone must exercise utmost caution," he cautioned. Shen Wan interjected coolly, "What virus?" "This is a curse." Upon hearing the word curse, Shen Yuni was instantly incensed, his laughter tinged with derision. "Shen Wan, with so many esteemed medical experts present, what right do you have to speak, given that you lack even a middle school diploma?" Shen Wan echoed his sentiments, "Miss Shen. While you may have learned a few acupuncture techniques from a rural barefoot doctor, it does not qualify you as a medical expert. One must possess self-awareness in life." As the two criticized her lack of an educational background, all eyes turned to Shen Wan, their gazes laced with disbelief. "We are at a high-level medical conference. How did such an illiterate manage to infiltrate?" An expert exclaimed in frustration. "This is detrimental to our reputation." The organizer quickly clarified. "This Miss Shen was recommended by Elder Yi."
Elder Yi?
The expert's expression shifted, skepticism evident in his scrutinizing gaze directed at Shen Wan. "You? How could Elder Yi possibly have extended an invitation to someone like you? Has he lost his senses?" Shen Wan met his gaze with defiance. "What of it? I am undoubtedly superior to you, a quack who has caused medical mishaps resulting in loss of life." The expert's face turned ashen with rage. "You insolent girl! What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever caused a medical accident? Your square forehead signifies your inflated self-esteem. Your medical skills are merely passable. Yet your eyes, uneven in size, betray your avarice, revealing a person who prioritizes personal gain and wealth. Surely, you have compromised your principles and ethics for monetary gain, demanding red envelopes from patients' families prior to surgery. Your negligence has resulted in a patient's demise." The expert, exposed, roared in indignation, "Try defaming me again, and I will sue you into oblivion." Shen Wan smiled sweetly. "You are clearly agitated. I must have struck a nerve. If even a shameless charlatan like you can gain entry here, why can't I?" Unable to tolerate her arrogance any longer, Shen Yuni coldly retorted, "Shen Wan, do you even know who this is? He is a renowned internist from Long City. His identity is of no consequence to me. However, I do wonder, why are you so eager to defend him? Are you his lapdog?" Shen Wan shot back with a sardonic smile. Shen Yuni nearly suffered a myocardial infarction from his rising anger.
And you?
"Those who commit wrongful acts will meet their demise." Shen Wan cast a glance at the expert, an aura of foreboding surrounding her, as if the souls of those he had harmed were soon to exact vengeance upon him. Feeling the weight of her gaze, the expert's unease grew, and as all eyes turned towards him, he could only mutter a curse before leaving in disgrace. Shen Yuni sneered, "Shen Wan, you claim this is not a virus but a curse. Pray, enlighten us with your reasoning." Shen Wan replied coolly, "The poison sores on the child are not caused by a virus. They stem from a curse. Curses can bring misfortune. Disasters and diseases are manifestations of curses." Shen Wan scoffed, "Miss Shen, do you not find your words quite ludicrous? We are surrounded by eminent figures from the medical community. Surely, we can discern whether this is viral in nature without your superstitious ramblings." Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting, Dr. Sheng, that medical intervention can cure the young boy?" With a haughty demeanor, Shen Wan declared, "First, we must excise the poison sores from his body, cleanse the wounds, and prevent secondary infections." Upon her conclusion, Richard, the golden-haired, blue-eyed expert, approached, conversing fluently in Chinese. "Dr. Sheng, how do you propose to treat him?" Standing tall, Shen Wan asserted, "We must first remove the poisonous sores to avoid further complications." With a gesture of invitation from Richard, Shen Wan rose. Casting a triumphant glance at Shen Wan, "Observe closely what true medical expertise entails. Junior sister, allow me to assist you, Shen Yuni offered eagerly. The two quickly donned protective gear and entered the glass chamber. Shen Yuni gazed at the frail child on the operating table, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. He must be in great pain. Do not worry, senior brother. I will ease his suffering, Shen Wan assured, picking up a syringe to administer a shot. Richard suddenly interjected. Do not administer anesthesia. We need to observe and document the patient's every reaction.
What? No anesiche?
This is barbaric. Shen Yuni looked at Shen Wan, concerned she might hesitate. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Wan discarded the anesthetic and grasped the scalpel. Shen Wan frowned slightly. You are endangering his life. Richard shot her a cold glance. His demeanor arrogant. He wouldn't survive much longer regardless. Treating a living being as a mere guinea pig for experimentation. Where is your compassion as healers? Shen Wan could no longer hold her tongue and stood up vehemently. All the medical experts regarded her with scorn. Shen Yuni retorted angrily. If you cannot bear to witness this, you may leave. No one invited you here in the first place. Without conducting experiments, how can we find a solution? He is already numb to pain. Even if we operate without anesthesia, his reactions will be minimal. Shen Wan replied coldly, Shen Yuni, have you let your education rot in vain? A doctor who lacks the most fundamental medical ethics is unworthy of the title. Incensed, Shen Yuni accused. With so many poison sores on his body, if we do not excise them, will we let him rot away? Shen Wan, put away your condescending attitude. You are not a real doctor. What do you know about medical ethics? I do not require a lecture from someone like you. Junior sister, commence the procedure. Shen Wan taunted, raising the scalpel. Shen Wan suddenly performed a hand gesture, and Shen Wan felt her hand become uncontrollable, the scalpel lunging toward Shen Yuni. The sharp blade grazed Shen Yuni's neck, leaving a trail of blood. What are you doing? Shen Yuni gasped, nearly terrified. I don't know. My hand just moved on its own. Are you alright, senior brother? Shen Wan stammered, bewildered. Shen Yuni turned to glance at Shen Wan outside the glass chamber. She wore a cryptic smile that sent a chill down his spine, an unsettling sense that the recent incident was somehow linked to her. As Shen Wan replaced the scalpel, her hand again moved uncontrollably, this time aimed at herself. Both were now thoroughly frightened. Could it truly be a curse? Someone speculated. Curse? It seems they are simply incapable of treating the patient and are causing a ruckus. Dr. Shen, if you cannot provide treatment, please exit and do not waste time inside. Shen Yuni, undeterred by superstition, gritted his teeth and seized a scalpel, charging forward with precision, decisively slicing into a coin-sized poison sore on the child's arm. Chapter 156, A Miracle Truly Descends. With a splatter, a burst of yellowish-brown pus erupted from the sore, dousing Shen Yuni in its contents. Fortunately, he was fully protected, and the pus only splattered on his transparent face shield, leaving his body untouched. Ah! The child writhed in agony from the sudden pain, and as he struggled, pus began to ooze from all his poisoned sores. Shen Wan could no longer contain herself and gagged. Shen Yuni, suppressing his revulsion, urged, Little one, bear with it. I'm helping you, and it will soon be over. He held the child down, continuing his incision. Ah! The child convulsed in pain, emitting primal roars. Yet Shen Wan noticed tendrils of black mist wafting from the sores, as if the eerie vapors were drawn towards Shen Yuni and Shen Wan. Malice. Richard heard her words and gazed at her coldly. Dr. Shen is treating him. What venomous remarks are you making? Do you understand? Shen Wan replied, Venom is a dreadful curse. Those afflicted with it develop toxic sores that eventually lead to their bodies rotting away and dying. The most terrifying aspect is that anyone who touches them can also become infected, succumbing to the same fate. Although Shen Yuni and Shen Wan have taken full protective measures to prevent the venom from contacting their skin, the miasma of the venom will still bring misfortune upon them within 7 days. Inside the glass chamber, Shen Yuni wielded the scalpel to excise the toxic sores. With each incision, rather than feeling relief, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Shen Wan, ever considerate, wiped the sweat from his brow, suggesting, Senior brother, shall I take over? Shen Yuni lowered his voice, his tone heavy. This illness is beyond cure. What do you mean? Shen Wan inquired. See for yourself, he replied. Shen Wan leaned in closer, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the child's severed sores revealing decayed flesh beneath. Shen Yuni solemnly declared, His body has rotted from within, there is no way to cleanse it. A collective gasp echoed through the room. The thought of such a potent virus causing internal decay was horrifying. Shen Wan cast a dubious glance at Shen Wan, Miss Shen. You just claimed this is not a virus but a curse. Surely you have a way to save him? Shen Wan replied coolly. I do have a method to save him. Experts, did you hear that? We are all at our wits' end, yet she claims she can treat the child. Shen Wan exclaimed loudly. Miss Shen, if you can save him, you would be akin to Hua Tua in this world. Calling you a divine healer would not be an exaggeration. Junior sister, do not jest. Saving him would be akin to creating a miracle. How could Shen Wan possibly do that? Shen Wan looked at them with a faint smile. Oh, you too, so young yet so naive. Did I not create a miracle once at Jiangqing Hospital? Shen Yuni retorted angrily. Shen Wan, do you have no shame? That was sheer luck, a fortunate coincidence. This time is different. I have done all I can, and he is truly beyond saving. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, such words are typical of a mediocre physician. You, Shen Yuni fumed, if you have the ability, then come do it yourself. He pulled Shen Wan out, shedding his protective gear in favor of his regular clothes. Go on. Then, have you rooted yourself to the chair? Why sit idly? Shen Yuni scoffed. Shen Wan calmly addressed Qi Chong. Waiter, please bring me a glass of water. Confused, Qi Chong brought her a glass of water. As everyone was left in the dark about her intentions, Shen Wan produced a yellow talisman from her pocket. Shen Yuni was taken aback. A talisman? Are you jesting? Shen Wan laughed in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone like her could gain the favor of Elder Yi. Shen Wan ignored their mockery, holding the talisman while murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the talisman ignited spontaneously. She casually tossed the burning talisman into the water cup, and to everyone's astonishment, it left no trace of ash. The water remained crystal clear. Give this to him to drink. Shen Wan instructed the staff clad in protective gear. Shen Yuni felt as though his intelligence was being insulted. Shen Wan, I never expected you to stoop to such absurdity. Drinking talisman water? Only the most superstitious and foolish would resort to such nonsense. Shen Wan met his gaze with poise. Oh. But what will you say if he recovers and is lively again? If he recovers, I will quit being a doctor from that day forth. Shen Wan gasped, Senior brother. Do not wager your future and dreams on her. Shen Yuni sneered. Do you truly believe this child will recover from drinking her talisman water? That would be the greatest joke of all. The world would no longer need doctors if they could simply drink her talisman water. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. That is your own claim, indeed. Yes, it is, he asserted. If he recovers, I will remove this white coat and cease practicing medicine. Shen Yuni chuckled derisively. Talisman water? How shameful to mock intelligence. Before the crowd, the staff entered the glass chamber with a cup of talisman water, administering it to the child. After drinking, the child fell silent. Shen Yuni spread his hands. It's over. Your divine water has surely killed him. Shen Wan, you are committing murder. Prepare for the consequences. Someone jeered. Yet you accuse others of being callous towards life, while you disregard it yourself, another remarked. Regardless, this is her doing. Just as the crowd condemned Shen Wan for being reckless with life, the staff suddenly noticed movement from within the glass chamber. Look, the child is alive. Everyone turned their gaze towards the chamber, witnessing the child sit up, face contorted in pain as he began to vomit profusely, expelling a copious amount of black, viscous liquid. After emptying his stomach, the child stood up, gleefully waving his arms. How is this possible? Shen Yuni exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Wan was equally astonished. Is he truly all right? Trapped within the glass chamber, the child could only joyously tap on the glass, signaling to be let out. Observing his newfound vitality, the onlookers were left in shock, as if witnessing a miracle unfold before them. A divine healer. Truly a divine healer. We have searched for the cause of his ailment for so long. Yet after a mere cup of unassuming talisman water, the child is restored to health. Every expert present gazed at Shen Wan in astonishment. Shen Yuni, unwilling to accept this, shouted, No, this cannot be right. It must be a fleeting recovery, a mere illusion. The patient was clearly on the brink of death. How could he recover from just a cup of talisman water? This is absurd. Chapter 157. Prepare to languish in prison. Shen Wan smiled lightly. Whether it is a fleeting recovery or not, you can ascertain for yourself if you let him out. Shen Yuni, refusing to believe that a trivial cup of talisman water could restore a child who was rotting from within, rushed to the glass chamber to scrutinize the child closely. Although the wounds appeared horrifying, the flesh surprisingly showed signs of restoration. How is this conceivable? Shen Yuni remained skeptical, demanding that the staff open the chamber. Following orders, they unlocked the door, allowing the child to emerge. Shen Yuni almost leaped forward, grasping the child's arm to examine every wound meticulously. Not satisfied with a mere inspection, he retrieved the most advanced life-monitoring equipment for a thorough scan. As Shen Wan observed his increasingly grim expression, she whispered, "Senior brother, what is happening? This is impossible. This cannot occur. Even if Hua Toa were here, he could not bring the dead back to life." Shen Yuni whirled around, glaring fiercely at Shen Wan. "What have you done? He was clearly on the verge of death. Why did he leap back to life after just drinking your talisman water? Did you conceal some special drug within the talisman? Something akin to adrenaline that could temporarily revive someone?" "Shen Wan, I now suspect you have employed internationally banned substances." Shen Wan maintained her calm demeanor. "Second young Master Shen, if your medical skills are lacking, that is one thing. But to possess such a low character is quite another. I have already stated from the beginning that he was not infected by a virus, but cursed. My talisman can exorcise evil and break curses. Thus, drinking it would undoubtedly lead to his recovery." "Nonsense," Shen Yuni shouted. "What curse? What talisman? Do not spread your superstitions." Shen Wan laughed derisively. "Your ignorance does not equate to absence. I have made him lively again. Second young Master Shen, it seems you should fulfill your promise now." Shen Yuni's countenance darkened severely. The pursuit of medicine had been his lifelong aspiration since childhood. He had invested immense effort and dedication to become a physician. The mere thought that he might abandon the medical profession due to a momentary quarrel with Shen Wan was infuriating. Who could possibly ascertain what illicit substances you had employed to achieve such a fleeting restoration? I reiterated, it is essential for him to regain his health. But what does health truly signify? It signifies the ability to live long and prosper. Who can guarantee that a child will thrive healthily into their later years?
Certainly not you.
Shen Yuni began to act petulantly, turning his back on those around him. Chi Chong, upon hearing this, was incensed and could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "The second young master of the Shen family dares to act, yet lacks the courage to face the consequences. He cannot save his patients, but boasts grandly, unwilling to concede defeat. Such a person, devoid of medical ethics and integrity, is unworthy of remaining in the medical field." His voice boomed, drawing the attention of everyone present. The audience comprised numerous medical professionals from Longcheng and Jiangcheng. Some had long harbored disdain for Shen Yuni, who had ascended to the position of medical director at such a young age, allegedly due to his grandfather's wealth. Now, unable to even treat a single patient, he still wished to maintain his credibility. Naturally, these individuals seized the opportunity. "Dr. Shen, did you not just use the scanning equipment to examine the child? Is he not healthy?" one inquired. "I just saw the device indicating that the child is in excellent health." Another chimed in. "Come on, don't shy away from your responsibilities." Yet another added, "Don't embarrass us in the Jiangcheng medical community." Shen Yuni's expression darkened further. At that moment, Shen Wan stepped forward, asserting, "Esteemed colleagues, each of you has exerted 100% effort to reach your current stature. My senior brother, like you, has toiled for many years in his studies, aspiring to become an exemplary doctor, to heal and save lives. Must we compel him to relinquish his hard-earned achievements due to a momentary lapse in judgment, merely for a flippant remark? Colleagues, if you were in his position, would you willingly forsake the vocation of a doctor?" The assembly fell silent, as they recognized that, indeed, they would not abandon their calling. Shen Wan clapped appreciatively, smiling as she remarked, "Dr. Sheng, what concept are you attempting to obfuscate? I did not force second young Master Shen. It was he who declared that if I could cure the patient, he would relinquish his white coat. Now that I have healed him, he turns his back on his word. I am not so petty, let him do as he pleases. After all, it is his integrity that is in question, not mine." "Enough." Silence. Shen Yuni snapped, gritting his teeth in anger. "Is it merely a matter of removing the white coat and ceasing to practice medicine? Very well. I, Shen Yuni, shall honor my word." Shen Wan's heart raced with urgency. "Senior brother, do not act foolishly." Shen Yuni glared at Shen Wan. "I will resign and no longer practice medicine. Are you satisfied now? But as for you, Shen Wan, you shall not leave this venue today." He stormed toward a prominent figure in the medical community. "Professor Lin, I now harbor serious suspicions that Shen Wan has employed illicit drugs. According to international regulations, possession of such substances could lead to capital punishment or life imprisonment." Professor Lin glanced between Shen Wan and Shen Yuni. "What illicit substances?" Shen Yuni declared loudly, "DX. This drug not only induces hallucinations, but can also instantaneously augment physical strength, allowing a terminally ill person to experience a revival for 7 days. During this time, the patient appears vibrant and healthy, indistinguishable from a well individual. This substance imposes significant burdens and damages on the user's body and mind. It is strictly prohibited worldwide. I suspect that Shen Wan has clandestinely incorporated refined DX into her so-called talisman. Once the talisman dissolves in water, its effects are likewise infused. There is still some water left in the cup. A simple test will reveal whether Shen Wan has used illicit drugs. Everyone turned to scrutinize Shen Wan, their eyes filled with skepticism and astonishment. The ramifications of using such a prohibited substance are dire. If traces are discovered in the cup, Shen Wan could face severe consequences. Shen Wan concurred. I too find it perplexing. How could a mere yellow talisman heal a person? We must trust in science. Miss Shen, I suggest you confess now to avoid a disastrous outcome when the tests reveal the presence of illicit drugs in the water. Shen Yuni sneered. Shen Wan, regardless of your admission, verification is imminent. Among us are not only prominent figures from the Huaxia Medical Association, but also international medical experts. Do you believe your petty tricks will go unnoticed? Prepare yourself for the worst. Chapter 158. Shen Wan, you are indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Shen Wan responded with a sardonic smile. I am unaware of how long one must serve for drug-related offenses, but I do know that if defamation is proven, it carries a prison sentence of less than 3 years. Shen Yuni, far from angered, chuckled. Defamation? I have not defamed you. Rather, you should be concerned about how you acquired those illicit substances. Once the authorities uncover more from your possession or your home, you can brace yourself for the consequences. His expression twisted, embodying a sense of vindictiveness, as if he were determined to drag her down with him. Shen Wan exchanged a profound glance with Chi Chong, who nodded slightly in agreement. How could he possibly enter such a venue without carrying recording equipment? He had been recording since they stepped through the hotel doors. The limits of science converge with the mystical. Your ignorance is one thing, but to defame me is unacceptable, Shen Wan stated coolly. Shen Yuni, prepare for my lawsuit. I welcome your scrutiny. Go ahead. Shen Yuni presumed she was merely being obstinate. Today, the medical luminaries had brought the most advanced medical instruments from the international arena, all set before them. A single drop of her talisman water could unveil any tampering. Possession of DX is no trivial matter. Bring forth the cup. Professor Lin commanded the staff. The staff retrieved the water cup from the glass enclosure, which still contained a few drops of talisman water. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, the staff poured the remaining drops into the testing device. Everyone, except for Shen Wan and Chi Chong, held their breath, fixated on the display screen. Should the screen reveal the presence of DX, Shen Wan would be apprehended on the spot. Shen Yuni watched intently, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the prohibited substance's name. After a few moments, the screen flashed some text, merely the minerals contained in pure water, and nothing more.
Nothing?
Shen Yuni's complexion shifted. How could this be? Perhaps the results have yet to be processed? Chi Chong chuckled. Let us not shift the blame onto the equipment, shall we? You yourself stated that this medical testing device is the most advanced globally. Shen Yuni's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the child. The child had consumed the talisman water. If any illicit drugs were present, even a blood test would reveal it. Chi Chong exclaimed in disbelief. How shameless can one be? You have no regard for medical ethics. To preserve your lie, you would even exploit the child? Shen Yuni gritted his teeth. Shen Wan must have used illicit substances. I cannot fathom how she could have cured a critically ill patient without them. The talisman must have been laced with prohibited drugs. In truth, he too yearned to uncover the truth behind the child's recovery. Let us conduct a blood test. It will reveal what substances are present in his blood. Yes, I agree to a blood test. The crowd echoed in unison. Shen Wan frowned. Shen Yuni, your shamelessness knows no bounds. The child has suffered enough at your hands. How can you still contemplate drawing blood from him? Have you lost your humanity? Shen Yuni coldly retorted. You are the one devoid of humanity. Your use of illicit drugs could harm him as well. I am, in fact, saving him. He approached the child and inquired, Child, do you consent to a blood test? Although the child did not comprehend his words, he could discern the tension among the adults questioning the sister who had saved him. As he gazed at the syringe in Shen Yuni's hand, the child slowly raised his arm and resolutely extended it forward. Look, even the child doesn't believe you. Shen Yuni cast a triumphant glance at Shen Wan, deliberately donning sterile gloves as if he were afraid of any potential infection from the child, and cautiously drew half a tube of blood. He placed the blood into the testing device. As the beeping sounds filled the air, Shen Yuni's expression brightened. convinced he had finally detected illicit drugs. However, upon reading the results, he was left dumbfounded. The device concluded that the child was deficient in certain hematopoietic substances, which simply indicated malnutrition. Everything else fell within normal ranges. Malnutrition? Qi Chong chuckled. Shen Xiao, you are indeed brazenly slandering Miss Shen. Shen Yuni could not accept this reality, his face darkening in disbelief.
How could this be?
If superstition could save lives, then what purpose would doctors serve? Qi Chong pressed. You are no longer a doctor. Furthermore, the limits of science are often intertwined with mysticism. Just because you are unaware of something does not mean it does not exist. With a smile, Qi Chong added, Shen Xiao, the conclusion is clear. Miss Shen used mysticism to lift the curse and save the child. In front of so many witnesses, you accuse her of harboring illicit drugs. Shouldn't you offer her an apology? Apologize to her? On what grounds? Shen Yuni retorted angrily. I am her second brother. Since when does an older brother apologize to his sister? Besides, I haven't done anything wrong. I am the one suffering the most loss. Had he known Shen Wan would resort to such underhanded tactics, he would have never deigned to engage with her. Now he had lost his profession and his dignity. He wished he could turn back time to the moment he first entered the hotel, avoiding her altogether. Shen Wan, observing the flustered Shen Yuni, smiled faintly. Shen Xiao, I am not your sister. I have no ties to the Shen family, so do not casually claim kinship. Fine, fine. I knew encountering you today would bring no good fortune. Shen Yuni shouted. Shen Wan, are you a harbinger of misfortune? Why does anyone in our family who crosses paths with you suffer misfortune? What kind of sorcery do you possess? Are you deliberately using dark arts to bring us bad luck? His barrage of questions left Qi Chong in stitches. Shen Xiao, have some dignity. Can you not bear to lose so pathetically? Miss Shen saved lives with genuine skill, yet in your eyes, she has become a harbinger of misfortune. I think you are the true bearer of ill fate, ranting like a madman. Qi Chong rolled his eyes. Finally, Shen Yuni fixed his gaze upon him. What business do you, a mere bartender, have speaking here?
Hey.
Qi Chong nearly blurted out in anger. Shen Wan interjected. Even outsiders can't stand your baseless slander against me. What's wrong with them speaking up for me? Qi Chong, regaining his composure, declared with righteous indignation, exactly. I cannot abide by seeing someone like you maligning a good person. Shen Yuni trembled with rage. Brother, it seems Shen Wan came prepared today. We might have been ensnared by her schemes. Should I escort you away? Seeing that they could not remain any longer, Shen Wan suggested they leave. Shen Yuni nodded, clutching his chest. Shen Xiao, don't forget to resign when you return. A person like you is unworthy of practicing medicine. You. Shen Yuni nearly spat blood in fury. However, as soon as he stepped out of the hotel, he was immediately apprehended. Chapter 159. Shen Ergur is captured. Shen Yuni stared in bewilderment at the two figures in black who had suddenly emerged to seize him. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Shen Wan, equally alarmed, demanded, who sent you? Do you have any paperwork for this arbitrary arrest? Mr. Shen, you are suspected of defamation. Please accompany us. The two were subordinates of Qi Chong, who had sent them a message to detain Shen Yuni the moment he exited the venue. What nonsense is this? Who have I defamed? Shen Yuni fumed. Miss Shen, one of them replied coolly. Shen Yuni, sensing their lack of seriousness, shouted, do you have identification? You can't just arrest someone without cause. The two promptly produced credentials from a special bureau. What is this? I have never seen anything like it. You must be actors hired by Shen Wan. You can't take me away. However, Shen Wan, realizing the gravity of the situation, gasped in shock. The Ninth Bureau? You're from the Ninth Bureau? Shen Yuni felt utterly confused. Junior sister, what are you talking about? What Ninth Bureau? The Ninth Bureau is a national special operations organization. I have heard my grandfather mention it. If they are indeed legitimate, brother, you are in serious trouble. Shen Yuni frowned. I don't know what the Ninth Bureau is. And what does Shen Wan have to do with it? I merely questioned her. I caused her no harm. Was it necessary for her to escalate matters? The two from the Ninth Bureau coldly retorted. Shen Wan is a specially appointed consultant for our bureau. By accusing our consultant of harboring illicit drugs, do you think this is a trivial matter? They wasted no time in cuffing him and taking him away. Shen Wan watched helplessly as Shen Yuni struggled against his captors. Being shoved into a black van, her anxiety palpable as she stomped her feet in frustration. How could Shen Wan, an ordinary girl from the countryside, possibly have connections to the Ninth Bureau? Specially appointed consultant? Wasn't she merely skilled in acupuncture and some superstitions? How could she possibly be linked to the Ninth Bureau? Hastily, she called Shen Chongfeng, refraining from explaining the details, simply stating that Shen Yuni had been arrested due to Shen Wan's actions. Upon hearing this, Shen Chongfeng rushed to the police station to secure his release, only to be informed that Shen Yuni had been taken by an even higher authority, the Ninth Bureau. Despite seeking connections, Shen Chongfeng could not uncover the Ninth Bureau's background and, in desperation, turned to his grandfather. The Ninth Bureau? You're telling me Yuni was taken by them? Shen Wan nearly toppled from his sofa upon receiving the call. How could Yuni have offended the Ninth Bureau? This was a disaster. Grandfather, what exactly is the Ninth Bureau? Shen Chongfeng inquired, bewildered. Shen Wan's expression turned grave. You are still young and unaware that a special bureau operates in secrecy within the community. This organization is composed of exceptional individuals dispatched by the state to handle extraordinary incidents. Their authority is beyond your imagination. The Ninth Bureau is notoriously enigmatic. An ordinary person may never encounter them in their lifetime. How could Yuni possibly offend them? Shen Chongfeng fell silent for a moment before speaking. I asked Shen Wan. She only mentioned it was Shen Wan's fault. Shen Wan? Shen Wan's face darkened instantly. She had already caused havoc with Hauer, and now she was targeting Yuni. Was she trying to invoke divine wrath? Grandfather, the priority now is to find out what crime my second brother has committed to be arrested, so we can secure his release. Yes. I will find someone immediately. Having navigated the world for decades, Shen Wan quickly uncovered the truth. Chongfeng, why didn't you tell me Shen Wan is a practitioner of the Tao? Shen Chongfeng paused, taken aback by his grandfather's words. Tao practitioner? I recall Yuni mentioning that Shen Wan could perform acupuncture, but I thought it was merely a trifling skill. No one took it seriously. I have investigated. Shen Wan saved a critically ill child at an academic conference in Longcheng. Yuni was envious and insisted she used illicit drugs. While Shen Wan had previously assisted Qi Chong, the captain of the Ninth Bureau. Captain Qi is merely returning a favor by having your second brother arrested. Chongfeng, you must go to the hotel entrance and intercept Shen Wan. As soon as she emerges, bring her home. We should not involve the Ninth Bureau in our family matters. It would be unseemly. Though reluctant to face Shen Wan again, Shen Chongfeng was eager to see what shameless tactics she might employ against him. Meanwhile, Shen Wan was surrounded by admirers at the academic conference, who clamored to learn how a talisman could wield such power. Shen Wan merely smiled faintly, explaining that she was a Taoist physician. The lineage of Taoist medicine had long since declined, yet most within the realm of Chinese medicine were aware of its existence. Taoist medicine is enigmatic and unpredictable, employing mysterious therapeutic techniques that diverge significantly from what is conventionally accepted. Richard, captivated by Shen Wan, approached with an elegant demeanor and said, Miss Shen, greetings. I must confess that I failed to recognize your esteemed presence earlier. Might I have the honor of a private conversation? Shen Wan maintained her composure and smiled in response, of course. Richard led her out through a back entrance, taking a private elevator several floors up before stopping at a particular level. Miss Shen, please, he gestured as they arrived at a door, which he opened for her. Shen Wan stepped inside, and her eyes were immediately drawn to a grand and opulent suite, dominated by a large screen that partitioned the bright living room. There, she recognized another familiar face, Chun-Li. Chun-Li glanced back at her before continuing his obsequious conversation with someone hidden behind the screen. Just give me a little more time. The public is quite vigilant lately, and I am at a loss to deliver the goods. Very well, I will grant you 3 more days. If you fail to produce the goods, the consequences will be yours to bear. The figure behind the screen spoke in broken Chinese. Yes. I will definitely deliver in 3 days. Chun-Li nodded submissively as he retreated. Only then did Richard speak up. Miss Shen, my employer is eager to witness the techniques you demonstrated earlier at the conference. Through the screen, Shen Wan could see the silhouette of a person, shrouded in dark energy, reminiscent of the wild child. Richard's employer was also cursed, and his affliction appeared to be even more severe than that of the child. Contemplating the nefarious activities in which these individuals were engaged within China, Shen Wan felt an overwhelming urge to eradicate them entirely. She smiled slightly, adopting a somewhat mercenary demeanor, and said, it was merely a matter of saving a life. It's quite straightforward, provided you have the financial means. As a Taoist physician of repute, my services do not come cheaply. Richard laughed heartily. Money is not an issue. He produced a check, inscribing a solitary numeral followed by a series of zeros, and placed it on the table. As long as Miss Shen can cure my employer, This amount shall be yours in full. Chapter 160. The Recognizing of Bones. Shen Wan, feigning eagerness at the sight of the check, picked it up to verify its authenticity. Upon confirming it was genuine, she tucked it away in her pocket. Richard, observing this, smiled. It seems Miss Shen is quite confident in her ability to heal my employer. Before treating, one must ascertain the patient's condition. How can one assess the situation through a mere screen? Shen Wan remarked, glancing towards the partition, where she could only discern a vague, broad shadow, resembling a large man seated behind it. Richard preemptively cautioned, "To be frank, Miss Shen, my employer's condition is far more grave than that of the child. He too is afflicted by a curse." Shen Wan saw through his words. The wild child was merely a test, and having found no solutions abroad, they now sought a Chinese physician to remedy their plight. Richard grinned. Indeed, only someone capable of saving the child would be the one my employer wishes to meet. This is the very purpose of this academic conference. Miss Shen, you possess remarkable insight, he continued. Shen Wan replied, I have encountered similar conferences before. Yet rarely have I seen one as grand as yours, with an array of medical equipment. It is normal to showcase advanced instruments, but to bring an entire set is quite rare. Richard, let her come over, commanded the figure behind the screen. Richard gestured for Shen Wan to proceed. As she navigated around the screen, she was confronted with the sight of an immense man, likely weighing over 300 pounds. Slumped on the sofa like a mass of decaying flesh, his body riddled with more toxic sores than the child's. These sores, swollen to the size of coins, protruded alarmingly from every inch of his skin, resembling grotesque little hills. Each dark red bump was taut, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. The corpulent employer scrutinized Shen Wan with murky, dilapidated eyes. Richard inquired, Miss Shen, what do you think? Are you confident? Shen Wan cast a quick glance at the employer's face, which was similarly marred by sores, distorting his features into a grotesque semblance. The curse ran deep. Additional compensation would be necessary. Richard exhaled in relief. Money is no object. I can offer you double, as long as you can restore my employer to health. Shen Wan nodded, very well. She turned to the table, retrieving paper and pen to jot down a list of items, which she handed to Richard. Procure the items on this list. Once everything is in order, we can lift the curse. Richard glanced at the list, noting items such as incense, ash, and vermilion. Understood. He swiftly exited to make the necessary arrangements. The hefty employer gazed at her intently. Miss Shen, please take a seat. Shen Wan sat down with composure. The employer seemed taken aback. You are the first to meet me without displaying fear. I have encountered far more terrifying individuals than you. You are nothing of consequence. Shen Wan replied with calm assurance, which elicited a newfound respect from the employer. The profundity of Chinese metaphysics is vast. What do you perceive about me, Miss Shen? Shen Wan scrutinized him once more. Do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? The employer chuckled, his pimples contorting into an alarming cluster, as if on the verge of bursting. I wish to witness the might of Chinese metaphysics. This was clearly an attempt to gauge the extent of her abilities. Shen Wan responded coolly. You have been cursed for over a month, sustained by consuming decayed flesh. The employer was taken aback. You can discern that I have eaten carrion? Though you have attempted to mask the odor, the stench of decaying rodents lingers when you speak, Shen Wan replied calmly. Had it not been for her employing a freshening technique, she would have been overwhelmed by the foul odor. Only those who consume rotten meat emit such a repulsive stench. The employer's expression darkened. Since the onset of this curse, I have been unable to resist devouring the corpses of dead animals. The more putrid, the more delectable. Shen Wan frowned. Spare me the details. The imagery is quite vivid. This curse is a consequence of insatiable greed. The employer raised an eyebrow, the swellings on his brow accentuating his grotesque features. Oh, Miss Shen, you truly possess remarkable insight. Engaging in unscrupulous deeds should be curtailed, lest you shorten your lifespan. Are you implying that my life is drawing to a close? What do you think? He laughed heartily. As long as the curse is lifted, I shall survive, Miss Shen. You seem to be quite assured of that. The employer grinned, the stench of decay saturating the room. Shen Wan hastily employed her freshening technique again to suppress the noxious odor. Miss Shen, might you consider joining our company? The salary is negotiable. Shen Wan replied coolly. I have no interest. And please, refrain from regarding me with such scrutinizing eyes, Mr. Richard. Upon hearing this, the employer was visibly startled, struggling to maintain a repulsive grin. You misunderstand, Miss Shen. Richard has stepped out. Shen Wan remained unfazed. Although you have been cursed and your appearance has been distorted, the essence of your being remains unchanged. A person's skeletal structure and the external features it presents will endure, even if their facade is marred. The Richard outside possesses the appearance that your true bone structure would suggest. Shen Wan unveiled. He has merely undergone cosmetic surgery to resemble you. You are, in fact, the genuine Richard. She had encountered Richard in her previous life and recalled the essence of his skeletal structure. Upon seeing the counterfeit Richard, she had deduced that the true Richard lurked in the shadows. Indeed, this was the authentic Richard, devoid of morality, with many lives on his conscience. Even if she were to lift his curse, she sensed that he would not survive beyond a month. In his previous life, Richard must have encountered a certain sage, who, employing nefarious means, extended his life, allowing him to survive for a few more years. This time, she would not grant him the opportunity to live. The true Richard revealed an expression of astonishment, unable to contain his applause. Miss Shen was indeed extraordinary. The mystique of Chinese metaphysics was truly formidable. His applause was ill-fated. The moment his hands came together, a festering sore in his palm erupted. Fortunately, Shen Wan reacted swiftly. Otherwise, she would have been splattered with pus. Richard chuckled. The one outside is my personal assistant, Henry. After I fell under a curse, my appearance changed, rendering me unable to appear in public. So I had to let him represent me. Miss Shen, you are remarkable. Aside from Henry and those closest to me, no one knows this secret. Yet you, astonishingly, have seen through it. Richard's gaze was filled with inscrutable meaning as he stared at her. Soon, Henry returned with the necessary items. Upon discovering that Shen Wan was already aware of the secret, Henry was somewhat taken aback, but said little, proceeding to cut away the fabric from Richard's back as she requested. Chapter 161. Disappearance. Shen Wan instructed Richard to lie on the carpet. His rotund, corpulent form resembled a mountain of flesh, rising and falling with the rhythm of his breath, the festering sores on his body undulating. Holding a brush, Shen Wan dipped it into bright red cinnabar, as crimson as blood. Henry, bewildered, asked, Miss Shen, what are you planning to do? Shen Wan replied, the curse he has suffered is profound. A single talisman will not suffice. To unravel this curse, we must employ a different method. With that, she deftly moved her wrist, the brush tip gliding across Richard's back, leaving behind intricate symbols in vivid red. Her hand was steady and powerful, each stroke imbued with strength. Henry gaped in astonishment as the bright cinnabar outlined complex and ancient talismanic patterns on Richard's back. He took out his phone to capture images of the talismans for posterity. Shen Wan completed the intricate designs in one breath and, setting down the brush, began to chant incantations. With a commanding shout of break, the sound of squelching emanated from Richard's body in rapid succession. Henry's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the festering sores on his boss appear to lose vitality, shrinking one by one. Boss, it's working, Henry exclaimed, but his elation was short-lived as Richard's face contorted in pain, something churning in his throat. Help him to the bathroom to vomit, Shen Wan instructed. Henry quickly supported Richard, guiding him to the restroom. As soon as the door closed, the sounds of retching echoed through the suite. Richard vomited for a full hour. Henry, unable to endure the stench, emerged after just 10 minutes. His complexion worse than that of his boss. He expelled a considerable amount of decayed flesh. After this, if he drinks the talisman water, he should be fine. Shen Wan handed him a cup of talisman water and added, now, what about the remaining payment? Henry glanced at the bathroom where his boss continued to heave, saying, once the boss regains his health, I will transfer the remaining 10 million to your account. Just leave me your account number. The entire suite was permeated with a foul odor. Shen Wan promptly wrote down her account number and discreetly departed. As soon as she exited the elevator, Chi Chong was already waiting at the entrance. He approached her, reporting, your second brother has been captured by my men. Rest assured, we at the 9th Bureau will sue him for defaming our specially appointed consultant. Shen Wan cast a languid glance at him. Is this a roundabout way of inviting me to join the 9th Bureau? Chi Chong chuckled. I have invited you multiple times, but you have always been reluctant to join. Surely, being a specially appointed consultant would not be an issue, would it? Although merely a consultant, the salary will still be dispersed. Unable to resist his insistence, Shen Wan relented. Fine, I shall be a consultant. However, Shun Yuni is not my second brother. All right, not your second brother. What do you wish to do with him? Perhaps let him spend a few days in jail to learn a lesson? Although there is video evidence, his offense is not particularly severe and realistically, he wouldn't serve years in prison. Shen Wan saw through him. Shen Wan has already sought connections, hasn't he? Chi Chong nodded, looking somewhat troubled. This old man went to my superior, claiming that I was not following protocol in apprehending individuals. Shen Wan had long anticipated that even if Shen Yuni were apprehended, he would only spend a few days in confinement before being released. Shen Wan, after all, had risen to become the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, and his connections were extensive. I never intended for him to serve several years in prison. This matter does not require the Ninth Bureau's intervention. Just provide me with the video, and I shall handle it myself. Chi Chong, believing she was intent on confronting Shen Yuni directly, urged, I think it would be wise not to engage in a direct conflict with the Shen family. Shen Wan replied coolly, I only require the video. I've not indicated any intent beyond that. Why are you so anxious? Or did your superior say something to caution you? Chi Chong hesitated. Master Shen, let me be candid with you. My superior mentioned that Shen Wan directly contacted the capital, advising the Ninth Bureau not to make things difficult for the Shen family. It seems there is a powerful benefactor associated with the Shen family who should not be trifled with. A powerful benefactor? Shen Wan scoffed. How come I am unaware of the Shen family having such a figure? That is the implication, Chi Chong said. Regardless, as your specially appointed consultant, I will certainly stand by you in the face of slander. How about this? I will arrange for Shen Yuni to personally apologize to you. Shen Wan laughed. What value does an apology from a member of the Shen family hold? It would be far more practical for him to compensate me generously instead. All right, you have a point. Chi Chong changed the subject. By the way, Chunli has already left. My men are following him. Shen Wan informed him about Richard and Henry, instructing him to ensure the Ninth Bureau kept a close watch on their movements. Chunli is an associate of Richard's. When I entered, he promised Richard that he would deliver within 3 days. Chi Chong, puzzled, asked, deliver what? Shen Wan replied succinctly, people. People? Chi Chong suddenly realized. Are you suggesting they are kidnapping individuals? Look into the recent missing persons reports in Jiangcheng, focusing on teenagers. Understood. I will check immediately. As Chi Chong searched for information, he accompanied Shen Wan out of the hotel. They climbed into a dilapidated van parked by the roadside. We found it. The most recent missing person report concerns a father of a newborn. His son, named Shiryu, didn't he return home after school yesterday? When he came home from his night shift this morning, he discovered his son had not returned, leading him to report it immediately. Upon reviewing the last surveillance footage of Shiryu, it showed him near their school, 5 kilometers away, before he vanished from the camera's view while riding his bicycle. Shen Wan inquired about Shiryu's date of birth. Chi Chong provided the details. After some calculations, Shen Wan stated, northwest direction, main water source. There's a reservoir to the northwest. Beside it, there's an abandoned factory. Chi Chong exclaimed. That must be it. Dispatch more personnel, but do not alert them. We will assess the situation once we arrive, Shen Wan instructed. As Chi Chong sent messages to his subordinates while driving the old van toward the reservoir, Shen Wan winced at the discomfort from the bumpy ride. Captain Chi, if you keep driving this way, we're bound to encounter trouble. Wow. Master Shen, you can even predict this? How long do you think it can hold out? About half a month. Then, I have another 14 days to drive it. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. Upon reaching the vicinity of the reservoir, they parked the dilapidated van in the woods to conceal themselves. Chi Chong's men had already set up an ambush nearby. Brother Chong, one of his subordinates, approached, reporting, We've observed 2 or 3 sealed white vehicles entering and exiting the abandoned factory. The area is under surveillance, and we refrained from getting too close to avoid alerting them. There are about 15 guards outside, and it is likely there are more inside. To ascertain the situation inside is simple. Shen Wan casually recited an incantation to summon the nearby wandering spirits. Chapter 162. Criminal Elements. 7 or 8 spirits appeared, all gazing at Shen Wan in astonishment. Shen Wan remarked, within the factory, there exists a congregation of nefarious individuals. I implore you to ascertain the identities of those inside, and in return, I shall perform a rite of liberation for you. Upon hearing the term rite of liberation, the restless spirits were invigorated, hastily drifting towards the factory. In less than 10 minutes, they had discerned the circumstances surrounding the abandoned structure. Master, there are 15 ruffians stationed outside, and 8 more guarding the rear entrance. Aside from these villains, there is a group of young individuals confined in cages, totaling 23 in number. Shall we frighten these miscreants by masquerading as ghosts? One spirit proposed. Chi Chong interjected, You are, after all, ghosts. No need for that. Instead, Scatter yourselves in the 4 cardinal directions to lead the charge, while the Ninth Bureau follows closely behind to apprehend those responsible for transportation. Shen Wan had garnered a general understanding of the factory situation. Very well. The restless spirits dispersed along the winding mountain paths. Chi Chong instructed several subordinates to proceed with caution, ensuring they followed to capture the individuals involved. The remaining members, seizing the cover of darkness, accompanied Shen Wan and Chi Chong towards the factory. The dilapidated structure loomed large, heavily guarded by 15 individuals outside. Shen Wan employed a binding spell, immobilizing one after another until all 15 were rendered motionless. The occupants within remained oblivious to the unfolding events until Shen Wan and her companions burst inside. Who goes there? As 8 individuals reached for their weapons, Shen Wan swiftly cast her binding spell, rendering them unable to move. Surveying her surroundings, she spotted several large iron cages in the corner, each draped with a thick black cloth. Chi Chong rushed forward to unveil the coverings, revealing several young people curled up within, their hands and feet bound, bearing the bruises of past beatings. They appeared emaciated and weak, evidently deprived of sustenance for days. Who assure you? Chi Chong inquired loudly, directing his gaze towards the cages.
I
am sure you. A feeble voice emerged from one of the cages. Chi Chong hastened to inspect, discovering Shiryu with a swollen face and a broken arm, his body marred by bloodstains. Are you good people or bad people? Shiryu weakly queried. We are here to rescue you, Chi Chong assured him. Upon hearing this, Shiryu's eyes filled with tears as he lamented, Officer, please apprehend these villains. They have kidnapped numerous young people. They are all wicked. Shen Wan asked, You weren't their intended target. You were following them and ended up captured? Shiryu nodded. Recently, I noticed suspicious white vans frequently lurking near the school. I had read online that such vehicles are associated with child trafficking, so I intended to investigate, but you ended up ensnared yourself. Chi Chong chuckled incredulously. You are still just a child. Such matters are best left to adults. Your priority should be to protect yourself in dangerous situations. I realize my mistake, yet I do not regret it, Shiryu declared with righteous fervor. Chi Chong lightly tapped his forehead in admonition. Had we not arrived in time, you would have been sold overseas as a piglet. The imprisoned youths were liberated. And to maintain discretion, Chi Chong instructed his subordinates to escort them home in a white van. The criminals were apprehended as well. Before their departure, Chi Chong inquired, discovering that these were all minions under Chun Li's command. They merely followed orders, selecting targets to abduct, with a quota of 30 individuals to deliver within 3 days. Upon learning that Chun Li would arrive at midnight to tally the captives, Shen Wan and Chi Chong decided to remain behind and await his arrival. As the clock struck 12, Chun Li arrived in a luxury vehicle at the factory entrance. Noticing the absence of guards, his expression darkened. This incompetent lot. How many times must I instruct them to secure the entrance? They must be off gambling again. Fuming, he stepped out of the car, only to find the interior shrouded in silence. An unsettling feeling washed over him. Without hesitation, he turned to flee towards his vehicle. Shen Li, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, the darkened factory illuminated with lights. Chun Li turned to see only Shen Wan, momentarily taken aback as recognition dawned. Aren't you the girl who met with the boss today? Are you one of his people? Unfazed, Shen Wan replied. The boss mentioned you have failed to deliver your quota. Thus he sent me to investigate. Chun Li instinctively sought to placate her. Please tell the boss I will surely meet the deadline. The boss is displeased. Shen Wan replied in a grave tone, continuing to manipulate him. The overseas clients are pressing for their goods. I have already delivered my portion to the boss. When can you fulfill your end? Upon noticing the empty cages, Chun Li's heart sank. Realizing the boss's methods, he was filled with dread. Please grant me a little more time. People are quite cautious nowadays, and I cannot easily take action. Incompetent fool. Shen Wan retorted sharply. You have profited from the boss's favors, yet falter when it counts. He has warned that you will be replaced. Panic washed over Chun Li's face.
No.
I assure you I can deliver, within 3 days.
Just a little more time.
Shen Wan scoffed. The boss is quite displeased with your delays and has tasked me with taking your place. Chun Li's expression shifted. You are here to replace me? Suddenly, realization struck him as he scanned the area, noting the absence of his men. Where are my people? What good are a bunch of drunks and gamblers? Shen Wan feigned indifference. A chill ran down Chun Li's spine. Exterminate all? That is indeed the boss's style. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Even if I have no merits, I have endured hardships. The boss cannot simply discard me. Shen Wan approached with an air of menace.
Give me the list.
What list? Chun-Li feigned ignorance. The list of goods, Shen Wan replied coldly. Chun-Li's abductions were not random. They were targeted. He undoubtedly possessed a list. I demand to see the boss. Chun-Li refused to comply. The boss is currently undergoing treatment and is not available, Shen Wan stated flatly. Chun-Li's expression shifted again. It was clear she was indeed one of the boss's people. Otherwise, how could she know about his illness? Hand over the list. Reluctantly, Chun-Li retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to her. Shen Wan flipped through a few pages, her heart sinking as she absorbed the grim details. Each entry detailed the physical attributes of every target, the pages densely filled with notes. Those circled indicated individuals already captured. The quantity indicated that at least half had already been taken by him. Shen Wan tossed the notebook behind her, where Chi-Chong emerged from the shadows to catch it. Chi-Chong? You are from the Ninth Bureau? Upon seeing him, Chun-Li's understanding crystallized, and without a moment's hesitation, he bolted towards the exit. Chapter 163. Obsession. Shen Wan cast a binding spell, immobilizing Chun-Li in place, his face contorted with terror. What have you done to me? You scoundrel! What do you intend to do with all those people you have abducted? Chi-Chong advanced, delivering a resounding slap across Chun-Li's face, causing it to swell. Try threatening us, and see how that fares with the boss. Chi-Chong struck him again, his anger palpable. You, a traitor, aiding outsiders to prey upon your own kin. Dare you let Richard roam free in our territory?
I
was coerced. The boss, no, Richard, tempted me with money. I simply succumbed to temptation. Chun-Li desperately defended himself. Shen Wan, disinterested in further discourse, affixed a truth talisman to his forehead. I ask you, where have the people you captured been taken? Chun-Li, unable to speak or unwilling to divulge, clenched his teeth in silence. Yet an invisible force compelled him to speak. His teeth chattered as he reluctantly confessed. They have all been taken by the boss. Chi-Chong pressed further. And after that, were they sold by you?
Shen-Li proclaimed.
While an individual's existence may not yield significant value, their corporeal form can indeed generate immense worth. A single kidney commands a market price of hundreds of thousands. Not to mention other organs. Chi-Chong was seething with indignation, exclaiming, organ trafficking? Have you all lost your minds? Shen Wan inquired further. Are you affiliated with the bloodied garment sect? Chun-Li shook his head, stating, I am not. My employer, the boss, has indicated that I must meet a quota before I can become an apprentice of the bloodied garment sect. Chi-Chong, well aware of the world's darker realities, felt a profound loathing as the gruesome truth unfolded before him. What flagrant disregard for the law! What do you take our legal system for? Suddenly, Chun-Li erupted in laughter, declaring, as long as wealth is within reach, I would do anything.
Law?
That merely serves to restrain the impoverished. True power transcends the law. Furious, Chi-Chong retorted, you dismiss the law so casually, do you? Very well, I shall imprison you in the Ninth Bureau's facility. And then you will truly understand what hell is. Chun-Li's countenance shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware that the Ninth Bureau existed to address various supernatural occurrences and phenomena. I would stake my entire fortune. I beg you, grant me a chance to redeem myself. I swear, from this day forth, I shall turn over a new leaf. Shen Wan coldly interjected, scum that harms their own kind, you shall endure the tortures of the underworld, where rebirth will forever elude you. Chun-Li's face turned ashen. Trembling as he pleaded, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. Chi-Chong responded, you do not comprehend your errors. You merely recognize your impending doom. Subsequently, Chun-Li was taken back to the Ninth Bureau. Chi-Chong, armed with notes from his interrogation of Chun-Li, traced some of the still-living victims. Although they were successfully rescued, each bore the scars of organ deprivation. Henry transferred the remaining 10 million to Shen Wan's account, and upon receipt, she promptly informed Chi-Chong that it was time to close in on their target. Richard stood before the hotel mirror, admiring his restored physique with satisfaction when the door burst open and the Ninth Bureau apprehended him. Confronted with overwhelming evidence of his crimes and the knowledge of his imminent demise, he was incarcerated in the Ninth Bureau's prison, where he witnessed unspeakable horrors. Richard was ultimately frightened to death. Chun-Li watched in horror as Richard met his grim fate. Initially, he went mad, then began to ram his head against the walls, ending his own life in a frenzy. Chi-Chong approached Shen Wan, lamenting the tragic manner of Chun-Li's death, sharing that on that very night, a spectral figure had dragged him away with iron chains, his screams echoing louder than those of a slaughtered pig. Shen Wan produced a prepared check for Chi-Chong, stating, This sum is the treatment fee Richard transferred to me. I have supplemented it with 80 million. Please distribute it among the victims and their families. Chi Chong, gazing at the check worth 100 million, trembled in disbelief. So much money? You are donating it all? Shen Wan replied nonchalantly. Wealth holds little significance for me. She had previously donated a substantial portion of the funds received from Shen Huayan anonymously. Charitable acts are simply what one ought to do. Chi Chong, touched, remarked, Master Shen, your kindness knows no bounds. Yet Shen Wan's expression turned grave. Richard was merely a small pawn, overshadowed by greater forces. Regrettably, he could not ascend to higher circles. You have only managed to interrogate other insignificant players. Now, you grasp the depths of depravity that the bloodied garment sect embodies. Chi Chong nodded solemnly. I must confess, I had not previously paid heed to the bloodied garment sect. Since your mention, I have conducted inquiries and their influence is indeed pervasive, with their hands in unspeakable atrocities. In some nations, they instigate wars solely to eradicate humanity. It is unfathomable how such malevolence exists. Shen Wan continued, the bloodied garment sect prides itself as the world's ruler. To them, all others are mere expendable creatures, whose lives and deaths they wield at will. We cannot permit the bloodied garment sect to infiltrate any part of Huaxia. Chi Chong nodded fervently. I understand the gravity of the situation. I shall remain vigilant regarding the bloodied garment sect's movements in Huaxia. He then added, Master Shen, there is another matter. Recently, a spirit of an elderly woman has been lingering in our bureau. She appears to be one whose life has not yet concluded. She has been beseeching our colleagues to find someone for her, but despite a month of searching, we have yet to locate them, and she stubbornly refuses to depart. Is there any way you could assist her? She seems quite pitiable. Shen Wan readily agreed. Simply bring her to me. Chi Chong, efficient in his duties, soon arrived at Shanghai Bay, transporting the elderly woman in his dilapidated van. The woman, her hair a cascade of white, stooped and clad in tattered garments, walked with a pronounced limp. Guangyao, is Guangyao here? She grasped Chi Chong's hand, her wrinkled visage filled with yearning. Chi Chong comforted her. Master Shen can help you find Guangyao. Just answer her questions as they come. The elderly woman nodded tremulously. Please take a seat, grandmother, Shen Wan invited. The elderly woman sat, her impatience palpable as she inquired, where is Guangyao? Chi Chong, exasperated, replied, Master Shen, the Guangyao she seeks is her husband. We have already investigated. He died decades ago while seeking work after an accident. The elderly woman refused to believe it, having waited for her husband for so many years. Now, as her own end approached, this obsession lingered unyieldingly. The Bureau's spiritual practitioners had attempted to summon Guangyao's spirit, but were unsuccessful. It was speculated that he had long been reincarnated. Master Shen, is there any way to locate Guangyao's reincarnation? It would fulfill her wish to understand. Chi Chong said, handing over Guangyao's birth details. Shen Wan glanced at the provided information, confirming that Guangyao had indeed passed away decades prior. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman burst into tears. Lamenting, Guangyao is not dead. He promised he would come for me. He is not dead. Chi Chong sighed. Grandmother, you must prepare for the worst. The Ninth Bureau has confirmed he has indeed passed. Seeking Master Shen's help may only yield the reincarnation, allowing you to see them and find closure. The elderly woman shook her head, her murky eyes reddening with tears. Guangyao would not die. He will come for me. Observing her mournful state, Shen Wan inscribed Guangyao's details onto talisman paper and commenced the summoning ritual. The result, however, yielded nothing. Chi Chong shrugged. See? I told you summoning him would be futile, indicating that Guangyao has likely already been reborn. Master, can you trace where the reincarnation currently resides? Shen Wan's expression took on an unusual quality. Chi Chong noticed. What is the matter? The birth details indicate death, yet the person remains alive, Shen Wan replied. The elderly woman, upon hearing this, could not contain her tears, exclaiming, Guangyao is not dead. He truly is not dead. Chi Chong was taken aback. Still alive? But the owner of those details has indeed perished. If he were living, the Ninth Bureau would have located him. We cannot find the person, nor can we summon the spirit. Master, what does this mean? Shen Wan calculated quietly before stating. There is only one possible explanation. What? Chi Chong pressed. Guangyao has taken on another's life essence, and that individual has died in his stead. Chi Chong's expression shifted. Are you suggesting that the true Guangyao has assumed a new identity, becoming another person? Where is the real Guangyao now? Shen Wan could only estimate a general vicinity, the central and eastern regions. Chi Chong frowned. There are numerous cities in the central and eastern regions, each housing millions. Where shall we begin our search? Shen Wan suggested. Do you have any information regarding Guang Yao's parents? Chi Chong quickly produced outdated information from his phone, acknowledging. We do have some, but it's several decades old, and it's incomplete. After Guang Yao's disappearance, the elderly lady took it upon herself to care for her disabled in-laws until their passing, spending her entire life waiting alone without ever marrying. Shen Wan's eyes brightened as she inquired, Granny, were you married to Guang Yao? The old lady nodded and shook her head. We performed a wedding ceremony before our families, and the villagers feasted at our banquet back then. Chi Chong elucidated. At that time, the old lady merely worshipped heaven and earth, unlike today. We have marriage certificates as proof. The ceremony of worshipping heaven and earth and honoring the elders is tantamount to expressing a commitment to the universe. If he does not acknowledge it, the heavens will. Suddenly, Shen Wan rose and deftly cast several yellow talismans. The papers swirled around the old lady, swiftly lifting her entire ethereal form into the air, circling her. Shen Wan commanded, Heavenly spirits, bind of fate, reveal the heart's desire, I seek its source. Where her husband resides, guide me swiftly. Upon her utterance, the talismans shattered into flames, which coalesced in midair into a line of text. Chen Hongyang, age 75, resident of the imperial capital. Chi Chong was taken aback, his mouth agape. Chen Hongyang? Could it possibly be the Chen elder I know? Without Chi Chong's explanation, Shen Wan was already aware of this individual. Chen Hongyang, a renowned restoration expert in the imperial capital's antique circle, had extensive dealings with the venerable Li due to antiquities. Shen Wan searched for a photograph of Chen Hongyang on her phone and presented it to the old lady. Despite the decades that had passed, the old lady recognized the silver-haired gentleman in the photo at a glance as her husband, Guang Yao. It is Guang Yao, it is him. She wept uncontrollably. Chi Chong's expression turned peculiar. If it truly is the Chen elder, then the old lady has spent her life waiting in vain. As far as I know, the Chen elder has long since established a family with children and grandchildren. The old lady refused to believe that her husband had already formed a family. He promised he would return for me. I refused to believe he would abandon me. After pondering, Shen Wan said, Captain Chi, please comfort the old lady. I will inquire about the situation next door. Uncle Li had followed the venerable Li for many years and surely knew a great deal about Chen Hongyang. Shen Wan approached the neighboring house and rang the doorbell. To her surprise, it was Li Hanting who answered the door. Upon seeing her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his handsome face. Miss Shen seeks me? No, she replied decisively. Hearing her blunt denial, a hint of disappointment briefly flickered in Li Hanting's eyes before vanishing. He smiled slightly, saying, Uncle Li is in the backyard weeding. Please come in. Shen Wan expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Li Hanting seemed accustomed to her deliberate aloofness and said nothing further. Once inside his garden, Li Hanting went to call Uncle Li. Shen Wan glanced at the table beneath the parasol, where a tablet and coffee sat, indicating that Li Hanting had been attending to company affairs recently. Master Shen has business with me? Uncle Li, still holding a handful of weeds, approached with a cheerful grin. Li Hanting seated himself, engrossed in his tablet, appearing deeply focused on work. Shen Wan cut to the chase. Uncle Li, how well do you know Chen Hongyang? Could you share some information about him? Uncle Li pondered for a moment. Chen Hongyang? You mean the restoration expert? Yes, that's him. What can you tell me about his personal history and marital status? As Uncle Li removed his gloves, he explained, when the old master invited someone to restore antiques, he investigated Chen Hongyang's background. This man is indeed a paragon of virtue. It is said he emerged from the mountains to seek a livelihood and encountered an accident, after which he was taken in by his master, a deceased luminary in the imperial capital's antique circle, as an apprentice. That master, seeing him orphaned, adopted him as a son and imparted all his knowledge to him. Chen Hongyang, being exceptionally talented, quickly established himself in the antique world with his exquisite skills. He married his master's daughter and has 3 sons and a daughter, now surrounded by grandchildren, living a blissful life. Master Shen, why do you ask these questions? Do you have antiques or artifacts that require Chen Elder's restoration? Would you like me to help you contact him? Shen Wan smiled slightly. I understand now. Thank you, Uncle Li. Await my call. I anticipate needing to meet this Chen Shimmy. Haha, very well. I will await your call. Uncle Li chuckled before realizing, Chen Shimmy? His name is Chen Hongyang. Before departing, Shen Wan glanced at the earnest Li Hanting and earnestly remarked, You've turned your tablet upside down. Chapter 165. You are the first girl Han Ting has brought home. Li Hanting maintained his composure, though the slight flush of his ears betrayed him.
Unkali, smiling.
Intentionally diverted the topic. Young master, why do you think Master Shen is inquiring about Chen Elder?
How would I know?
Observing the young master's icy demeanor, Uncle Li's smile deepened. It has been a long time since the young master visited the old master. Let's discuss it later. Li Hanting turned the tablet around to continue reviewing documents, his mind somewhat unsettled. Shen Wan, with each encounter, seemed to grow more radiant. This time, she appeared to radiate a luminous glow. Upon returning home, Shen Wan shared the news about Chen Hongyang with Qi Chong. After deliberating, they resolved to reveal the truth to the elderly lady. Upon hearing it, the old lady still refused to believe, insisting, Guangyao promised he would have me wait for him. I shall wait. Qi Chong, both pained and helpless, remarked, he is a modern-day Chinshimi, having long since married and fathered children, now basking in the joys of family. You mustn't linger on him any longer. Return to your own life. I must see him, the old lady insisted stubbornly. Shen Wan understood that when one's obsession reached a certain threshold, only the brutal truth could compel one to let go. However, the stark reality of human heartlessness might be too much for the old lady to bear. At the old lady's insistence, Shen Wan called Uncle Li. Chen Hongyang had already retired and seldom met outsiders unless they were familiar faces. Uncle Li mentioned he would arrange a meeting at the Li household, and they could take a private helicopter to the imperial capital immediately. Shen Wan extracted a yellow talisman to capture the old lady's spirit. Subsequently, she and Qi Chong headed next door to board the helicopter. Upon seeing Qi Chong, Uncle Li couldn't help but steal a few glances. The young man appeared quite robust and had already become a key member of the Ninth Bureau at a young age. However, he was somewhat dark-skinned and lacked the good looks of the young master. Ladies and gentlemen, please board the plane. Uncle Li warmly led them to the helipad. As Shen Wan stepped aboard, she noticed another person already seated in the cabin. Li Xiao? Li Hanting acknowledged with a subdued sound, I am visiting my grandfather. Uncle Li grinned knowingly, indeed. My young master hasn't visited the old master in quite some time. Upon hearing that Master Shen is going to the Li household, he felt a longing for his grandfather. Li Hanting's handsome face darkened. Uncle Li, time waits for no one. We may depart. Understood. Uncle Li entered the cockpit, and the three settled in. During the flight, Shen Wan and Li Hanting found little to discuss, while Qi Chong and Uncle Li engaged in lively conversation, covering every topic imaginable. In the back, Shen Wan detected hints of Uncle Li probing into Qi Chong's background. Was he married? What kind of girl did he like? Uncertain of Uncle Li's intentions, Shen Wan speculated that perhaps he saw Qi Chong as a promising young man and aimed to introduce him to a potential partner. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Shen Wan and Qi Chong disembarked the helicopter first. As Uncle Li assisted Li Hanting, he whispered, Rest assured, young master. I've ascertained that Qi Chong and Master Shen are merely ordinary friends. Li Hanting raised an eyebrow in response. The Li family estate was a magnificent traditional Chinese manor, located in the most affluent area of the imperial capital. The tranquil and expansive courtyard resembled a royal garden, with the main structure exuding an ancient charm characteristic of traditional Chinese architecture. Qi Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. Young Master Li, is your residence a royal palace? Uncle Li chuckled softly. Captain Qi, you flatter me. This old manor once belonged to a noble prince of a bygone dynasty. The elder enjoys tranquility, which is why he chose to reside here. The Li family possesses numerous such traditional Chinese estates, but the elder has always held a special affection for this one. Having taken only a few steps, Shen Wan soon spotted the elderly Master Li striding briskly towards them. Upon seeing his long-absent grandfather, Li Hanting's typically aloof expression finally softened into a faint smile as he moved to greet him. Grandfather. Before he could finish his sentence, he was taken aback as his grandfather disregarded him entirely, brushing past him to rush toward Shen Wan. You must be the little Master Shen Wan, the elderly exclaimed, his face beaming with warmth as he extended his hand. Shen Wan smiled back. Hello, elderly. The elder's joy was palpable as he responded. I have long heard from Butler Li about you. Thank you for coming to the rescue. You are too kind, elderly, Shen Wan replied. My master is an old acquaintance of yours. You are also my elder. I apologize for any disturbance caused today. She then presented the talismans she had prepared for him. Oh my, little master, you are far too courteous. Such gifts are indeed precious, elderly exclaimed, recognizing the power of the talismans and the effort it took for a practitioner to create them. While he expressed his astonishment and gratitude, He urged Uncle Lee to accept them.
Li Hunting stood there, utterly bewildered.
He had never witnessed his grandfather exhibit such endearing enthusiasm. It was as if a different person had emerged. Elder, we have come to discuss a matter. I wonder if the person has arrived? Shen Wan inquired. Elderly replied with a smile. Chun Hongyang has yet to arrive. No need to rush. Little master, you haven't had dinner yet. Shall we eat first and chat later? Shen Wan sensed the talisman in her arms growing slightly warm, indicating the urgency of the old lady. I have pressing matters to attend to. If you could provide me with his contact information, I could visit him instead. That simply won't do.
Elderly exclaimed dramatically.
You are my guest. I cannot let you make an extra trip. Butler Lee, please call Chin Hongyang and have him come here. Uncle Lee responded with a smile. Certainly, elderly. Shen Wan realized that the elder had not yet contacted the gentleman in question. Don't just stand there. Please come in and have a seat. Elder Lee warmly invited them. Chi Chong felt entirely at ease, as if he were in his own home. He indulged in fruit and tea, strolling around the living room with his hands behind his back. Elder Lee, a true connoisseur, boasted antiquities even in his teacups. The paintings, ornaments, and vases adorning the walls were all exquisite antiques, each piece worth a fortune, some of which had never even been displayed in museums. Elder Lee, with a genial smile, said, Captain Chi, if you see anything you fancy, do not hesitate to ask. I shall gift you one. Chi Chong hurriedly shook his head. No, no, no. I could never afford such treasures. He understood that not every household could bear the aura of ancient relics. Elder Lee turned his attention back to Shen Wan, little master. Later I shall take you to the collection room. Take whatever you like. Do not hold back. Chi Chong thought to himself. The items in the collection room must be of even higher quality. Although he was not particularly interested, the elder's double standards were glaringly obvious. Shen Wan smiled gently. Elder, there is no need for such generosity. I have little interest in material possessions. But you are the first girl Han Ting has brought home, and a direct disciple of Master Tai Xian, no less. How could I allow you to leave empty-handed? Moreover, you have already gifted me something. Elder Li's declaration prompted astonished looks not just from Shen Wan, but also from Li Han Ting. The old man's audacity was remarkable, and he appeared childlike in his stubbornness. If you refuse my gift, then I cannot accept yours either. Shen Wan chuckled and graciously stated, as a younger person, I cannot decline a gift from my elder. Thank you very much, elderly. The elder, delighted, took her hand and led her into the collection room. Chi Chong followed suit, his eyes widening in amazement at the sight of what could only be described as a grand museum. It was well known that the Li family was among the wealthiest clans in the capital, but he had not anticipated such an overwhelming display of riches. Shen Wan scanned the room, noting that every artifact here was rarer and more valuable than those displayed elsewhere. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Feel free to take as many as you wish. This is merely the first floor. There are 3 more levels below, Elderly offered with a smile. A cold sweat broke out on Chi Chong's brow. 4 floors filled with antiques. The Li family truly embodies the essence of opulence. Shen Wan's gaze fell upon a jade bracelet. This exquisite jade, known for its glass-like quality, was stunningly beautiful and undoubtedly a rare treasure. Valued at no less than 200 million. Yet, in comparison to other items, it was relatively modestly priced. Elderly, this jade bracelet is so translucent and ethereal. It brings a sense of clarity to the mind. I would like this one, please. Elderly eagerly retrieved the bracelet and handed it to Li Han Ting, winking excitedly at him. As Li Han Ting approached Shen Wan to present it, Elderly interjected, Li Han Ting put it on for you. All right, that would be wonderful. Shen Wan replied, extending her hand as Li Han Ting gently slid the bracelet onto her wrist. His cool fingertips brushed against her skin, and Chi Chong remarked, Master Shen, your fair complexion makes this jade bracelet accentuate your beauty even further. Elderly beamed with pride. Indeed. Little Master has an exceptional eye. This jade bracelet suits her perfectly. Little Master, or may I call you Shen Xiaoyu? Calling you Little Master feels a bit distant, Elderly continued. Shen Wan smiled warmly. You may simply call me by my name. Elder. Thank you for your generous gift. I truly love it. Elderly's face radiated joy. Very well, since you are not far in age from my Han Ting. I shall refer to you as Wan from now on. Butler Lee, please fetch a complete set of jade jewelry. Shen Wan's expression shifted. Just the bracelet is more than enough. There's no need for further trouble. Elderly insisted with utmost sincerity. One bracelet alone is too simple. Besides, what kind of gift is it to present just a single item? It would reflect poorly on my family. Consider it a token of respect from an elder to a junior. Uncle Lee moved swiftly, returning with an entire set of exquisite imperial green jade jewelry. Shen Wan was taken aback. This is far too extravagant. I truly cannot accept it. Elder Lee remained resolute. Your master saved my life, and you have saved my grandson. It is only right that you accept this gift. Without allowing her to refuse, the elder stuffed the jewelry box into her hands. Li Hanting, observing Shen Wan's discomfort, offered a gentle smile. Just accept it. This is grandfather's goodwill. Elderly seized the moment. What about your gift, young man? Little Wan toiled to save your life. Shouldn't you show your appreciation? Li Hanting returned to his room and soon emerged holding a jewelry box. The moment the box was revealed, both Elder Lee and Uncle Lee paused, exchanging a knowing glance, but saying nothing. I heard girls like shiny things, so I randomly picked a diamond. I hope you like it, he said nonchalantly.
Uncle Lee internaligaspat, randomly.
This diamond, named the Century, was purchased by the master at a great cost from a top collector as a gift for his wife, who then passed it to the young master for his future daughter-in-law. This flawless diamond, with its delicate rose hue, was an extraordinary treasure. The young master had handed it over without even batting an eye. Truly, he was a remarkable heir. With decisive resolve, she swiftly selected Master Shen from the vast sea of people, demonstrating her keen insight. Shen Wan initially hesitated to accept, but observing the unyielding demeanor of old Master Li, she realized that refusing would only prolong the commotion. Thus, she reluctantly accepted the gift, intending to return it to Li Hanting once she returned home. Thank you. Shen Wan accepted the jewelry box without opening it to inspect its contents. At that moment, a servant approached, announcing, Old Master, Mr. Chun has arrived.
Chen Hongyang,
Supported by his granddaughter Chen Ro, descended from the airplane and entered the Li family's parlor. Grandfather, I heard that Li Hanting has returned home and coincidentally invited you to the Li residence. I wonder what they have in mind? Chen Ro thought of Li Hanting's handsome visage, and a wave of anticipation surged within her. Chen Hongyang smiled warmly. Li's grandson is of an age suitable for engagement. Perhaps it is about that. The Li family is a prestigious lineage, deeply rooted in tradition. If the Qin family were to forge a marital alliance with such an esteemed house, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous turn of events. He had specifically brought his granddaughter along, hoping that if Li Hanting were to take a liking to Ro, it would be even better. Old Master. Chen Hongyang greeted as he spotted the elderly and stood to welcome him. Chen Ro immediately noticed Li Hanting among the guests, who stood out with his tall and striking figure, even more handsome than during his time at the academy, with an added air of maturity. Her heart skipped a beat as she gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. It seemed the rumors circulating outside were indeed true. Li Hanting had successfully overcome his tribulations. Although he still bore a hint of frailty, he appeared far more spirited than before. However, Li Hanting's gaze seemed to linger on someone ahead. Chen Ro followed his gaze and beheld a girl whose beauty surpassed that of a movie star. A twinge of jealousy welled up within her. Li Hanting had always been exceptional, handsome, and surrounded by admirers, yet his aloof demeanor deterred any girl from approaching him. There had never been a girl by his side, especially one as striking and graceful as this one. Ro, quickly greet Old Master Li. Chen Hongyang prompted his granddaughter. Chen Ro snapped back to reality, flashing a sweet smile as she obediently chimed, Hello, Old Master Li. Old Master Li responded with a smile. You two have made quite the effort to come here. Please have a seat. He gestured for Shen Wan to take a seat beside him, directly across from Chen Hongyang. Chen Ro felt a pang of dissatisfaction at this arrangement. Who was this girl to demand such prominence, sitting at the same level as her grandfather? Even Li Hanting could only sit beside her. Chapter 167. Callousness and Indifference. Chen Hongyang cast a quizzical glance at Shen Wan, noting her apparent arrogance as a younger generation. Old Master, might I inquire if you summoned me here for the restoration of some antiques? Old Master Li replied, I am merely a middleman. It is Wan and Captain Qi who sought you out. Captain Qi proactively presented his business card to Chen Hongyang. Chen Hongyang glanced at it nonchalantly. The Ninth Bureau? What business do they have? Captain Qi, with a serious expression, mentioned an elderly lady's name. Are you acquainted with a woman named Wang Chuihua? Upon hearing the name, Chen Hongyang's expression shifted noticeably, though he quickly masked it. He leisurely set down the card, his tone indifferent. I do not know her. Captain Qi pressed on. Are you truly unfamiliar with her? Chun Hongyang coolly retorted, having lived for over 70 years, I have encountered countless individuals. Must I know them all? Surely you haven't forgotten Wangjia village. That is your hometown, Captain Shi continued. Chun Hongyang grew even more aloof. My surname is Chun. I have never heard of Wangjia village. Shen Wan scoffed, indeed. How could one recognize Wangjia village or Wang Chuehua when they do not even acknowledge their own parents? The talisman in her arms radiated warmth. Chun Hongyang shot her a cold glare. Chun Ro, feeling a surge of anger, interjected, Who are you? My grandfather has already stated he does not know her. Why must you press him? Shen Wan's gaze turned icy as she directed a sardonic look at Chun Hongyang. Some individuals wait a lifetime for a promise of return, while others abandon their past for a prosperous future, living decades of happiness. Chun Hongyang's face darkened as he slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger. I do not know what you are talking about. Old master, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave now. Ro, let us go. Suddenly, Shen Wan raised her voice. Wang Guang Yao. When midnight dreams return, will your conscience be at ease? Upon hearing his birth name, Chun Hongyang's face flushed with rage. Are you questioning me, young lady? Old master, who is she? And what gives her the right to shout at me and slander me? Old Master Li did not anticipate such a strong reaction from Chun Hongyang. Frowning, he chastised. Chun Hongyang, what are you doing raising your voice in my house?
Sit down.
His authority was palpable. Chun Hongyang, though seething with anger, dared not protest and sat back down, his expression dark. Old Master Li then addressed the room. This young lady, Wan, is a disciple of a renowned metaphysics expert. She and Captain Shi from the Ninth Bureau are here specifically to find you. If you have no guilty conscience, why the anger? Explain yourself clearly. Chun Ro was taken aback to see old Master Li, typically so amiable, reprimanding her grandfather, without reservation. Unable to bear it any longer, she stood up. Old master. My grandfather, like you, is an elder. How can you publicly chastise him? It's as if you are scolding a dog. Old Master Li's gaze was sharp. You have no place to speak here. First, listen to what your grandfather has done before you voice your opinions. From the earlier exchange, he had already surmised the situation. It was evident that Shen Wan and Captain Shi had come for a reason, likely due to Chun Hongyang's past misdeeds, perhaps even more serious than he imagined. All eyes turned towards Chun Hongyang. Chun Lao, our visit indicates we have already gathered information about your past. Denying it is futile, Captain Shi stated. Or, do you wish for us to unveil your hypocritical facade in front of your granddaughter? Chun Hongyang gritted his teeth, seething. Are you telling a story? None of what you say pertains to me. I know nothing of it. Shen Wan spoke softly. Wang Chuehua is right here. Chun Hongyang's expression shifted dramatically. What? How could she be here? His reaction betrayed him. Shen Wan produced a talisman from her pocket, surveying the crowd, pausing deliberately on Li Hanting for a moment. I know some may not believe in spirits, but Wang Chuehua's soul is present. Li Hanting furrowed his brow slightly. Her words seemed directed at him. Do souls truly exist? He remained skeptical. What spirit? Don't peddle your superstitions, Chun Ro scoffed. Don't think you can deceive my grandfather. Shen Wan ceased her banter and tossed the talisman into the air, commanding, open. At her command, the translucent spirit of an elderly woman began to materialize from the talisman, gradually enlarging until it touched the ground. Old Master Li and Uncle Li had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. Li Hanting was witnessing a ghost for the first time, rendered momentarily speechless, lost in a daze. Chun Ruru, possessing a more fragile disposition, was so frightened that she collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, a ghost. Chun Hongyang stared in astonishment at the spirit of Wang Xuehua, his mouth agape. You are dead? Wang Xuehua gazed at her husband, familiar yet alien, and instinctively rushed towards him, striking him. Guangyao, you are still alive. Why haven't you come home? Why didn't you tell me? Grasping Chun Hongyang's collar, she pounded her fists against his chest in despair. 50 years of waiting had culminated in nothingness. She had spent a lifetime listening to the whispers and rumors of others, only to discover now that her husband had long since become a husband and a father to someone else. The elderly woman wept inconsolably, utterly shattered. Chun Hongyang, overwhelmed with guilt, flailed his arms in a futile attempt to ward her off, only to find his hands passing through her ethereal form time and again. I am sorry, but since you are already dead, go to where you belong and do not cling to me any longer.
Slap.
Before Chun Hongyang could finish his sentence, he received a resounding slap from Shen Wan. The force of the blow was considerable, and as he opened his mouth to respond, He spat out blood along with a few teeth. You, Shen Wan said coldly, you abandoned your newlywed wife, neglecting her for 50 years without once returning home to see her or your parents. Because of your words, she devoted her life to caring for your parents, waiting for you her entire life. Yet you, this heartless man, have remarried and are surrounded by children and grandchildren. You would have been better off dead 50 years ago. Chapter 168. Conscience eaten by dogs. Old Master Li was incensed by Shen Wan's words, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Hongyang as he berated him. Your first wife devoted herself to filial piety, remaining unmarried and childless her entire life, while you yourself are blessed with numerous children. Chen Hongyang, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Chen Hongyang appeared mortified. In that era, I only sought to fill my stomach. Who wouldn't want to seize an opportunity to rise above? Sui Hua, I am sorry. I owe you a debt that can never be repaid in this life. Perhaps in the next life, I shall serve you as a devoted servant. The elderly woman, exhausted, released his collar, tears streaming down her dark, wrinkled face. She was too choked up to utter a single word. After 50 years of waiting, she had become numb to suffering. Observing her silent tears, shaking her head in despair, Shen Wan stepped forward to embrace her frail spirit, gently reassuring her, do not worry, I shall annul your marriage, and he will descend into hell. Upon hearing the mention of hell, Chen Hongyang panicked. I can make amends. I will offer her countless treasures. Why must I go to hell? I have done many good deeds in my life. Shen Wan replied coldly, if good and evil could simply cancel each other out, then wouldn't a murderer be absolved of their crime by performing good deeds afterward? You have squandered her entire life. In the time that remains to you, you shall suffer from illness until you die and face punishment in hell. Chen Hongyang's complexion turned ashen, and he hastily knelt before Wang Suihua. Suihua, I am sorry. I have wronged you. Please forgive me, for the sake of our fleeting bond. The elderly woman looked upon her husband, now plump and prosperous, showing no signs of hardship. And her heart sank completely. I will not forgive you. Never will I forgive you. As soon as she finished speaking, her spirit began to fade away, disappearing from sight. Chen Hongyang trembled in fear, suddenly struck by a violent illness, frothing at the mouth before collapsing. Shen Wan glanced at Chen Ruru. Aren't you going to take your grandfather away? Chen Ruru, coming to her senses, hurriedly dialed for an ambulance. Old Master Li, young Master Li. I still need to find Wang Suihua's spirit. I shall take my leave first. Old Master Li nodded, urging, Hanting, quickly escort Wan and Captain Qi to find her. I shall handle things here. Li Hanting readily agreed, rushing out the door with Shen Wan and Qi Chong. Inform your grandfather that the Li family and the Qin family shall have no further dealings from now on, Old Master Li coldly instructed Chen Ruru. With a man of such character as your grandfather, do not expect any assistance from the Li family should your family encounter difficulties. This statement effectively sealed the fate of the Qin family. Chen Ruru was filled with trepidation. Not only had they failed to climb the social ladder with the Li family, but they had also been ostracized by this prestigious lineage. The endeavor had proven utterly fruitless. In her panic, she attempted to deflect blame. Old Master, this matter is my grandfather's fault, but it has nothing to do with us younger generations. It was all his doing. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be skewed. Leave now. Old Master Li was unwilling to waste further words on her. Chen Ruru glared at her grandfather, who lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, filled with both anger and resentment. Li Hanting drove according to Shen Wan's instructions, speeding into the mountains. Wang old lady had waited alone in the mountains for 50 years. In that time, Wang Jiazwang had dwindled to just a few residents. When Shen Wan and the others arrived, several elderly people gathered at her doorstep. Strange, Wang old lady had been hanging on in her coffin for a month, and now she is finally let go. She waited her entire life for her husband but never saw him again. She must be heartbroken. The elderly were murmuring among themselves. Shen Wan spotted Wang old lady's ghost sitting vacantly at the entrance, just as she had for the past 50 years, waiting for her husband to return home. Shen Wan approached her and spoke a few words. Wang old lady finally nodded, relinquishing all her attachments and departing. After bidding farewell to Wang old lady, the three of them helped carry the coffin for burial and sealed the earth. Shen Wan burned incense at the tombstone. Li Hanting stood by, his expression complex, gazing at the small grave mound, his thoughts tumultuous. After descending the mountain with the elderly, Shen Wan did not rush to leave. These elders were childless and without family, suffering from various ailments without the means to seek treatment. Shen Wan attended to their ailments, prescribing medication. Chi Chong proposed taking them away from the mountains to live in a nursing home. However, the elderly refused, insisting they would rather die in their home. Having lived in the mountains all their lives, Chi Chong could only arrange for staff to visit them periodically. As they prepared to leave, Li Hanting noticed that Shen Wan did not get in the car, revealing a hint of surprise on his handsome face. Master Shen, aren't you coming with us? It isn't safe for you to be alone in the wilderness. Shen Wan waved her hand dismissively. I have my own means of returning home. Chi Chong, resembling a horse, jumped into the car. I won't be returning to Jiangcheng. I might as well hitch a ride with young Master Li back to the capital. Li Hanting approached her with a gift bag in hand. Shen Wan accepted only the one from old Master Li, declining his. You have already given me a check. You can take this gift back. Li Hanting frowned slightly. I'd give you a check, but you spent it all on ancient jade for me, which is tantamount to not giving anything at all. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. Is this logic something you learned from your grandfather? I believe this diamond suits you perfectly. Accept it. Li Hanting, stubborn like his grandfather, pressed it into her hands and walked towards the car. After a few steps, he turned back to confirm. You truly won't return to the city with us? Shen Wan shook her head. I have my own way back. An inscrutable emotion swirled in Li Hanting's eyes. But he refrained from asking further questions and drove away. Shen Wan summoned the 5 ghosts to carry her palanquin. Upon returning home, she sent a prescription to Li Hanting via her phone. This prescription, to be brewed 3 times a week for the old master, will strengthen the body and prolong life. Li Hanting replied swiftly. Thank you. A short while later, his call came through. Shen Wan answered, hearing a strangely subdued tone in his voice. I never expected that souls truly exist after death. Master Shen, I apologize for my previous skepticism. I am sorry. Shen Wan smiled faintly. It's all right. Li Hanting fell silent for several seconds, his voice hoarse. Why has my sister never visited me in a dream? This time, it was Shen Wan's turn to be silent. Previously, Uncle Li had mentioned that Li Hanting's younger sister had committed suicide due to campus violence. If one were to take their own life, their spirit would be trapped, unable to leave. Perhaps it was not that she did not wish to come, but rather that she was unable to. After the unfortunate incident involving my younger sister, grandfather sought the expertise of a master to investigate, revealing that my sister's spirit was not at rest. At that time, he was entirely skeptical of the existence of ghosts. Now, having come to believe, he finds himself unable to see her once again. Master Shen, could you assist me in locating my sister? Shen Wan gazed at the 2 grand gifts on the table. A little assistance is all I can offer. Chapter 169. The Untimely Death of My Sister. Li Family Manor. Li Hanting informed his grandfather about his intention to summon his sister's spirit once more. Upon hearing this, the elderly man fell silent for a moment. It had been 6 years since the tragedy, during which he had never mentioned Yan Yan. The grandfather had assumed that Li Hanting had forgotten, yet it turned out he had kept her memory alive. 6 years prior, the grandfather had sought a master to summon his sister's spirit, but alas, she had already departed this world. Li Hanting stubbornly shook his head. Master Shen mentioned that the souls of those who take their own lives linger at the sight of their demise. Since my sister committed suicide, her spirit should be trapped there. Grandfather, I wish to bring her back. The elderly man sighed heavily, his face etched with guilt. It is all my fault. Had I noticed Yan Yan's distress earlier, she might not have resorted to such extremes. Tears streamed down the old man's cheeks. Grandfather, the blame lies with those who tormented my sister and with me. When Yan pleaded to accompany me abroad, had I taken her with me, perhaps the subsequent events would not have transpired. Li Hanting's remorse was no less than that of his grandfather. Looking at his grandson's reddened eyes, the old man tenderly remarked, One has inherited her master's abilities. Perhaps she truly can find Yan. If we locate her, we must bring her home. Li Hanting nodded resolutely. Indeed, I will bring my sister home. The following morning, Li Hanting and Uncle Li visited Shen Wan. Uncle Li brought along all relevant documents concerning the incident involving Li Yan from years ago. Shen Wan glanced at Li Hanting, noting his haggard appearance, suggesting he had not slept the previous night. Young Master Li, Uncle Li, please take a seat while I review the materials. The 2 men complied. Shen Wan opened the dossier and began to peruse its contents. Li Hanting's younger sister, merely 2 years his junior, was named Li Yan. She had tragically succumbed to death by jumping from a building at the tender age of 12. Within the documents was a photograph of Li Yan. In the image, the young girl donned a delicate powder blue dress, her fair and charming round face adorned with 2 shallow dimples. She smiled warmly at the camera while flashing a peace sign. She was a lively and adorable child. Upon seeing his sister's photograph, Li Hanting's gaze fell, shrouded in sorrow. Had Yan Yan lived, she would have been of the same age as Master Shen now. Uncle Li, overwhelmed with anguish, wiped away tears. What a kind and lovely girl she was. Shen Wan too felt a pang of regret, observing that Yan Yan's appearance suggested she was not destined for a short life. As she calculated based on Li Yanyan's birth date, Li Hanting noticed her furrowed brow and felt an ominous premonition. What is it? Shen Wan lifted her gaze to meet his, declaring, "Your sister did not die by suicide. She was murdered." Li Hanting's heart tightened sharply at the revelation. Murdered?
Indeed, she was.
Shen Wan frowned, explaining, a person who dies an untimely death, regardless of their character in life, loses their humanity and may become a vengeful spirit filled with resentment. Uncle Li interjected in disbelief, but according to the surveillance footage from that day, the young lady clearly went to the rooftop alone to commit suicide. Those who bullied her faced justice afterward, and their families fell into ruin. How could this turn into a murder? Shen Wan clarified, suicide can also be classified as an untimely death when one passes with intense resentment. Observing the time of Li Yanyan's death, she jumped at noon, a time of extreme negativity. Uncle Li, perplexed, asked, "Noon is broad daylight, with the sun shining brightly. How can it be a time of extreme negativity?" Shen Wan explained, even amidst the brightest sunlight, the principle of extremes applies. A thread of potent negative energy can emerge at the peak of positive energy. At noon, when the sun's energy is at its zenith, the negative energy is also at its most formidable. Li Yanyan's suicide at noon, during this perilous moment, suggests her transformation into something else. Li Hanting remained silent, the weight of despair pressing heavily upon him. The torment his sister endured might have been far worse than he had imagined. How could his once optimistic sister have taken such a drastic step at the darkest of times? "Master Shen, is it possible to find Yan Yan?" Shen Wan replied honestly, "I can attempt it, but I cannot guarantee success." Li Hanting discerned the implications of her words 6 years prior. When grandfather sought a master's help, perhaps it was not merely that his sister had departed, but rather that she was unwilling to return. Uncle Li exclaimed, "How could the young lady not wish to come home?" Shen Wan replied, "It is not outside the realm of possibility. If Li Yanyan has truly become a vengeful spirit, she may have lost all recollection of her family." Li Hanting felt his heart grow heavier. What inhumane torment had his sister faced 6 years ago? "Uncle Li, summon the instigator behind my sister's bullying. I wish to confront her." Uncle Li nodded and swiftly arranged a meeting. Shen Wan accompanied him. In a certain prison, the primary tormentor of Li Yan was a classmate named Suing. Before her family's downfall, the Su family was among the top 100 wealthiest in the capital. Following Yan Yan's incident, Suing found herself incarcerated, while her parents distorted the truth in an effort to save their daughter, shifting all blame onto Li Yanyan.
Li Hanting, without hesitation,
ensured the collapse of the Su group overnight. Now, Suing's father had suffered a stroke due to the stress, leaving him partially paralyzed, while her mother, once glamorous, had aged prematurely, resembling a frail old woman. Su Ying's fate was even more tragic. During her imprisonment, she was beaten, resulting in a lifelong disability. When Shen Wan and Li Hanting visited her through the iron bars, Su Ying immediately recognized Li Hanting, her face contorting with rage as she screamed, "How dare you come here? I will kill you."
Li Hanting, expressionless, coldly tossed several photographs ahead.
The images depicted her parents in a deplorable state, her father lying in a filthy bed, and her mother appearing haggard and aged. "What have you done to my parents? How could they end up like this?" Su Ying cried out in despair. Li Hanting replied coldly, "I know you are still waiting for your parents to rescue you. Don't hold your breath, they are beyond saving." "You are truly cruel, Li Hanting."
Su Ying sviket.
Uncle Li scolded. "You led the bullying against my young lady, causing her death, yet your parents dare to twist the narrative and vilify her. Your entire family is heartless." Suddenly, Su Ying erupted into manic laughter.
"Yes.
"I bullied your sister. What else could she expect with that innocent facade, pretending to be so noble and elegant?
Ha!
But I did not kill her. She chose to jump." Li Hanting's expression remained impassive as he demanded, "Detail every vile act you committed against Yan Yan, without omitting a single detail." Su Ying grinned at him like a lunatic. "Your sister is long dead. It has been 6 years. Is it too late for you to ask now? I want to tell you anything."
Ha ha ha.
The darkness in Li Hanting's eyes hinted at a brewing storm. Shen Wan sensed the rising fury emanating from him. Though Li Hanting was still young, the future version of him would ensure Su Ying's fate would be far worse than mere death. This juvenile detention center houses only young offenders for murder. You must be of age now, correct? Uncle Li arranged for her transfer to a maximum security prison. Su Ying crossed her arms defiantly, scoffing, "What maximum security prison? I've never heard of it." While she was oblivious, Shen Wan was all too aware. "You have not heard of it, for you are but an ordinary person. Ordinary individuals are utterly disconnected from the abyss. A place designated for the confinement of those endowed with extraordinary abilities, hardened criminals and death row inmates. This locale harbors the most nefarious and malevolent beings from across the globe. If a girl like you were to be cast into the abyss, you would not meet death. Rather, you would endure a fate far worse than death itself." Upon hearing Shen Wan's enlightening discourse, Su Ying's expression finally turned to one of alarm. "I refuse to go to that abyss. Is that not enough?" Under Su Ying's account, the three of them came to understand the reasons behind Li Yanyan's torment. Li Yanyan, a lively and endearing girl from a young age, was optimistic and kind-hearted, often purchasing cat food to nourish stray felines and providing them with shelter. One day, she inadvertently discovered Su Ying hurling stones at a kitten. Unable to bear the sight, she admonished Su Ying, only to find herself the target of retribution. Su Ying, in collusion with other classmates, isolated Li Yanyan within their social circle, bullying and tormenting her both overtly and covertly. During this tumultuous period, Li Hanting's parents faced a tragic incident abroad, their fates shrouded in uncertainty. Concealing this from his sister, Li Hanting ventured overseas to search for their parents, only to receive news that the Li group was rumored to be on the brink of collapse. This emboldened Su Ying to escalate her cruelty towards Li Yanyan. For an entire month, every conceivable form of violence that one could imagine occurred against her, be it in the news or at school. Li Yanyan found herself submerged in an inferno of suffering, yearning to confide in her grandfather about her plight. Yet, with the rumors surrounding her parents' misfortune abroad, her grandfather was consumed with worry each day. Thus, she chose to endure her torment in silence. On the day of her tragic leap, the malevolent Su Ying had brutally slaughtered all of Li Yanyan's beloved cats and stuffed their lifeless bodies into her backpack. It was during class that Li Yanyan opened her bag to discover a gruesome collection of corpses, triggering an overwhelming wave of horror that propelled her to the rooftop, where she jumped without a second thought. Upon returning home after handling their parents' funeral, Li Hanting was devastated to learn of his sister's suicide. On that very day, Su Ying had cruelly informed Li Yanyan of her parents' demise abroad. After recounting this tale, Li Hanting's lips pressed tightly together, his gaze darkening with an unsettling intensity. The anguish and sorrow for his sister, compounded by his own regret, seemed to coalesce into a piercing arrow that relentlessly pierced his heart. 6 years prior, when their parents met with tragedy abroad, he had set out alone to investigate, hoping to shield his sister from worry, unaware of the immense psychological toll it would take on her. As Su Ying observed Li Hanting's grief-stricken expression, a sense of unspeakable satisfaction surged within her.
Li Yanyan.
"Were you not always proud of having such a good brother? Do you realize how delighted I am to witness your good brother's devastation over your demise?" Seeing Su Ying revel in her cruelty, Shen Wan calmly interjected, "To bully another to the point of death, you shall face retribution in hell after your own demise." With a cold smirk, Su Ying retorted, "Hell? Every day I live feels like a hell unto itself. What difference does it make?" "There is, indeed, a distinction," Shen Wan replied coolly. "Prison sentences have an expiration, but being cast into hell is an eternal damnation." "Then let us wait until I truly descend into hell before we speak of it." Observing Su Ying's defiant grin, devoid of remorse, Li Hanting rose slowly.
Uncle Li.
"Contact the abyss." Su Ying's face paled, panic washing over her. "I've told you everything. How can you go back on your word?" The icy indifference in Li Hanting's gaze was devoid of warmth. "I never promised you would not go to the abyss. Not just you, but all who have tormented Yan Yan shall pay a harrowing price. Once in the abyss, death will elude you. Those incarcerated there will only grow weary of their victims, tormenting them until they have extracted every last ounce of amusement before delivering a cruel end, each demise more grotesque than the last." Fear flashed across Su Ying's face, her voice rising to a piercing shriek.
No.
"Li Hanting, kill me. Just kill me. I would rather die than go to the abyss." Trembling, she understood the depths of Li Hanting's resolve. She would prefer death. Fixating on the wall, she prepared to hurl herself against it. In a swift motion, Shen Wan cast a binding talisman, immobilizing her. As she was dragged away, Su Ying's countenance turned ashen, devoid of any color. "Are you all right?" In the vehicle, Shen Wan glanced at Li Hanting, who had remained silent since their departure, an aura of low pressure emanating from him. Shen Wan discerned his internal turmoil and realized that she had not anticipated the depth of his past. In her previous life, he had exuded a ruthless demeanor in the business world, his decisiveness and unyielding nature instilling a sense of awe. Losing his parents and sister at such a young age, he had borne the weight of the Li family, and it was no wonder his temperament had been so volatile upon their first encounter. Li Hanting lifted his gaze to her, his eyes bloodshot. 6 years ago, I was away for a month. Did my sister think I had abandoned her? Which is why she refused to see me even as a ghost. As Shen Wan observed his profound sorrow, she found herself at a loss for words of comfort. Presently, Li Hanting was merely in his early 20s, grappling with a short-lived fate, a shattered body, deceased parents, and a sister who had taken her own life. She could not fathom how he had endured the torment of 6 years past, nor how he had managed to stabilize the Li group amidst such adversity. Few could withstand such trials. Suddenly, Shen Wan snapped back to reality. Though Li Hanting's plight was grievous, she could not allow herself to feel pity for a man destined for a dire fate. She had vowed to avoid entanglements with him in this lifetime. Suppressing her instinct to reach out, she suggested, "Let us visit the school where the incident occurred." Uncle Li drove them to the prestigious academy, the finest in the capital, reserved for the affluent and elite. Upon recognizing Li Hanting, the gatekeeper promptly opened the entrance for them. Uncle Li expertly guided them to the site of Li Yanyan's fall. 6 years prior, this building had served as a classroom, but following the tragic event, it had fallen into disrepair, now merely a storage space for the academy's refuse. Uncle Li, with a pained expression, pointed to a specific spot on the ground. The young lady fell right here. Despite the passage of time, remnants of Li Yanyan's blood still lingered in the corners. Witnessing those dark, mottled stains, Li Hanting could no longer contain his grief and wept openly. This was the first time in either this life or the last that he had cried in front of Shen Wan. Chapter 171, The Haunted School. Shen Wan had witnessed his unyielding ruthlessness in the business realm, his merciless demeanor towards competitors evoking both respect and fear. She had also seen him, in moments of desperation, act childishly, evoking both ire and amusement. Yet, this fragile side of Li Hanting was a revelation. Before her stood a man transformed, his once sharp gaze now hollow and devoid of life, replaced with an overwhelming sorrow. Li Hanting crouched down, reaching out to touch the bloodstains on the wall, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Uncle Li wept even more profusely than he. As Shen Wan observed his quaking shoulders, her heart ached for him. This sorrowful version of Li Hanting was a stark contrast to the cold, unfeeling figure she had known. He crouched there, his gaunt silhouette eliciting profound empathy. In that moment, Shen Wan's heart was wrenched painfully. She had never imagined that this omnipotent man could possess such vulnerability. "I will attempt to summon her spirit," Shen Wan declared, taking a deep breath and gesturing for Uncle Li to assist Li Hanting to the side. "Young master, Master Shen is about to commence the ritual. Let's wait nearby." Li Hanting rose and nodded toward Shen Wan. "I entrust this to you, Master Shen." Shen Wan gazed up at the rooftop, momentarily envisioning Li Yanyan's desperate figure from 6 years prior, standing precariously at the edge. Li Yanyan had met an untimely demise. Restless spirits harbor unresolved grievances, and only upon avenging their wrongs can they find peace in the afterlife. Clearly, Li Yanyan's resentment had not yet dissipated. From the moment she entered the academy, Shen Wan had sensed her presence, though the ghostly figure remained elusive. She retrieved the prepared spirit-summoning banner, chanting Li Yanyan's name as she recited the incantation. A chilling wind swept through the air, causing the windows of the teaching building to emit a dull thud. Uncle Li, visibly anxious, inquired, "Is the young lady back?" "Young lady," he called out. Li Hanting felt a surge of excitement within, only to see Shen Wan putting down the spirit-summoning banner. "What's the matter?" "Your sister isn't here," Shen Wan stated bluntly. "This academy bears her lingering resentment, but I cannot summon her." A tightness gripped Li Hanting's heart. "Did Yan refuse to see me?" Shen Wan shook her head. "No, she is likely trapped in a place from which she cannot escape." Uncle Li, bewildered, asked, "Master Shen, what do you mean by a place from which one cannot escape? Is the young lady imprisoned somewhere?" "That is about the essence of it." Shen Wan paused. "Though it is also possible that she simply does not wish to return. I have already mentioned that she is transformed into a vengeful spirit, devoid of humanity. Summoning her would be futile." Li Hanting, in a state of urgency, asked, "Is there another way to find Yan?" Shen Wan nodded. "There is a method, but it requires a drop of your blood." No problem, he replied without hesitation, producing a business card, with determination and resolve evident in his eyes. He swiftly sliced open his palm. Blood gushed forth, and disregarding the pain, he extended his hand towards her. Shen Wan was taken aback. You don't need this much. She quickly retrieved a piece of talisman paper, dipped her finger into his blood, and deftly inscribed a charm on his arm, with the connection of yin and yang. To seek one's kin, let the spirit blood guide, go. As she recited the incantation, the blood on the talisman seemed to come alive, transforming into a faint crimson thread that soared into the distance. Let us go, follow the bloodline, and it will lead you to your sister. Uncle Li drove ahead, while Shen Wan and Li Hanting occupied the back seat. She fashioned a makeshift bandage for his palm with a handkerchief. Li Hanting's expression was grave as he fixated on the slender thread of blood emanating from the charm on his arm, fearful it might sever. The journey lasted 3 hours before they halted in front of the entrance to an abandoned school in the old suburbs. Uncle Li expressed his astonishment. Why here?
Uncle Li.
Do you recognize this place? Uncle Li's expression turned peculiar. This is the site of Old Six High. Many years ago, during a winter break, the senior students returned early for evening study and a fire broke out, claiming the lives of hundreds of children. This incident caused quite a stir in the capital. How could the young lady come here? Li Hanting observed the blood thread leading into the depths of the school. I must find my sister. Without a second thought, he ventured inside. Wait for me. Shen Wan called after him. She turned to Uncle Li, handing him a protective talisman, and cautioned, Uncle Li, whatever happens, do not enter. I will be inside, and your young master will be safe. Seeing her serious demeanor, Uncle Li nodded, inquiring, Master Shen, did you see something? So many have perished here. Although we sought a master to perform a liberation ceremony, this place is undoubtedly sinister. Exercise caution. Shen Wan smiled gently. The malevolent energy is indeed potent. This has become a place of great misfortune. Just wait outside. Li Xiao, Shen Wan caught up with Li Hanting. Are you nervous? She noticed his lips had paled. Not from blood loss, but from the tension coursing through him. Li Hanting gazed into the abyss-like darkness of Old Six High. No matter what my sister has become, she is still my sister. I must bring her home. Grandfather is waiting for her. Shen Wan asked, do you have the ancient jade with you? Li Hanting retrieved the jade from his pocket, never having parted with it. Shen Wan nodded, forewarning him. The spirits of the hundreds of students who perished here linger on, and this place has become a site of malevolence, with dark energy surpassing that of a mass grave. In case of danger, the ancient jade can protect you. Li Hanting acknowledged her words, and together they stepped into Old Six High, vanishing from Uncle Li's sight. Barely 3 minutes had passed when a van slowly rolled up beside Uncle Li. 4 or 5 individuals disembarked, one of whom was dressed in an outlandishly peculiar manner, holding a phone and live streaming. Folks, who would have thought that in this forsaken place, a luxury car worth millions would be parked here? Uncle Li frowned. Who are you people? The live streamer, known as Lin Dayton, was a somewhat famous outdoor adventure broadcaster who specialized in exploring notorious haunted houses, ghost villages, and desolate areas, attracting a curious audience. He had never encountered a ghost before and had gathered a few fans to venture into the ghostly Old Six High. Everyone. It seems this haunted school is worth exploring. There are already people here. If you enjoy this, give me a little heart, and I will delve deeper into the mysteries buried here for years. Lin Dayton chattered excitedly, completely ignoring Uncle Li. The 4 fans, 2 boys and 2 girls, were all around 17 or 18 years old. Uncle Li could not help but warn them, this place is very malevolent. Do not be foolish. Leave quickly. Lin Dayton laughed. Uncle, who are you waiting for? Surely, no prominent streamer has entered, right? Everyone, I must not delay. Let us go explore the haunted school. Don't forget to give me some hearts. As he spoke, he led his 2 male and 2 female fans into Old Six High. Uncle Li's lips twitched in frustration. A kind warning to a fool is wasted. I must hold the talisman Master Shen gave me. You youngsters entering there are merely inviting disaster upon yourselves. Well, may you find your own fortune. Lin Dayton had done his homework prior to arriving, leading the way while dramatically reacting for the camera. Occasionally, he would turn the lens to capture the eerie ambience of the school. The 5 of them entered through the school gate and arrived at a spacious playground. Folks, do you know where the most terrifying part of this haunted school is? Right in that teaching building. Lin Dayton handed his phone to a male fan, walking ahead and gesturing to a dilapidated building with peeling, charred paint. Years ago, hundreds of senior students perished in this building during evening study when a fire broke out below, and none escaped. Following the incident, Old Six High became infamous for its supernatural occurrences, driving several students to madness. Eventually, the school had to relocate to a new campus, and since then, Old Six High has remained abandoned. As Lynn Dayton spoke, the male fan holding the phone suddenly noticed a flicker of movement in the upper window of the building. "What's wrong?" Lynn Dayton, sensing his unease, called out, "Wang Zai Niu Bai Tang. What are you looking at?" The fan, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "Streamer, there seems to be someone in that building." Lynn Dayton, skeptical, leaned in for a closer look. Sure enough, in the footage, a figure dressed in white was seen flitting past the charred second-floor window.
Ah!
A female fan screamed, "It's a ghost. It must be a ghost." Lynn Dayton, exhilarated, snatched the phone. "Folks, if I capture a ghost tonight, I'll be famous." He rushed forward to film. "What are you doing?" Shen Wan stood at the window, observing him. Upon realizing she was a living person, Lynn Dayton's face fell. "Folks, it's not a ghost. It's a beautiful young lady." "Miss, what are you doing in there? Are you here to explore like me?" Shen Wan replied with an indifferent expression, "I advise you to leave immediately." Lynn Dayton squinted, deliberately aiming his phone at her face. "Oh wow, it's rare to encounter such a lovely lady in a place like this." Just as he was about to say more, the live stream abruptly cut out, and the phone displayed a no signal message. "What's going on?" Lynn Dayton fiddled with his device, but to no avail. "My phone has lost its network. How about yours? Can I borrow it for a live stream?" He inquired of the four fans. They all shook their heads, indicating that their phones were also without service. It struck him as peculiar. After all, this was not some remote wilderness. Even the old city should have connectivity. Lin Darren glanced at Shen Wan and curiously asked, "Miss, what brings you here alone?" No sooner had he spoken than Li Hanting appeared behind Shen Wan. In the dim light, Lin Darren momentarily failed to register his presence, letting out a startled yelp as he stepped back 2 paces. Li Hanting merely shot him a cold glance before addressing Shen Wan. "The lock upstairs has been opened. Let us proceed." Shen Wan nodded in agreement. Upon entering Old Six Middle School, the bloodstains on Li Hanting's arm inexplicably vanished. The duo made their way directly to the burning teaching building. The doors on the first and second floors were dilapidated, allowing easy access. However, the staircase leading to the third floor was secured by an iron gate, which Li Hanting had just damaged. Hearing this, Lin Darren quickly activated his phone's recording function and called out to his fans to follow. The iron gate bore a yellow talisman painted with cinnabar. Shen Wan took a glance and remarked, "A soul-conquering talisman." Li Hanting, intrigued, asked, "I heard that after the fire incident, the school sought out a master for a ritual. If that was the case, why is there a soul-conquering talisman here?" Shen Wan explained, "The senior students are under immense academic pressure, having started their winter break early. With the heavy coursework and the tragic loss of hundreds due to the fire, not everyone can be freed from their grievances." Lin Darren, having overheard her explanation, grinned cheekily and asked, "Miss, do you possess expertise in this field? Are you a metaphysical master?" Shen Wan ignored him and squeezed through the broken iron gate. Li Hanting followed closely behind, and Lin Darren signaled his 4 fans to stay close. To their surprise, as they ascended the staircase, they found an increasing number of soul-conquering talismans plastered on the walls, densely covering nearly the entire surface. "Is there any point in sticking so many talismans?" Wang Zai, one of the fans, impulsively tore one off. Behind the yellow talisman, the wall was charred. Lin Darren held his phone up to capture the moment, realizing the severity of the fire that had occurred, as the wall bore evidence of the smoke. He, more impulsive than Wang Zai, ripped off several talismans in one go. The wall remained equally scorched. Shen Wan observed and noted that the blackening was not merely from smoke. "If it's not from smoke, then what caused it to be so dark?" Lin Darren asked, reaching out to touch it. Shen Wan replied ominously, "Those are the marks left by the souls of those who perished in the fire." Wang Zai's face paled, and he hurriedly attempted to reaffix the talisman. However, Lin Darren displayed a look of excitement, exclaiming that it meant there were shadows of people behind these talismans. He became euphoric, disregarding Wang Zai's warnings, and with a sweeping motion, tore down a large batch of yellow talismans. They fluttered to the ground, revealing grotesque, twisted shadows on the wall. These shadows appeared as if they had been imprinted, evoking a harrowing image of the agony endured in their final moments. The wall was also marked by countless claw marks. Lin Darren, filled with exhilaration, pointed his phone at the shadows, narrating, "Dear viewers, look. These shadows are the remnants of the students who were burned alive. They must have suffered immensely. Yet I believe that since they have passed, all this elaborate fuss is futile. As he spoke, he tore down another large swath of talismans, revealing yet another patch of charred shadows. Shen Wan glanced at Li Hanting, suggesting they move on and ignore his reckless antics.
Lianting nudda.
It was clear to him that this streamer harbored ill intentions, and he had little interest in intervening. Finding his sister was their priority. As Shen Wan and Li Hanting ascended to the next floor, two female fans could not contain themselves and exclaimed, "Host, can we follow you?" "Yes. That boy is so handsome. I want to play with him." Lin Darren replied irritably, "If you want to go, then go ahead. The hallway is sufficient for me to gather plenty of material." With that, the two female fans wasted no time in abandoning him to pursue Li Hanting. The remaining two male fans, not wishing to stay with Lin Darren either, followed suit. Chapter 173. Shadows on the Wall. On the third floor, the corridor was left deserted except for Lin Darren. He had long grown accustomed to such eerie and uncanny environments. The more sinister, the better. Filming it for his video app would surely garner high viewership. Observing the numerous yellow talismans still affixed to the walls, he decided to remove them all at once. The charred wall was fully exposed to the lens, revealing numerous human-shaped shadows. Lin Darren was ecstatic, employing various angles and meticulous filming, ensuring every detail was captured from all perspectives. As he continued filming, he felt an unsettling sensation. The dark shapes on the wall appeared to be moving. Lin Darren set his phone down to take a closer look. Suddenly, a pair of ghostly hands reached out from the wall, pulling him in.
Ah!
Lin Darren's terrified scream echoed throughout the teaching building. Meanwhile, Shen Wan and the others had reached the 5th floor. Upon hearing Lin Darren scream, the two female fans showed indifference, persistently seeking closeness to Li Hanting. The two male fans exchanged glances, wondering if the streamer had encountered trouble.
Oh.
He often screams and yells in his videos. It's all for the thrill. Xiaomei, Wang Zai called to one of the female fans, "Come here. I'll protect you." Xiaomei glanced at the pudgy Wang Zai, then at the handsome and dashing Li Hanting, and without a second thought replied, "You should protect yourself first." "Hey, handsome. Can we exchange WeChat?" Xiaomei proactively took out her phone to make her intentions known. Wang Zai, attempting to be sarcastic, retorted, "But there's no network here. How can you add anyone?" Xiaomei shot him a glare and leaned closer to Li Hanting, asking, "Then let us exchange phone numbers? That luxury car outside is yours,
Right?
do you enjoy thrilling adventures? We should go escape room gaming together sometime." Xiaomei rattled off several sentences. Li Hanting didn't even glance her way, maintaining his distance. "Hey, we're all here to have fun. Why act so high and mighty?" Xiaomei remarked, eyeing Shen Wan. "Is she your girlfriend?" Li Hanting furrowed his brow slightly, turning his gaze toward her, his tone icy. Silence. Xiaomei, used to being adored, felt her composure shatter for the first time, thinking, what is so great about being handsome? Shen Wan turned to face her, stating, "Being handsome is indeed something to be proud of. Furthermore, are you all just following us around?" Xiaomei's jealousy toward Shen Wan, who exuded exceptional charm and beauty, was palpable. "What are you so pleased about? Who knows what you two are doing here alone at night? I'm different. I'm here for an adventure." Shen Wan smiled and replied, "Then go on your adventure. Why follow us?" Infuriated, Xiaomei stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Who would want to follow you?" She turned on her heel and left. Wang Zai hurried to catch up. "Xiaomei, wait for me." The remaining boy and girl had no choice but to follow. However, they had not been gone long before they heard Xiaomei scream as she rushed back, "Lin Darren is missing." Wang Zai also hurried over. Panic-stricken as he produced a phone that had fallen on the ground, it was Lin Darren's. He's gone. He's a streamer. He would never abandon his phone. Shen Wan observed the panic-stricken group with irritation, saying, "I warned you not to seek danger, yet you insisted on coming." She and Li Hanting turned back to the 3rd floor corridor. Scattered across the floor were numerous yellow talismans, inexplicably stirred by a gust of wind, causing the talisman papers to flutter. Xiaomei, pale with fright, pressed herself against Li Hanting. He, averse to dirt, deftly sidestepped, nearly causing Xiaomei to tumble down the stairs. Thankfully, Wang Zai caught her just in time. "Why are you taking advantage of me?" Xiaomei pushed him away, begrudgingly casting a glance at Li Hanting. With a luxury car and a driver, and his dashing looks and demeanor, he truly resembled a wealthy young master. Xiaomei cleared her throat, pondering aloud. "Do you think Lin Darren might have run off on his own?" Wang Zai shook his head, asserting, "That's impossible. His popularity has plummeted recently. He specifically brought us here for an adventure at the ghost school to attract some attention. Why would he run away at such a golden opportunity?" Suddenly, he remembered the phone. He opened Linda's phone and examined the historical recordings. The footage revealed Linda capturing the charred walls from every angle. As Wang Zai fast-forwarded, Shen Wan's keen eyes noticed something amiss.
Pause.
Show me, she commanded. Just as Wang Zai was about to hand it over, Xiao Mei snatched it from his grasp, exclaiming, "Who are you? Why should I let you see it? We'll watch it ourselves." She pressed play and was startled to see the shadowy figures on the scorched walls seemingly come to life, waving their arms incessantly.
Ah!
Xiao Mei shrieked, flinging the phone away. Shen Wan, quick on her feet, caught it effortlessly and remarked, with such a timid disposition, "How dare you embark on a ghost school adventure? You'd be better off enjoying your escape room games." She meticulously scrutinized each frame. The recording indeed showed the shadows moving, unnoticed by Linda during filming. Upon replay, all the shadows turned in unison, fixing their gaze directly at the camera. A chill ran down their spines. Wang Zai's complexion paled. This place truly felt sinister. "Perhaps we should leave?" he suggested. "Yes, I don't want to stay here any longer," echoed another male fan, his legs trembling. Xiao Mei, reluctant to depart, turned to Li Hanting, pleading, "Could you escort us outside? I'm feeling quite frightened."
Li Hanting,
harboring no fondness for the group, retorted bluntly, "If you're scared, then perish." Xiao Mei was taken aback by his lack of sensitivity. Wang Zai, sensing something unusual about Shen Wan, whispered, "Are you a master? Are there really ghosts here?" Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." The four panicked. "If we had known, we would have never come. What kind of adventure is this? Linda has gone missing." Suddenly, Li Hanting spoke up, "He's here."
What?
Wang Zai glanced around in confusion. Li Hanting's gaze was fixed on the wall. Following his line of sight, they noticed an additional shadow on the wall. This shadow, unlike the others, appeared more human in form, resembling Linda closely. Shen Wan sighed. This is the epitome of self-destruction.
Xiao Mei screamed in terror,
collapsing into Wang Zai's arms. "I can't stay here. Let's leave at once." Wang Zai felt helpless, wishing to flee, but unsure of what awaited them outside. "If you're not leaving, then I am," another male fan declared, rushing down the stairs without a second thought. The outcome was dire. Several charred, ghostly hands emerged from the wall, dragging him into the darkness before their very eyes. His shadow was instantly imprinted on the wall, becoming just another among the many, yet his pose exuded an unmistakable sense of fear and helplessness. Chapter 174. The Shadow World. Xiao Mei and Wang Zai screamed in horror, trembling as they huddled together. "There are ghosts. There are really ghosts." Shen Wan coldly interjected, "Silence. You're deafening. Master, are Lin Jubo and Old Wu still alive?" Another female fan, Yan Er, asked, her eyes wide with fear. Shen Wan glanced at the two shadows embedded in the wall and replied indifferently, "They are not dead. They have merely been captured in the Shadow World." The Shadow World? The group was bewildered. In simpler terms, this place is overwhelmed by spiritual pressure, distorting the magnetic field to create a new space. Those two have been drawn into another realm, akin to a mirror world. Shen Wan's explanation illuminated their understanding. Xiao Mei's face turned pale with fright, desperately clutching Wang Zai's arm. "I don't want to stay here. I want to leave." Wang Zai recognized Shen Wan's extraordinary nature and quickly implored, "Master, can you escort us out? I'll pay you." He fished out a wad of cash and thrust it into her hands. As she accepted the money, she replied coolly, "I have my own matters to attend to. Even if I gave you protective talismans, with your feeble courage, you would not escape the school. It would be wiser to close your mouths and follow me." "Follow you? Where to?" Shen Wan pointed toward the charred wall. Xiao Mei immediately shook her head vigorously. No. I won't go in there. Who knows what we might encounter." Shen Wan regarded her with a steady gaze. "Not going is fine. You can leave on your own." Frustrated and helpless, Xiao Mei turned to Wang Zai. "Will you accompany me outside?" Wang Zai hesitated, glancing at the wall, the image of Old Wu being seized by ghostly hands fresh in his mind. He was too terrified to descend the stairs. Who knew what might reach out from the wall? "I think I should trust the master. She will protect me, especially since she has accepted payment." However, in the next moment, Shen Wan tossed him 3 protective talismans. "This money only covers the talismans. Keep them on you, and the malevolent spirits will not approach. But heed this warning. Be cautious, for they may transform into familiar figures to ensnare you, leading you to lower your guard. Once you lose your wits, you will be at their mercy." Having said her piece, Shen Wan turned to Li Hanting, stating, "The real world shows no abnormalities, indicating the issue lies within the Shadow World. We must enter." Li Hanting nodded resolutely. "All right." Wang Zai tightly clutched the talismans, distributing one each to Xiao Mei and Yan Er. Subsequently, the three followed Shen Wan and Li Hanting, cautiously descending the stairs. Sure enough, dozens of charred, ghostly hands erupted from the walls, forcefully pulling all 5 of them into the shadow world. 5 new shadows appeared on the wall. Contrary to their expectations of a dark and eerie realm, upon landing, they found themselves in a sunlit campus. The bright sun shone down, illuminating the playground where students laughed and played, resembling an ordinary school, devoid of any sinister atmosphere. Wang Zai and Xiao Mei gasped in astonishment. It was clearly midnight just moments ago. How did it transform into day? They wondered. The shadow world at school appeared far from dilapidated. Observing the students' youthful smiles, they gradually let their guard down. I'm starting to reminisce about the past. Shen Wan shattered their illusions, stating, they are not human. Wang Zai's expression shifted as he felt the talisman in his palm grow unbearably hot, snapping him back to reality. Damn, Shen Wan replied coolly, assimilation. You both almost fell victim to it. As they scrutinized the surrounding students, they noticed their seemingly innocent, radiant smiles bore an unsettling quality. It was as if their laughter was devoid of warmth, appearing mechanical and stiff. A shiver coursed through them, and they clutched their talismans tighter, refusing to be careless. Shen Wan observed Yan Er thoughtfully. Yan Er, appearing to be around 16 or 17, with straight black hair and a gentle demeanor, had not succumbed to assimilation moments ago. Yan Er raised her hand to feel the sunlight. It was bright, yet devoid of warmth. This is merely a virtual world. Consider it an illusion. Shen Wan instructed as she surveyed their surroundings. They found themselves on the playground where groups of students frolicked, their laughter echoing in the air. Yet if one listened closely, an eerie emptiness permeated their mirth, as if mocking them. Should we split up to search? Shen Wan proposed. Wang Zai immediately rejected the idea. No,
Master.
let us stick together. It looks bright and cheerful here, but the atmosphere is filled with something sinister. We dare not wander alone. Xiao Mei agreed. Yes, yes. Shen Wan was indifferent, glancing at Li Hanting, who had been scanning the students since they entered, seemingly searching for a sister. Master Shen, we'll follow your lead. He acquiesced, offering a pained smile as he caught her gaze. Shen Wan replied, we can proceed simultaneously. Lin Darren and Old Wu found themselves ensnared in the shadowy realm, clearly indicating that it desired their presence. A tremor coursed through Li Hanting's heart. Could it be Yan Yan? Shen Wan shook her head. I cannot ascertain whether it is your sister, but there is more than one spirit here. Xiao Mei, overhearing their conversation, gasped in shock. Could it be that all these students are? Shen Wan replied in a somber tone. Do not be alarmed. To blend in with them is the only way to avoid being targeted. Xiao Mei, on the verge of tears, lamented her decision. What a foolish risk this was. I shall never partake in escape rooms again. Under Shen Wan's guidance, the 4 followed her. The pathways of the campus were flanked by lush trees, their leaves appearing to sway as if stirred by a gentle breeze, though the group felt no wind, only the eerie undulation of the foliage. As they journeyed, they encountered students, each adorned with radiant smiles. However, Shen Wan perceived the grotesque decay lurking beneath those cheerful visages, a truly horrifying sight. She made her way toward the teaching building. Each classroom was filled to the brim with students, while a teacher lectured incessantly at the podium. The students seated below seemingly oblivious to the arrival of the 5. A swift glance from Shen Wan revealed that all were souls of those who had perished in flames. Each met with a tragic fate. Their eyes were hollow and indifferent, and the teacher's voice held no trace of emotion. It was only when the 5 departed that the teacher and students turned in unison, their lifeless gazes fixed upon them, a peculiar smile gracing their lips. Xiao Mei felt an unsettling sense of wrongness and cautiously turned to glance back, only to be met with their eerie stares.
Ah!
She screamed, throwing herself into Li Hanting's embrace. In the next moment, he callously pushed her away, his handsome face shadowed like the calm before a storm. Xiao Mei pouted, retreating behind Wang Zai boy, wondering why he was so brusque and lacking in gentleness. Shen Wan turned back to the classroom, where the figures had resumed their normalcy, returning to their studies. Do not entertain any improper thoughts, Shen Wan cautioned Xiao Mei. Pale and frightened, Xiao Mei nodded obediently. Li Xiao, are you alright? Shen Wan inquired, aware of his severe aversion to dirt. Xiao Mei, overly adorned, lunged towards him, undoubtedly making him feel quite repulsed. Yet, Li Hanting discerned her concern for him, and his grim mood lifted slightly. I am fine. Shen Wan nodded, leading them upstairs. The teaching building comprised 5 floors. And it wasn't until they reached the fifth that they found old Wu, assimilated among the students. He sat vacantly, clutching a textbook, lost in a daze. Shen Wan entered and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, rousing him from his stupor. How did I end up here? Old Wu stared blankly at his surroundings. Shen Wan gestured for him to exit the classroom first. Once outside, the brightness of the sun struck him. When did this dilapidated school become so radiant? It's daytime. Wang Zai boy pulled him aside and whispered the situation. The more old Wu heard, the paler he became, his hand shaking as he reached for his wallet. Master, please sell me a talisman. This is utterly terrifying. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed in the existence of ghosts, let alone that he had been dragged into the shadowy realm. Shen Wan readily sold him a talisman. Old Wu, have you seen Lin Bo since you were captured?
Janne inquiret.
Old Wu shook his head. I know nothing at all. If it weren't for the master waking me, I would have become a ghost myself. Just then, the bell rang for class dismissal. The students filed out of the classroom in perfect unison, heading straight for the cafeteria. Let us follow them, Shen Wan suggested. The six trailed the ghostly students to the cafeteria. Upon entering, a peculiar aroma of food enveloped them. Aside from Shen Wan and Li Hanting, the other four appeared as if starved, eagerly rushing to the serving counter. Do not approach.
Do not eat.
Shen Wan warned. What a delightful scent. I have never encountered anything so fragrant before. I'm so hungry. I must eat so much. The four paid no heed to her warnings, salivating and exclaiming in delight. Li Hanting frowned. Surely that broadcaster hasn't even cooked. Shen Wan replied, that possibility cannot be dismissed. Such irreverence towards the spirits will inevitably lead to misfortune. Ignoring the four, they circumvented to the kitchen. The kitchen contained nothing but a large pot. Fearing a gruesome scene might shock Shen Wan, Li Hanting took the initiative to lift the pot's lid. At a glance, his expression shifted drastically, and he hastily covered it again. Do not look, Shen Wan queried. What is it? Has he truly been dismembered? The moment she spoke with such a casual tone, Li Hanting understood she was unperturbed. It was not dismemberment, but something akin to it. Shen Wan lifted the lid, revealing Lin Darren submerged in the murky liquid of the pot. His body grotesquely contorted, as if cruelly manipulated like a puppet. The pot was teeming with insects, voraciously gnawing at his limbs. His hands and feet, gradually devoured, bore wounds that exposed his stark white bones. Blood mingled with the insect's viscous secretions, flowing within the pot. Lin Darren was awake and aware as he was consumed, and upon seeing the two, he emitted a cry of anguish. Save me. Shen Wan retorted sharply. This is the consequence of your reckless actions. Now you comprehend the repercussions of disrespecting the spirits, do you not? Lin Darren whimpered, his eyes filled with terror and excruciating pain. He realized he was wrong. He truly understood his error and vowed never to engage in such folly again. If only he could survive, he would pray to the gods daily. Shen Wan affixed a talisman onto the pot. In an instant, all the insects ceased their movement, as if lifeless. However, Lin Darren had indeed suffered the loss of a portion of his body. Shen Wan threw him another talisman, instructing, wait here, I shall summon your friends to assist you. Exiting the kitchen, Shen Wan immediately spotted the four, who had already filled their plates with food, indulging in their meal with gusto. Approaching them, Wang Zai boy exclaimed, his mouth smeared with grease, Master, you must try this. My goodness, I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Indeed, Master, you should try it too. Xiao Mei, disregarding all decorum, had her lipstick smeared across her mouth. Old Wu, robust in stature, consumed even more, stacking bowls high upon the adjacent table. Who would have thought the school's meals could be this delicious? How come I never realized it before? This is far superior to anything I've ever eaten. Was my previous diet akin to swine feed? Shen Wan remarked melancholically, what you're consuming now bears little distinction from swine feed. With her cold reprimand, the four witnessed their delectable meals transform into writhing masses of flesh-eating insects. As they chewed, they inadvertently bit into several worms, causing a splatter of goo.
Ugh.
They snapped back to reality, desperate to expel every morsel they had just consumed. Once they regained their composure, Shen Wan added, Lin Darren has been located. He is currently in dire straits and requires your assistance. Wang Zai boy wiped his mouth, his face paling as he said, as long as Lin Bo is unharmed. That is a relief. The four followed Shen Wan back to the kitchen. Upon witnessing Lin Darren, battered and submerged in the insect-infested broth, they quickly grasped the true nature of what they had just eaten.
Ugh.
They retched even more violently. Lin Darren, observing their reactions, likely understood what they had consumed. His complexion grew even more ashen, regretting his decision to venture into Old Lu's school. It seemed his previous irreverence towards the spirits, playing in ghost villages and vandalizing idols, had simply been a stroke of luck that he had not faced consequences until now. This time, however, he had truly encountered trouble. Shen Wan remarked, "He is now injured and unable to walk. Please fetch a large bucket and carry him inside." Soon, Wang Zainan and Old Wu returned with a substantial stainless steel bucket. As they fished Lin Dan out of the pot, they struggled against the roiling nausea in their stomachs. After great effort, they finally extracted him from the pot and placed him into the bucket. Old Wu, upon seeing Lin Dan's mangled limbs, felt waves of revulsion wash over him, especially since he had just devoured 4 or 5 bowls of food that had been prepared from Lin Dan himself. He dared not contemplate further. He simply wished to escape this cursed place and never again engage in such terrifying pursuits. The group turned to Shen Wan, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "Master, what should we do next? The ghost has already begun to consume people. Will we be next?" Chapter 176, The Ghost Students. Shen Wan gazed at the students, who sat quietly consuming their meals, the expansive cafeteria resonating solely with the sound of chewing. She sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon them, observing their every move. There existed a solution that could eliminate these ghostly students entirely, but its consequences would be dire. She could obliterate them completely, yet they were all innocent children, tragically perishing in a great fire and becoming vengeful spirits. If she were to shatter their souls, it would be a grave injustice. No matter the method, we must simply find a way to survive and exit this haunted school, she thought. Xiaomei's face was a portrait of fear and anxiety. Wang Zainan echoed, "Yes. Master, please act swiftly. I can no longer bear being in this dreadful place. It is too terrifying." Old Wu wholeheartedly agreed. "Master, can we pool our resources for you? Please, let us leave." Even Lin Dan, confined within the bucket, cried out in agony, "I want to leave here." Shen Wan turned her gaze to the silent Yen Er, asking, "What about you?" Yen Er, her face tense, shook her head. "Master, I will follow your guidance." Shen Wan regarded the frightened group and stated calmly, "If you wish to leave, I will not hinder you. The talisman can ensure that the spirits do not approach you, and I can carve a path for your escape. However, I cannot guarantee that you will not be ensnared by the ghost's manipulation of your minds. That is up to you." Upon hearing this, the group grew anxious. Wang Zainan exclaimed, "Master, you must escort us out." Xiao Mei added urgently, "Yes, without your escort, we cannot even reach the school gate. If you lack the ability and courage, remain silent," Shen Wan coldly replied. "Surely, the gentleman at the school entrance warned you upon your arrival, and I urged you to leave during our time on the playground. It was you who chose to stay. Now that you recognize the dangers of this ghost school, do you think escaping will be so simple?" Without mincing words, she continued, "My friends and I have our own matters to attend to. If I can assist you in leaving, that is a favor in itself. If you keep babbling, I shall no longer concern myself with you." Seeing her serious demeanor, the group fell silent, refraining from further protest.
Li Xiao.
"I can now ascertain that your sister is here. She may be mingling among these individuals." Li Hanting felt a tightening in his chest. "What must I do to find my sister?" "As I previously mentioned, you must integrate with them and seek out the flaw." "Integrate?" Old Wu exclaimed, waving his hands in fright. "I refuse to become a ghost. I do not wish to join them." The students appeared amiable, with smiles adorning their faces, yet they exuded a disconcerting aura of hidden malice. Shen Wan countered, "If you do not integrate, how long do you intend to wait here?"
Xiao Mei muttered.
"Aren't you the master? Can't you use talismans to dispel illusions?" "I can dispel them, but that is a last resort. Furthermore, being in the shadow realm means you must abide by its rules. Master Lin Dan still possess some insight. I trust your judgment. I will follow your instructions." After all, it was Shen Wan who had saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been devoured by the insects. In this life-or-death situation, who else could he trust but Shen Wan? Observing that the ghost students had finished their meals and were departing, she instructed, "Follow them." Wang Zainan and Old Wu took charge of carrying Lin Dan in the bucket, while Xiao Mei and Yen Er, gripped by fear, walked hand in hand. Li Hanting walked beside Shen Wan and inquired, "Master, have you discerned something amiss?" Shen Wan nodded earnestly. "Observe these students. Their actions may seem ordinary, yet they move with a certain disciplined intent, as if engaged in a collective endeavor. It is prudent to follow them." Li Hanting asked, "Are they the students who met with misfortune?" Shen Wan confirmed, Would you like to see for yourself? Li Hanting looked at the students. They bore no resemblance to their former selves, clad in uniforms and wearing radiant smiles of youth. What do you mean? Shen Wan replied. What I perceive differs from what you see. I can see through to their true essence. To be frank, it is quite grotesque. Li Hanting understood and suddenly wished to witness the alternate reality through her eyes. I want to see. Shen Wan gently pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. When Li Hanting opened his eyes again, the beautiful scene had transformed. The once youthful and vibrant students had morphed into charred specters. Their bodies were dark and tattered, resembling charred wood ravaged by flames, blackened to the point that a mere touch might turn them to ashes. The faces of the ghost students were grotesquely disfigured, exposing their skeletal remains and charred muscle tissue. Their hollow eye sockets held no eyeballs, only flickering green ghost flames. Their gait was no longer lively and stable but rather rigid and strange. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Li Hanting felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. The school, too, was no longer a recognizable entity, but a charred wasteland, with the air thick with the stench of burned flesh. This was the true haunted school. The others, unable to perceive the essence beneath the surface, noticed Li Hanting standing frozen, leading Xiao Mei to assume he had been assimilated. She approached him, intending to touch him.
Li Hanting swiftly sidestepped,
maintaining an impassive expression as he avoided her hand. Xiao Mei felt a bit embarrassed. I thought you had been absorbed. I wanted to awaken you. Mind your own business. Li Hanting retorted, not even glancing at her. He turned to Shen Wan and asked, so my sister is among these people?
Xiao Mei suddenly realized.
So you and the master entered the haunted school to find your sister. What is your sister's name? We can help you look for her. Xiao Mei's excessive enthusiasm, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, irked Wang Zainan. Xiao Mei, you promised that as long as I accompanied you this time, you would give me a chance to pursue you. What are you doing now? Have you taken a liking to this pretty boy? Wang Zainan, visibly displeased, added. What does he have besides his looks and a bit of money? He's so thin, his skin is paler than a woman's. He's just a pretty boy. Xiao Mei retorted, I merely said I'd give you a chance. I never promised to formally date you. Why do you care? After giving Li Hanting a calming look, Shen Wan curiously asked them, how did you all come to know each other? What made you think of adventuring in a haunted school? Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? Old Wu explained, we are all fans of Lin the Anchor. We've known each other in the fan group for a while. When we learned that Lin the Anchor was going to explore the haunted school, we thought it would be fun and decided to come along. Had I known the rumors about the haunted school were true, I would never have come, even at the cost of my life. Chapter 177. Among us, there are ghosts. It is natural for young people to seek thrills and excitement, but to pursue such exhilaration in a haunted locale is sheer folly. Shen Wan remarked, many well-known haunted sites in our country are not mere fabrications. Approaching such places with a disrespectful attitude can easily invite trouble upon yourselves. Once you leave the haunted school, it would be wise to bask in the sun frequently. Wang Zainan inquired curiously, why should we soak up the sun? This place is ominous, steeped in a heavy aura of malevolence. Should you venture too deeply, you may find yourselves tainted by its sinister energy. The mildest consequence could leave you with a month of misfortune, while the gravest could jeopardize your health and fortune. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, filled with regret, in a bid to showcase their courage and to boast about their exploits online later. They had followed Lin Dedeo into this perilous situation, only to find the cost far more severe than anticipated. They cast reproachful looks at Lin Dedeo, who was confined in a large barrel. Initially, they intended to hurl insults at him, but upon seeing his disfigured limbs, a sight more tragic than their own, their words fell silent. Blame would serve no purpose. The fault lay solely with themselves. Suddenly, Shen Wan spoke. They have all gathered on the playground. We should join them. Remember, do not speak recklessly, especially you. She cast a glance at Xiao Mei, whose face had gone ashen, and she nodded obediently. Following the ghostly students to the playground, they discovered all the ghostly figures encircled around a girl, who appeared filthy and neglected. Her attire, a blue and white school uniform, was stained with murky water and chalk dust, adorned with grotesque drawings of little figures, resembling sinners bound and forced to kneel on the ground. The students hurled chalk at her, chanting, die, die. The cacophony of curses reverberated through the campus, like a sinister echo.
D, 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 D.
Except for Shen Wan. The others felt a chill run down their spines at the students' chant. Were they bullying her? Li Hanting, gazing at the kneeling girl, momentarily mistook her for his sister. Yen Yen. Ignoring the barrage of chalk, he rushed forward, shielding the girl with his body. Don't be afraid. Your brother is here. The ghostly students advanced menacingly, their chalk raining down like a torrential storm. Shen Wan observed Li Hanting's reckless attempt to protect the girl but refrained from intervening, choosing instead to watch silently. Master, you can't just stand there. The handsome guy is going to be pelted to death by chalk. Xiao Mei exclaimed anxiously. It would be a travesty for such a dashing and wealthy young man to perish here. Shen Wan's gaze swept over the group before she spoke. Li Xiao. She is not your sister. Li Hanting, covered in chalk marks, declared resolutely, regardless of whether she is Yan Yan or not. The torment she endures is akin to what Yan Yan faced. I cannot bear to witness another being bullied as my sister was. As the chalk attacks intensified, Li Hanting cradled the girl in his arms, determined to protect her. Don't be afraid. I will safeguard you. At that moment, Lindadeo, trapped in the barrel, sensed something amiss. He cried out in terror, Master, be careful. They have all transformed into ghosts. The others finally noticed that the students surrounding them had undergone a grotesque transformation. They had morphed into fearsome specters, their bodies marred by burns, fingers curled into claws, closing in on them. Oh my God! Master, help! They trembled in fright, desperate to flee, but ensnared by the multitude of ghostly hands. Without hesitation, Shen Wan rushed forward and grabbed Li Hanting, propelling him to escape. What about her? Li Hanting asked anxiously. She is not real. She is an illusion born from your psyche. Shen Wan replied, while using talismans to ward off the other ghostly students. When Li Hanting turned to look, he saw the girl slowly lifting her head, revealing a terrifying visage, her face grotesquely contorted. Brother, you promised to protect me. Where are you going? She smiled, her mouth stretching unnaturally towards her ears, crawling towards them in a twisted manner.
Ah.
She can crawl. This is just like Kayako.
Run.
They fled in panic. Lin Dedeo, terrified out of his wits, begged for help. Fortunately, Wang Zai and Old Wu did not forget him, dragging him along as they rushed out. The girl pursued them with alarming speed. Xiao Mei even discarded her high heels in her haste. Shen Wan led them into the library, slamming the door shut behind them. She quickly affixed a talisman to the door to ward off evil. The girl's ghastly face pressed against the glass, her cracked lips revealing crimson teeth. Brother, brother. With the talisman in place, the girl could not enter, but her eerie visage remained glued to the glass, fixating on each person inside. Li Hanting regretted causing such turmoil for everyone and apologized. Master Shen, it's all my fault. Do not blame yourself, Shen Wan replied. It is deliberately luring us this way. Let us take a moment to rest while I survey the area. I will accompany you. Me too. Fearful of the girl breaking in, no one dared to rest. They all followed Shen Wan. After inspecting the library, Shen Wan concluded that they were alone, with no ghostly students in sight. The windows were sealed. Yet the female ghost lingered outside. Shen Wan rubbed her temples, realizing they had fallen into a trap. The others looked alarmed. What do you mean, a trap? What trap? Li Hanting reacted swiftly, contemplating the numerous books surrounding them. If they were to catch fire. This thought terrified Wang Zai, who adamantly refused to remain behind. But with a female ghost guarding the exit, he seized a chair and approached the back window. Before he could smash it, he spotted the ghost standing outside, grinning menacingly at him. A ghost! Wang Zai screamed, tumbling backward. Old Wu rushed to assist him, bewildered. Isn't the ghost at the door? Master, come look. Shen Wan turned to the window. The ghost was present behind every pane of glass, at the entrance, at the windows. As long as there was a view of the outside, even a crack, she was there, her gaze fixed upon them. Xiao Mei, terrified, began to weep. This isn't fun at all. I want to go home. She no longer cared for handsome boys or admirers, collapsing to the ground in tears. A note fell from above, landing in front of Shen Wan. She caught it and read, "Find the 8th person in the library." Old Wu peered at it, astonished. There are only 7 of us. Where does the 8th person come from? Is there a ghost among us? Before they could ponder the whereabouts of this 8th person, books began to tumble from the shelves, creating a cacophony. Who is there? Old Wu called out bravely, only to find nothing but emptiness behind the shelves. A chilling sensation enveloped the group. Linda Deo, weeping in the barrel, lamented, "If we survive this, I swear I will never dabble in such things again." Xiao Mei clutched Wang Zai's arm tightly, her face a mask of terror. Where is the 8th person? Will we end up like Lin Dedeo, captured and devoured? How should I know? Wang Zai snapped, pushing her away as he gravitated toward Shen Wan. Master, you must think of a way. We cannot just sit here and wait to die. They all dared not glance outside. where the grotesque ghost pressed her horrific face against the window, watching each of them with a sinister intensity, as if locking eyes with her would ensnare their minds. Could the eighth person be the ghost outside? Old Wu speculated. Wang Zai retorted, even if it is her, would you dare open the door for her? Just look at how she crawls, far more terrifying than Kayako. If it is indeed her, I would rather be trapped in this library. The group cast desperate looks at Shen Wan, placing all their hopes in her hands. Shen Wan remained silent, observing them intently. No need to rush. Let us sit down and have a proper discussion. Her words left everyone in confusion. Master, the urgency of locating the eighth individual is paramount. We scarcely have time for idle chatter. Indeed, the library is fraught with the imminent peril of fire, coupled with the potential presence of this elusive eighth person. Our minds are far too preoccupied for conversation. Complaints abound among the group. Only Li Hanting silently procured 2 chairs, offering one to Shen Wan while retaining the other for himself. Observing Li Hanting's calm demeanor as he settled into his seat, Linda Bold exclaimed, I understand. The master's implication is that the eighth person is among the 7 of us. Spirits may possess, and it is certain that one of us has become their vessel. Xiaomei hastily interjected, not me, it cannot possibly be me. Wang Zainan also asserted, I have been with the master the entire time. It cannot be me either. The only individuals who went missing midway, aside from myself, Xiaomei and Yan Er, are Linda Bold and Old Wu. Linda Bold retorted, if it were me, would I proclaim that the eighth person has possessed us? That would be akin to revealing a hidden truth. Old Wu protested, I am not possessed. I still retain my consciousness. Why do you all look at me like that? It truly isn't me. Shen Wan remarked coolly, all 5 of you are under suspicion. Each must meticulously recount your actions leading to your arrival at Ghost School, leaving no detail overlooked. Old Wu, the prime suspect, was the first to speak. Like the anchor, I do not believe in ghosts. I would consider myself an atheist. The sole reason I accompanied the anchor to Old Lu Middle School was that someone in the fan group claimed it was truly haunted. Naturally, I did not believe it. And we had a quarrel. When the anchor decided to explore Old Lu Middle School, I volunteered to join. Subsequently, I connected with Wang Zai, and we quickly agreed to investigate the haunted school tonight. You are already aware of what transpired after we entered. Wang Zainan continued, that's right. Xiaomei enjoys these thrilling games. I came along to accompany her. After entering, I stayed with everyone and did not stray, so the eighth person cannot possibly be me. Yan Er echoed, I only followed you all. I know nothing at all. Xiaomei added, Wang Zai is correct. The 3 of us have never separated from the master, so it cannot be any of us 3. The trio then turned their gaze towards Old Wu and Linda Bold.
Linda Bold exclaimed,
I was dragged into the shadow world by a ghost midway. I nearly became its meal. If the ghost were to possess someone, it would surely seek a healthy body. I have become a mere shell. How could it possibly take me? The group then scrutinized Old Wu, the initial suspect. Old Wu, infuriated, kicked the bookshelf, declaring, it truly is not me. Old Wu, I believe you, Wang Zainan stated, while cautiously distancing himself, but I do not trust the cunning ghost. Left with no other option, Old Wu turned to Shen Wan, seeking assistance. Master, it is truly not me. Shen Wan replied, I know it is not you. The problem lies indeed among the 5 of you. The 5 exchanged glances, each casting suspicious looks at one another. Master, please do not keep us in suspense. Who is the one with the problem? Shen Wan raised his hand, pointing at each individual in turn, ultimately pausing on Yan Er, Old Wu, Wang Zainan, and Xiaomei recoiled in fear, hastily distancing themselves from Yan Er. It's not me. I know nothing at all. Yan Er exclaimed, panic etched upon her face. Shen Wan stated, I instructed you to clarify your movements. The accounts of the 4 of them interconnect. What of yours? Yan Er promptly replied, I also saw in the fan group that they were coming to Old Lu Middle School for an exploration tonight, so I arrived at the agreed location. Xiaomei suddenly recalled. All right. Wang Zai, Old Wu, and I set out together. We waited at the agreed spot for Lin the anchor.
Yan Er,
You were the last aboard, and the boarding point was mere hundreds of meters from Old Lu Middle School. Old Wu chimed in, exactly. At that time, I found it odd. The group had clearly stated that only the 3 of us were accompanying Lin the anchor, yet as we neared the haunted school, another person appeared. I thought perhaps Lin the anchor had made a private arrangement. Linda Bold denied, I assumed she was prearranged with you. I had no knowledge. The expressions of the 4 changed drastically, maintaining a considerable distance from Yan Er. Yan Er, appearing utterly helpless, pleaded, it truly isn't me. Master, Please help me. I am not the eighth person. Shen Wan glanced at Li Hanting before addressing her. From the moment you entered, I took notice of you. Your name is Yan Er, correct?
Yan Er nodded.
This big brother has a sister named Yan Yan. Yan Er looked at Li Hanting and helplessly asked Shen Wan, what does this have to do with me? I came to Old Lu Middle School to find Yan Yan. I am not Yan Yan. I know nothing of what you speak. Her expression betrayed confusion. Shen Wan responded, I know you are not Yan Yan, for you are merely a bait released by her. Li Hanting's expression shifted. Bait? Master Shen. Where is Yan Yan?
How should I explain this to you?
Shen Wan gestured towards the library and entirety of the school. Yan Er is a fragment of her being, yet not truly her. She resides here. She is omnipresent. Chapter 179. Finding the Sister. The group was left bewildered. Master, what do you mean she is omnipresent? Shen Wan elucidated. You may interpret this shadow world as her essence. And the ghostly students? Are they also fragments of her?
No.
The ghostly students are those who perished in the fire. They are trapped in the shadow world, serving as her sustenance. Li Hanting's expression darkened. Is Yan Yan consuming ghosts? Shen Wan nodded. One could say that. The children who died in the fire harbored deep resentment, and Yan Yan has transformed into a malevolent force. She has morphed into the shadow world, ensnaring their souls here to serve as her sustenance. As for Yan Er, she acts as a lure. Anyone who approaches Old Lu Middle School will be drawn in, becoming part of her nourishment. The group's expressions shifted dramatically.
Linda Bodgaspid.
If entering means becoming sustenance, then not only I but all of you too? Shen Wan affirmed, indeed, as long as we are within, we all serve as her nourishment. Her food. Li Hanting gazed at Yan Er with sorrow. Yan Yan was once the kindest. I do not wish for her to become a heartless monster. Yan Er's icy gaze swept over him, coldly fixed on Shen Wan, devoid of any emotion. I did not expect you to have your sights on me from the very beginning. Shen Wan's stare was piercing, as if she could see through her. Your brother has lived in guilt all these years. I have no brother, no family. Yan Er scoffed. Li Hanting's heart ached. Sister, I know you resent me for not taking you away. It is all my fault. I have wronged you. Yan Er regarded him with cold indifference. Now that you have entered, do not expect to leave. As her words fell, a wailing female ghost emitted a piercing shriek, vanishing into the flames. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted, rapidly engulfing the library. Goodness, it truly is on fire. We must escape. Old Wu and Wang Zainan rushed to open the door, only to find it utterly unyielding. The two hastily grabbed chairs to smash the windows. Waves of scorching heat assailed them, singeing their hair. They recoiled in terror. Xiaomei cried out in despair. It's over. We're all going to be burned alive here. Yan Yan. Li Hanting grasped Yan Er's shoulders tightly. You cannot kill. Yan Er coldly regarded him, her snow-white skin gradually revealing wounds. Li Hanting recognized them immediately. They were the scars left by the bullies on Yan Yan's corpse. Sister. Those who harmed you. I have not spared a single one. Grandfather is still waiting for you at home. Will you return with your brother? He implored.
Yan Er, expressionless,
Shrugged off his grip and walked towards the inferno without a backward glance. Her form gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing into the roaring flames. Sister. If not for Shen Wan's firm hold, Li Hanting would have already plunged into the sea of fire. Do not act impulsively. Now that we understand your sister's predicament, matters can be addressed more effectively. Shen Wan instructed the crowd to step back. Taking a deep breath, she bit her fingertip and swiftly inscribed a spell in the air. The onlookers were astonished as her blood magically floated in midair, forming a talisman radiating with a crimson glow. The shadow of resentment, division of yin and yang. Return the soul to its rightful place. Activate. A blinding light emanated from the blood talisman, piercing through the shadow realm like a colossal sword, cleaving it asunder. The shadow world shattered like broken glass, gradually collapsing into darkness. The sunlight faded, restoring the surroundings to a pitch-black night, revealing the true visage of the ghost school to the crowd. They found themselves standing on the playground. Xiaomei suddenly pointed at the charred teaching building and exclaimed, Look! There, on the upper floor, stood a multitude of ghostly students, liberated from their restraints, gazing about in confusion. Their appearances were no longer terrifying but rather filled with sorrow and helplessness. Shen Wan called out, You have been gone for many years. Remaining here will only turn you into lost souls and wandering spirits. Allow me to guide you on your final journey. The ghostly students nodded, tears streaming down their faces. Shen Wan helped them all transcend, then turned to survey the scene. The only one injured was Linda Dan, who remained on the ground, wailing inconsolably after the large barrel had vanished. Shen Wan instructed the two men, "You may take him away from the ghost school. Do not return to such perilous places again." Wang Zai and Lao Wu hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, master." They lifted Lin to Dan, with Xiaomei hastily trailing behind as they rushed toward the exit. Li Hanting gazed at the now desolate campus, pondering if his sister had departed as well. However,
Shen Wan said, "Follow me."
she led him back to the teaching building, ascending to the rooftop. At the edge of the rooftop stood a frail silhouette, swaying precariously in the chilling wind. Li Hanting instantly recognized that it was not Yan Er, but rather his sister, Yan Yan.
Yan Yan.
She stood with her back to him, evoking memories of that fateful day. "Brother, why haven't you returned? Mom and Dad, Yan Yan is in so much pain." She stood at the edge, the abyss of darkness yawning beneath her. Li Hanting's heart ached profoundly as he cried out, "Yan Yan, I'm here. I've returned. I'm sorry for coming back too late. I will take you home now." As he spoke, he approached the precipice. Shen Wan did not intervene, merely observing silently from the side. Yan Yan appeared oblivious to his voice, weeping helplessly. Li Hanting noted the burns on her legs and the bruises around her neck. It was evident what unspeakable torment the bullies had inflicted upon his sister. His eyes blazed with fury and sorrow. "Yan Yan, I will avenge you. Please come home with me." He extended his hand toward her. Yan Yan remained unresponsive, her pale face streaked with tears. "Mom and Dad, Yan Yan is coming to be with you." With that, Yan Yan leaped. "No." Li Hanting lunged forward, grasping her hand. Yet, he was too late to pull her back, and he too fell from the rooftop. Shen Wan approached and observed. Li Hanting lay unscathed on the ground floor, while Yan Yan had vanished without a trace. As she turned, she saw Yan Yan standing behind her, silently glaring. "I thought you had lost all humanity, even to kill your own brother." Yan Yan remained silent. Shen Wan continued, "You believe he abandoned you to live a carefree life abroad, do you not? You are unaware that your brother rushed overseas to search for your parents. They had gone missing abroad, and it took him nearly a month to locate their remains and arrange their burial before returning home only to discover your plight. Yan Yan, your brother has lived in guilt all these years. He never abandoned you. 6 years ago, he was merely a teenager. Your departure was a devastating blow to him, leaving him despondent and in deteriorating health." As she spoke, Shen Wan cautiously approached her. Yan Yan's expression remained impassive, her eyes devoid of any whites. She slowly raised her hand. Shen Wan sensed the environment shifting as if the very fabric of reality was warping. This was an attempt to draw her into the shadow world. If she would not heed her warnings, then she would be captured first. With a wave of her hand, Yan Yan intensified the distortion of the surroundings. Shen Wan realized this shadow world was not the ghost school but a blood-soaked realm, reflective of Yan Yan's inner turmoil. She produced a blank talisman and bit her fingertip again, swiftly inscribing a spell upon it with her blood. "By my power, I summon this spirit talisman. Urgent as the law commands, take." As the incantation echoed, the talisman in her hand glowed fiercely. Shen Wan hurled the talisman towards Yan Yan like a bolt of lightning. Yan Yan raised a hand to block it, but an invisible force immediately adhered to her, drawing her toward the talisman. She emitted a piercing scream, struggling desperately. Shen Wan could feel Yan Yan's resistance, a formidable force, akin to a mountain bearing down upon her. "Urgent as the law commands, take." Shen Wan gritted her teeth, forming a seal and reciting the spell once more. The talisman illuminated even brighter, gradually enveloping Yan Yan's entire spiritual form. In the end, Yan Yan was captured within the talisman. Shen Wan caught the talisman and sighed in relief. Had an ordinary sorcerer come, they would likely have been unable to seize her and instead become her prey. Descending from the rooftop, Shen Wan found Li Hanting. He was relatively unscathed, having merely suffered a cut to his forehead, resulting in a mild concussion. It was a miracle he survived such a fall. While Yan Yan seemed devoid of humanity, she had shown restraint in not harming her brother, sparing him. Shen Wan dialed Uncle Li's number, stating, "I am taking young master to Jiangcheng Hospital. He is fine. Just a fall with a bleeding forehead." Uncle Li, relieved, responded, "Good, I will head to Jiangcheng Hospital immediately." Though he was unaware of how Shen Wan had transported young master back to Jiangcheng Hospital, he complied without question. True to her word, when Uncle Li arrived at Jiangcheng Hospital, young master was already resting in a hospital bed. Gui Che and Shen Wan were present in the room. "Is young master all right?" Uncle Li asked anxiously. "And what of Miss?" Shen Wan nodded, producing the talisman. "She is right here." Uncle Li's eyes welled with tears as he cried out to the talisman, Miss Yan Yan, you have finally returned home. Her resentment runs deep. She requires offerings. No problem. I will discuss with the old master about finding a suitable place for offerings. Shen Wan shook her head. Let us wait until he awakens. She turned to look at Li Hanting, who had sustained only a minor injury to his forehead and a mild concussion.
Uncle Li, curios, inquiret.
I drove as fast as I could. Master Shen, how did you bring young master back from the ghost school to Zhongshan Hospital? Shen Wan smiled. Have you heard of the 5 ghost transport?
Uncle Li nudda.
That is precisely what I employed. 1 ghost leads the way while 4 ghosts carry the sedan. They traverse not the path of the living, thus naturally much quicker than you. Uncle Li and Gu Yiche exchanged astounded glances. Indeed, wealth can indeed compel even ghosts to labor. Master Shen had commanded the 5 ghosts to carry the sedan. After Gu Yiche relayed some medical instructions to Uncle Li, he pulled Shen Wan aside to speak in the corridor. Noticing his hesitant demeanor, Shen Wan immediately discerned, you've been haunted by a ghost. Gu Yiche chuckled helplessly. Is it that obvious? Shen Wan glanced at his dark circles and said, spill it. Gu Yiche recounted, did you not say I would be haunted by a ghost? Initially, I did not believe it, but a week ago, I experienced it firsthand. A week prior, after a late-night surgery, he had fallen asleep in his office, only to be beset by a ghostly weight upon him. Gu Yicheng gritted his teeth and exclaimed, let it be. However, the specter in question happens to be a man, a repugnant, aged lecher. When that ghost presses down upon me, I am utterly immobilized. At first, I assumed my exhaustion had conjured mere illusions. Little did I know that this old pervert would visit me every other night. I was merely trying to work, and the moment he appears, I succumb to an uncontrollable drowsiness. Today, it happens to be my turn to stand watch at night. I intended to call you, but lo and behold, you arrived first. Master Shen, I implore you, help me. I refuse to be tormented by that old lecher any longer. Upon witnessing his face contorted with unutterable fury, Shen Wan smiled and handed him a talisman. During the latter half of your shift, simply proceed as usual. The moment the old lecher arrives, affix the talisman to him and leave the rest to me. But when he arrives, I am paralyzed. My mind feels foggy, and sleep beckons. Shen Wan instructed him to extend his hand, drawing a character-like incantation within his palm. If you begin to feel a tingling sensation on your scalp and a chill creep up your spine, clench your fist tightly. This will prevent you from succumbing to slumber. Gu Yicheng nodded, exclaiming in indignation, once I have subdued that old lecher, Master Shen, you must ensure he receives a proper lesson. It's infuriating. As they conversed, Shen Jiaming emerged from another ward, fortuitously stumbling upon them. Spotting Shen Wan, Shen Jiaming's temper flared, and he stormed over. Shen Wan, you troublemaker. How dare you return to the hospital? What do you intend to do to your 4th brother? He assumed she had come to harm his son and began to berate her. Your 2nd brother has been locked away by you in the 9th Bureau, and he remains incarcerated to this day. I command you, have them release him this instant. Do you hear me? Had he not mentioned Shen Wan, he might have nearly forgotten about Xin Yui, that foolish jester. Ever since Qi Chong had taken him to the 9th Bureau, they had only intended to keep him there for a few days, enough for him to apologize and compensate them to secure his release. Who could have anticipated that Xin Yui would prove so obstinate? An apology was out of the question. A compensation was even less likely. Under pressure from his superiors, Qi Chong had no choice but to continue holding him. She only learned of Xin Yui's refusal to apologize upon receiving a text from Qi Chong after arriving at the hospital. Shen Wan dismissed the matter entirely. Whether Xin Yui apologized or not did not change the fact that he had become a laughingstock in the medical circles of Jiangcheng and Longcheng. Am I speaking to a deaf person? Shen Jiaming scowled at his own daughter. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, Xin Yui defamed me in front of so many people. If he wishes to be released, an apology and compensation are non-negotiable. Shen Jiaming retorted angrily, he is your 2nd brother. What is wrong with me reprimanding him? You, a mere child, should simply listen. You maliciously had him locked away in the 9th Bureau. Do you even know what kind of place that is? Is it a place for humans? Gu Yicheng could no longer tolerate the scene. Mr. Shen, this is a hospital. Kindly lower your voice. Shen Jiaming snapped back. Does our family matter concern you? Gu Yicheng's expression darkened. This is a hospital. If you wish to argue, do so in your son's ward. I was wondering why my family's Yuang's leg has yet to heal. It turns out we have you. One with such shallow medical skills, playing around with Shen Wan, whose values are hardly upright. Your medical expertise must be just as deficient. As Shen Jiaming grew more incensed, Shen Wan interjected, "If only one could choose their parents before birth. With a father like you, I am truly embarrassed." Shen Jiaming, furious, shouted, "Shouldn't I be the one embarrassed? How could I have a daughter as rebellious as you?" "Enough. I am not your daughter," Shen Wan retorted, her smile devoid of warmth.
Oh.
"And do remember to strike my name from your family tree."
You.
Just as Shen Jiaming was about to strike her, Lu Meifong hurriedly arrived. "Husband." Lu Meifong urgently pulled him aside, lowering her voice. "Have you forgotten what our father said?" Shen Jiaming's face darkened. "What did he say?" "Our father said that Shen Wan is a precious asset to our family, capable of warding off calamities." Lu Meifong explained. "Look, ever since Shen Wan left home, how many misfortunes have befallen us. Now is not the time to cause a rift." At Lu Meifong's reminder, Shen Jiaming suddenly recalled that the old man had always insisted they bring Shen Wan back home. If he were to clash with her now, she would undoubtedly be even less inclined to return. After a strenuous effort to calm his fury, he swiftly changed his tone. "Wan, I merely spoke a few words in reprimand. Why mention the family tree? Your second brother surely knows his mistakes, but as your brother, it is difficult for him to lower his pride and apologize. How about this? You let the Ninth Bureau release your brother, and when he is free, I will ensure he personally apologizes to you. How does that sound?" Shen Jiaming's rapid transformation left Gu Yicheng utterly astonished. Shen Wan understood his intentions, but chose not to expose him immediately, replying coolly, "I have stated that both an apology and compensation are non-negotiable." Shen Jiaming's expression darkened, but he patiently continued, "You are unaware of how much has transpired during your absence. Ever since you disrupted your elder brother's collaboration with General Su, the company's fortunes have declined, and numerous projects are losing money. Moreover, there have been issues with your grandfather, leading to significant expenditures. To be frank, our family is tightening our belts. We truly lack the funds to compensate you." Listening to his lament, Shen Wan calmly surveyed him and Lu Meifong. "No money?
Well.
In that case, sell your Rolex watch and your wife's jewelry." Gu Yicheng burst into laughter. "Indeed, before you play the victim, at least remove the valuables you are wearing." Shen Jiaming's expression soured immediately. Lu Meifong hastily covered the ruby ring on her finger, her tone tinged with reproach. "Wan, we are all family. Why make it so unpleasant? Look, how I was sent to the juvenile detention center, because of your report. I, too, have not caused you trouble, have I?" Shen Wan scoffed. "Hour's confinement is well-deserved. How dare you still seek trouble with me?" Lu Meifong fell silent, forced to cling to Shen Jiaming's arm, feigning heartbreak. "Husband, I never expected Wan to despise our family so much." Shen Jiaming glared at Shen Wan. "What has our family done to wrong you? Why do you wish to harm us so? Your grandfather kindly brought me from the mountains to live in the city, providing for my every need. Isn't this more comfortable than my life in the countryside? Why do you insist on acting as though our family has wronged you?" Shen Wan clapped her hands in mock applause. "I have witnessed many forms of shamelessness, but your family takes the cake. Why did you bring me back? Surely you know." Shen Jiaming and Lu Meifong exchanged glances, both feeling a jolt of realization. It was impossible for Shen Wan to be unaware that her grandfather had brought her back to avert disaster. "As my biological father, have you ever fulfilled a single parental duty toward me? Since I am indeed the true daughter of the Shen family, why, upon my return, did you publicly declare me to be a foster child? Why have you never sought to make amends for the 18 years of absence in my life? Yes, I am your blood daughter, but has anyone in the Shen family ever treated me as kin?
No.
You have regarded me as invisible, treating me as a mere servant. No, not even a servant, for your household staff earn over 10,000 a month." Hearing Shen Wan's words, Shen Jiaming felt no remorse. Instead, he adamantly replied, "Who told you to be so unpresentable? Publicizing your existence would only make the Shen family the laughingstock of Jiangcheng." Shen Wan chuckled. "If you look down upon me, why do you keep demeaning yourselves by seeking me out?" Shen Jiaming's head buzzed with rage. "Who are you calling demeaning? If you claim we have mistreated you, why don't you move back home? We can treat you well again." Lu Meifong, seizing the moment, exclaimed, "Indeed. If you feel we have treated you poorly in the past, you should return home tomorrow. I assure you, your father, brothers, and I will treat you well, just as we do with Qianxue, publicly acknowledging you as a cherished daughter of the Shen family." Observing their eagerness for her return, Shen Wan let out a sarcastic laugh. "Who would long for you? Shen family? I certainly do not. Shen Wan, do you no longer recognize me as your father?" Shen Jiaming's fury was palpable. How had this wretched girl become so impervious to reason? She had not been this way before. Fearing another clash, Lu Meifong hurriedly pulled him away. As they departed, Shen Jiaming shouted, "Hurry and release your second brother, or I will ensure you regret it." Once they left, the corridor fell into a serene silence. Guyish looked at Shen Wan with a hint of sympathy, cough. How could your father behave like that? He had come to understand that none within the Shen family truly regarded Master Shen with sincerity. Shen Wan replied coolly, "They are merely petty individuals obsessed with power and wealth. There is nothing surprising about that. Surely, the Shen family cannot still be unaware of your status as a master of metaphysics?" Shen Wan thought of Shen Jiaojiao, who was aware. But even if she proclaimed her as a metaphysical master, the Shen family would not believe that a mere illiterate from the mountains had transformed into a master. In their eyes, I will forever remain that unrefined illiterate, a disgrace they refuse to acknowledge. Chapter 182. Haunted by a Ghost. Gu Yish intended to comfort her. Yet Shen Wan interjected, "I have never considered myself a disgrace. The truly shameful ones are they. After enduring 18 years of hardship due to their indifference, they welcomed me back to the Shen family, yet failed to treat me well." Gu Yish was perplexed. "Master Shen, do you not possess metaphysical abilities? Why not use them to punish the Shen family or summon some wandering souls to create havoc for them?" Shen Wan shook her head. "The deeper my entanglement with the Shen family, the worse it becomes. The best course of action is to maintain my distance." Shen Huayan was not mistaken. "I am indeed a benefactor to the Shen family. Any excessive interaction will turn their misfortunes into blessings. In my previous life, I tried to punish the Shen family through metaphysical means, only for it to result in their fortunes prospering. Only by ignoring them and remaining uninvolved can I ensure their downfall. Simply put, my fortune nourishes the Shen family. My previous master found this perplexing as well, merely advising me to steer clear of them. Therefore, since my rebirth, I have refrained from directly engaging with the Shen family, choosing instead to stay on the periphery and let them suffer. Without me to ward off disasters, the Shen family will inevitably face bankruptcy. Why should I hasten this fate using metaphysical methods, entangling their karma with mine? A metaphysician must avoid entanglement with karma." Gu Yish, somewhat bewildered, understood that Master Shen, as a metaphysical master, could not resort to such despicable means, lest he face divine retribution. Unexpectedly, Shen Wan continued, "Isn't the old lecher fond of harassing men? Let him disturb Shen Jiaming instead." Gu Yish was taken aback. "Huh? Master Shen, did you not just say to keep your distance from the Shen family?" Shen Wan retorted confidently, "Indeed, it's not me harassing him, it's the old lecher doing so." Gu Yish was left in awe of her audacity. "Dr. Gu, you should prepare yourself. It seems the time is approaching." Shen Wan glanced at the clock. It was nearly 4 in the morning. Gu Yish nodded and returned to his office, while Shen Wan concealed herself nearby. As the hospital corridor returned to its tranquil state, Gu Yish feigned engrossment in patient files in his office. After about 10 minutes, a chilling breeze swept through the open window, causing his heart to race with a singular thought. Damn it, the old lecher is here. That familiar sensation returned, sending shivers down his spine. Following Shen Wan's advice, he clutched the talisman tightly upon sensing something amiss. Indeed, this time he was not immobilized. He could still move. Gu Yish pretended to feel faint, resting his head on the desk. With half-closed eyes, he noticed a withered ghostly hand reaching from behind, caressing his neck, jaw, and face. A wave of nausea washed over him as he gripped the talisman and suddenly turned to press it against the apparition. "Master Shen, I have subdued the old lecher," he shouted, eyes squeezed shut in panic. Shen Wan burst through the door, confronted by the sight of a disheveled old lecher frozen in the chair. His face contorted in rage. "How old are you, still harassing others? Do you not have any shame?" Upon observing the old lecher's tattered appearance, Shen Wan concluded he must be a wandering ghost neglected for years. She turned to Gu Yish. "How did you attract this creature?" Gu Yish opened his eyes fearfully, glancing at the old lecher before instinctively retreating behind her. "I have no idea. How could I have provoked him?" The old lecher, unkempt and scruffy, with a tangled beard and hair, glared at Gu Yish. "You are a good person. You are the first to have fed me in years. You claim to be lonely and cold, and I feel the same. I wouldn't mind sharing my days with you." Gu Yish was bewildered. "What do you mean by lonely and cold?" "Damn it, do not misinterpret my words. I was merely expressing my hope that after my death, someone would remember me, lest I become a wandering ghost myself." "Master Shen, I am not mistaken, am I?" Shen Wan stifled a laugh. The old lecher insisted, "I can take care of you. When you die and become a ghost, I will provide for you." Gu Yish felt on the brink of madness. "Get lost." The old lecher countered. If you do not believe me, check my pockets. Gu Yish had no intention of touching him. However, Shen Wan noticed something in the old lecher's tattered clothing and curiously pulled it out, discovering several crumpled, ghostly banknotes. Do you come to see Dr. Gu every couple of days? Have you been working during this time? Shen Wan inquired. The old lecher nodded. Indeed. Although I do not earn much in a day, I will manage to save a substantial sum by the time he dies. Shen Wan chuckled. Have you considered the issue of inflation in the underworld? The old lecher was rendered speechless. Gu Yish, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, Master Shen, this is not the point. I am not seeking a partner. I do not wish to have an old lecher as a companion. The old lecher gazed at him longingly. But I am not an old lecher. Gu Yish retorted angrily. You touch me every time you come. What else could you be? The old lecher looked even more aggrieved. I merely noticed you working hard all day and wanted to give you a massage. Gu Yish felt utterly defeated. Yet, upon witnessing the old lecher's pitiable state, he found himself too frightened to even consider death. Listen well, those provisions were casually placed by the roadside for any wandering spirits to partake. They were not intended specifically for you. The lecherous ghost retorted, but I am the only wandering spirit sauntering along that path, and they were fortuitously placed right before me. Thus they are indeed for me. In chapter 183, the stirrings of youthful affection arise. Gu Yish clutched his chest, appearing on the brink of a cardiac episode. Master Shen, I beseech you, quickly take him away. The old lecher lamented, I have set my sights on you. Consider me your husband, and I shall cherish you. Gu Yish rolled his eyes, nearly levitating them to the heavens. Sir, do we even know each other? Setting aside the fact that we exist in different realms. We are both male and separated by such an age gap. Do you truly believe this possible? The old lecher nodded. I could wait until you pass before pursuing a relationship. Gu Yish was taken aback. Does this old lecher truly not comprehend human speech? Master Shen, I am unable to communicate with this lunatic. He is all yours. Gu Yish turned to leave. The old lecher, unwilling to relent, called out, Dr. Gu, please do not depart. Is it my appearance that displeases you? I can change. Shen Wan stifled a laugh and advised, human and ghost are worlds apart. It would be wise to abandon such thoughts. Moreover, your frequent disturbances could greatly affect Dr. Gu, possibly endangering his life. I spared you this time, as you have not harmed him. Yet the old lecher remained undeterred. Shen Wan narrowed her eyes slightly. The old lecher, wary of her, hesitated, yet found it difficult to part with a kind-hearted Dr. Gu. If I wait until he dies, you would have no reason to oppose, would you? Shen Wan chuckled helplessly. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. By the way, may I offer you some incense in exchange for a small favor? The old lecher inquired. What small favor? Go to room 845 and create a disturbance for a middle-aged man named Shin Jiaming. The old lecher firmly refused. Absolutely not. My soul and heart belong to Dr. Gu. Shen Wan sighed. Very well, then hasten away. Do not disturb him while he still lives. Also, do not conjure any accidents that might lead to his untimely demise, or I will ensure your soul is scattered. With that, she removed the talisman, allowing the old lecher to escape. As he departed, he gazed longingly out the window. Shen Wan shot him a warning glance, prompting him to reluctantly take flight. Finding Gu Yish absent from the corridor, he sought refuge in Li Hanting's ward. When Shen Wan arrived, he was already lamenting the old lecher's antics. Master Shen, my sister, Li Hanting began, but upon seeing her, he threw off the covers to rise. Shen Wan smiled gently. Please remain lying down. I heard from Uncle Li that you have taken in Yen Yen. I wish to provide her a home, where I will care for her. Shen Wan had anticipated his response. That is acceptable, yet your sister harbors deep resentment, and having her at home may cause you some trouble. A gentle smile graced Li Hanting's pale, handsome face. I do not mind, as long as my sister is nearby. Everything else is inconsequential. Very well, I shall arrange this for you upon our return. After speaking, Shen Wan noticed Gu Yish, who was sulking with his head down, and playfully patted his shoulder. Why the long face? Upon witnessing her interaction with Gu Yish, Li Hanting's gaze deepened with intensity. Gu Yish lamented, Why am I so unfortunate? Shen Wan handed him a protective talisman, instructing, Carry this with you, and he shall not approach you. However, she teased, but... Gu Yish tensed, but what? Shen Wan grinned. He genuinely has taken a liking to you. He has promised not to disturb you while you live, but what happens after you die is uncertain. Gu Yish's eyes widened in alarm as he grasped Shen Wan's small hand, crying out, Master Shen, save me. Li Hanting's gaze fixated on their clasped hands. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Master Shen, I recall your medical expertise. Might you assess my head? It aches. Shen Wan turned to find Li Hanting's expression rather grim. She released Gu Yish's hand and approached him to gently take his pulse. Li Hanting's ears flushed as he felt Shen Wan's warm fingertips on his wrist. His heart racing uncontrollably. He instinctively locked his gaze onto her. Her eyes were lowered, long lashes resembling delicate butterfly wings. Her skin was flawless and pale. Lips rosy and teeth white, her beauty strikingly transformed since their first meeting. Li Hanting had never observed anyone's face with such meticulous scrutiny before. His gaze wandered across her petite features, each contour seemingly etched into his heart. Your body seems fine. Does your head still ache? If so, I can administer a couple of needles. Shen Wan released his hand and glanced up at him. In that fleeting moment, she caught him hastily averting his gaze. His ears still flushed. Dr. Gu, perhaps you should take him for a head CT? Shen Wan suggested, stepping back to create distance. Li Hanting noticed but said nothing, his expression dimming slightly. He cannot die, but I am not the same. Gu Yish exclaimed in frustration, the old lecher has fixated on me. Will he not stalk my home and workplace, constantly observing me? The mere thought drives me mad. Shen Wan replied, remain calm. If necessary, I can provide you with more talismans to affix around your home, office, and car. Gu Yish clasped his hands together in supplication. Master Shen, why not send him to the underworld? Do not let him linger in the realm of the living. Given his current obsession, persuading him to return to the underworld may prove challenging. What must I do for him to completely distance himself from me? Just as Gu Yish was about to lose his composure, a voice unexpectedly drifted in through the window. Do you truly despise me so? Gu Yish was instantly horrified. Master Shen, look. Shen Wan commanded sharply, come out. A ragged young ghost squeezed through the window into the ward. Gu Yish was dumbfounded. You. How have you changed? Though the voice and attire remained the same as the old lecher, his appearance had transformed significantly. Now, he resembled a man in his 30s. His once gaunt frame now muscular. He stood there, a foolish grin plastered on his face. Did you not say you disliked my appearance? I used all my earned ghostly currency to spruce myself up. What do you think? Am I more appealing now? Gu Yish's lips twitched. Even if he had transformed from an old man to a young one, his feelings remained unchanged. The ghost's expression fell. You heard my previous words. You can either continue as a wandering spirit or allow me to guide you to the next realm. The young ghost glanced between Shen Wan and Gu Yish, seemingly torn. In chapter 184, my reputation is not cheap. Gu Yish quickly interjected. Opportunities for transcendence are rare. Do not think to pursue me any longer. Even in death, I could never entertain a relationship with you. I am still young, and in the future, I shall meet a girl I truly adore. And together we shall have a pair of delightful children. And what can you offer me? The young ghost sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall depart. Fearing he might change his mind, Gu Yish implored Shen Wan to expedite the process of sending him off. As the young ghost vanished, Gu Yish sank into the sofa, relieved. Dr. Gu, I leave this in your capable hands. Li Xiao, I must return home to prepare. By the time Shen Wan arrived home, dawn was breaking. She did not rest but instead found a beautiful crystal vial to enclose the talisman that contained the spirit of Li Yanyan. The talisman fluttered within the vial like a butterfly, as if struggling against confinement. Meanwhile, Shen Yuni, due to the slander he directed at Shen Wan, has been confined in the 9th Bureau without any sign of release. Shen Huayan, concerned for his grandson, sought the intercession of Qi Chong's superior. Qi Chong disclosed to his superior all of Shen Wan's capabilities and even presented video evidence. Upon witnessing Shen Wan's remarkable talents, the superior outright rejected Shen Huayan's plea. Old Master Shen, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but your grandson is simply too obstinate. He openly defamed Shen Wan in front of so many luminaries in the medical field. Anyone would lose their temper in such a situation. Shen Wan has been quite merciful. She only demands an apology and compensation from Shen Yuni to secure his release. Surely that is not too much to ask? The superior advised Shen Huayan. I can arrange for you to meet your grandson. Old master, please persuade him to bow his head and offer an apology. There is no shame in that. In the dark and dreary detention room, Shen Yuni saw his grandfather. Still clad in the suit he wore when apprehended, he had gone days without a change of clothes, emanating a pungent odor of sweat. His hair was disheveled and greasy, his eyes darkened with fatigue, and his face bore the marks of sleeplessness, as if he had not closed his eyes for several days. Grandfather, Upon seeing him, a glimmer of light returned to Shen Yunyi's dull eyes, and he exclaimed joyfully through the iron bars, "Grandfather, you've finally come to rescue me. I can barely breathe in here. Every time I close my eyes, I am plagued by nightmares. I never want to return to this wretched place." Observing his tormented grandson, Shen Wan felt a mix of sorrow and helplessness. "Yunyi, why not apologize to Shen Wan?" Shen Yunyi's smile froze on his face as he incredulously protested. "Grandfather, what are you saying? It was clearly Shen Wan who set me up. Why should I apologize to her?" Shen Wan sighed. "I have reached out to every contact I could find, and it is confirmed that Shen Wan is a senior consultant at the Ninth Bureau. If you do not offer an apology and compensation, the Bureau will not release you easily. Grandfather, I would rather rot in here for a lifetime than apologize to Shen Wan. She is unworthy." Shen Yunyi was beside himself with rage, his anger palpable. Shen Wan considered that they still needed Shen Wan to shield the family from calamity. Yet he saw his grandson's vehement resistance toward her. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, "Very well, I respect your choice. Since you refuse to apologize, we shall adhere to the Ninth Bureau's regulations." As Shen Wan turned to leave, Shen Yunyi panicked. "Grandfather, you are abandoning me? Don't go. We need to discuss this further." Shen Wan cast a disappointed glance at him, lamenting his grandson's incompetence as an older brother. "I have repeatedly told you to treat Shen Wan well. You have been utterly remiss in your duties." Shen Yunyi, feeling more aggrieved than ever, retorted, "Shen Wan has ruined my career in the medical field and tarnished my reputation. Grandfather, I simply cannot swallow this humiliation." "Yunyi," Shen Wan spoke earnestly, "Shen Wan is your own sister. Why must you hold a grudge against her? This time, heed your grandfather's words. Apologize to her, and when you are released, do not trouble her further." Shen Yunyi gazed into the bleak confines of his cell, gritting his teeth, and reluctantly acquiesced. News of Shen Yunyi's willingness to apologize swiftly reached Shen Wan through Qi Chong. Shen Wan replied to Qi Chong, "Rather than accept his insincere apology, I would prefer he compensate me more generously." Qi Chong proposed, "How about 100,000? Shen Wan retorted, "Is my reputation worth only that? Inform Shen Yunyi that I demand 5 million. Not a penny less." Though taken aback, Qi Chong conveyed the message to Shen Yunyi. Upon hearing the audacious amount, Shen Yunyi nearly choked with indignation. "Does she know my bank account balance? How on earth does she know I have 5 million? His penchant for purchasing costly research materials had led him to save this substantial sum, which he intended to use to open a cosmetic clinic upon his release from the Ninth Bureau. Now, Shen Wan's demand for 5 million felt like a death sentence. "Do you think our esteemed consultant, Master Shen, is so undervalued?" Qi Chong scoffed. "Besides, aren't you the grandson of a wealthy tycoon? 5 million is but a trifling sum for you." With a grim expression, Shen Yunyi ultimately decided to part with the 5 million to quell the matter. Once the funds were transferred to Shen Wan, Qi Chong facilitated Shen Yunyi's release. Stepping out into the long-forgotten sunlight, Shen Yunyi seethed with resentment, muttering, "Shen Wan, you harbinger of misfortune, just wait." At Shanghai Bay, Villa number 44, upon receiving the 5 million, Shen Wan anonymously donated the entire amount without hesitation. Just as she set down her phone, Li Hanting arrived. Shen Wan handed him a crystal vial, saying, "Your sister is inside. She can hear our conversation." Li Hanting's eyes brimmed with tears as he tightly embraced the crystal vial, whispering, "Yen Yen, brother will take you home." In the adjacent villa, Uncle Li had hastily brought old Master Li over. Upon seeing Li Hanting clutching the crystal vial, the elder was overcome with emotion. "Yen Yen, it is grandfather who has wronged you. If only I had discovered your distress sooner, you would not have." The old man wept profusely. At the time of his son and daughter-in-law's incident abroad, he had been preoccupied with seeking Master Tai Xian and had overlooked his granddaughter's plight. Regret consumed him. "Wan Wan, may I see Yen Yen?" Old Master Li asked through tears. Shen Wan shook her head. "Not at this moment." "Why not?" "Yen Yen carries too much resentment. Although she retains a flicker of humanity, her ferocity still looms. If released, she could cause harm to you all. The best approach is to honor her with offerings, and I will arrange a formation to gradually diminish her resentment until she returns to normal." Old Master Li's sorrow deepened. "Offering is no issue, my poor granddaughter. Master once warned me that I would bury my children before my time, and I never imagined it would come to pass thrice. Thankfully, you saved Hanting and kept him by my side." Shen Wan smiled gently. "You are too kind, old master." "Li Shou, where do you intend to place the offerings for Yen Yen?" Li Hanting gestured toward the upstairs. Shen Wan followed him to the master bedroom on the second floor. only to be taken aback by the exquisitely decorated princess room. Uncle Lee stood behind, wiping away tears. Ever since his young master learned of the existence of spirits, he had immediately ordered the room to be furnished for Miss Li Yanyan. The talismans within the crystal vial seemed to react, gently floating up and adhering to the vial surface as if observing the princess room. This room had been meticulously recreated to mirror Yanyan's bedroom in life. Everything she had used and worn remained intact. Shen Wan felt the weight of Yanyan's resentment lessen significantly, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Place it on the table. I will arrange the formation. Li Hanting carefully set the crystal vial on the table. Shen Wan quickly set up the formation, advising them. Do not disturb the talismans or open the crystal vial. You must burn 3 sticks of incense daily, and if you wish to offer her gifts, write her name and incinerate them. She will receive them. Li Hanting, Old Master Li, and Uncle Li all nodded obediently. Shen Wan then addressed the crystal vial. You will not be trapped forever. Once your resentment diminishes to a certain level, the talismans confining you will spontaneously ignite, and you will regain your freedom.
All right.
The task is complete. Shen Wan understood that the two men had much to say to Li Yanyan, so she gracefully excused herself. However, Li Hanting accompanied her out. Master Shen, thank you. Li Hanting expressed sincerely. Shen Wan offered a faint smile. Li Xiao, there is no need for such formality. After a brief pause, she inquired. By the way, you suffered a concussion. Are you feeling well? Li Hanting's eyes softened with warmth as he replied. The pain has subsided. Thank you for your concern. In the next moment, he produced a signed blank check and handed it over. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. Shen Wan, this time, did not refuse but readily tucked it into her pocket. Upon returning home, she reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Lin Daring's announcement of his withdrawal from the entertainment industry had trended at number 39. Shen Wan clicked to view it. Lin Daring had recorded a video from his hospital bed, apologizing for his past actions and declaring his intention to devote himself to goodness henceforth. He pledged to donate all the money he had earned from supernatural explorations over the past 2 years. Fans and netizens speculated about what could have possibly led the once audacious Lin Daring to such a drastic decision to withdraw from the public eye. At the end of the video, Lin Daring, supported by his family, knelt beside his hospital bed and expressed, Master Shen, thank you for saving my life. Viewers were curious about the identity of this Master Shen. Shen Wan, feeling rather bored, continued scrolling through the trending topics and soon spotted a scandal involving Shen Luoyu. Paparazzi had revealed that the popular young star Lin Xia was seen entering the hospital where Shen Luoyu was currently admitted. Shen Wan opened the photos taken by the paparazzi. The quality was not very clear, but Lin Xia appeared distinctly. She immediately noticed the dark aura enveloping Lin Xia, a heavy resentment that was unmistakable. This woman, indeed, was cold-blooded enough to not spare even her own child. Shen Wan discerned that Lin Xia had terminated her pregnancy, indicating that the child she carried had been transformed into a ghost by a sorcerer from Southeast Asia. As for why Lin Xia had gone to the hospital, that remained a mystery. However, the decision to forsake the previous ghost in favor of creating one from her own flesh and blood would only amplify the resentment, leading to a more profound backlash. One's own misdeeds would ultimately bring about their demise. Shen Wan felt no inclination to concern herself with such individuals and set her phone aside to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Meanwhile, in the hospital's VIP ward, Shen Luoyu gazed at Lin Xia, who had come to see him once again, and said helplessly, Miss Lin, it's not that I am unwilling to accept this script. As you can see, my leg is still not healed, and all my work is on hold. Lin Xia, removing her sunglasses, spoke with a gentle demeanor, Master Shen. Please believe me, this script is truly exceptional, and only you can portray the male lead. Just take a look at it first. Shen Luoyu was somewhat taken aback by her unexpected beauty. During her last visit, she had not appeared so captivating. Today, without makeup and dressed in plain attire, she radiated a natural beauty that was astonishing. Lin Xia smiled alluringly, adding a touch of seduction to her demeanor. If I could collaborate with Master Shen, it would be the fortune of my lifetime, and I promise to present my very best performance. Observing her earnestness, Shen Luoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he replied with a smile, Why is it not the director or producer who came to see me?
Did they send you?
Lin Xia hurriedly waved her hand and replied playfully, Of course, the director has his eye on you. It's just that you are still hospitalized, and they did not want to disturb you. I have already signed on as the female lead, and after reading the script, I believe there is no one else who could take on the role of the male lead but you. All right then, leave the script with me. And I will consider it, Shen Luoyu said. Lin Xia happily handed over the script, and their fingers accidentally brushed against each other, sending a tingling sensation between them. When Shen Wan awoke and checked her phone, the headline read that Master Shen had accepted a certain historical drama, joining forces with the popular young star Lin Xia to evoke a sense of national pride. Sister Wan Wan, what are you smiling about? Bai Xiaoyan inquired curiously. Shen Wan chuckled. This Lin Xia has raised a particularly fierce ghost. Anyone who gets close to her is bound to face misfortune. Shen Luoyu, that foolish man, thinks he has gained something significant. He will surely regret it. She paused, calculating for a moment, and then expressed mild surprise. Shen Luoyu's true soulmate is Yin. He's currently entangled with bad luck and rotten peach blossoms. Bai Xiaoyan glanced at the news and remarked, Yin? Isn't she the second female lead in the drama he just signed on for? Oh, she's still a newcomer. Shen Wan laughed. It seems the ghost Lin Xia has raised is already making waves, snatching the leading role that rightfully belonged to Yin. Shen Luoyu has missed his true fate and is now entangled with this bad luck. In her past life, Yin, as a newcomer, had secured the leading role in this historical drama, and she and Shen Luoyu, who played the male lead, had developed feelings for each other during filming. After Shen Luoyu's misfortune, Yin had done everything in her power to assist him. However, Shen Luoyu, with his lofty ideals, had disregarded her support and even blamed her for being a harbinger of misfortune that caused his career to plummet. After their divorce, Yi Yin's career skyrocketed, and she became a celebrated actress with 3 prestigious awards. Shen Luoyu's attempts to reconcile with her were futile. He had long since lost the ability to reach her. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door, and Bai Xiaoyan went to answer it, discovering Qi Ling standing there. Master Shen. Qi Ling burst into the room, her face alight with excitement as she embraced Shen Wan warmly. What brings you here? Shen Wan asked with a smile. Guess what I've brought for you? Qi Ling exclaimed, pulling out a check from her bag with an air of mystery. Can you guess who it's from? He Yao, Shen Wan replied. Ah, you truly see through everything. Qi Ling handed her a check for 300,000, saying, He Yao has been discharged from a hospital. Her parents planned to send her abroad for studies, and she asked me to deliver this check to thank you for saving her life. Shen Wan accepted the check with calm composure. Qi Ling sighed. Our dormitory truly has seen both departures and separations. I heard he Xinyue transferred to a rather inferior vocational school. It seems Hiao's parents pulled some strings, and her experience there hasn't been pleasant. Furthermore, the He family's small company has gone bankrupt. He Xinyue must be regretting her choices immensely. This is what they call losing both the husband and the army. Oh. And Hiao also gave me a shopping card, inviting us to shop at her family's mall. Qi Ling said with enthusiasm, linking her arm with Shen Wan's. Master Shen, let us go together. Why not indulge? With nothing pressing to attend to at home, Shen Wan agreed to accompany her for a little shopping. Upon arriving at the mall, Qi Ling quickly filled her arms with an array of cosmetics and skincare products. Noticing that Shen Wan had picked out nothing, she felt a bit awkward. Master Shen, are you really not going to get anything? Shen Wan shook her head. I lack for nothing. Qi Ling remarked, with skin like yours, Master Shen. You look stunning without any makeup. You should at least buy some clothes. Hiao's mother is a designer and has her own brand boutique in the mall. I hear they have custom gowns. As Shen Wan observed Qi Ling's vibrant spirit, she felt a surge of youthful energy within herself. In her past life, she had been so engrossed in metaphysics that she had never indulged in the simple pleasures typical of young girls. But now, a day out shopping with Qi Ling rekindled a long-lost sense of youth. Indeed, she had returned to life and was merely 18 years old. An 18-year-old girl should radiate her own brilliance. Excuse me, but I have my eye on this gown. You can look for something else. As they entered the high-end gown shop, they heard Lin Xia's voice. Shen Wan turned to see Lin Xia in a dispute over a stunning gown with a younger woman, who was none other than Yi Yin, Shen Luoyu's wife in his past life. Miss Lin, I reserved this gown a week in advance. The award ceremony is tomorrow night. If you wish to wear it, I will bring it to you after the event. Yi Yin, with her sweet appearance and gentle demeanor, spoke courteously. In stark contrast, Lin Xia, having committed unspeakable acts, exuded an aura of malevolence, her very countenance transformed, with an enchanting yet condescending gaze. I don't care when you reserved it. First come, first served. Lin Xia replied without an ounce of courtesy. Don't think that just because you landed the second female lead in my drama, you can act all high and mighty. Who knows how many benefactors you had to sleep with to secure this role? Yin furrowed her brow and addressed Miss Lin. Please mind your language. What do you mean by sleeping with numerous benefactors? I have earned my role as the second female lead through my own efforts. Initially, the director had favored her for the leading role, but unexpectedly, Lin Xia had emerged and snatched it away.
Now.
She was also attempting to take the gown that Yi Yin had reserved in advance. This made Yi Yin feel quite uncomfortable, however. Given that Lin Xia was a rising star, she refrained from confronting her to avoid giving others ammunition against her. Lin Xia scoffed. You, a mere newcomer fresh out of film school who has yet to even play a minor role, how could you possibly enter a major production? It was indeed true. A woman's youth held some value, and beauty could be traded for certain benefits. Yi Yin was furious, but chose not to engage in further verbal sparring. Instead, she directly inquired of the sales assistant, I had reserved this gown in advance. May I take it now? The sales assistant, caught between the two, looked apologetic and said, Miss Yi, I'm truly sorry. Perhaps you might consider some other styles? Seeing the sales assistant siding with her, Lin Xia beamed with uncontainable pride, reveling in her good fortune. Just then, her smile faltered as she noticed Shen Wan entering. Instinctively, her heart raced with an unexplainable sense of guilt. Master Shen. It has been a while, Lin Xia greeted her with an air of forced cordiality. Shen Wan merely cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Xia's abdomen. In a fluster, Lin Xia instinctively covered her midsection with her handbag. I have something to attend to. Sales assistant, please wrap up this gown for me.
Yi Yin frowned.
Is your store lacking in integrity? The sales assistant, holding the gown, appeared utterly conflicted. Lin Xia, genuinely enamored with the dress yet fearful of Shen Wan's discerning gaze, resorted to a commanding tone. Send it to my home. I want this gown. With that, she strutted away in her high heels, her demeanor haughty. Yi Yin gritted her teeth and decided to select another dress. Shen Wan remarked coolly, while this white gown is refreshing and elegant, you are of the earth element. And thus, colors that evoke fire, such as red, would suit you better. Yi Yin paused. May I ask who you are? Qi Ling chuckled. Did you not hear Lin Xia address her? This is Master Shen. You can trust her judgment. Yi Yin, having been preoccupied with the gown tussle, now recalled Lin Xia's recent prominence and arrogance, which had faltered before Master Shen. Quickly adjusting her expression, Yi Yin asked respectfully, Master Shen, would it be too ostentatious for me to wear a red dress? Not at all, Shen Wan replied. You possess beauty. Since your debut, you have embodied a sweet persona. Yi Yin nodded in agreement. Although she had yet to act in a film, she had done considerable modeling for magazines, indeed projecting a sweet image. Actors can embody many facets. One cannot always maintain a sweet and demure persona. I suggest you adopt a different style for this gala. Perhaps a more mature and assertive look. It could yield unexpected benefits, Shen Wan advised. Yi Yin responded, All right, I will heed Master Shen's counsel and try a different style. Sales assistant, please prepare some red gowns for me to choose from. Master Shen, could you assist me in selecting? Of course, Shen Wan readily agreed. She and Qi Ling transitioned from shopping to helping Yi Yin choose her gown. The sales assistant presented over 20 red dresses for their selection. Shen Wan picked out the most suitable one for Yi Yin's style and even made adjustments to her makeup. As Yi Yin was trying on her makeup, a call from Liu Beichun came through. He mentioned a platform gala with an award ceremony and extended an invitation for her to attend. Shen Wan had initially been disinterested, but then recalled that in her past life, the blood garment sect had infiltrated various industries, including the entertainment realm. Seizing this opportunity, she could investigate the situation further. After confirming with Liu Beichun, Shen Wan chose a new traditional Chinese cheongsam as her gala attire. The next day, the gala unfolded as scheduled. Liu Beichun arrived early, waiting at Shen Wan's doorstep, impeccably dressed in a suit beside a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Just then, Uncle Li, watering plants on the third floor, noticed Liu Beichun and immediately donned a straw hat, feigning a morning jog while observing him discreetly. Liu Beichun initially paid him no mind until the peculiar old man passed by him several times. Sir, do you know me? Liu Beichun finally inquired.
Unklali shuklat.
Young man, you seem quite impressive. Any chance you're married? Liu Beichun smiled. Not yet. Do you have a girlfriend then?
No.
Upon hearing this, Uncle Li's alarm bells rang even louder. Surely you must have someone you fancy? Liu Beichun instinctively glanced towards Villa 44. Uncle Li's heart skipped a beat.
See?
I told you this lad had ulterior motives. Sir, why are you asking me these questions? Liu Beichun queried, eyeing the oddly dressed man. Suddenly, he connected the dots. You must be the housekeeper of the Li family, right? Uncle Li hurriedly shook his head. No, you've mistaken me. He called out while hastily retreating into the adjacent villa. Liu Beichun couldn't help but smirk. Even he acknowledged that the occupant next door was Li Hanting.
Yet,
Why was the housekeeper questioning him, as if conducting an interrogation? Was he attempting to introduce his young master to him? After a few minutes, Shen Wan appeared in a moon-blue cheongsam, radiating beauty akin to a clear lake and a bright blue sky. Liu Beichen found himself momentarily entranced but quickly regained composure. Respectfully opening the car door, "Master Shen, after you." Shen Wan smiled. "You need not go out of your way to pick me up next time. I can manage on my own." Liu Beichen recalled her fiery little three-wheeler and couldn't he help but chuckle. Meanwhile, behind the door of the adjacent villa, Uncle Li crouched, peering through the gap to observe every movement outside. Seeing Shen Wan being escorted away by Liu Beichen, he seethed with anger. "This rascal is taking advantage of my young master's attentiveness to Miss Yan Yan, utterly lacking in decorum." At the gala venue, Shen Wan and Liu Beichen occupied the front row of Area A, the prime seating. The seating arrangement at entertainment galas is quite telling. The first row is reserved for capital stakeholders, the second for top-tier stars such as award-winning actors, the third for second-tier stars, and so forth, with aspiring idols and lesser-known celebrities seated further back, behind staff and fans. Lin Xia, bolstered by her connections, had ascended to the second row. Upon spotting Shen Wan in the front, she momentarily froze. She had done her research on Shen Wan, discovering that she was an adopted daughter of the Shen family. Even as a metaphysical master, she had no right to occupy a position meant for capital stakeholders. However, it mattered little. Today, the spotlight belonged to Lin Xia. Dressed in her most exquisite white gown, she was certain to captivate the audience. Lin Xia even envisioned her name trending in the top 10 on Weibo tonight. She straightened her posture, preparing to manage her expressions meticulously. Suddenly, gasps erupted from behind her. Turning around, she beheld Yi Yin making a grand entrance in a striking red gown, the media clamoring to capture her every move. Stunned, she thought, how could this be? Lin Xia's expression darkened. How could a mere newcomer have the audacity to steal her limelight? Moreover, amidst a gathering of stars, how dare Yi Yin show up like this? Truth be told, it was hardly surprising that Yi Yin turned heads. At a star-studded gala, everyone was dressed to the nines, vying for a lasting impression and hoping to trend online. Yi Yin walked gracefully, confidently taking a seat in the fourth row. The big screen broadcast her beauty live, eliciting cheers from the fans behind her. Director Jean has an exquisite eye. Yi Yin is simply stunning. Yi Yin is exceptionally beautiful, radiant and poised, making her an ideal candidate for the leading role in director Jin's film. Indeed, while Lin Xia may be a popular rising star, her aura pales in comparison to that of Yi Yin. Precisely. Although the second female lead is commendable, having Yi Yin portray the protagonist would undoubtedly yield a more remarkable outcome. As the hushed discussions from the back seat reached her ears, Lin Xia's expression soured. Just then, the live broadcast shifted to her, capturing her disdainful glare for all to see. Flustered, she hastily forced a smile, yet it was too late. She trended on social media, with her grimace landing in the top 20, inviting mockery from netizens who dubbed her sister eye roll. Her fans struggled to control the comments, deflecting blame onto the stylist for her unfortunate appearance, while simultaneously taking jabs at Yi Yin's flamboyant attire. Meanwhile, Shen Wan, observing the award ceremony, felt Lin Xia lean over her seat to whisper, "Master Shen, may I inquire if you assisted in selecting Yi Yin's dress?" A sense of unease gnawed at her. With the support of her baby, tonight should have been her moment to shine as the most illustrious star. Yet, the moment Yi Yin arrived, all attention shifted to her. Lin Xia couldn't help but wonder if Yi Yin had sought Shen Wan's help after leaving the dress shop. Shen Wan replied coolly, "I chose it. Do you have an issue with that?" Lin Xia thought to herself, as expected, and maintained her facade while saying, "I guessed it was you, Master Shen. Otherwise, how could she have chosen such a vibrant gown? Is there something you need?" Shen Wan inquired. "Master Shen, I know you disdain those of poor character. Yi Yin, at such a young age, is already entangled with directors. She is not to be underestimated. Do not be fooled by her innocent exterior." Listening to Lin Xia's seemingly well-meaning words, Shen Wan found them amusing. Currently, the industry remains unaware of Yi Yin's prestigious background. Regrettably, she has never flaunted it, having forged her path in the entertainment world through sheer perseverance. It was only after her husband, Shen Luoyu, encountered misfortune in her past life that Yi Yin returned home to plead for mercy, unveiling her identity as the youngest heiress of the Yi family in the capital. Yi Yin is, in truth, a cherished gem, remarkably low-key. Had Lin Xia known of Yi Yin's background, she would never have dared to compete for the gown or underestimate her. With a mere word from the Yi family, Lin Xia could be blacklisted. Shen Wan cast a cold glance at her. Poor character? Are you introducing yourself? Chapter 188. Variables. Lin Xia's expression shifted, a stiff smile plastered across her face. Master Shen. I am merely trying to offer a friendly reminder. Why be so unapproachable? Shen Wan replied indifferently. Keep your distance. You exude negative energy. Lin Xia's complexion paled. Had she been seen through? Faced with Shen Wan's indifference, she suppressed her anger and returned to her seat. After the awards ceremony concluded, Yi Yin sought out Shen Wan immediately, her excitement palpable. Master Shen, thank you for assisting me in selecting the dress. My manager said I look stunning today. Trending on 4 hot search lists, and I have endorsements reaching out for collaboration. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Yi Yin pulled out her phone. Let me add you on WeChat. I will consult you whenever I have questions. Shen Wan readily accepted her friend request. To her surprise, Yi Yin promptly sent her a transfer of 888 yuan. Shen Wan chuckled. Miss Yi, there is no need to be so courteous. Of course, it's necessary. Yi Yin replied, her smile bright. Consulting a lawyer or seeing a psychologist comes with fees. Master Shen has done me a great favor. So consider this small sum as my treat for milk tea. Liu Beichun was momentarily taken aback. Who pays 888 yuan for milk tea? Yi Yin's generosity suggested a significant family background. Shen Wan pondered for a moment, then gifted her a talisman for peace and a charm for good fortune, along with an assessment of her fortunes to guide her in avoiding misfortunes. Yi Yin diligently noted everything down. Master Shen provided detailed insights on when opportunities would arise, when to evade troublesome relationships, and when collaborations would be beneficial for her career. Yi Yin was greatly enlightened. Master Shen, you mentioned that I will encounter troublesome relationships in this upcoming project? Shen Wan nodded. Indeed, as long as you remain true to yourself, you can evade such entanglements, and your career will flourish. Yi Yin nodded vigorously. I will heed Master Shen's advice. All men can step aside, as I prioritize my career. The new drama's leading roles are played by Xin Luoyu and Lin Xia, with Yi Yin as the second female lead. Initially, she was thrilled to collaborate with such a top-tier actor, but after hearing Master Shen's insights, she quickly realized that this production would not yield her true romantic counterpart. Thus, she resolved to focus on her career, disregarding any man's attempts to win her over. Shen Wan regarded the radiant and lovely Yi Yin with a glimmer of reassurance in her eyes. The disparity between individuals is immense. Lin Xia, despite having the opportunity to shine through her talent, chose to pursue shortcuts through dubious means. Undoubtedly, her fate would be one of utter failure, becoming a pariah in the industry. In contrast, Yin would ascend to the pinnacle of success, ultimately becoming a celebrated actress with multiple awards to her name. After clarifying Yi Yin's path, Shen Wan turned her gaze towards the approaching bearded director. Yi Yin greeted him politely. Director Jin. His eyes, filled with admiration, suddenly brimmed with regret. Had Lin Xia not already signed a contract, he would have reconsidered. Yi Yin was the quintessential choice for the leading role in his new film. Yi Yin, you simply dazzled the entire event today, Director Jin praised, his admiration evident. Yi Yin bashfully smiled. It is all thanks to Master Shen's guidance. Director Jin's gaze shifted to Shen Wan but quickly moved past her to land on Liu Beichun. Mr. Liu, I did not expect you to attend in person today. Liu Beichun shook his hand politely, introducing gravely, I am here primarily to introduce a significant figure. This is Shen Wan, Master Shen, renowned expert in metaphysics. I wish to request Master Shen to select an auspicious date for the commencement ceremony of Chang'an to ensure a smooth filming process. Director Jin was taken aback to learn that the youthful Shen Wan was a master of metaphysics, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. Greetings, Master Shen. Can you predict the fortunes of Chang'an? Will it become a blockbuster? Shen Wan was familiar with the project. In her past life, Chang'an was the defining work that solidified Xin Luoyu and Yi Yin's relationship, a tale steeped in themes of power struggles and devotion to one's country, which garnered immense acclaim upon its release, achieving record-high viewership and enduring popularity for over a decade. Upon hearing Shen Wan's words, Liu Beichun's expression brightened. I trust Master Shen's predictions. Investing in this production was indeed a wise choice. Although Director Jin was pleased, he had heard such flattering remarks many times before. The entertainment industry is ever-changing, and whether a project succeeds depends on a multitude of factors, not merely luck. Haha, then let us rely on Master Shen's auspicious words. However, Shen Wan's tone shifted. Liu Beichun looked apprehensive. What was it? Was there an unforeseen variable? Shen Wan merely cast a glance at a distance. Following her gaze, Liu Beichen saw Lin Xia departing. He had secretly listened to their conversation earlier. Was it about her character flaws? Liu Beichen, realizing something, stated solemnly, Master Shen, Director Jean, this is not the appropriate setting for such discussions. Shall we go for a late-night meal and converse over dinner? Yi Yin, recognizing the situation, chimed in, I need to return and organize my materials for the production, so I will take my leave now. Subsequently, Liu Beichen arranged for them to dine in a private room at a high-end Chinese restaurant. Director Jean was perplexed by the intimate nature of the conversation. Did President Liu harbor ulterior motives? As the principal investor, President Liu was indeed the financial backer of this production. However, he had previously asserted that he would refrain from meddling in the artistic aspects, leaving the actors and filming to the discretion of the director. What was the cause of this sudden upheaval? Liu Beichen voiced his skepticism. Director Jean, I have every confidence in your judgment. Yet I cannot shake the suspicion that Lin Xia is a ticking time bomb. In this day and age, no one dares to employ a star with a blemished reputation. Any misstep could jeopardize the entire project and, in severe cases, lead to the series being pulled from the air, rendering the hard work of the entire crew futile. Director Jin's expression grew grave. Is Lin Xia involved in tax evasion? Or is her private life scandalous? Nowadays, celebrity downfalls typically revolve around two themes, taxes and affairs, with the most severe cases intertwined with politics. Liu Beichen turned his gaze to Shen Wan. I refrain from commenting on Lin Xia's personal life, Shen Wan stated candidly. Despite her current streak of good fortune, it is my belief that she will face a catastrophic downfall within a year or so. If Chang and-shin continues with her as the lead, the series will undoubtedly be blacklisted on the day of her scandal. Upon hearing this, Liu Beichen and Director Jean exchanged astonished glances. Without hesitation, Liu Beichen declared, replace Lin Xia. Yet Director Jean remained uncertain. Master Shen, it's not that I doubt you, but without concrete evidence, how can I dismiss Lin Xia based solely on your word? Moreover, she has already signed a contract and replacing her would incur significant costs. Liu Beichen replied boldly. The compensation is not an issue. I will cover it. I will not tolerate a rotten apple in this otherwise splendid production. Director Jean found himself in a dilemma. Lin Xia is scheduled to take her promotional photos tomorrow. Informing her of her dismissal at this juncture could lead to a scandal. Master Shen, he inquired, what exactly is the damning evidence against Lin Xia? Can you enlighten us? Shen Wan replied coolly, she is involved in spirit keeping. Director Jean paused momentarily, then accepted this revelation.
That.
Many in the industry engage in such practices for good fortune. It's commonplace. Indeed, this was not unusual in the entertainment realm. Not only Lin Xia, but even established stars often maintained similar beliefs, having offered worship and sacrifices in the past. This was hardly a concern. Even if it were to become public knowledge, how many in society would genuinely believe it? Liu Beichen frowned. Director Jean, are you also involved in this practice? Director Jean chuckled. I do not partake in such things. My skills in filmmaking are purely based on talent. However, I have heard that spirit keeping can indeed enhance luck and wealth. Shen Wan interjected, while spirit keeping may be commonplace in your circles, converting one's own flesh and blood into a spirit is rather uncommon, is it not? Director Jin's expression changed. Has Lin Xia had a child? But wait. She is single, without even a boyfriend. Where would a child come from? In our profession, we conduct background checks before hiring an actor, and Lin Xia's background was clear. Liu Beichen then retrieved his phone to contact a prominent tabloid reporter. Soon, he received footage of Lin Xia clandestinely meeting Fang Junwen, along with intimate videos of them kissing at home, clear and unedited. Director Jean was left speechless. Fang Junwen? He considered a good man in the industry?
Well,
I suppose such occurrences are not unheard of here. Couples within the industry often maintain facades for their fans. The implications were staggering. Lin Xia had been carrying Fang Junwen's child and had terminated the pregnancy to create a spirit. Director Jean was aghast. This was not merely immoral, but insidiously malevolent. If such rumors were to circulate, the ramifications would be catastrophic for the entire crew. Lin Xia had spent $3 million to suppress the video from being leaked. With a stern countenance, Liu Beichen declared, I will vehemently oppose any involvement from such a person in Chang and Xing. At this, Director Jean had no choice but to concede to Shen Wan's foresight. Very well. I agree to let Lin Xia go. However, President Liu, I have high hopes for Yi Yin. She would be an excellent fit for the lead role. Liu Beichen readily agreed. Director Jean, you have full authority in this matter. I will have the legal team contact Lin Xia. The following morning, Lin Xia arrived at the fitting venue with her assistant, only to be informed of her dismissal. I've been let go? Lin Xia exclaimed, incredulous as she confronted Director Jean. Director, why have you suddenly decided against me? I passed the audition and signed the contract. How can you go back on your word? Director Jean, noting her palpable fury, recalled Shen Wan's warning about her spirit-keeping and dared not offend her too openly, opting for diplomatic language. Xia, after careful consideration, we have determined that you are not suitable for the lead role. This decision comes from higher up and the investors have agreed to provide you with compensation. Lin Xia's face darkened with rage. I do not want any compensation. I want the lead role. She had received a prophetic sign that Chang'an would become a phenomenal success, and any role, be it lead or supporting, would become a timeless classic. This was an extraordinary opportunity, and she would rather forego payment than lose the lead role.
Now,
To be dismissed was infuriating. Is it the investors, President Liu, who do not want me? Director Jean awkwardly cleared his throat. In that instant, Lin Xia realized the truth. It was not Liu Beichen but Shen Wan, seated beside him, who had influenced Liu to cast her aside. Consumed by fury, Lin Xia attempted to call Shen Wan, only to discover she had been blocked. Using her assistant's phone, she dialed again. Shen Wan answered.
Shen Wan.
On what grounds do you persuade President Liu to remove me? This role was not easily attained. Shen Wan replied coolly, you acquired this role through dishonest means. You are merely returning it to its rightful owner. Shen Wan. You. Lin Xia's words were cut short as Shen Wan hung up. Frustrated, she stormed to the hospital to complain to Shen Luoyu. Upon learning of Shen Wan's involvement, Shen Luoyu sympathized. Xia, calm down. I will call Director Jean. As Lin Xia sat nearby, wiping her tears in distress, Shen Luoyu contacted Director Jean, questioning him with an accusatory tone. Director Jean, I took on Chang'an solely because of Xia. She went to great lengths to persuade me to accept this project. And now you are abandoning her. If she is not cast, I will also withdraw from my role as the male lead. Shen Luoyu believed he could leverage the situation against Director Jean. However, a single response nearly caused him to leap from his hospital bed. Is that so? Very well. I will simply replace the male lead. Shen Luoyu's expression shifted dramatically. He didn't genuinely intend to withdraw. He had read the Chang'an script and recognized its exceptional quality. Director Jean. I am not jesting. Xia is the only actress I envision for this role. Before he could finish, Director Jean interrupted. Then I wish you the best in finding another suitable script, and let Lin Xia take the lead role. Shen Luoyu was left utterly dumbfounded. Director Jean. If I do not play the male lead, there is no one in the industry who can fulfill that role. From the other end, Director Jean's tone suggested mockery. Oh, there is indeed someone who can, and he has already passed the audition. Who? Shen Luoyu asked, bewildered. Qiao Guang. Upon hearing the name of his rival, Shen Luoyu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, how can it be him? Director Jean, you cannot be serious. Shen Luoyu protested. Listen. I hear your leg injury has yet to heal. Focus on your recovery in the hospital, Director Jean replied, promptly ending the call while regarding Qiao Guang with approval. No wonder Master Shen recommended you. You are quite remarkable. You shall be the male lead. Qiao Guang, both humble and exhilarated, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director Jean, for your recognition. I shall not betray your trust and expectations. Director Jean chuckled. If you wish to express your thanks, it should be to Master Shen. For it was she who recommended you. Master Shen. Qiao Guang suddenly recalled Shen Wan, who had appeared during the selection contest for the image spokesperson of Jiangcheng. Could it possibly be her? Director Jean, is the Master Shen you mentioned Shen Wan? Director Jean nodded. Do you know her? Qiao Guang exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. It is thanks to Master Shen that I became the image spokesperson for Jiangcheng. I must find an opportunity to properly thank her. Having received top-notch resources from Shen Luoyu on 2 occasions, Qiao Guang could hardly contain his joy. Director Jean smiled. On the day of the launch ceremony, Master Shen will be present. You can express your gratitude then. Qiao Guang nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Shen Luoyu wore an extremely grim expression. Lin Xia inquired. Brother Yu, what is wrong? I just heard you mention Qiao Guang. Is he also coming to star in Chang'an Journey? You two are rivals. Will he really lower himself to play the second male lead for you? She mistakenly assumed Qiao Guang was the second male lead. Shen Luoyu gritted his teeth. Director Jean said the male lead has been given to Qiao Guang and that I should focus on recovering. What? Lin Xia stood up in shock. Is Shen Wan really that influential? She isn't even part of our circle. Why on earth would she interfere with the director's choices? Shen Luoyu's eyes blazed with fury. If it weren't for Shen Wan, how could he have lost the role of Jiangqing's image spokesperson? If not for her, how could his leg have been broken? Forcing him to lie in a hospital bed for 3 months? If it weren't for Shen Wan, he would have been the undeniable choice for the male lead in Chang'an Journey. That wretched Shen Wan, like a stirring stick, had thrown his career into turmoil. Now, such a splendid script as Chang'an Journey had been snatched away by his rival. How could he not harbor resentment? Shen Luoyu was certain Shen Wan was behind this. He struggled to get out of bed. Lin Xia hurriedly said, "Brother Yu, your leg isn't healed yet. You can't move about recklessly." Shen Luoyu felt an urgent anxiety. Seeing resources slipping away to Qiaoguang, how could he remain composed? The entertainment industry is ever-changing, and without strong projects to support him, his position as a top star could swiftly be usurped and resources would be divided. This time, Shen Luoyu truly felt a sense of crisis. "Xia, you return first. I will think of a way to speak to Director Jean." Shen Luoyu reassured her. "Even if I can't act, I will recommend you for the role." Upon hearing this, Lin Xia felt little hope. After all, if he was replaced, how could she, without a powerful backer, stand a chance? "All right then, Brother Yu. Please take care of your health. Resources can be regained, but your health is paramount." "Yes, understood." As soon as Lin Xia left, Shen Luoyu couldn't wait to call Director Jean. Director Jean picked up, albeit with a hint of impatience. "Luoyu? What more do you want?" Shen Luoyu replied, "Director, are you sure Qiaoguang can perform better than me? I have won awards for Best Actor and popularity. Most of the dramas I participated in have garnered accolades. Qiaoguang is merely a grassroots actor." Director Jean interrupted him, visibly displeased. "While it's true that Qiaoguang comes from humble beginnings, so do I. It is precisely because we understand the value of every opportunity that we strive to portray every role with utmost dedication," Shen Luoyu insisted. "Director, I'm not questioning your judgment. I simply believe I have more experience and insights for this role. I can bring greater value to the project. My abilities are on par with his. I hope you will grant me another chance." Director Jean firmly queried him. "The filming of Chang'an Journey is about to commence. I hear you have sustained injuries to both legs. Can you join the cast in time?" "But wasn't he agreed that I would have 2 months of recuperation? Why not shoot other scenes first?" Shen Luoyu naively thought the production could not proceed without him. Director Jean, sensing the implication in his words, spoke earnestly. "Luoyu, it's not that we are unwilling to wait, but time waits for no one. The entire crew has been waiting for you. And do you know how much is at stake daily? Furthermore, Master Shen has calculated the timeline, including filming and post-production. The crew truly cannot afford to wait for you. Luoyu, being an established figure in the industry, should have understood this. A good script cultivates stars, not the other way around." The implication of Director Jin's words hit home for Shen Luoyu. Did it mean Chang'an Journey could proceed without him? In that case, he saw no need to humiliate himself further. "Very well. My leg is still injured. I voluntarily withdraw from the filming. However, I hope Lin Xia will still be considered for the female lead." Director Jean replied coldly, "I have found a more suitable candidate for the female lead. Focus on your recovery, and do not concern yourself with our production." Before Shen Luoyu could respond, Director Jean hung up. Furious, Shen Luoyu hurled his phone. Shen Wan. At that moment, he truly wished he could eliminate Shen Wan. Reflecting on his current predicament, Shen Luoyu pressed the call bell, requesting Dr. Shen Yuni to come to his hospital room.
Soon a nurse arrived.
Shen Luoyu frowned. "Why hasn't he, my second brother, come?" The nurse replied candidly, "Doctor Shen hasn't he come to work for several days. I heard he submitted his resignation yesterday." Shen Luoyu's expression changed drastically. "Resignation? Why would my second brother resign? What happened?" The nurse chuckled in disbelief. "Mr. Shen, I wouldn't know. It's Dr. Shen's personal matter. Since you're his brother, why not ask him directly?" Shen Luoyu instructed the nurse to retrieve his phone. The tempered glass screen was shattered, but thankfully, he could still make calls. "Hello, second brother. Why did you suddenly resign?" As soon as the call connected, Shen Luoyu eagerly inquired if something had occurred at home. On the other end, Shen Yuni sounded as if he had been drinking. His speech slurred. "Nothing major, just suddenly didn't he want to continue." "Fourth brother, how have you been these days? Are you feeling better?" "I don't care whether you resign or not. You need to help me think of a way to heal my leg quickly. Otherwise, I'll lose my job." Shen Yuni reassured him. "All right, in a couple of days, I will go abroad to find you a top-tier medical team to treat your leg." Only then did Shen Luoyu feel relief. He was acutely aware of the urgency. He needed to return to work as soon as possible. Shen Wan, wait for me. I will rise again and make you pay dearly. After hanging up, both brothers unwittingly echoed the sentiment. Chapter 191. Public Opinion. Meanwhile, after returning home, Lin Xia felt increasingly aggrieved. Clearly, the contract was signed. How could she be replaced due to Shen Wan's mere word? Reluctant to submit, she thought of using public opinion to pressure the production team. She boldly took to Weibo to publicly denounce the production, releasing the contract for termination. With the caption, "Bowing to the malevolent capital," this Weibo post quickly skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. Fans, unable to bear witness to their idol's mistreatment, flocked to tear apart the official Weibo account of Chang'an Journey. Even director Jin and Yi Yin's accounts were not spared. They felt their idol had suffered a grave injustice and clamored for the production team and director to deliver justice for Lin Xia. Director Jin, taken aback by Lin Xia's desperate actions, privately messaged her to delete the post. Not only did Lin Xia refuse, but she also released her previously signed contract. This ignited an uproar among her fans and netizens, condemning director Jin and the production team for their irresponsibility in signing a contract and then reneging. The situation swiftly escalated, leading to netizens spontaneously organizing a boycott of Chang'an Journey. With no options left, director Jin had no choice but to consult Liu Beichen on how to proceed. Upon receiving the news, Liu Beichen wasted no time in seeking out Shen Wan, urging him to come to Shanghai Bay. Let them criticize me all they want, but the filming must not be disrupted. With everyone boycotting Chang'an Journey, this cannot continue. Before the filming had even begun, the reputation was already tarnished. Director Jin arrived with a furrowed brow and lamented, "What a predicament." Shen Wan glanced at the trending topics and calmly replied, "Even negative publicity is still publicity. Since Lin Xia has chosen to publicly provoke, let us unveil the audition footage, revealing who truly deserves the leading role. Anyone with discerning eyes can discern the truth." Director Jin smacked his thigh in realization. "Indeed, I shall release the audition video." Liu Beichen pondered for a moment. If Lin Xia aimed to besmirch the name of Chang'an Shing, then she should not blame him for exposing her dark secrets. After all, I can engage in gossip as well. Director Jin, unwilling to be outdone, posted a statement on Weibo. "The breach of contract by the production team is regrettable. I sincerely apologize to Ms. Lin." The decision to terminate her contract was made after thorough consideration. It became evident that Ms. Lin was not suitable for the role of the female lead in Chang'an Shing. Throughout the preparation of this production, we have strived to present an exquisite work with outstanding performances. To achieve this, we hold certain expectations for all cast members. During our collaboration with Ms. Lin, we encountered irreconcilable issues. In light of the overall quality of the production, we were compelled to terminate her contract. I wish Ms. Lin the best in her future endeavors in the performing arts. Upon the release of this statement, some netizens expressed understanding, while others remained relentless in their pursuit. The drama Chang'an Shing became a sensation, trending multiple times before a single scene was shot. However, Lin Xia detected something amiss in director Jin's statement. What did he mean by wishing me a long-lasting career in the arts? Could it be that Shen Wan has divulged my secrets? Lin Xia's expression darkened. She had compensated Shen Wan yet received no silence in return. With her personal matters being aired publicly, how could she be deemed a master? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia hastily responded on Weibo, "Director Jin's so-called careful consideration is truly laughable. Everything was settled amicably at the time of signing, yet now I am suddenly deemed unsuitable. Fine, I concede this time. After all, I am merely an obscure actress without connections." This post immediately directed the ire towards Yi Yin. Lin Xia's fans and some rhythm-seeking netizens flocked to Yi Yin's Weibo, hurling insults. The comments surged to over 100,000. Sympathy for Lin Xia flooded in. "Yi Yin, get out of the entertainment industry. Feel for Lin Xia. Boycott Chang'an Shing." Related topics surged to the top of the charts. Seeing that netizens were rallying on her behalf, Lin Xia basked in her newfound popularity, reveling in the fact that she could tarnish the reputation of the production. With such widespread resistance, even if they filmed, no one would watch it. Just as Lin Xia thought she had secured victory, director Jin released the complete audition footage online. In an instant, the tide turned. Viewers, upon seeing the audition video of Lin Xia and Yi Yin, promptly shifted their allegiance to director Jin. Those who once supported Lin Xia were left aghast. While Lin Xia's performance was commendable, it paled in comparison to Yi Yin's, revealing glaring flaws. Without comparison, there can be no harm. Lin Xia's exaggerated eye-rolling and shouting mannerisms appeared overly theatrical when juxtaposed with Yi Yin's more nuanced performance. The comments section transformed into a chorus of disapproval. Initially felt Lin Xia was quite wronged, but now it seems director Jean's decision was indeed justified. Her acting is abysmal. She is clearly unfit for the lead. The production's decision to terminate Lin Xia was reasonable. We cannot overlook the importance of acting due to sympathy. Who on earth elevated Lin Xia, whose acting is even inferior to that of a newcomer? Am I the only one who noticed Yi Yin, a newcomer, possesses remarkable talent? She truly has a spark. Not just you. Director Jean has an eye for talent. Letting go of Lin Xia was a wise choice. Or else my beloved original work would have been ruined. Yi Yin is perfect for the female lead. I eagerly anticipate Chong and Xing. Lin Xia watched in disbelief as the tide of public opinion turned against her, while Yi Yin garnered an additional 150,000 followers from the audition video alone. Flustered, she quickly deleted 2 of her Weibo posts. In an instant, Lin Xia became the laughingstock of the internet and the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, the reputation of Chong and Xing improved, trending even higher, with the original work gaining popularity. In a fit of rage, she confronted a pitch-black doll, exclaiming, "Baby, your mother is being bullied.
Please help me."
Suddenly, the table shook. The baby was angered, furious at those who dared to mistreat his mother. Lin Xia gritted her teeth. "Shen Wan, you may be untouchable, but you can influence Yi Yin." This newcomer had audaciously usurped all her limelight, leaving her the target of netizen scorn. "You must help me exact revenge, baby. It would be best if Yi Yin could not participate in Chong and Xing." That very night, a malevolent spirit approached Yi Yin's residence. It found her asleep and extended its hand, intent on snuffing out her life. However, a sudden burst of golden light emanated from Yi Yin. The spirit was repelled, emitting a piercing wail before vanishing from her home. Yi Yin awoke, startled by the heat radiating from the talisman in her pajama pocket. Upon inspection, one of the corners had charred black. Her heart raced as she quickly snapped a photo and sent it to Shen Wan. Chapter 192. The Malevolent Child. Shen Wan, upon seeing the burned corner of the talisman, confirmed that Lin Xia had indeed unleashed a spirit to cause harm. She reassured Yi Yin not to worry, advising her to rest well in preparation for the opening ceremony the following day, where they would discuss matters in person. Though frightened, Yi Yin felt somewhat reassured by Shen Wan's words and the talisman, allowing her to drift off to sleep. Early the next morning, Shen Wan transported the necessary items for the opening ceremony on a 3-wheeled cart, hurrying to the set. Liu Beichen, director Jean, Yi Yin, and Xiao Guang had already arrived on site. As soon as Shen Wan arrived, the 4 greeted her warmly, eagerly helping her with the items. Xiao Guang, with a grateful expression, presented her with a prepared gift. "Master Shen, I have not had the chance to thank you in person. Thank you for recommending me for the role of the male lead in Chong and Xing and for the city ambassador role. I am truly grateful." His gift was a double-sided fan embroidered with golden threads depicting a lifelike phoenix, exuding elegance. Shen Wan smiled gently. "Mr. Qiao is a talented actor. I have high hopes for you. I accept your gift, thank you." Of course, she did not accept it without reciprocation, to prevent Lin Xia's spirit from causing trouble. She also gave Xiao Guang a talisman. Liu Beichen and Yi Yin promptly affirmed that the talisman was indeed a valuable protective charm. Yi Yin even showed them the burnt talisman from the previous night. "I was sleeping soundly when I suddenly felt a wave of heat. When I checked, the talisman looked like this. I believe it must have shielded me from disaster. I owe my life to Master Shen." Upon hearing that it was a good charm, Xiao Guang immediately treasured it, placing it carefully in his pocket. Liu Beichen and director Jean exchanged glances, especially director Jean, who was visibly astonished. He was aware of Lin Xia's spirit-raising antics, yet he was taken aback by her audacity to send a spirit to harm Yin. Director Jean couldn't help but covet the talisman in Xiao Guang's possession, casting longing glances at Shen Wan, his intentions clear. He too desired a talisman from Master Shen. He was fearful of Lin Xia's spirit as well. As the financier, Liu Beichen waved his hand grandly, announcing, "Master Shen, let me purchase additional talismans for the entire crew." Shen Wan chuckled lightly. "There's no need for such trouble. During the opening ceremony, I will invoke blessings for your crew." With over 200 staff members, creating 200 talismans would surely leave her hands weary from drawing. The invocation of the divine presence sufficed, being both simple and efficient. The atmosphere at the commencement ceremony was both fervent and solemn, with the creative team gathered together, each holding 3 incense sticks. Led by Shen Wan, They collectively bore witness to the significant moment marking the inception of this classic blockbuster. Just as the ceremony progressed in an orderly fashion, a sudden gust of malevolent wind swept through the venue, scattering props in disarray. Shen Wan cast a cold gaze toward a certain direction, where a diminutive black specter darted about nimbly, deliberately inciting chaos. Both Yi Yin and Xiao Guang felt their protective talismans in their pockets growing uncomfortably warm. Director Jean looked at Shen Wan with a hint of anxiety. Is it a mischievous spirit that has arrived? Liu Beichen maintained his composure, replying with calm assurance. With Master Shen present, what fear do we have of a mere spirit? Shen Wan, her demeanor grave, stood resolutely against the wind, resembling an immovable mountain. The chilling breeze tousled her hair and caused her skirt to billow. Holding a spiritual talisman, she closed her eyes slightly and recited incantations. Light of the heavens, deities above, shield us from this disturbance, grant protection to this crew, bless our commencement, and forge brilliance. As her words echoed, the talisman ignited spontaneously, amidst the swirling winds. A beam of golden light enveloped the spirit, striking it forcefully. Instantly, the tempest subsided, and the once overcast sky cleared, allowing sunlight to bathe Shen Wan, rendering her as pure and noble as a celestial being. The onlookers were left in awe. Liu Beichen was the first to regain his composure, softly inquiring, "Has the spirit departed?" Shen Wan nodded. "It has been dispelled." Director Jean let out a sigh of relief. "Master Shen, have we truly summoned a deity?" Shen Wan affirmed, "Your crew possesses divine protection. The filming will proceed smoothly. I wish you all a successful start, with viewership soaring and acclaim overflowing." Director Jean beamed with delight, grateful for Master Shen's auspicious words. Elated, Liu Beichen distributed red envelopes to the entire crew, each containing the auspicious sum of 8,888. Shen Wan received one as well. Other crews might distribute red envelopes for good fortune, typically amounting to mere tens or hundreds. However, it was rare to witness a benefactor like Liu Beichen, who lavishly bestowed over 2 million in red envelopes right at the outset. The crew's spirit soared, and their enthusiasm for filming blossomed. Following the ceremony, the crew commenced shooting. Shen Wan observed for a while, pointing out several historical inaccuracies. Director Jean was astounded, exclaiming that Master Shen's vast knowledge was invaluable. And he was grateful for her timely corrections, lest they be embarrassed by viewers' critiques once aired. Xiao Guang chimed in the broadcast hall last time. I heard the evaluators praising Master Shen's erudition. Even the experts sought her guidance. Shen Wan replied with a serene smile. Please feel free to consult me if you encounter any uncertainties during filming. Director Jean was nearly beaming with joy, with such a distinguished figure as Master Shen overseeing. He had no worries about the filming success. Both Xiao Guang and Yi Yin were seasoned actors, rarely encountering setbacks. They typically succeeded in one take. After bidding them farewell, Shen Wan prepared to depart on her tricycle. Liu Beichen hurried after her. Master Shen, please wait. Is there something else, Mr. Liu? Shen Wan inquired with surprise. When the spirit caused turmoil, I noticed your expression seemed off. Is there an issue? Liu Beichen observed closely. Shen Wan chuckled softly. You've keenly noticed that, haven't you? There is indeed a matter, but it is of little concern to me. She continued, the spirit that Lin Xia has nurtured is no ordinary specter. It is an evil infant. Liu Beichen frowned. Evil infant? The name alone sounds rather sinister. It is more than merely sinister, Shen Wan elucidated. An evil infant is a child reincarnated through multiple lifetimes, yet cast aside by its mother, harboring deeper resentment than the previous spirit she raised. Particularly, this time Lin Xia herself discarded it and kept it as a specter. Shen Wan's expression was indifferent as she stated, the evil infant was just injured by divine light. Its power significantly diminished. Upon returning, it will undoubtedly compel Lin Xia to nourish it. Liu Beichen, intrigued, asked, Nourish? How does one nourish it? Spirits, after all, thrive on the vitality and essence of the living. So, in essence, the specter will seek to consume Lin Xia, Shen Wan explained. She brought this upon herself. Consider it retribution. Inform Director Jean to maintain distance from Lin Xia. At such a time, the closer one is to her, the more they risk being drained of their vitality and facing dire consequences. Liu Beichen nodded with a smile. Actually, there's no need for me to say anything. Director Jean is already wary of approaching Lin Xia. Chapter 193. Self-inflicted misery. In the industry, there are those who dabble in these dark arts, often motivated by ambitions for their careers. However, Liu Beichen was hearing of someone like Lin Xia who employed spirits to harm others for the first time. It truly exemplified the adage, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. The seemingly pure and beautiful woman revealed her truly insidious nature. He resolved to issue an order upon his return. There would be no further collaboration with Lin Xia. In her apartment, Lin Xia had been eagerly anticipating the chaos her baby would wreak upon Yin, hoping to sabotage the commencement ceremony. As she waited in her living room for good news, the window suddenly burst open, a gust of ominous wind sweeping into the room. "Little treasure has arrived," Lin Xia exclaimed, leaping to her feet and rushing to her room. On the altar, the once pristine doll lay disemboweled, as if slashed by a sharp instrument. Its innards exposed before her. Lin Xia gasped in horror, quickly snatching up the doll. "Little treasure, did you succeed? Yi Yin didn't attend the ceremony today, did she? Did the commencement get halted?" In the corner, a small figure gradually came into view. Although Lin Xia had encountered spirits before, she was still taken aback. The evil infant stood in the corner, its body marred with wounds, appearing quite feeble. Its ink-black eyes were filled with rage and hatred. The evil infant emitted a piercing shriek, as if venting its fury. Gazing upon its contorted visage, Lin Xia's expression shifted. "Little treasure, did you fail to complete the task I assigned you?" The evil infant cried out, "It hurts. Everything hurts. It feels as though I have been dismembered." It glared fiercely at Lin Xia, shrieking, "Shen Wan is formidable. My power is insufficient, woefully insufficient." Lin Xia suddenly recalled something. The sorcerer said that to amplify your strength, you must be nourished by your mother's blood. She retrieved a fruit knife, her voice laced with bitterness as she declared, "Little treasure, you cannot disappoint your mother. And don't forget to deal with that scoundrel. I want him to suffer a disgraceful downfall." Fan Junwen had ceased to contact her since learning of her pregnancy. All calls and messages had been blocked. She vowed to make Fan Junwen pay dearly. The evil infant leaped into her embrace, greedily sucking at its mother's blood. On the roadside, Shen Wan observed the gathering malice above the apartment building, her expression tranquil. It seems more than one shall face misfortune. Lin Xia was evidently unaware that this evil infant was of a different caliber from the previous spirit she had cast aside. The former had craved maternal affection and thus cared for her, truly assisting her. However, this evil infant was clearly driven by vengeful fury, poised to retaliate against her. It would commit malevolent acts, with Lin Xia as its primary target. Initially, it might grant her certain benefits, but eventually, should she fail to satisfy the evil infant, she would suffer the consequences. It was clear that the evil infant was already beginning to turn against her. Shortly after Shen Wan departed, Shen Luyu sent Lin Xia a WeChat message, attaching a new script. This new script, titled Chronicles of Mountains and Rivers, was also a period piece, directed by a Zhang, whose reputation rivaled that of director Jin. Their works were often compared by netizens, with director Jin generally regarded as the superior. After being rebuffed by director Jin, Shen Luyu, filled with indignation, decided to respond to director Zhang, agreeing to star in Chronicles of Mountains and Rivers, on the condition that Lin Xia would play the lead role and that she would be granted a month for recovery. Initially, director Zhang had no intention of casting Lin Xia, given the uproar surrounding her previous altercation with her former crew and the criticisms of her acting skills. However, upon hearing Shen Luyu volunteer to accept a reduced salary, director Zhang readily agreed. Lin Xia perused the script, and although it did not quite measure up to Chang and Xing, the humiliation she had endured spurred her to eagerly prove herself and deliver a resounding slap in the face to Chang and Xing. Without hesitation, she accepted the collaboration and hurried to sign the contract that very evening, fearful that director Zhang might have a change of heart. Given that both productions shared a similar theme, the first to air would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Once the contract was signed, the filming ceremony commenced the following day. It remains uncertain whether it was by design or mere coincidence, but the filming location was chosen to be the same film city as that of Chang and Xing director Zhang. Early in the morning, took command of the main hall, unceremoniously clearing out the belongings of the Chang and Xing crew that had been left there the previous day, and began filming without a second thought. When director Jin and his team arrived, they were astounded to find their filming site occupied, nearly leading to a confrontation. When Shen Wan was invited to the scene, she chanced upon the two parties poised for conflict, neither willing to yield. Upon seeing her, Lin Xia scoffed disdainfully, turning her head away with an air of superiority. Director Zhang, reveling in the situation, declared, "First come, first served." Director Jin, "I'll wrap up my shoot before yielding the space to you." Such a notion of first come, first served was absurd. The location had been pre-approved for filming, and one could not simply flout industry standards. Director Jean, unyielding, produced documentation to counter Zhang's claims. Zhang wore a smug expression, taunting, "What can you do about it? You took too long to arrive. Our equipment and cast are already here. If you have the guts, throw us all out." No sooner had he finished speaking than the assistant director rushed over, exclaiming that the camera was broken. Before Zhang could express his anger, a staff member from the film city approached and said, "I'm sorry, but you cannot continue filming Shen Wan. Mr. Liu has acquired exclusive rights to the film city. Unless Director Jean consents, no crew is permitted to occupy the space." Director Zhang stifled a curse, begrudgingly ordering his crew to pack up their equipment and vacate the premises. Director Jean, amused, remarked, "Though we encountered a minor hiccup, fortune is certainly on our side." Lin Xia could hardly bear to see the crew of Chang and Xing reveling in their victory, especially not Shen Wan. She approached, deliberately adopting a tone of feigned confusion. "Master Shen, do you know who the male lead of Shen Wan is? It's your fourth brother, Shen Liu. Why are you siding with outsiders to bully your own brother?" Her loud interrogation was intended to tarnish Shen Wan's reputation in the eyes of the onlookers. However, the crew of Chang and Xing regarded her with expressions of disbelief and contempt, instinctively retreating 3 paces as she drew near, as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. This only served to further irritate Lin Xia. Director Jean, with a blend of wariness and mockery, retorted, "We had no idea that Shen Liu was Master Shen's brother. We only heard that he never acknowledges her as his sister." "Lin Xia, does Shen Liu know you're claiming kinship with him? Would you like me to call him so he can clarify?" Lin Xia's demeanor darkened. Of course, Shen Liu despised Shen Wan and would never claim her as his sister. A phone call would only serve to worsen his impression of her. "I merely wish to look out for Master Shen. Don't sacrifice your family for a man. After all, anyone can deceive themselves, but only your family is your eternal haven." Chapter 194, An Incident with Elder Yi. Shen Wan chuckled. "Family? Some individuals even go so far as to harm their own flesh and blood to fulfill their greed. How do you explain that?" Lin Xia's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback that Shen Wan would publicly expose her secret. Moreover, Director Jean and several crew members overheard. The crew of Shen Wan, unsure of the context, could only observe the guarded and disdainful glances directed at Lin Xia. It dawned on Lin Xia that Shen Wan had divulged this secret to others. Did she possess no sense of professional ethics? "You're quite cruel, young lady. Even a tiger wouldn't harm its cub. Who could bear to turn their own child into a ghost?" Director Zhang scoffed. "Xia, ignore her. Let us go." Director Jean, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang as he led Lin Xia away, clicked his tongue. How did Shen Wan end up with such a rotten apple? "I've read the script. While it may not rival Chang and Xing, it could still achieve decent ratings and not incur losses. With someone as morally bankrupt as Lin Xia involved, this production is doomed." Shen Wan remarked, "The efforts of the entire crew will go to waste because of Lin Xia." Director Jean chuckled. Old Zhang's judgment can't be that poor. How could he select Lin Xia as the lead? Isn't the contract dispute already embarrassing enough? Perhaps he's banking on her notoriety. Shen Wan gazed contemplatively in the direction Lin Xia had departed. A scent of blood lingered about her. Despite her makeup, she appeared fatigued. It was evident that Lin Xia had been using her lifeblood to nourish the malevolent spirit. With the protection of divine light surrounding the crew of Chang and Xing, she was untroubled by the possibility of the spirit's return. Contemplating Lin Xia's desire for revenge, her first target would surely be her scorned lover, Fang Junwen. Just as Shen Wan was deep in thought, a loud voice interrupted. "Oh no. Everyone quick. Look at the news. Fang Junwen has been in a car accident. They say glass has pierced his face, leaving him disfigured." Fang Junwen, with his handsome visage and gentle demeanor, was a devoted husband and father. One could only hope he was unharmed. A disfigurement would be catastrophic for an actor. It would likely end his career. Such a pity, given his exceptional talent and rarity as a good man in the industry. Hearing the chatter, Director Jean scoffed derisively. "Indeed. He is quite the talented one, who can distinguish between his on-stage and off-stage personas. He may appear to be a good man in public, but behind the scenes, he was entangled with Lin Xia, quickly turning his back once a child was involved. Fang Junwen brought this upon himself." With the interference of the Shen Wan crew no longer an issue, Director Jean proceeded with filming smoothly. After Shen Wan assisted in correcting several errors, she received a call from Yi Zhongwen. Without hesitation, she answered. To her surprise, a young man's voice greeted her. "Hello, is this Miss Shen Wan?" "Yes. Who is this?" "I am Yi Jiaoyou, the grandson of Elder Yi. My grandfather instructed me to contact you before he fell into a coma. He wishes for you to come to the capital. May I ask if you are available? Shen Wan furrowed her brow slightly. The last time she visited Elder Yi at a secluded inn in the southern city, she had warned him about the sinister entities following him in the deep mountains, advising him to steer clear. Elder Ye's current condition was likely linked to those malevolent forces. Send me the location. I'll come right away. Yi Jiaoyou was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to agree so readily, and quickly provided the address of the Yi family hospital. Shen Wan found a secluded corner to summon the 5 ghosts to transport her. At the Yi family hospital, just as Yi Jiaoyou hung up the phone, he was chastised by his uncle, Yi Zhenhai. Your grandfather is unconscious, and instead of seeking the Sheng family from Longqing, you're contacting someone unheard of? Yi Jiaoyou, looking resigned, replied, Uncle, this was my grandfather's wish before he fell unconscious. He insisted that I find Shen Wan and emphasized that it was the Shen of Shen Wan and not the Sheng Wan of the Sheng family. What use is Shen Wan? I've heard that the Sheng family possesses a remarkable acupuncture technique. You should have contacted Shen Wan instead. Yi Jiaoyou shook his head. Grandfather wanted to take Shen Wan as a disciple. For some reason, he never did. If he wished to see Shen Wan, he would have mentioned it. Why are you so obstinate? Yi Zhenhai fumed. If this delays your grandfather's condition, will you take responsibility? Uncle, Yi Zhenhai interrupted, fine. If you want to seek help from me, do as you wish. I truly don't understand what your grandfather sees in you. Passing on medical knowledge without any practical use in critical moments. Complaining, Yi Zhenhai turned to contact Shen Wan. As the elevator doors opened, Shen Wan strode out purposefully.
Ye Yaoyo.
She recognized the tall young man in the corridor. Indeed, he is the grandson of the esteemed Elder Yi. Like his grandfather, he possesses a compassionate heart. In his past life, after Elder Ye's demise, Yi Zhenhai, unencumbered by restraint, expelled Yi Jiaoyou from Ye's hospital, tarnishing his reputation by accusing him of accepting bribes from pharmaceutical sales, thereby suppressing him and forbidding him from joining any medical institution. This led to Yi Jiaoyou being treated like a pariah. When Shen Wan encountered him in his previous life, he resembled a destitute vagabond. However, the present Yi Jiaoyou stands before her in a white coat, exuding an aura of serenity akin to a gentle breeze under a bright moon, reminiscent of a refreshing spring day. Are you Miss Shen? Yi Jiaoyou turned to her, momentarily taken aback by her youthful beauty, as she appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old. He had not anticipated that his grandfather sought someone so young and lovely. Shen Wan nodded. Did something happen to Elder Yi in Nan City? Upon mentioning this, Yi Jiaoyou's expression darkened with worry.
Yes.
My grandfather heard rumors of a herb in the deep mountains of Nan City that could cure cancer, and despite opposition, he ventured there. Initially, he would send me daily messages to assure me of his safety, but yesterday, I received a call from the innkeeper informing me that my grandfather had started to speak incoherently after returning from the mountains. When I rushed to Nan City to see him, he was already suffering from a high fever, mumbling your name and insisting that I must find you. After uttering those words, he fell unconscious and has yet to awaken. Numerous experts at the hospital have been unable to diagnose his condition, and I, too, am at a loss. As Yi Jiaoyou spoke, he cast a hopeful glance towards her. Miss Shen, although I do not understand why my grandfather sought you, if you possess any means to save him, I implore you to extend your assistance. As for compensation, we can discuss that later. Shen Wan stated candidly. Elder Yi is not ill. He has been possessed.
Puffed.
At that moment, Yi Zhenhai returned from a phone call, overhearing her words and sneering derisively. So, you are the Shen Wan that Jiaoyou brought? You haven't even seen the old man, and yet you speak so boldly? What nonsense about possession. Why not claim he has lost his soul? Chapter 195. Another fool. Yi Zhenhai scrutinized Shen Wan with disdain. Her youth led him to question whether she might be a fraud. Yi Jiaoyou frowned. Uncle, she is a distinguished guest that grandfather wishes to meet. Please show her the respect she deserves.
Ye the hen has scoffed. Distinguished head good?
I have never heard of her before. She has not even assessed the old man's condition and yet claims possession. What is she? A master of the occult. Uncle. Yi Jiaoyou's expression darkened. Yi Zhenhai dismissed him with a haughty snort. I have already contacted Dr. Sheng, who happens to be in the capital on business, and will arrive shortly. Once the old man awakens, he will discern who truly cares for him. Yi Jiaoyou sighed helplessly. Miss Shen, please do not engage with him. I will take you to see grandfather now. Shen Wan responded with a subdued acknowledgement, her cold gaze sweeping over Yi Zhenhai's face. He appeared troubled, with bloodshot eyes that shifted restlessly, revealing an unmistakable avarice. It was evident he was mired in gambling, his wealth dissipating like grains of sand. Yi Zhenhai's willingness to save Elder Yi stemmed not from respect for his father but rather from the fact that all assets were under Elder Ye's name. Should anything happen to him, the majority of the estate would be divided according to Elder Ye's will, a scenario Yi Zhenhai was desperate to avoid. Shen Wan's gaze returned to the kind and gentle Yi Jiao. A person of his integrity should not be subjected to the misfortunes of his past life. With her presence, Yi Zhenhai's schemes would not come to fruition. "Miss Shen, please follow me." Yi Jiao led her into the hospital room. Elder Yi lay on the bed, his complexion as pale as if all blood had been drained from him, his cheeks were sunken, and the space between his brows appeared dark.
Yi Jiao,
Wearing a worried expression, remarked, "All necessary examinations have been conducted, yet the most advanced equipment cannot ascertain the cause of my grandfather's coma." Shen Wan approached and took Elder Ye's pulse. His vitality was weak, barely hanging on by a thread. "When you brought him back, was there any talisman among his belongings?" Yi Jiao was taken aback. "There was a charred piece of paper, which I discarded." "How did you know, Miss Shen?" "That was a protective talisman I provided for your grandfather. Without it, he might have perished in the mountains," she explained. Yi Jiao's heart raced with trepidation. Is grandfather truly possessed? He is an atheist and does not believe in the supernatural. Yet, with his current state, despite employing every conceivable medical technique, he remains unresponsive. It appears that I must now place my hopes in the metaphysical. Only someone as naive as you would believe in the words of a charlatan. Yi Zhenhai interjected as he entered the room. "My secretary has gone to fetch Dr. Sheng. She will be here shortly." No sooner had he spoken than Shen Wan arrived. Initially filled with anticipation at the prospect of awakening Elder Yi, her spirits plummeted upon seeing Shen Wan, the last person she wished to encounter. Yi Zhenhai extended a warm handshake, exclaiming, "Dr. Sheng, how do you do?" Shen Wan responded politely, her gaze shifting to Shen Wan, confusion evident in her expression. If the Yi family sought Shen Wan's assistance, why had they summoned her as well? Could it be that even Shen Wan was unable to diagnose Elder Ye's condition? With this thought, Shen Wan straightened, determined to redeem her honor and demonstrate that she, a graduate of a prestigious medical school, was not inferior to Shen Wan. The so-called barefoot doctor, Yi Zhenhai shot Yi Jiao an exasperated glance, urging him to step aside and allow Dr. Sheng to take charge.
Yi Jiao,
Feeling overwhelmed by his uncle's domineering demeanor, turned to Shen Wan with a resigned expression. "Miss Shen, what do you think?" Shen Wan displayed grace and composure. "It's perfectly fine. Let her proceed first. Some individuals should refrain from posturing without genuine skill." Shen Wan, exuding confidence, began to take Elder Ye's pulse. However, her brow furrowed in perplexity. The pulse was peculiar, so weak that it was nearly undetectable. Yi Zhenhai inquired, "Dr. Sheng, how is my father?" Shen Wan shook her head apologetically, her expression one of earnest effort. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Yi, but Elder Yi is neither possessed nor ill. He is simply at the end of his life." The phrase "at the end of his life" sent shockwaves through both uncle and nephew. Yi Jiao's face was etched with concern, while Yi Zhenhai's countenance transformed into one of frantic urgency. "My father has always been robust. How could he suddenly be at the end of his life?" "Dr. Sheng, you have yet to administer any treatment. Does your family not possess a renowned technique? You should at least give it a try." Without hesitation, Shen Wan firmly declined. "I cannot administer treatment to Elder Yi." It was evident that Elder Yi was clinging to life by a mere thread. Should she attempt any intervention, and he were to succumb, the Yi family would undoubtedly blame her, accusing her of causing his death. Such a thankless task was one she would not undertake. "Elder Yi will not awaken again. Mr. Yi, you should prepare for the inevitable. From my perspective, it seems unlikely that he will survive the night." Shen Wan's expression was one of profound sorrow, sharing in the grief of the Yi family for the loss of a revered figure in the field of medicine. "If there were any chance of saving him, I would exhaust every effort to do so." Yi Zhenhai's face darkened. Is there truly no hope? If this were the case, he would need to hastily transfer assets to prevent Yi Jiao from seizing a significant portion of the inheritance. "Grandfather." Yi Jiao, in disbelief, rushed to the bedside, grasping Elder Ye's hand tightly. "Grandfather, please wake up." Shen Wan, with a hint of malice, interjected, "Shen Wan, did you not mention that Elder Yi was possessed? Why not give it a try? Just like at the academic conference, prepare a cup of talisman water for him to drink. Who knows? He might spring back to life, like that wild child." Elder Yi held a prestigious position within the realm of Chinese medicine. Should anything happen to him, Shen Wan would undoubtedly be implicated. The entire medical community would turn against her, and the Yi family might even blacklist her. Observing Shen Wan's gleeful demeanor, Shen Wan merely smiled serenely. What, Dr. Sheng, do you wish to wager with me like Shen Yuni? Shen Wan retorted with a scoff. What is there to wager? If I could resurrect Elder Yi, would you then concede that your medical skills are inferior to mine and withdraw from the medical field? Do you presume I would act recklessly like senior brother? Shen Wan chuckled, entirely skeptical of Shen Wan's ability to bring a frail old man back from the brink of death. Such a feat transcended the realm of medicine. It was akin to a miracle, a divine blessing. So, are you daring enough to wager your career on this? Shen Wan replied coolly. Shen Wan found Shen Wan's nonchalant, superior demeanor intolerable and retorted through gritted teeth. What is there to fear in such a gamble? If you can indeed rejuvenate the nearly lifeless Elder Yi, I willingly withdraw from the medical profession and never practice again. I urge both Mr. Yi and Dr. Yi to serve as witnesses. Should Shen Wan fail to revive Elder Yi, Shen Wan, you must kneel and apologize, and from this day forth, you shall not practice medicine under the guise of a healer. Chapter 196, The Mountain Spirit. Shen Wan readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Yi Zhenhai frowned. Is it truly wise for you two to wager like this? Shen Wan replied, Mr. Yi, irrespective of the outcome, neither of you stands to lose anything. Since Miss Shen believes in her unparalleled medical prowess, let her have a go. Yi Jiao looked at Shen Wan with uncertainty. Miss Shen, can you really save my grandfather? Shen Wan responded calmly. Elder Yi is merely possessed. Please fetch me a glass of clear water. Shen Wan scoffed. Even if you are a genuine healer with some esoteric knowledge, I simply cannot believe you can restore life to one who is on the verge of death. Miss Shen, here you go. Yi Jiao brought a glass of water, handing it over with a mix of belief and skepticism. Shen Wan produced a talisman paper, muttering incantations. The paper ignited spontaneously. She tossed it into the glass, and it instantaneously dissolved into the water, leaving it utterly clear, devoid of any ash. Yi Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. What sort of paper is this? How can there be no residue? Yi Zhenhai interjected. What nonsense are you making my father drink? Who will be responsible if it harms him? Uncle, why not let Mission try? What if it works? Yi Jiao urged. Yi Zhenhai had been waiting for this very statement. Pointing at him, if anything happens to the old man, the greatest responsibility lies not with her, but with you. Don't blame me for being heartless when I expel you from the Yi family. Yi Jiao sighed in resignation. Fine. Shen Wan handed the glass to Yi Jiao. Feed it to your grandfather. After Elder Yi drank the talisman-infused water, the three of them stared wide-eyed at him. Especially Shen Wan, who was fixated, fearful of missing any detail. As seconds ticked by, 3 minutes passed without any signs of awakening from Elder Yi. Shen Wan, brimming with confidence, mocked. Shen Wan, you've lost. You have utterly and completely lost. Shen Wan gazed calmly at Elder Yi, noting that the dark energy was nearly expelled. Suddenly, she commanded, Arise. The previously unresponsive Elder Yi, as if summoned by an unseen force, abruptly opened his eyes and sat up with a start.
Yi Jiao, Shen Wan.
And Yi Zhenhai were left utterly dumbfounded. Grandfather? Yi Jiao tentatively called out. Elder Yi appeared perplexed. Am I not in the mountains? How did I end up here? Grandfather. Yi Jiao rushed over, eyes brimming with tears. Grandfather, you're really all right. Yi Zhenhai looked astonished between his father and Shen Wan, his face a mask of disbelief. Shen Wan was even more shocked. When she had taken Elder Ye's pulse earlier, she had clearly seen that he was hanging by a thread. How could a dying man suddenly come back to life? This scene was beyond her comprehension. But Elder Ye's revival was a stark reality. Gritting her teeth, Shen Wan discreetly attempted to slip away. Shen Wan, noticing her, casually called out, Dr. Sheng, oh no, Miss Sheng, where are you off to?
I.
Shen Wan was as pale as a ghost, filled with guilt and regret. Damn it! With Shen Yunin's fate as a cautionary tale, how could she dare to gamble against Shen Wan? To forsake her medical career, not only would she not agree, but the Sheng family would also never permit it. To vent her frustration, she would jeopardize her future, which was simply not worth it. Shen Wan discerned her thoughts and remarked coolly, Miss Sheng, are you considering denying our agreement? Shen Wan, indignant and humiliated, retorted, Shen Wan, you clearly knew Elder Yi could be saved, yet you manipulated me into this wager, hoping to force me out of the medical field. How cruel. Is your pride so fragile? Shen Wan smiled sweetly. If you don't wish to leave, I can't help that. I can't imprison you forever, keeping you from medicine. How about this, if you kneel and bow 3 times? Acknowledging that your skills are inferior to mine and that you were wrong, vowing to walk away with your tail between your legs in my presence. I shall forgive and forget. Shen Wan, incensed as if she had suffered the utmost humiliation, cried out, kneel and bow you? Shen Wan, what merit do you possess? Is it merely a matter of not practicing medicine anymore? Fine, I can always change careers. But to kneel and apologize to you?
Dream on.
With that, Shen Wan stormed off in a huff. Elder Yi looked bewildered. What on earth is happening here? Yi Jiao recounted the entire situation, causing Elder Ye's expression to darken as he reprimanded Yi Zhenhai. Why did you bring Shen Wan here? I had already asked Jiao to invite Master Shen. Yi Zhenhai protested. Father, I did this all for you. Enough, just leave. Elder Yi felt exasperated at the sight of his spendthrift son. Once Yi Zhenhai left, Elder Yi promptly bowed to Shen Wan. Master Shen, thank you for saving my life. Previously, I foolishly thought of taking you as my apprentice. I was truly overstepping my bounds. Had it not been for the protective talisman you provided, I would likely have perished in the mountains. Shen Wan replied with a smile, no need for such formality, Elder Yi. I am rather curious as to why you are so obstinate. When I departed, I warned you that you were being targeted by malevolent forces. I advised you to leave without looking back if you felt something was amiss. Did you happen to glance back? Elder Yi let out a wry smile. You hit the nail on the head. Recalling the scene he witnessed, Elder Yi trembled in fear. I was foraging for herbs in the mountains when I felt an eerie sensation creeping up my back, as though multiple eyes were fixated on me. The talisman in my pocket inexplicably became scorching hot, and your words immediately came to mind. I hurriedly slung my bag and ran down the mountain. But the feeling of being watched persisted. In that moment, I felt an entity following me, and I couldn't help but turn back for a glance. As Elder Yi recounted this, his body trembled uncontrollably. Yi Jiao, curious, asked, Grandfather, what did you see that frightened you so? Was it a wild person? Elder Yi shook his head, his face pale with terror. No, not a wild person. It could hardly be called human at all. It was exceedingly grotesque, with pointed ears, narrow eyes, and a mouth stained crimson, as if with blood. Its body was insubstantial, almost translucent, and most terrifying of all, there was more than one. There were many. They trailed behind me like shadows, their faces adorned with sinister, mocking smiles. Elder Yi spoke this, retreating beneath the covers in fright. Yi Jiao was left dumbfounded. A translucent person? What on earth is that? Shen Wan replied coolly, a mountain spirit. A mountain spirit? Yes. I told you there were multiple malevolent entities following you, yet you insisted on venturing deep into the mountains. Fortunately, they were merely toying with you and had no real intent to take your life. Shen Wan pondered thoughtfully, with so many mountain spirits present. There must be some secret hidden within that mountain. Elder Yi, steeling himself, said, Master Shen, could you accompany me next time? Chapter 197. Avert Disaster. Yi Jiao laughed in disbelief. Grandfather, you were terrified, yet you're already considering going back? Elder Yi insisted. While it is indeed perilous, there are rare herbs within that mountain that could be invaluable if harvested. Shen Wan, however, declined. I will not go, nor should you. Why not? Elder Yi grew anxious. I can offer you money. This is not merely a matter of wealth. Rather, as outsiders, we ought not to intrude upon their secluded realm deep within the mountains. Shen Wan elucidated. The reason you remain ensnared by malevolent forces is due to their form of retribution. Fortunately, your life has been spared, and with my protective talisman, you managed to depart from the wilderness unscathed. Yi Jiao quickly grasped the implication. Grandfather's condition is a result of being an intruder, having trespassed upon their territory, which displeased them. If we venture there again, we may find ourselves truly ensnared. Shen Wan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there are numerous untouched primal forests in our country, where dangers abound that our imaginations cannot fathom. Not only are there mountain spirits, but also myriad supernatural beings and unimaginable entities. Yi Lao sighed. What a pity. The forest is rich in medicinal herbs, pristine and of considerable age. Shen Wan smiled wryly. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. Yi Lao's eyes glimmered with hope. Master Shen, I eagerly await your good news. As Shen Wan departed, Yi Jiao insisted on slipping a generous red envelope into her pocket. Shen Wan declined, earnestly advising him to care for Yi Lao and to remain vigilant against the schemes of petty individuals.
Her gaze driftet towards Ye Zehenha,
who was in the corridor playfully teasing a young nurse. Yi Jiao, Somewhat perplexed, mused, I know uncle dislikes me, but after all, we are family. He wouldn't harm me, would he? Shen Wan pressed her forehead, reflecting on the naivety of the child, wondering how he had been so easily deceived by Yi Jinhai in a previous life, leaving him homeless and adrift on the streets. She resolved to return and inform Yi Lao of the gambling losses incurred by Yi Jinhai, cautioning him to guard his finances to prevent loss. Moreover, he has been plotting against your grandson. He simply lacked the opportunity. I trust you know how to handle this matter. With that, she took her leave. The two of them exchanged bewildered glances. Your uncle has been gambling again in my absence?
Je laufen met.
Yi Jiao replied, bewildered. I had no idea. I usually do not involve myself in uncle's affairs. That wastrel. Just 6 months ago, he swore before our ancestors to never gamble again. And now he has returned to it. Yi Lao lamented, filled with disappointment. If only your father were still alive, I would feel assured leaving the Yi family in his hands. You, my grandson, are not yet ready to shoulder such responsibilities. The family fortune must not be squandered by the second son. Rather than allow him to waste it, it would be better to donate some to prevent him from constantly eyeing our assets. In Jiangcheng, the Shun residence, Shun Chongfeng returned home, weary and drained, to find the elder seated sternly in the living room. He forced a smile as he approached grandfather. Why are you still awake at this hour? Shun Huaiyan, with concern, remarked, my dear grandson, you have been busy with investment matters, haven't you? How is it going? Have the funding gaps been addressed? Shun Chongfeng shook his head in resignation. No, it hasn't. In the past, partners would seek us out, yet now, when I approach them, they evade me. I suspect it has something to do with Shen Wan. I do not know what means she employed to win the favor of those wealthy individuals. Now, it seems the Shun group has become akin to a pariah. With a face full of disdain, Shun Chongfeng accused. That is precisely because you have treated Sister Wan too poorly. It's the consequence of your actions. Came Shen Jiao's retort from the upper floor. Shen Chongfeng's expression darkened. Sixth sister. I have yet to settle the score for your mindless defense of Shen Wan. Elders are speaking here. You, a mere child, should refrain from interjecting. Shen Jiao pouted. Brother, I am not wrong. If we had embraced Sister Wan with sincerity. Silence. Shen Chongfeng snapped. Return to your room. Humph. You shall await the day of regret. Shen Jiao stormed off in frustration. Shun Huaiyan then interjected. My dear grandson, your sixth sister has a point. Shen Chongfeng paused. Grandfather, you too side with sixth sister regarding Shen Wan? I do not side with Shen Wan. Rather, she holds significant value for our family, Shen Huaiyan spoke gravely. I am aware that none of you harbor affection for her, but it is imperative that she remains within our household. Shen Chongfeng, bewildered, asked, why is that? Shen Wan is merely a stranger connected to us by blood. What makes her deserving of being my sister? Grandfather, I truly do not wish to accept her. Shen Huaiyan lowered his voice. I once consulted a fortune teller who revealed that our family is destined for calamity. Only by having Shen Wan among us can we avert misfortune. Shen Chongfeng chuckled bitterly. Grandfather, you are indulging in superstitions. This is no superstition, Shen Huaiyan replied firmly. Do you know how I amassed my wealth and became the richest man in Jiangcheng? It was through my own hard work. Indeed, you started from nothing, Shen Chongfeng conceded. But without guidance from a sage, how could I have transformed from a pauper to a tycoon? At this point, Shen Huaiyan felt compelled to reveal some secrets. In my quest for wealth, I sought the counsel of a sage, and it was under their guidance that I successfully earned my first fortune. Again, it was the sage who ensured that everything I undertook prospered. Yet, one cannot remain fortunate indefinitely. In my pursuit of wealth, I employed certain unethical means, which led to misfortunes befalling our descendants. Shen Wan is the benefactor who can shield our family from such calamities. Shen Chongfeng was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. So, grandfather, the reason you brought Shen Wan home is not merely because she is of our bloodline, but because she can protect us from disaster? Shen Huaiyan nodded. Precisely. That is why I urge you all to learn to accept her and not drive her away. The mention of disaster prevention caused Shen Chongfeng's heart to leap. Truthfully, he was taken aback, feeling an indescribable sensation. He had always believed that Shen Wan was merely a vain person seeking to return home to enjoy a life of luxury. He never anticipated that the truth was that grandfather sought her return to avert disaster. A pang of discomfort washed over him as he instinctively asked, if she is to shield the family from disaster, what will become of her? Shen Huaiyan shrugged indifferently. One must utilize resources effectively. People are no different. Once her value has been expended, she will no longer serve a purpose. Does Shen Wan know this? No. How could she be made aware of such matters? Only your father, your aunt, and we too are privy to this information. Your siblings remain oblivious. Chapter 198. Rescued Benefactor. Shen Changfeng lingered in silence, his mind a tempest of thoughts. Although he harbored disdain for Shen Wan, particularly over the disappointment she had caused him in recent weeks, the realization that grandfather had brought her home to avert disaster left him feeling oddly conflicted. It seemed as though they relied on Shen Wan to navigate treacherous waters. Moreover, he had always been resolute in believing that it was Shen Wan who sought to ingratiate herself with grandfather to enjoy a life of ease. Since her arrival in their household, he had not once shown her kindness. Now, upon learning the truth, a flicker of guilt stirred within him, albeit only slightly. After all, Shen Wan had her fair share of misdeeds. After considerable deliberation, Shen Changfeng took a deep breath and addressed his grandfather. I believe every member of the Shen family, apart from Shen Wan, is exceptional. I am confident that without her, we can resolve our issues through our own efforts. Grandfather, we must not pin our hopes on Shen Wan. Shen Huayan's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Are you defying my wishes, refusing to accept Shen Wan? Shen Changfeng stood tall, resolute. Grandfather, I am not defying you. I simply do not wish to rely on Shen Wan for our future. I can forge my own path. Shen Huayan scrutinized him for a protracted moment before stating, have you been struggling to secure investments lately? Is the funding gap still unresolved? He then produced a fortune stick. I sought this from a sage today, specifically for you. Shen Changfeng took the stick and read, in the southern lands, wealth shall flow. During the hour of the snake, a benefactor shall arrive, and through the generosity of others, riches shall abound. Grandfather, what is this? Tomorrow, if you head south at this appointed time, you shall resolve the issue of financial scarcity, Shen Huayan proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Shen Changfeng, caught between laughter and exasperation, retorted, Grandfather, do you genuinely believe in such feudal superstitions? With an expression of assured victory, Shen Huayan replied, whether it is superstition or not, you shall discern the truth for yourself tomorrow. Yet, the specifics of the southern destination remained shrouded in ambiguity. The oracle's sign did not elucidate the precise location. You simply need to journey southward. Such sages never miscalculate. If he proclaims you will encounter a benefactor, you undoubtedly shall. After a brief pause, Shen Huayan added, should you secure an investment tomorrow, it will validate my esoteric assertions as genuine and existent. You must then accept Shen Wan, and as the elder brother, you must set a commendable example for your younger siblings. Shen Changfeng, still skeptical, wondered if a mere oracle could truly alleviate the company's current dilemmas. Shen Huayan smiled enigmatically. Tomorrow will unveil the truth. The following day, Shen Changfeng embarked on a meandering drive southward, his mind laden with doubt. The oracle indicated the time to be between 1 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As the hour approached, he pulled over on a desolate road and glanced at his watch. 2:58. Grandfather, I knew you were merely trying to dazzle me with mysticism. There is nothing so miraculous. Suddenly, a black Bentley sped onto the scene, careening out of control and crashing into a nearby tree, billowing smoke. Shen Changfeng, momentarily startled, initially hesitated to intervene. However, upon noticing the car's license plate, DA 88888, his eyes sparkled with realization. A vehicle adorned with such a plate could only belong to someone of immense wealth or status. Ignoring the imminent danger of explosion, he cautiously approached. Inside the vehicle, he discovered a young woman, bloodied and trapped, her cries for help barely audible. Save me, she gasped weakly. Noticing her impeccable grooming and high-end attire, Shen Changfeng rushed to her aid. Just as the vehicle ignited, he managed to extricate her, dragging her to safety as she gasped for breath. I will call for an ambulance. Hold on. After ensuring her transport to the hospital and discovering her identity, Shen Changfeng's spirit soared. The young woman was none other than Hua Wan, the youngest daughter of the esteemed Hua family. Hua Wan, being the most cherished child of the venerable patriarch in the capital, commanded unparalleled status. Unexpectedly, he found himself in the position of having saved her, an act that could potentially elevate the Shen family from their current plight. In fact, it could propel them to new heights. Eagerly, Shen Changfeng returned home to share the exhilarating news with his grandfather. Upon learning that the individual he had rescued was Hua Wan, Shen Huayan was momentarily taken aback. The fortuitous intervention from a benefactor truly could not have come at a more opportune moment. I trust the Hua family will soon reach out to you. Changfeng, You must seize this opportunity with both hands. Beaming, Shen Changfeng nodded. Grandfather, I understand. An opportunity to engage with one of the four great families of the capital is a rare treasure, and I know how to proceed. Although the Shen family held the title of the wealthiest in Jiangcheng, in comparison to the prestigious families of the capital, they were but mere grains of sand against towering mountains, a flickering firefly attempting to rival the brilliance of the full moon. He was acutely aware that such an opportunity was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He must grasp it tightly. Perhaps, through this act of salvation, the Shen family could soar to unprecedented heights. With a smile, Shen Wan remarked, "Now you comprehend that the sage's words were not mere fabrications, and that metaphysics is far from mere superstition." Having experienced it firsthand, Shen Changfeng nodded earnestly. "Grandfather, I believe in you. Since you believe, find an appropriate moment to bring Shen Wan back home," Shen Huayan instructed solemnly. "Do not be misled by the present tranquility in our family. Without Shen Wan to ward off calamity, misfortune shall inevitably follow. A retribution even the sage cannot abate." After a brief silence, Shen Changfeng acquiesced with a nod. "There is no need to fret over Shen Wan. As you said, she is merely a stranger sharing the same bloodline," Shen Huayan reassured him, wary of his potential empathy. "Once our family's tribulations have passed, rest assured, I will ensure Shen Wan's future is secure, free from want." "Very well." At Villa number 44, Shanghai Bay, Shen Wan descended the stairs to find Hua Xiaoqing sprawled on the sofa like an idle lord. "What brings you back? Has your sister settled in?" "Yes, indeed. She instructed me to return and attend to my own affairs. I drifted about for an entire night before finally making my way back, utterly exhausted," Hua Xiaoqing replied, his face pale as a ghost. Shen Wan chuckled softly. "Are you daft? After all that, you didn't think to hitch a ride?" Hua Xiaoqing exclaimed. "Damn. I didn't even think of that after all my efforts to float around all night. I've returned because the family is now aware of my second sister's elopement. I hear they have already dispatched someone to Jiangcheng," Hua Xiaoqing speculated. "They probably sent Hua Wan. Despite her innocent and beautiful exterior, she is, in reality, a woman of cunning and malice."